Chapter 1. The greatest grief is the death of the heart. At this moment, Bai Qi's mental state could be aptly described as such. Puffed. Ha ha. It seemed he had recalled something amusing, wearing an expression that barely concealed his laughter. Yet, his smile was laden with sorrow, interspersed with threads of anger, and his eyes were slightly reddened, rendering him almost incredulous. Can't keep her, can I? He murmured to himself. Bai Qi's heart was a chaotic tangle, his mind a vast void, and his legs felt somewhat weak. He strained to stand upright, glaring at them with fierce, bloodshot eyes. He should have known better. Yet, the sweet and endearing visage of his fiancée always led him to self-hypnosis, attempting to salvage the situation through sheer effort. He was painfully aware, all too aware. Indeed, he recognized that Yulia and her companions were innately attracted to strength, and that the elves were, in truth, a living embodiment of an appearance-focused society. Despite this knowledge, he clung to his fantasies. Why? Bai Qi's voice, hoarse and unintentionally laced with a hint of hysterical impotent rage, echoed through the air. And beside the object of his ire stood a group of elves, coolly observing him. Those whom he regarded as pure and beautiful, as a visitor from another world, held the highest aspiration of acquiring an elven partner. That was who he used to be. Now, everything felt alien. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how much he changed, it was all in vain. Yulia, upon witnessing Bai Qi's furious glare as if he might consume her whole, instinctively shrank back. Behind her stood Juliana, her mother, gently soothing her daughter with a gesture to quell her fears. She then turned to Bai Qi and coldly declared, "You have no right to know. Half-elf Bai Qi." She was the queen of the elven race, and Yulia was her princess. This man was her daughter's betrothed, and thus, her so-called future son-in-law. Son-in-law? It was the first time she had encountered this term, as explained by Bai Qi, and she couldn't help but find it amusing what sort of world could possibly have a son-in-law. Your appearance is truly grotesque, half-elf Bai Qi. The icy, mocking tone of Juliana ignited a fire within Bai Qi, twisting his features into a more sinister expression. It was none other than Yulia's mother, Juliana, and also Bai Qi's mother-in-law. Yet, all of this had become mere history. What further fueled Bai Qi's anger was the derogatory term half-elf. Such a blatant insult. Had circumstances permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to tear this mother-daughter duo apart. When he had been foolishly summoned to this world, he had been utterly oblivious to the true implications of being a half-elf. Later, it appeared that the elven race had acknowledged his ability to generate wealth, promising to grant him the princess as his fiancée. In pursuit of marrying Yulia, the so-called Elven Princess, he devoted himself wholeheartedly, laboring tirelessly for the elven clan. However, Juliana later informed him that in order to wed the princess of the elven race, he would first need to become an elf. There was a means to achieve the status of a half-elf, which would signify his acceptance by the elves. Naturally, he was oblivious to the magical intricacies of this new world, unaware that this was Juliana's deliberate ploy to bind him to the service of the elven race. For all along, Juliana could never accept Bai Qi, for despite his wealth, he was merely a merchant. A noble elven princess ought to be matched with a prince or a member of royalty from a kingdom. Yet, unexpectedly, during the awakening ceremony 6 months prior, Bai Qi succeeded. He had successfully transformed into the so-called half-elf. At that time, Juliana was utterly astounded, hastily convening an elders' council. Meanwhile, Bai Qi remained blissfully lost in his fantasies. After all, he had become an elf. Elves, being a long-lived species, could enjoy lifespans of several centuries, and he was eager to embrace elvenhood, even fantasizing about awakening some latent magical talent. Alas, it was all for naught. His appearance had not changed in the slightest. His strength remained that of an ordinary human. He felt no transformation within his body, save for the emergence of a pair of ears that were distinctly different from theirs. In comparison to the elves' slender ears, his were somewhat peculiar, resembling a blend of deer and pointed elven ears, albeit shorter and slightly fuzzy. Ultimately, he was relegated to the classification of half-elf. From that point on, he wholeheartedly joined the elven race, striving to alter the fate of the elves who had been subjugated. He had believed that his dedicated efforts would surely evoke their admiration and reverence. Indeed, stories often unfolded in such a manner. At least, his younger self had once harbored such dreams. Yet, the outcome was a bitter betrayal from his fiancée. Ironically, it unfolded on the very night of their intended union. How laughable! The elves he had once idolized. He had fantasized about a beautiful encounter in this other world. A jolt struck his mind, snapping him into a stark realization. What a farce! A farce! His heart bled, contemplating the bitter memories of his former self. He had consistently admonished himself not to be a sycophant. Having once scoffed at others' sycophantic behavior in the vibrant digital landscape of his human past, he was indeed a participant in that ridicule. Indeed, he hailed from the 22nd century, the era of the interstellar rabbit clan. The 22nd century was heralded as the greatest epoch wherein humanity had fully embarked on the journey of interstellar civilization, achieving a harmonious society. 95, if not 99, of jobs have been supplanted by AI and robotic entities. Humanity had liberated its productive forces, no longer needing to toil for survival. Naturally, unless one sought to indulge in superior recreational pursuits, such as exploring the lunar amusement parks. The 22nd century was divided into two classes, biodiversity and researchers. The former were regarded as specimens for observation, colloquially termed mascots, given the plethora of bizarre behaviors exhibited by over 5 billion humans worldwide. And he was among the ranks of biodiversity. His existence was reduced to merely subsisting off basic welfare through civilization ratings, occasionally engaging in menial labor to alter his lifestyle. Beyond that, he spent his days in virtual realms, gaming and socializing with friends as a recluse. The gaming of the 22nd century had evolved into an immersive holographic open world. Never did he anticipate arriving at such a juncture. He had thought that such phenomena were absent in this other world. Yet reality dealt Bai Qi a staggering blow. He was but a pitiful, lamentable insect, a self-deceiving sycophant, vigorously shaking his head and wagging his tail. How many times had he laughed at them? Now, it had become a boomerang, striking him squarely in the face. It turned out he was no different. He had assumed himself to be enlightened, yet he was not exempt from this fate. In comparison to this fantastical realm, he was the greatest sycophant of all. The more he pondered, the more he felt a pang of bitterness and torment, yet it only seemed to amplify the absurdity of it all. He couldn't discern what had gone awry within him. Thus, he erupted into loud, heartfelt laughter. Louder. Laugh harder. Drown out the despair within. Do not cry. Laugh, yes, indeed, laugh. Damn it, even in death, he must not weep. He clenched his fists tightly. The last vestige of his dignity compelled him to bite down on his lip. He fought to suppress the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. How amusing. Bai Qi even began to laugh heartily at that group of elves. The elves exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by Bai Qi's apparent derangement. In stark contrast to the cold indifference of the elven queen and her retinue of guards, they belonged to the faction aligned with the queen, the left side of the elven race. Meanwhile, the right side, the guards, had been dispatched on various sentry duties or procurement missions. They were unaware of the current situation, many still dreaming of the blissful life that would follow the marriage of the princess and Lord Bai Qi. A small number of younger elves lowered their heads in shame. Many among them had been rescued from the hands of human noble slavers by Lord Bai Qi. Moreover, Bai Qi's presence had rejuvenated their elven race, restoring them to the negotiating table from the dining table. And this man, who had altered the fate of their elven kin, now stood before them, despair etched across his face. Of course, the majority remained mere spectators. Humans were still humans. Even as a half-elf, deep down, he remained human, unaware of his own worth. How dare he aspire to touch their noble elven princess? Suddenly, an untimely sound erupted. A round of applause ensued. A rotund man of considerable girth, yet robust in stature, emerged from the woods bordering the realm of the elves, clad in opulent aristocratic attire. A look of astonished delight graced his squinting face as he observed the unfolding spectacle. Accompanying him were several attendants, one of whom stood nearby, draped in a dark gray cloak. "Indeed, what a splendid performance!" he exclaimed with a series of appreciative clicks of his tongue. "Marvelous, simply marvelous." Upon witnessing his longtime adversary, the infamous Count Jushan, the Elven Queen, Juliana, felt a wave of dismay wash over her countenance. Her brows knitted in concern, she inquired with a note of caution, "Count Jushan, what brings you to our elven territory?" Count Rut did not deign to respond to the so-called Elven Queen, further deepening her displeasure. Instead, he strolled leisurely towards Bai Qi, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Ah, is this not our esteemed Lord Bai Qi?" he taunted, relishing the moment. "Why do you appear so ravenous, as if ready to devour someone?" "Silence," Bai Qi growled in retort, his demeanor reflecting his utter disdain for Rot. His mood was exceedingly foul, akin to a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. To Rot's amusement, he found Bai Qi's ire to be rather entertaining. Nothing was more delightful than witnessing the misfortunes of one who had once been a thorn in the side of the noble class, a veritable nuisance. Rot was well aware of the elves' folly and found their betrayal of their supposed savior, who had sought to bolster their waning power, to be utterly laughable. Having received this tantalizing information from a certain succubus, Rot had hastened to witness the unfolding drama. "What a marvelous show!" he exclaimed, his delight palpable. "How splendid! How exquisite! Ha ha! Our Lord Bai Qi has finally met his match." He mockingly gasped, feigning disbelief as he dramatically clutched his head and swayed in a theatrical display, much to the amusement of his attendants, who joined in the raucous laughter, echoing their lord's sentiments. Meanwhile, the Elven Queen's expression darkened, her thoughts clouded with confusion over the sudden presence of her sworn enemy. "Lord Rot, if you have no business here, I must insist you vacate the Elven lands," she declared, issuing a direct expulsion order. Rot responded with a dismissive, "Oh, my apologies, but if you could indulge me a moment longer, I have matters to discuss with Lord Bai Qi." Ignoring the foolish elves, he turned his attention back to Bai Qi. "You are no longer able to remain among the elves," he continued. "Come, assist me." Extending his hand with a sincere squint and a smile, he proposed, "I grant you the use of the Jushan family's resources. Let us exact vengeance upon the elven kin." As he spoke, he traced his tongue around the corner of his mouth in a tantalizing promise. Should Bai Qi wish, he could not only seek retribution against the elves, but also enslave them entirely, treating them as mere chattel. Rot understood the immense value of Bai Qi, a man seemingly forged of gold. United, their future gleamed with promise. However, the Elven Queen, hearing his words, felt an inexplicable pang of regret stir within her. Yet, upon reflecting on her alliance with the Prince of the Eugene Empire, she steadied herself, resolute in her choices. The other elves, upon hearing the devilish words of Count Jushan, felt a tremor in their hearts. Particularly the group of elves who had once been enslaved by their masters quaked with fear. "What do you think, Bai Qi? What sort of goods do you seek among the elf race? If you desire, the dragonkin or the sea folk can be yours," Count Jushan Lot offered with a grotesque grin, extending his robust palm in invitation. Should Bai Qi consent, his every wish would be fulfilled. He understood all too well the value of this man. Bai Qi gradually raised his head, as if he had heard an especially amusing jest. He stifled a laugh, fearing that an uncontrollable outburst would bring tears to his eyes. How amusing, he thought. It seemed they were aware of his abilities. Ironically, they attempted to employ his half-elf status as a moral weapon against him. Bai Qi disregarded Count Jushan's invitation. He scorned the idea of associating with such individuals, even though he yearned to take revenge on the elf race. Yet, he was still a person, in a world plagued by the decay of slavery and theocratic societies. It was far more corrupt than the feudal history depicted in his homeland's textbooks. Despite his circumstances, he could at least claim a lineage rooted in integrity, inheriting the cultural ideals of interstellarism from the 22nd century. In that era, the world became one, evolving into a civilization among the stars, ushering in a new, vibrant ideology of life. However, his thoughts were not focused on these grand notions, but rather on the betrayal of his fiancée, Yulia, Once again, he fixated his gaze upon her, the familiar yet alien figure that caused an ache in his chest. Struggling to suppress his fury, he coldly inquired, "I seek but one answer. Yulia, why have you treated me this way? What have I done wrong?" Yulia, unable to bear the weight of the gazes upon her, finally snapped in frustration, "You're so annoying. Why can't you just let it go? I merely wish to enjoy my life as a beautiful elf princess. Without all these demands that I never liked you. Not from the very first day you were summoned. From the beginning, we were never meant to be." Despite knowing this outcome long before, Bai Qi looked upon the familiar, yet strange figure with a longing for a response that might reveal mere immaturity. Clenching his fists tightly, he pressed further. "Then why were we engaged? If you despised me from the start, why allow me to remain among the elves?" His voice grew hoarse as he shouted, "You could have said it sooner. Why keep me hanging? If not for the promise of marrying an elven princess, he would never have been so willingly ensnared." The realization only deepened his disappointment. "I asked this amusing to you, like a foolish dog. Bound by the engagement, made to obey? What was the purpose of your gentle demeanor towards me? Was it merely a ruse?" Yulia hesitated, unable to voice the truth, that her mother had instructed her to ensnare Bai Qi, to extract benefits before discarding him. Yet she need not disclose that. "Remember this, half-elf Bai Qi, a half-elf. You are still a member of our race, and you have no right to question a princess with such insolence." The Elven Queen, Juliana, interjected sharply, seeing Bai Qi as beneath her, eye in her eyes. He had committed a grave offense. Bai Qi listened to Juliana's grandiose commands and her repugnant demeanor. Despair washed over him. He finally grasped the truth. With blood still clinging to his clenched fists, he laid bare his desolation, mockingly reflecting, "So this was the outcome from the very start. You elves have been using me. Haven to you, exploiting my labor for your gain, correct?" "Heh," he scoffed, realizing that from the outset, they had looked down upon him, a mere human summoned by their whims. All their actions were, in their eyes, entirely justified. His fate was to be a beast of burden for the elven race. Mind your words, half-elf Bai Qi. As the Elven Queen, I command you to return to your quarters and reflect upon your duties." Juliana continued to issue orders with condescension, viewing Bai Qi as a lesser being. Upon comprehending everything, Bai Qi covered his face with one hand at half-elf. The term filled him with revulsion. Igniting his rage, he seemed to hear a jest. His shoulders trembled as he struggled to suppress laughter, though this laughter was directed at himself. How foolish and arrogant these otherworldly elves were. He had failed to see it before, mistaking their demeanor for pride when it was merely ignorance and malice. More foolish still was he, for having been played like a pawn to Ha. He chuckled, "The Elven Queen, an elf, a half-elf, and yet you wish to use your status to suppress me." This was what constituted the elven race and their so-called queen. How hypocritical! His icy gaze held no trace of nostalgia. Half-elf. Where do I resemble one? He mused, realizing it was his ears that marked him. Slowly, he drew forth a small knife, clutching one of his pointed elven ears. "What are you doing?" Juliana gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as he swung the knife down with force amidst the onlookers. The piercing pain shot through him, shaking him to his core, a visceral agony that made his entire being tremble. "Ha ha ha! There is still one more," he cackled through the torment. He finally understood why scientific journals noted that the ears are rich in nerves. Tears and blood streamed down his face. Twisting his already grotesque visage, he tossed the severed ear he had picked up in the direction of Yulia. "Ha-ha. Hey, ha-ha. Half-elf, ha-ha. So that's how it is. It's no longer surprising." Reflecting on the various treatments over the past year, he had mistakenly thought it was a form of tempering. Yet he realized he was merely a clown. Bai Qi burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Unaware of the reason for his tears, the cacophony of chaotic sounds filled his ears. Now there is no evidence left, right? Another facet of his identity that had been met with cold disdain was his half-elf lineage. Initially, he had been deceived into believing that only by becoming a member of the elven race could he marry the princess. 6 months ago, he had even allowed a mysterious floral wreath to bless him, transforming him into a half-elf. Ironically, the elves still looked down upon him. Bai Qi's consciousness began to fade. He could hardly hold on any longer. Slowly, he withdrew a scroll. casting a sweeping glance over the crowd. He coldly declared, "Listen carefully. From this moment on, I am no longer a member of your Ovelia Forest Elven clan." He tore the scroll apart. His chilling voice clearly echoed around. "I am Bai Qi. Human, the biodiversity list inheriting interstellar ideals. Even in death, I shall remain a crimson specter. Henceforth, no ties shall bind us. Random teleportation scroll. Activate. Damn it, Crisco, stop him quickly." Count Duke finally reacted. However, Bai Qi's figure gradually vanished from everyone's sight. Useless. The Bai Ao Empire certainly does not sell long-distance teleportation scrolls. Bai Qi cannot escape far. Pursue him. The elves on the other side belatedly came to their senses. Meanwhile, Yulia had long been stunned by Bai Qi's mad actions. She could not comprehend why. Had she done anything wrong? Was it merely her disinterest in Bai Qi? What made Bai Qi superior to that other person? And why should she care if Bai Qi liked her? Wasn't it only natural to pay the price for something one favored? Yuliana's face darkened, her heart raging with fury. How dare that despicable human? Did he truly believe that the elven race could not thrive without him? A joke. She was eager to see how their beautiful elven clan could not rise without Bai Qi. Furthermore, Yuliana and Yulia had already entangled themselves with Prince Kaiser of the Eugen Empire, and the arrangement was rather pleasant, bringing joy to both mother and daughter. With this thought, Yuliana coldly smiled. How could a mere Bai Qi compare with a noble prince? Vea had yet to find a suitable target to strike today, and was about to leave the filthy alley when she heard a loud crash, as an unknown object fell from the sky onto a garbage bin. Out of curiosity, she approached to investigate what it was. Suddenly, she spotted the face of that infuriating MNSO. It was you. You wretched scoundrel. Seeing the dark bloodstains on his face and hair, along with the trickling blood, and his unconscious state, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction. You scoundrel, I never imagined you would end up like this. Thinking that today's reward was witnessing a vile character meet his demise, she felt content and prepared to leave the alley. Vea walked briskly onto the street, then gradually came to a halt. After a long while of displeasure, she clicked her tongue and turned back. 3 days later, in a small cabin located at the edge of town. "Get out of here, quickly!" Vea furiously issued an eviction order. It is due to a woman known as Mo Huashang, whom he is acquainted with. However, Bai Qi finds himself in a profound internal struggle. He sighed, contemplating that abandoning the familiar comforts of this place for a new environment might not be so bad after all. Yet, the thought that he may never see Wei Yi again, the one who saved his life, poses a dilemma for him regarding how to express his gratitude, upholding the cherished virtues of his homeland. He believes that even the smallest kindness deserves a grand reciprocation. Upon realizing Wei Yi's tender age, Bai Qi felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Children at that age as homeland are still engrossed in their middle and high school studies. Suddenly, a particular thought crossed his mind. The Adventurer's Tavern in the town of Auelia, along with his 5 shares in it. With this realization, Bai Qi hurriedly retraced his steps, intending to transfer the ownership of the tavern to Wei Yi at her dilapidated wooden cottage. Although the tavern's revenue was modest, it could certainly suffice for a young girl's daily expenses throughout her life. Meanwhile, Chris was gripping the nearly lifeless Wei Yi by the throat, his fury boiling over as he demanded answers. "Why won't you speak? Where has Bai Qi gone?" he interrogated, resembling a malevolent specter. Observing Wei Yi feigning unconsciousness, Chris's tone suddenly softened. It seemed to have yet to witness the illustrious and enigmatic power of magic. However, Juliana held him hostage with the term half-elf. Lord Bai Qi, in a moment of desperation, severed his own ear, and when he learned of it, the group of elves referred to him as the folded ear elf. Rue Yasis was momentarily taken aback, but soon could no longer remain seated. In an instant, he appeared before Burfus, gripping his shoulders tightly as he inquired, "What did you just say?" Burfus, startled by the chieftain's abruptness, found it difficult to comprehend the normally gentle and refined leader's sudden change in demeanor. Nevertheless, upon hearing the chieftain's inquiry, he felt compelled to repeat himself. During the wedding night, Yulia did not say this. "You mentioned Lord Bai Qi. What happened to him?" Burfus stammered. "Lord Bai Qi," Rue Yasis echoed. "He severed most of his elven ear and denies his half-elf identity. In his daze, he exclaimed, The next part, folded ear, precisely. Rue Yasis confirmed, his excitement causing him to tremble, that he murmured. So that's the folded ear ELF.ITS true, he exclaimed. The revelation did not deceive us. We have finally found it. Our elven kin is at last saved. For the sake of awaiting the prophecy of the revelation, their elven tribe had endured humiliation for over 1,000 years, even losing their former glory and splendor. In the favor of the nature spirits, in the end, they could not even retain the name of the elven race, and were forced to be known as the Night Elves. All of this was in anticipation of the arrival of a prophesied being. He recalled the previous chieftain, who, on his deathbed, had grasped his hand in tears and implored him to live well, waiting for its arrival, which would guide their elven kin back to glory and save the beings of the continent. They had long sought the one described in the Revelation, who would come when night fully descended, liberating the beings from darkness and rescuing the elven race. The description of this being was divine and radiant, possessing crimson, fiery blood, and being a unique folded ear ELFSO that it. I completely understand now. It truly is him that in that moment. Rue Yasis could no longer hold back his tears. They had waited too long for this moment. So long that perhaps only he among the entire elven race still remembered the prophecy of the revelation. Quickly, he urged that I must personally welcome him. He had always been puzzled by the connection of the special elf. The folded ear? Person. But today, the answer had finally emerged. The one who met all the criteria had appeared. Rue Yasis immediately set off, bringing Burfus along. They had to find Lord Bai Qi before Count Jushan. However, the Night Elf tribe of the Black Moon Forest was still quite distant from the Aowilia Empire. The information Burfus had reported was already 2 days old. Rue Yasis gritted his teeth and produced the few remaining long-distance teleportation scrolls of the Night Elves. These were exceedingly precious scrolls, akin to a second chance in critical moments, especially for the impoverished Night Elf tribe. They were remnants salvaged from the treasures of the long-lost Night Elves. Burfus was equally astonished. Chieftain, are you doing this for a human? He could never understand. Nor was he interested in the elven tribe over there. Although they shared a common origin, they were sworn enemies. Rue Yasis had no time to explain so much to him. He tore open the scroll, grasped Burfus's shoulder, and teleported away to in the eastern continent, the glimmering empire. Mo Huashang found herself endlessly assisting that despicable rascal with the organization of various memorials. Today, she received a magical communication envelope from an undercover agent placed in the town of Aowilia on the western continent. Upon opening it, she was left utterly dumbfounded. What did she see? The elves of Aowilia had actually driven away their treasure, Bai Qi. Good heavens, what holiday is it today to make such a grand jest? Or perhaps, heaven sent opportunity. Mo Huashang hurriedly sought out the little rascal to discuss how to bring back a money-making tree. The one she referred to as the little rascal, Yu Jingyi, remained unfazed, seeming indifferent. He had often listened to Mo Huashang speak of Bai Qi's remarkable abilities, but he was strangely surprised to hear that Bai Qi had been pushed out by the elven tribe. His expression suddenly turned odd. Are you sure someone like that truly possesses outstanding abilities? He couldn't even handle that dilapidated elven tribe, and he's considered exceptional. Mo Huashang rolled up the memorial she had just finished reading and lightly tapped Yu Jingyi on the head. If she were unaware of what the little rascal was thinking, then she had truly lived for 20 years in vain. Stop dawdling. At the very least, he can make us money without all the hassle of daily financial issues. Yu Jingyi, clutching his head in a pitiful manner, hurriedly instructed his subordinates to head to the Aowilia Empire on the western continent to find Bai Qi. Of course, he maintained a facade of cold arrogance and regal authority in front of others, save for Mo Huashang. Meanwhile, just a moment ago, you looked ready to kill me. Chris observed Bai Qi with a mocking gaze, feeling somewhat irritated as he had previously escaped using this same method, only to be scolded by a pig afterward, and recalling it now left him vexed. Not far away, Wei Yi lay on the ground, her breath faint and her body unmoving. Damn it, the teleportation scroll Bai Qi had just prepared was unexpectedly discovered. The newly acquired golden finger had no combat capability whatsoever. Even if it had certain functions, there were no corresponding materials. Thankfully, he'd spent a fortune buying many life-saving magical scrolls for self-preservation. Ouch, what's wrong, little bug? Are you begging for mercy? Chris, seeing Bai Qi clutching his chest in pain and kneeling on the ground, wondered what ailment had afflicted him. Then, holy lance of magic! Sure enough, Chris was caught off guard by the sudden magical attack. Bai Qi seized the opportunity, pulling out other scrolls without hesitation and throwing them all out. Magic fire, magic swamp, explosive bomb, exorcism. It was not until his stock was depleted that Bai Qi finally collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, seeing that the ground around Chris was now riddled with craters, his form utterly obliterated, Bai Qi sighed in relief. He feared death as a human from another world. He undoubtedly valued life. And fearing death was entirely normal. Lacking magical power and talent, he was not a local, after all. Yet he had managed to accumulate some wealth through business that he feared regret even more. The moment he lifted Wei Yi, he had resolved to save her and repay her kindness. A long, slender tongue shot out from the woods, piercing Bai Qi's chest. Bai Qi stood frozen, staring at the blood gushing forth. The terror of death had made him forget the pain. A half-meter giant toad emerged, emitting a horrifying human voice. Chris's furious voice. "You, damn it! How dare you ruin my body, desecrate the great Chris' body? I will make you suffer, you wretched bug," with that another tongue. Akin to a long spear, shot out that as Bai Qi contemplated how to struggle. An arrow descended from the heavens like holy light, striking Chris's tongue and pinning it to the ground. "Aw!" the latter shrieked in agony. Phew! Finally, Rue Yassi's had arrived. He flipped his with a heart brimming with excitement. He approached Bai Qi. Yet, as Bai Qi's vision gradually blurred, all he could discern was a remarkably beautiful face, rivaling any elf he had ever encountered. And then, he fainted. Bai Qi, a resident of the 22nd century, was merely a name on an ordinary biodiversity list. He considered his daily life fulfilling, at least from his own perspective. His parents were alive. He owned a car and a house, and he was not an only child. He had even saved a bit from his social welfare funds to pursue independent game development. Naturally, it was not a lucrative endeavor, but rather a passion project. Frequently lacking inspiration, he often sought creative material from other games, his favorite being a title called Tiangong Jiangshun. This fascination led him to download a modified version from Community, which promised an experience of a fantastical world filled with magical customs and a tech tree, complete with lazy mods and new DLC. Unexpectedly, he found himself transported to another realm. Truly, games can lead one astray. Thus, he advocated for supporting legitimate versions. It was through playing pirated versions that he was summoned to this world, which he had always envisioned as beautiful. The timeline traced back a year, the M.Y. Lord. "The Demon King, please save my kin. I beg of you." Yulia pledged her life in return. Bai Qi stood there, bewildered, gazing at his surroundings and the foolish cosplaying elf. Was this a jest? Surely, he hadn't truly crossed over. Especially since just moments before, he had been engrossed in his game when everything went black. Magic and pranks couldn't be this potent. "Hey, my phone and computer records are still intact. Can I have 3 minutes to prepare?" Ultimately, he accepted the reality. Bai Qi awkwardly scratched his head, curious as to why the denizens of this world conversed in Mandarin. Why could he understand? Was this the language of elves? He began to doubt whether he possessed some extraordinary ability. Indeed, he did. What a farce. He even questioned if this was merely a figment of his imagination, a fantasy conjured by a shut-in before his demise. But why was he able to contemplate this? Yulia observed the peculiar behavior of the summoned Demon King, remaining silent. His appearance was ordinary, and she wondered if perhaps she had made a mistake. Yet, she knelt before him, too intimidated to speak or look up, having heard tales of the Demon King's notorious cruelty. Nevertheless, she was prepared for any outcome, ready to offer herself if it meant salvation for her elven kin. Bai Qi surveyed his surroundings, a humble wooden hut adorned with peculiar decorations made of inexplicable leaves. "You may rise. I am not the Demon King you envision, merely a human." With a pat on his head, he recalled the words spoken by the enchanting elf moments prior. "Wow, truly beautiful. Is this the charm of another world?" Bai Qi felt a flutter of excitement, having been a solitary soul for years, now witnessing such exquisite beauty. Her slender figure, delicate features, and ivory skin glowed with a translucent blush, unadorned yet reminiscent of a jade sculpture. Indeed, her flawless skin and appearance struck a chord deep within him. Yulia, bewildered by his words, stammered, "Human. Is that truly so? Indeed, I am a bona fide human, brimming with passion for the mundane, with a heart devoted to my homeland." Embodying the ideals of a 22nd century youth steeped in interstellar aspirations, he rambled on. Yulia, unable to comprehend his incessant chatter, realized that his acknowledgement of humanity meant he was not of the demon race, known for their arrogance and disdain for pretense. Thus, the human summoned by her people was indeed genuine. Yulia, flustered, dashed outside. Bai Qi, perplexed, called after her, "Hey, wait." As he followed, he stepped outside to behold an array of variously adorned elves, all captivatingly beautiful. Why are there no male elves? How do they reproduce? He pondered, astonished. They knelt outside, seemingly awaiting something. Meanwhile, Yulia was conversing with a mature and alluring elven woman, glancing back at Bai Qi. The woman, resembling Yulia, frowned slightly and shook her head before approaching him. Upon seeing her, Bai Qi was rendered speechless. Compared to the somewhat disheveled Yulia, the elven queen, Yuliana, was voluptuous, exuding an alluring aura that hinted at danger. For someone like Bai Qi, a novice in the realm of beauty, the sheer delicacy of her presence was overwhelming. Her flaxen hair, reminiscent of daylight, cascaded like a waterfall, while her ivory skin shimmered with the glow of moonlight. Her curls fell gently over her shoulders, accentuating her porcelain complexion. Her lips, cherry red, beckoned with desire. Yuliana radiated a mature charm that captivated the senses, every movement imbued with poetic grace. She embodied an elegance befitting a queen. Her flowing hair and graceful form reminiscent of willows swaying in the breeze. An indescribable allure enveloped her, rendering her irresistible. One could only wish to kneel in reverence before her exquisite presence. It was like a moving poem or a warm painting. Perhaps traversing to this world was not so dire after all. Bai Qi's mind raced with fantasies, for as a typical male, albeit not excessively reclusive, he had indulged in an array of online and anime experiences. Instantly, he mused whether goblins existed in this realm. "Bai Qi, my lord, this is my mother. Please clarify to her that Yulia has truly summoned you." Okay, he stammered, swallowing hard as anxiety gripped him. Here stood a breathtaking beauty, the Elven Queen, while he was merely an ordinary man, diligently working to maintain his civilization rating, adhering to a conventional lifestyle, and having received a traditional 12-year education. Nurturing dreams of creating independent games in this era, gaming was no longer profitable. Over 95 jobs have been supplanted by intelligent AI. Aside from researchers and engineers, they were merely a remnant of the biodiversity list. Reduced to observing their species in a sense, the 22nd century had achieved communism and peace, embarking on interstellar voyages, leaving them to lead quiet lives on their planets, engaging in online disputes. "Hello, what should I call you?" "I am Yuliana, the reigning queen of the elven race." A gentle smile graced Yuliana's lips, her lake green eyes sparkling like stars, radiating endless allure and wisdom. Those eyes, reminiscent of a profound forest, concealed an infinite charm. "Yulia, Lady Yuliana, greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Bai Qi." For Bai Qi, this was a moment of fantasy. Having seldom encountered women, let alone such ethereal beauty, he lost all composure. Unbeknownst to him, Yuliana concealed a flicker of disdain in her gaze. Bai Qi wished to slap himself to regain composure. Yet the current situation offered no opportunity for such actions. Thus began Bai Qi's fresh journey in the realm of Lululu. Perplexed by the peculiar name of this continent, Lululu, nonetheless, with a mindset of acceptance, he was determined to fulfill his dream of an enchanting adventure. Elves, Black Moon Forest, chief of the Night Elf tribe. "You should rest now. I shall handle things here." Ryasis shook his head. Having finally awaited the arrival of the prophesied savior from the apocalypse, he was determined to ensure he witnessed the awakening of Lord Bai Qi without fail. What did the elder say? Unable to persuade the clan leader, Burfus conceded. The elder remarked, "This half-elf, Fis. Lord Bai Qi is to be addressed as Lord Bai Qi, not as a half-elf or human. I corrected you on this matter last night. Did I not?" Should there be a next time, do not address me as clan leader. Ryasis admonished softly, his brows furrowed. Upon hearing this, Burfus immediately knelt on the ground. Clan leader, I acknowledge my mistake. Grant me one more chance, and I shall show proper respect to Lord Bai Qi. Ryasis glanced at his longtime captain of guards and sighed. Fis, I have watched you grow since your youth among the elves. Our relationship is more akin to that of brothers. As your elder brother and clan leader, please heed my words. The prophecies of our elven kin originate from the natural spirits, the very creators of the illustrious elven empire that flourished thousands of years ago. The prophecies left behind indicate that the prophesied individual is most likely Lord Bai Qi. That AS for why it is merely most likely. Time has passed too far, and the prophecies lack sufficient detail to be why vague calculations. The probability of Lord Bai Qi is the highest. He no longer wished to wait, nor could the elven clan afford to wait. Although it was lamentable that they had now been stripped of their elven identities and could only be referred to as Night Elves. Ryasis knelt on one knee to assist Burfus. Remember, our Night Elf clan must reclaim its former glory, that we may not require my leadership, nor your presence, Fis, but we must, above all else, protect Lord Bai Qi. This is my plea. Fis, Burfus solemnly nodded in agreement. The elder continued, the reason for Lord Bai Qi's prolonged slumber lies not in physical wounds, but in the scars upon his spirit, unwilling to awaken. Ryasis sighed upon hearing this, and slowly took a seat on a chair beside Lord Bai Qi's bed. His silver hair, as pale as frost, seemed to reflect the moonlight, captivating to behold. His deep-set eyes sparkled like stars on an autumn night. Lost in contemplation, you've worked hard, the captain of the guards remarked as he handed over his patrol duties to the newly arrived companions. A few young, beautiful elven maidens waved cheerfully. Leave this week's village border patrol to us, Captain. Celis nodded in response, advising the young ones to remain vigilant while also inquiring eagerly about Lord Bai Qi's current state. Hoping he had successfully wed Princess Yulia and was living a splendid life. This thought brought a tinge of melancholy to his heart. However, just as Celis inquired about Bai Qi's condition, the expressions of several young elves stiffened. Exchanging glances that, right, Captain, we wish to expedite our patrol outside the village, so, sensing the awkward atmosphere, Celis immediately called out to them. What has happened? Lena, you speak first. The elf named Lena, singled out by Captain Celis, sighed and reluctantly divulged. Lord Bai Qi, the half-elf, has betrayed us and left the village. Celis was momentarily stunned. Their resounding clarity struck his mind. After a moment, his expression darkened, and he sternly reprimanded, Nonsense! Do not refer to our companion as a half-elf. Furthermore, how could Lord Bai Qi ever abandon the village? He grasped Lena's shoulders, questioning her fervently. Lord Bai Qi is the guiding mentor of our elven kin, destined to lead us to resurgence, akin to the brightest morning star in the night sky, a figure both revered and respected by me. The notion that Lord Bai Qi would abandon the elven village was simply inconceivable. Lena, taken aback, hastily clarified, Captain Celis, I am uncertain. The elders within the village stated as such. Celis understood that Lena was likely unaware of the full circumstances. However, hearing that Lord Bai Qi had left caused an inexplicable ache in his heart. He quickly summoned his fellow guards to return to the village at once. They must uncover the truth and see if they could promptly bring Lord Bai Qi back. As Captain Celis departed, the young elves exchanged worried glances in the direction he had taken. Captain Celis, our esteemed protector, holds Lord Bai Qi in the highest regard. Her reaction to this news only confirms their admiration. They speculated about why the Queen would wish to expel Lord Bai Qi. Hush, do not speak carelessly if you lack understanding. Just mind our own duties and patrol the village to Captain Celis is truly beautiful. I wish I could be as formidable as her one day. The far end of the hall sat the renowned elven Queen Juliana, her forehead resting against her hand, her countenance darkened this moment. Her once radiant face, akin to spring blossoms, now bore a shadow of gloom. Shame and regret washed over her like a wave, as if she had been ensnared in a scheme and had only now come to realize it. A rare flush of anger colored her cheeks, and she radiated an air of solemnity and allure, both cold and enchanting. The surrounding elder elves and several captains of the left faction dared not utter a word. Their queen Juliana was clearly in a fury. Even Yulia remained silent, her head bowed, biting her lip. That man had stolen her innocence, played with her and her mother, and then vanished without a trace. Just moments ago, a messenger from the Eugen Empire had come to deliver a message, derisively mocking them in front of the Elven assembly. He had the audacity to call them what? Prostitutes, and dared to slander their Prince Kaiser. He claimed that Prince Kaiser had already wed Princess Yulia, their Elven Princess. The messenger almost laughed to the point of tears. You think you are worthy? What a foolhardy statement. Their noble Prince Kaiser had been in the northern snow city of the Eugen Empire these past few days. How could he possibly appear in the distant town of Owilia, let alone come to marry the so-called Elven Princess? In their eyes, the so-called Elven Princess was no different from the daughters of the local nobility in the empire. Did the Elven clan truly desire men so desperately? They dared to defame their imperial heir, Prince Kaiser, especially when Yulia argued back, presenting evidence, claiming that her wedding night could not be a lie, inadvertently revealing that her mother was also present. The messenger, intrigued, gazed at the alluring Juliana with amusement. Ha ha. He laughed, suggesting that Prince Kaiser would certainly have no interest in an older woman. If the queen were feeling lonely, she might consider him. He was not picky. Upon being referred to as an older woman, Juliana's fury ignited instantly. Subsequently, the messenger from the Eugen Empire was forcibly expelled by the Elven clan, AS, for retaining the messenger. The Elven clan lacked such power. The disparity in strength was evident. Even the Bai Empire, despite its stature, would not dare to harm a messenger from the Eugen Empire, unless they wished to declare war. However, Juliana was no fool. She had come to realize that she had most likely been played, and of course, it was not the Eugen Empire that had deceived her and her mother. Rather, it was someone else. As for who that was, it remained a mystery. Yet, upon seeing the magical engraving of Prince Kaiser, it became clear. The false Prince Kaiser had feigned a union to deceive Yulia, though the reasons remained unclear. If it were merely to deceive for carnal pleasure, it was not difficult to explain. After all, in her eyes, the beauty of the Elven clan was indeed renowned and evident. What infuriated her most was the audacity of being deceived. She felt foolish for having been charmed by his sweet words, and for having cooperated with her daughter in the various acts they had engaged in. The more she reflected upon it, the angrier she became. How dare he toy with her? The elder elves on the right, upon learning of Lord Bai Qi's expulsion, wore grim expressions, but they were also amused. The conservative faction led by the queen was becoming increasingly unbearable. This time, the queen has utterly disgraced the Elven race. Not only did she fail to avoid mockery, but the mother and daughter duo have also lost their dignity. Yulia, as a princess of the Elven lineage, and Juliana, their empress, have shown a complete disregard for their image. They have tarnished the reputation of the Elven race. Most alarmingly, their Elven empress has driven away Bai Qi, and in recent days, the nobles have begun to suppress various industries of the Elven race once again. However, the representatives of the left-wing factions remain unfazed. They advocate for freedom, and since Elven Empress Juliana leans towards their side, they see no issue with the situation. But what now? Failing to forge a marriage alliance with the Eugen Empire and expelling the half-elf Bai Qi has become their greatest distress. Without Bai Qi, who tirelessly served the Elven race and generated wealth, the thought of reverting to a year prior's miserable existence fills them with trepidation. They are beautiful elves, after all. How could they be reduced to laborious tasks? Freedom and the enjoyment of life are the true essence of Elven beauty. The doors of the Elven conference hall were suddenly thrust open at a female elf clad in armor, with a sharp longsword at her waist and unique wine-red hair cascading in waves over her shoulders like a roaring flame. Entered the conference room with a heavy expression. Saris had not yet had the chance to remove her protective gear before she eagerly sought out their empress for answers. Unlike her slender kin, Saris possessed a well-proportioned, muscular physique, sculpted as if carved from ochre stone, a testament to her long-standing role in defending Elven villages. She was among the few masterful Elven warriors at this moment. However, her face bore a mixture of disappointment and confusion as she slowly walked into the meeting, surveying the familiar faces of her kin, yet failing to spot that one special individual. She did not wish to pry further or question why their princess treated Lord Bai Qi in such a manner. Lord Bai Qi, once a gentle yet spirited human, at times frivolous, but always respectful of life, regarded all beings and matters with equal eyes, often uttering phrases she found incomprehensible yet intellectually uplifting. Ceres, do not wear that cautious demeanor all day long. Life encompasses more significant missions, such as the pursuit of one's truth. It is clear you have a fondness for sweet treats. Worry not, Ceres. Your physique is exceptional. Muscularity signifies health and charm. That if I were still single, I would undoubtedly be enamored by you, she mused. You are neither my guard nor my secretary. To me, the formidable Ceres, safeguarding the peace of the village, surpasses 10 Bai Qis, so do not belittle yourself. Memories flooded Ceres' mind like a tide. Why is she no longer here? Ceres murmured softly, her eyes glistening with confusion and sorrow, accompanied by a sense of inexplicable grievance. The sadness of parting without even a final farewell weighed heavily on her heart. Faniagi's brow furrowed, discontent flickering across her beautiful visage. Lola stood before her, trembling in fear of her mistress's wrath, her heart racing. Useless, Faniagi spat coldly, her voice akin to a chilling wind. Initially, she intended for Lola to sow discord between the Elven race and Bai Qi. Then, she would incite Bai Qi to serve the demon tribe, aligning with her kind. However, while the division was successful, it had also led to the loss of Bai Qi's whereabouts. Nonetheless, upon hearing that Lola had successfully ridiculed those two harlots, accomplishing the task of expelling Bai Qi from the Elven race, Faniagi felt an unexpected delight. With a gentle beckon, she signaled Lola to approach. The purple-tinged hair shimmered with silvery highlights under the light, resembling moonlight flowing between delicate strands. Her gem-like eyes sparkled with an elusive brilliance, inviting speculation about her thoughts. Her snow-white skin radiated an otherworldly blue glow in the dim light, rendering her the sole focal point in the space. Lola gazed at Faniagi, her silhouette flickering in the candlelight, ethereal and dreamlike in its beauty. Without hesitation, she hurried forward. Fool! Faniagi's low voice permeated the air, infusing the atmosphere with an unspoken sense of authority. Lola's knees buckled, and she knelt before her, casting her gaze downwards, fearful of encountering the fury in Faniagi's eyes. You have successfully driven a wedge between Bai Qi and those two harlots. Faniagi's voice turned joyful as her delicate hand brushed Lola's neck, causing her to hold her breath in suspense. But my ultimate goal, Faniagi continued, her violet eyes glinting with an uncanny light that seemed to see through everything, is to have Bai Qi serve my demon tribe, not merely to cast him out from the Elven race. You understand. Lola kept her head bowed, not daring to breathe, fully aware that her mistress was reprimanding her for misunderstanding the command. Next time you act, I expect you to demonstrate greater rationality, Faniagi commanded, her gaze unyielding. Lola nodded vigorously, her heart racing with anxiety, though it seemed Faniagi had forgiven her. Faniagi waved her hand lightly. You may leave. As if none of this ever transpired, Lola lifted her head and looked at her exquisite demon mistress, replying softly, Yes, my lady. After Lola exited, Faniagi remained seated, contemplating her next course of action as the leader and empress of the demon tribe. She faced a dire reality. With their numbers dwindling to merely a few thousand, the demon lords of various territories were engaged in a feudal struggle against the Kaluoxi Empire, leaving no glimmer of hope in sight. Naturally, she had to seek a way out. However, compared to humans, the demons faced insurmountable challenges in terms of development. Lola was one of the few male demons, occupying the lowest tier of their society. Yet her astonishing beauty evoked a hint of jealousy in Faniagi. Fortunately, she had leverage over him to ensure his service. Faniagi could hardly contain her glee at the thought of those elven harlots being bested by someone she herself deemed inferior. It was utterly delightful to imagine mocking that race blessed by the heavens. Bai Qi, she murmured, a strange emotion flickering in her eyes, the human who dared to confront the aristocrats of the empire alone at the auction, swiftly elevating the elven race to affluence with his exceptional business acumen. More importantly, he had integrated the floral crown. If only she could find Bai Qi and enlist his aid in revitalizing the demon tribe. After a brief moment of contemplation, she resolved to first manage the affairs of her kin. Owilia town, covering an area of approximately 1,000 square kilometers, was a revelation Bai Qi had discovered during his research. Startling him at the time, he had initially assumed that a town could at most span several dozen or a few hundred square kilometers, with a measurement in the realm of 1,050 deer square miles and various other units of measure. Thus, he did not dwell on it too much. This world lacked the homeland of the first emperor and a unified measurement system. Though the once glorious Elven Empire had established certain standards, Owilia town was located slightly north of the Bai Empire's Owilia. As for the northern domain city, its area was equally astonishing. Upon discovering it, Bai Qi felt disheartened, questioning whether this other world had a misunderstanding of the concept of city-states. 370,000 square kilometers. Was it merely a town? That equated to about 3.7 Bangwa in his understanding. Of course, that was a quirky anecdote from 21st century history. By the 22nd century, only 5 major interstellar nations remained. The Bai Empire, composed of 100 city-states of varying sizes. It is thus referred to as the 100 Ao. Upon learning this, Bai Qi fell into silence. He estimated that the territory of the Bai Empire spanned nearly 35 million square kilometers, a staggering expanse compared to his former homeland. Simultaneously, he comprehended that there were 2 other empires that matched or even surpassed the Bai Empire, rendering it the least among them: the Eugene Empire and the Lugene Empire. Additionally, there existed a terrifying superpower that had dismantled and inherited the colossal remnants of the former Elven Empire, the mightiest force on the Lu continent, the Clashi Empire. This world was immense, and no one could definitively ascertain the true size of the Lu continent. Numerous uncharted territories remained untouched by the continent's denizens. Yet, it was known that the Clashi Empire's sphere of influence surpassed that of the 3 great empires. Alongside the realm of the demon race, the demon realm itself was another formidable entity. Allegedly, it was home to a coalition of 10 demon king cities, with a territory 50 larger than that of the Bai Empire, amounting to an estimated 50 million square kilometers. After grasping this information, Bai Qi not only remained silent for an extended period, but also pondered how the once magnificent Elven Empire had diminished to such a pitiable remnant as the Owilia forest. Furthermore, he contemplated the strongest Clashi Empire, which managed to suppress the 3 major empires while primarily focusing on combating the demon realm. According to the historical texts of this world, there were indeed many ancient beings capable of living for centuries or even millennia. The former Elven Empire was a revered and glorious existence, worshipped by myriad races on the Lu continent, while the demon realm lay to the east of the Elven Empire, serving as its adversary. In its prime, the demon realm boasted 18 demon king cities, though the demon lords were not united and waged their own wars. Even so, they remained an insurmountable opponent for the Elven Empire. Beyond this, during the Elven Empire's zenith, the so-called Holy Sanctuary, known as the Holy Church, was also a formidable entity that could contend with both the Elven Empire and the demon realm. The 3 great empires had their origins in scattered vassal states and noble factions. All of this stemmed from the continent's most powerful monarch, a man feared and dreaded by all beings of the Lu continent, known as the taboo of the Lu continent, Clashi, the first sovereign of the Clashi Empire, after whom the empire was named. Bai Qi's mind conjured images of this forbidden figure from the annals of history, one who dismantled the Elven Empire, enslaved the Elven folk, slaughtered countless races, and obliterated the Holy Sanctuary. He even extended his reach into the demon realm, annihilating 8 demon king cities, instilling a profound fear that united the remaining demon forces against him. Upon absorbing these fragmented pieces of information, Bai Qi inhaled deeply. It seemed that this taboo figure found the world too mundane, or perhaps was compelled by various theories posited by the continent's strongest beings. He vanished from the sight of all. However, he left behind his progeny. Bai Qi understood that this was undoubtedly a fabrication. Yet he could not ascertain the true reason for the disappearance, unless he had the chance to venture into the super-powerful Clashi Empire, where he might uncover some truth that, of course, there might be a significant reason that Bai Qi surmised in a moment of insight. The population of the Lu continent, when considering intelligent races, excluding monstrous beings, was scarce. Bai Qi learned that the Bai Ao Empire's population was barely over 50 million humans, leaving him utterly stunned. Given its territory of over 35 million square kilometers by the metrics of his homeland. Some minor factions and small nations managed to establish themselves with populations under 100,000. It was noteworthy that the continent's most prestigious academies, the Witchcraft Academy, the Spirit Academy, and the Spell Academy, each enrolled no less than 100,000 students annually. Upon realizing this, Bai Qi began to devise his own plans. A base in the South Wilderness to establish an empire. He envisioned surprising his Elven Princess bride, leading the Elven race to resurgence. Finally, on the night of their wedding, he had prepared a grand gift, a castle that he had meticulously planned for half a year, so that Yulia could truly become a princess. Yet, what he encountered was betrayal. What awaited him was a constant reminder that this world is hell. The strikingly handsome prince, referred to as an adult by her mother and daughter, elicited a laugh from Bai Qi at that moment. The remnants of his former insecurities erupted. Once a man who desired nothing from the opposite sex, preferring to dwell in his own small world, he was now acutely aware of his plain appearance. At best modestly attractive, lacking the imposing stature of a domineering CEO from a novel, he had always been an ordinary recluse, quietly living without contention, causing no trouble to others. The only trouble he posed was perhaps through his fervent expressions of radical thoughts online. This radical thought was not the nationalism of the 21st century, but rather a form of life-affirming ideology, a mere outlet for frustrations that in the 22nd century, a stark divide existed, with researchers exploring the stars above while the masses below reminisced about history. As for him, he had fallen. He had defied the radical thought of the 22nd century, using knowledge gleaned from history books and capitalistic means to exert a downward strike. Yet, none of it mattered, for he could never return, and no one would ever know. The elves of this alternate world, akin to the beautiful fantasies of novels, traverse to a different realm only to encounter enchanting elves. Suddenly, desires arose to apply knowledge acquired from another world to alter fate. Even when confronted with the many base and unsightly aspects of this realm, that he believed that as long as he was with the Elven Princess, that once beautiful fantasy would render everything better. However, reality mocked him. He was merely a pitiful denizen of another world, a powerless weakling. He had always been aware that the Elven race was more discerning than humans, placing a higher value on external beauty. Fully cognizant of this, Bai Qi realized he was but a jester. Seeking a partner in a slum was the choice of an ordinary fool. Little one, Wei Yi. Awoken from his dream, Bai Qi sprang up, inhaling sharply. The pain was overwhelming. His entire body ached, and his ears and chest throbbed. Yet he did not dwell on it, instead searching for the figure of Wei Yi. Just then, the door swung open. Lord Bai Qi, you are awake. The handsome visage of Ruya Shi radiated with delight as he rushed over to support Bai Qi. However, upon hearing the familiar address, Bai Qi regained his composure. The moment he beheld Ruya Shi's face, his expression grew somber. Memories flooded back of that harrowing moment when a holy arrow of light descended from the heavens to save him. A vague recollection of that extraordinarily handsome face, an elf. Another elf, yet not from the Ovilia elven race, but from a nocturnal elves exiled to the Black Moon Forest. Bai Qi instinctively recoiled from Ruya Shi's outstretched hand. Who are you? Taken aback by the inquiry, Ruya Shi feigned a friendly demeanor. Lord Bai Qi, welcome to the Night Elf tribe. My name is Ruya Shi, and I am the chieftain here. Chieftain, Bai Qi regarded the gentle and elegant male elf before him, who seemed devoid of the qualities one would expect from a leader. Yet, there was no reason for him to jest at Bai Qi's expense. Still, he had no prior interaction with the nocturnal elves. Was it mere coincidence that he happened upon Ruya Shi that fateful day? Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. I am eternally grateful. Bai Qi bowed slightly in appreciation that a debt of gratitude was owed, for he had been rescued. Yet suddenly his thoughts turned away. By the way, I was with a little girl. May I ask where she is? In a hurried manner, Ruya Shi offered a slight smile, signaling Bai Qi to remain calm. After a considerable time, Bai Qi finally grasped the intricacies of the situation. 2 days prior, he had been rescued by Shisi, the chieftain of the Night Elves, who also saved Wei Yi and tended to her injuries. Although she had lost her sight, Wei Yi now sat in a wicker chair, her eyes bound with a strip of white cloth, taking a brief respite. Witnessing her tragic state filled him with immense sorrow. He grasped her hand with solemn assurance that he would restore her sight. The latter, however, seemed unconcerned, revealing a hint of her canine teeth in a smile, indicating that at least she was not troubled by hunger and no longer resorted to thievery. Bai Qi recognized her jest. In the town of Aweilia, Wei Yi was the epitome of a benevolent yet impoverished orphan, surviving solely through petty theft. Despite her circumstances, Bai Qi perceived the brilliance of humanity within her, a testament to the goodness inherent in a normal person. His feelings of guilt and responsibility deepened. He vowed to repay Wei Yi, ensuring her sight was restored and her life enriched, both of which he believed he could achieve. Then there was his own predicament. He learned that Shisi had sought him out with a specific purpose and fortuitously intervened to save him. The persistent address of Lord Bai Qi stemmed from the Night Elves prophecy known as the Elven Revelation. According to this prophecy, when night fully descends, it shall herald the arrival of one who will liberate the living from darkness and save the elven race. He was an elf, summoned by hope, his unique fold-eared form coursing with crimson blood, the deep red that ran through his pupils reminiscent of an eternal flame, radiating an unquenchable light. Bai Qi squinted, overwhelmed by the bewildering information. The only aspect that resonated with him was the notion of being fold-eared. Yet he couldn't help but feel that this was a mark of humiliation rather than a badge of honor, a symbol of betrayal by the elven kin, despite having no direct ties to the Night Elves. Upon seeing them, he felt an immediate aversion, yet the paradox of being saved gnawed at him. The so-called Night Elves were merely regarded as a branch of the elven race, though he lacked comprehensive knowledge on the matter. Upon hearing the prophecy, Bai Qi merely shook his head. "I beg your pardon. I am not interested and will not be the savior you Night Elves seek, nor a special existence among the elven race. If there was anything unique about him, it was that the scars of betrayal marked him. Forgive me, but I doubt I possess such power. Even if I did, I have no desire to work for anyone else again. Having endured betrayal once was sufficient." Bai Qi resolutely declined Shisi's request. Even if the latter were to kneel before him, he acknowledged that Shisi had saved his life and that they had also rescued Wei Yi. However, he was weary and did not wish to entangle himself further with the so-called elves. As for repaying their kindness, be it in money or other forms, he would strive to give what he could within his means. With a gentle demeanor, Bai Qi accepted Wei Yi from the two elven attendants, carefully supporting her as they prepared to leave. "Wei Yi, would you trust me? I will take you away from here, ensuring you will no longer suffer harm. You will no longer worry about food and clothing, nor live the life of a petty thief. That I will find you the most beautiful eyes to replace your own, transforming you into a true princess." Bai Qi held her small hand tightly, feeling the frailness of her malnourished fingers, marked by numerous scars and roughness, which tugged at his heartstrings. At her age, she would still be in middle school back at her homeland. As he guided Wei Yi, his heart brimmed with compassion, devoid of any impure thoughts. She was young enough to be his daughter. Bai Qi, a corporate worker with 4 to 5 years of experience, had already spent a year in this alternate world. Approaching 30. Meanwhile, Wei Yi was merely around 12 years old, making any inappropriate thoughts utterly unfathomable. His traditional mindset led him to reflect on the Elven Princess Yulia, who, though appearing youthful and beautiful as if she were 18, was actually 25, as the ages of the elven race often defied human understanding. Yuliana, on the other hand, was an ancient being, having lived for centuries. Bai Qi no longer felt the need to address either Yulia or Yuliana with any semblance of courtesy. However, as he opened the door, it was as if he was transported back to a year ago, to the scene of a naive fool arriving in this strange world. Outside stood Shisi at the forefront, flanked by another exquisitely handsome elven guard. Naturally, no unattractive elves existed. They seemed to belong to a race bestowed by the heavens. Behind them gathered a throng of Night Elves, numbering in the thousands, among whom were many children and elderly residents, predominantly male. This was characteristic of the Night Elves. males who had been exiled by the Elven race, deemed undesirable and cast out as criminals to the Black Moon Forest, alongside some female elves who were dissenters in their kin. Stripped of their honor, they were forever relegated to the title of Night Elves. As for the history of the Elven race, Bai Qi had no interest. Yet, at that moment, upon witnessing the assembly of Night Elves in the vast square, his expression darkened at a repetition of history. What is the meaning of this? It was evident that their gathering was orchestrated by some leader, and he was not so naive as to be unaware. When Riashisi spoke of the so-called revelation of the Elven race, expressing a desire for Bai Qi to become their so-called awakener and savior, his heart brimmed with repulsion and disdain. Having been betrayed by the so-called Elven Princess of the Leah Forest, along with the repugnance he felt towards the Elven Queen and the Council of Elders, he now held an extreme aversion towards all elves, even those of the Night Elves who had no direct connection to him. The irony of fate lay in the fact that Riashisi had saved his life. This conflicting sentiment propelled him to seek an escape from this place. True to form, Riashisi, the silver-haired male elf, knelt before him, his right hand resting on his left shoulder. Lord Bai Qi, please allow us Night Elves to pledge our allegiance. It was never suggested that Bai Qi assist the Night Elf clan, nor was he implored to remain and lead them. Instead, they resorted to more cunning tactics, ultimately resorting to kidnapping him. This maneuver was all too familiar to him. Such tricks were merely a matter of verbal manipulation back in his homeland. For instance, if someone were to express admiration for another's wife, it would undoubtedly be perceived as perverse. However, if the statement were rephrased to indicate that the woman he admired had merely become someone else's wife, it would elicit considerable sympathy. Indeed, the seemingly gentle and refined Rhesus, with his innocent Ade, harbored deep-seated cunning. The square was instantly enveloped in a profound silence, with all the Night Elves staring in astonishment at the scene before them. Particularly striking was their chieftain, kneeling on one knee in loyalty, which rendered the entire assembly of Night Elves in the village square speechless, the previously bustling atmosphere reduced to an eerie stillness. Although the chieftain had proclaimed that the Night Elves would soon experience a rebirth, heralded by the arrival of a saint from the prophecy, they had gathered with curiosity and uncertainty. Chieftain, why? Burfus, witnessing his most revered leader in such a submissive position, instinctively wished to assist him, only to be deterred by the chieftain's sharp gaze of reproach. His heart surged like a tumultuous river. Gritting his teeth, he imitated the chieftain's gesture, kneeling, yet refrained from pledging loyalty to Bai Qi. In his heart, no one could rival their wise and formidable chieftain, the one who had guided them through adversity. Bai Qi pressed his lips together, casting his gaze upon Rhesus, who sat before him. Wei Yi felt the strength of Bai Qi's hand, instinctively leaning against his arm. Although she could not see what was transpiring, only hearing strange sounds, the sole source of her comfort was Bai Qi, the man she once deemed a scoundrel, the one who had caused her to become this way. Yet, from the moment he returned and fought to protect her, Wei Yi felt an unprecedented warmth and safety within her heart. Bai Qi was indeed unlike anyone she had encountered before, whether it was the pompous nobles of the town or the cunning brigands. Those whose eyes were clouded with desire and destruction would have long abandoned her, even if she were their savior. Her grandfather, who had once taken her in, had taught her that there still existed individuals in this world filled with justice, bravery, and kindness, and that one day she would encounter them. Do not worry, Bai Qi gently reassured her, stroking Wei Yi's head. He would not allow her to be harmed again. That day had merely caught him unprepared, and he had yet to review the benefits his newfound abilities had brought him. However, he would not allow that to happen again. After a long pause, he gazed deeply at Rhesus, the male elf who had once saved his life. Bowing his head, his eyes brimmed with resolve and determination. I refuse. Rhesus trembled at the words, yet remained motionless. I am sorry, but I do not possess the abilities you envision. I am merely an ordinary human. Initially, it was the Elven clan of Aowilia that summoned me to this forsaken place. He reminisced about a world filled with delightful treats, endless entertainment, and countless unwatched films, as well as various games yet to be completed. I am truly grateful for your life-saving grace, and should you face difficulties, I will assist you to the best of my ability. In the past, they had knelt before him, beseeching this so-called summoned demon lord to rescue them. He chuckled bitterly. His account still contained many unfinished games, numerous cracked versions, and an abundance of beloved characters from the anime realm. As he spoke, Bai Qi's demeanor appeared casual, yet within him simmered an intense rage, not directed at those before him, but ignited by memories from his past, for loyalty to the Night Elf chieftain. He felt compelled to apologize for his indifference, having grown accustomed to a life devoid of emotional attachments. Speaking mechanically, Bai Qi's words echoed. The square descended into chaos once more. The Night Elves stared at him in disbelief, perceiving him as an outsider. How could he possibly reject their loyalty? Was this truly the human they thought they knew? They worried whether the chieftain had acted rashly or was under some magical influence. Yet, it appeared that this individual named Bai Qi deemed their loyalty unworthy of his consideration. Ruisis, with his head bowed, bore a glimmer of determination and resignation in his eyes. He had learned the stories of Bai Qi and the Aeolian elves, and thus could understand the situation. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had hesitated to bring the more gullible Bai Qi to the Night Elf village during his earlier days. I swear, I, Ruisis, represent the entire Night Elf clan in pledging eternal loyalty to Lord Bai Qi, never to betray, swearing by the original elves. He understood that Bai Qi surely possessed the necessary power, though his heart seemed to have grown cold. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to try. This is the covenant. Ruisis's declaration resonated with a compelling force. The Night Elves finally comprehended the seriousness of their chieftain's intentions. To swear by the original elves? That was indeed the original elves, the very foundation of their faith and heritage, irreplaceable by any elven deity, and one knew what the original elves truly looked like. Yet all beings on the continent shared a common understanding. Even the most corrupt human empire adhered to this unwritten rule. The first great deity of Lulu continent, the creator of all, who bestowed upon them the powers of magic and knowledge. Historical texts bore no mention of the original elves, not even the dragons. Many scholars even doubted their existence. However, the tyrant of the Clashi Empire, the first monarch, decreed that no one was to insult the name of the original elves, with violators facing the empire's relentless pursuit. For centuries, this agreement had become customary, and one truly knew the form of the original elves. Yet they regarded them as the faith of Lulu continent, a being revered even by tyrants. Later, scholars in the field of magic discovered that the original elves were not elves at all, but the creators of the elven race. The Elven Empire and its kin were merely inheritors of certain powers and knowledge, which led to their eventual splendor. Yet, as the elven race forgot their origins, the original elves departed, paving the way for the fall of the once magnificent Elven Empire, which was ultimately dismantled and enslaved by the Clashi Empire. As this revelation spread, humanity and other beings erupted in uproar, mocking and deriding the elven race, which had been shattered and reduced to a mere remnant, yet still managed to contend with the three great empires. Over time, both humans and other races began to trouble the Elven clan, which had transitioned from being dismantled to perpetually embroiled in conflict, ultimately leading to their downfall. Scattered across the continent, only a few small branches remained, with the Aeolian forest elves regarded as the legitimate heirs. Bai Qi had certainly heard tales of the original elves, yet the accounts were incomplete, with even their appearance shrouded in mystery, some versions depicting them as non-humanoid. Why should he concern himself? His knowledge did not stem from the original elves. He was an outsider, unencumbered by any debt of gratitude, though he understood that their vow of allegiance to the original elves was meant to demonstrate loyalty. It only served to aggravate him. After being betrayed by the elven race, everything became clear. His ancestor's words, "A leopard cannot change its spots," resonated more profoundly than ever. He scoffed at a covenant. How absurd that it was not that he derided Ruisis's earnest intention, but rather he simply held no interest in such agreements. This concept had long been present in history textbooks, a prime example of the greatest double standard of the 21st century, democracy. In the face of authority, it served as a formidable weapon. First, I am human. I do not wish to forge any deeper ties with elves or night elves. Such a covenant is meaningless. simultaneously indicating that if one were to speak of a life-saving grace, then a price should be named. Bai Qi was utterly disinclined to associate with the elven race any longer. Riashisi certainly could not use this to threaten Bai Qi. Naturally, he shook his head, humbly asserting that he would never do such a thing, for it was the elven race that owed Bai Qi a debt, despite the fact that the Night Elves and the Elves of Eowlia bore no connection, and were even sworn enemies. Secondly, the intrinsic nature of your elven kin precludes a human from leading your kind. This is a lesson I learned from the Elves of Eowlia. Indeed, even if short-term interests tightly bind your relations, in the long run, the truth will inevitably unveil itself. Suddenly, he thought of Yulia and Yuliana, whose hearts had been irrevocably swayed solely by that man's astonishingly handsome visage, igniting a surge of anger and a nauseating churn in his stomach. It became clear to him that the so-called elves were no different from the decaying nobility of the empire. Moreover, those elven maidens were even more pragmatic that, of course, he did not wish to generalize. But a disdain for one person could easily translate into a loathing for the group, a sentiment he could not escape. He even began to suspect that they were all merely performing. Bai Qi repressed the turmoil within, inhaling deeply. Thirdly, and most crucially, I am under no obligation, and that is final. Regarding your chieftain saving my life, I am profoundly grateful, and any compensation within my means is acceptable. As for now, money. Yes, I have it, yet I wish to avoid wasting emotional ties.as for gratitude. If that were the initial intention, there would be no need to speak of noble righteousness. Supporting Wei Yi, he prepared to leave. I, Bai Qi, am not your savior from the revelations, nor am I obliged to partake in your childish games. He gently reassured Wei Yi, do not fear. Rest assured, once we leave this place, I will ensure you see the light again. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved a piece of parchment. Leaving the elven race, he had taken nothing with him. He could be said to have departed with empty hands. This was a share certificate from the Eowlia Adventurers Tavern, valued at over 100,000 gold coins, and certainly someone would be willing to purchase it. This was a share acquired through previous business dealings, not the name of this world. Subsequently, this model was emulated by some nobles, who utilized it as a slave contract, which was quite laughable. He gazed silently at Riashisi, the Night Elf chieftain who had saved his life, and sighed that I shall use this to repay the favor of your saving my life. He paused that if this is insufficient, within 1 year, I, Bai Qi, shall return you 1 million gold coins. Even 10 million would not be difficult for me to repay. The knowledge he possessed was a dimensional strike against this world, particularly in the realm of commerce. Yet for the impoverished Night Elves, that was an astronomical figure. Indeed, upon hearing this unprecedented sum, the assembly of Night Elves in the square was immediately taken aback. It should be noted that their tribe, aside from self-sufficiency, spent merely around 500,000 gold coins annually. Thus, the thought of 1 million gold coins as compensation was undeniably enticing. That amount could sustain their Night Elf clan for 2 entire years. Nevertheless, Riashisi remained resolutely on one knee, his demeanor pleading. Lord Bai Qi, you need not do this. Upon hearing Bai Qi's offer of repayment, he swiftly shook his head in refusal. Lord Bai Qi does not owe our elven kin. Rather, it is the Elves of Eowlia who owe you a debt of gratitude. Even though they had severed ties with that faction and were indeed adversaries, the truth remained unchanged. Riashisi's hand, which had rested on his shoulder, transformed into a fist pressed against his chest, and I, Riashisi, vow in the name of the Night Elf chieftain, will never use this as leverage against Lord Bai Qi. Simultaneously, he earnestly lifted his head, sincerely adding, moreover, I, Riashisi, in my personal capacity as a Night Elf, hereby establish a master-servant contract with Lord Bai Qi. As he spoke, he produced a piece of magical parchment from his spatial ring, inscribing it with the runes of the contract. Chieftain! No! In an instant, the elders surrounding them raised their voices in protest, including the kneeling Burfus, who could not refrain from dissuading him. The so-called master-servant contract, to put it nicely, equated to servitude. To be blunt, it bore no significant difference from slavery. Bai Qi was fully cognizant of the existence of such spiritual magic within this world. He observed Riashisi. The night elf who was exhausting every possible effort to retain and please him, and his irritation intensified that he understood. He recognized this as a means of control over slaves in a slave empire. Thus, he felt a deep-seated aversion and agitation. How could this cursed world harbor such abominable constructs? Would he feel fortunate when Yulia and a multitude of elves had summoned him? They had also sought to sign such a slave contract. At that time, an inexplicable satisfaction had flooded him, a primal desire, while the demon within whispered, "Sign it, and she shall be your plaything, free to indulge in any whim." Embarrassed, he, an introspective and principled homebody, had naturally declined, and then nightmares ensued. Regret? No. A cold sweat broke out beneath his feet, fear and revulsion at the reflection staring back at him, not a rejection of his identity as human. If he were to acquiesce today, would he one day become a slave to the contract? Would he succumb to being assimilated into this world? It felt as though all the knowledge he had acquired mocked his dissent. In that moment, Bai Qi's tone was exceedingly frigid as he coldly rejected, "I am not interested." He did not accept the piece of parchment, which in his eyes resembled a loathsome entity, exuding a fetid desire for power. Riashi momentarily froze, a glimmer of hope illuminating his eyes, becoming brighter and clearer. Yet, Bai Qi's resolute refusal only heightened his urgency. Bai Qi grasped Wei Yi's hand, supporting her as he prepared to depart, simultaneously placing the share certificate upon the ground. The only thing he could offer was money. Everything else was far too precious. "Do not fear. I am here," he comforted Wei Yi softly, carrying her away slowly. Under the watchful gaze of all the Night Elves, none daring to intervene, Riashi appeared to descend into despair. Memories of the teachings from the former Son of Light flooded his mind. He had once been a captain of the guards beside the Son of Light, who had never regarded him simply as a guard. Instead, he had patiently imparted numerous lessons, ultimately entrusting him with the chieftain's position, including the precious revelation. That legacy had been safeguarded for over 1,000 years. The elves of Aowilia had long since forgotten these invaluable treasures left behind. Instead, they fervently pursued the various riches, power, and fame of the human empire, oblivious to the fact that although the once glorious Elven Empire had collapsed, many elders had shed their blood to preserve this prophecy of revelation, which was the most precious of all. Countless elders, filled with hope and regret, remained steadfast in their belief of protecting this revelation until the end of their lives. Of course, there are also tears of unwillingness that we beseech you. We implore you, save our Night Elf clan. At last, Riashi had placed all his hopes on a single throw of the dice. He turned to Bai Qi and knelt before him, fervently shouting his plea, his forehead striking the ground heavily, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. "Chieftain," not only was Bai Qi taken aback by Riashi's actions, but so were the other Night Elves in the square, realizing the gravity of the situation upon witnessing their chieftain's demeanor. They too knelt upon the ground. Through his blurred vision, Riashi reminisced about the past, the companions he once had, and the image of their revered Son of Light. "Please help us. The revelation will not deceive us. Lord Bai Qi must surely be the sage of the revelation. That I apologize for only realizing this now. I am sorry for the distress I have caused you. Lord Bai Qi," Riashi earnestly implored, his voice deep yet remarkably clear in the stillness of the square. "That we, the Night Elves, will never betray Lord Bai Qi. Never. Please believe us. We beseech you to save us. We are not merely elves. We are Night Elves, sincerely imploring you to stay." He no longer wishes to wait. The Night Elves have forsaken everything, severing ties with the elven kin, exchanging all they possess for this apocalypse prophecy. The entire Night Elf tribe has safeguarded this prophecy for centuries. From the rotating guardianship of the elders to the sole remaining patriarch, who clung to the belief in their holy son until his dying breath, urging him to await the arrival of the Holy Master. He vaguely recalls how the Holy Son could face death with a smile, yet tears streamed down his face as he chose to believe in this prophecy long forgotten by the elves. Until his final moments, he held onto his hand, imploring him to persevere. He is unaware he is the patriarch, as well as the guardian and disciple of the Holy Son. His duty is to protect the Night Elf clan while awaiting the arrival of that person. or perhaps to pass on the wishes of the elven race. Until he saw Hope Point 1 year ago, the esteemed Bai Qi, although not as described in the Apocalypse, his extraordinary wisdom and knowledge transformed the lives of the Night Elves. And he secretly dispatched individuals to observe Bai Qi. He had been hesitant. Finally, upon hearing the mention of the folded ear elves, he could no longer remain still. The prophecy is real. The Holy Sun and the ancestors who had long safeguarded this prophecy, they did not deceive. Their steadfast prophecy has finally come to fruition. Though not guaranteed, the Night Elf clan can wait no longer for that ethereal prophecy. Now is the moment for them to wager everything that if they fail, he, Bai, is willing to bear the sins of history. Sensing their patriarch's sincere emotions, the Night Elves in the square were deeply moved and began to voice their pleas for assistance that I, Fliss, swear to enter into a master-servant contract. Beseeching Lord Bai Qi, I, Liana, many Night Elves echoed their patriarch's vision. Though they did not understand why, they have always believed in their patriarch's decisions, listening to the increasing number of Night Elves swearing their allegiance. Bai Qi's expression softened somewhat. Had the other party uttered a phrase akin to "for saving you," he might have yielded. After all, it is a fact that the other party saved him, yet this unexpected turn of events only reopened his wounds. For at that time, they too were like this, naively stumbling into another world. He was as innocent as a fool. With this thought, he clenched his teeth and walked away without looking back. Let it be the villain. A year ago, they too were like this. However, the difference was that their faces bore only fear, devoid of any sincere emotion. After all, in their eyes, Bai Qi was a summoned demon king, a being for transactions. Yet, the reality was not so. Gradually, through his efforts, Bai Qi gained their trust and earned the recognition of some elves. However, the next scene was rather absurd. The Night Elves, a branch of the elves composed of all male elves exiled here, along with those female elves unwilling to follow to the other side, formed the Night Elf tribe. He felt immense hesitation, yet the pain from the betrayal by Yulia was as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. Wei Yi tugged at Bai Qi's sleeve. However, she said nothing. She was a sensible person. Her grandfather had taught her not to offer advice to those more capable than herself, as it could invite trouble. Yet, she felt a pang of compassion, for the unseen Night Elf patriarch was also her savior. Approaching the point of departure from the Night Elf square, Bai Qi, carrying Wei Yi, paused and slowly turned around. There was no need for fantasies. His heart was resolute. Yet, he was interrupted by Bai. I will kneel here until Lord Bai Qi is willing to help us. Although he knew it was quite despicable, Bai felt he had no other choice. He must take a gamble for the future of the Night Elves. He was willing to bear any cost. Bai Qi fell silent for a moment. I will help you collect the bodies, he growled, leaving behind those harsh words before swiftly carrying Wei Yi away from the Night Elf square. Only distant sounds of joyous weeping could be heard. Is Lord Bai Qi's words true? I will surely not disappoint Lord Bai Qi, remaining here and kneeling until death. Bai felt a surge of happiness. If his death could exchange for even a sliver of opportunity, he was willing to gamble. No, Lord Bai Qi would definitely return. 1 magic material, 1 gold coin, 100 copper beads. And 1 copper bead could be exchanged for a loaf of bread in the towns of the Bai Empire. A poor family's monthly expenditure barely reached 3 gold coins that a normal household spent less than 10 gold coins, of course. This refers to those without any means of defense, surviving solely through ordinary labor or the toil of slaves. A larger segment of the population consisted of adventurers who lived on the edge of survival daily. Bai Qi was puzzled. What about silver coins? In ancient times, there was indeed a currency system where gold coins could be exchanged for silver coins. However, with the emergence of magical powers, silver mines became a magical material for mana conduction, and many magical vessels and engravings relied on silver mines. Thus, silver coins gradually became rarer than gold coins, as they were indeed a magical material. At this moment, Wei Yi was like a little money-obsessed child, endlessly calculating the numbers Bai Qi had mentioned. 100,000. I can't count it all. That could buy so much food, refresh the house, and even get new dresses. Oh my, I must have underestimated it by a lot. Wei Yi clung tightly to her golden mine on Bai Qi's back, She had never imagined having so many gold coins. Once, she had stolen a pig's head purse containing 10 gold coins, which was the largest fortune she had seen in her life. For that, she had fled to another town and hid for a month. Bai Qi listened with a smile to Wei Yi's elementary, school-level mathematics, feeling a warmth in his heart. Yet he sighed, in this world, these impoverished children were not so fortunate to receive an education. Children like Wei Yi could be considered lucky. He had witnessed young children being auctioned as slaves at the market, with unattractive little girls fetching prices of less than 3 gold coins. After all, farm owners needed young boys for labor. The prices for attractive young girls depended on what the nobles intended to do with them. Would they be maids or something else? He did not know. But he was well aware. Besides, he had seen auctions for other races as well. Bai Qi was no saint. He could not save everyone. To be precise, he was unable to change this world. He could only save those elves within his means. Spending exorbitant amounts to rescue them, which had antagonized numerous slave owners and nobles. Among them was Count Zhushan Luot, the most significant noble in Aoilia town, who reportedly held considerable influence in the northern domain city. He had once been beyond his reach, only able to contend through commercial means while relying on the elven race for support. But now, his golden opportunity had arrived, help from his hometown. This was why he had the audacity to believe he could assist the Night Elf clan. However, no sorrow is greater than a heart that has died. He truly did not wish to entangle himself with those elves again. Sigh. Give him some time. Perhaps, maybe, after all, he understood what it meant to be grateful. He was merely seeking a way to excuse himself. After all, just a few days prior, he had escaped in a wretched state from the elven race, only to turn around and join the Night Elves. It felt rather strange, and they did not understand. They had not given him a moment to prepare. As for wanting that white-haired elf to kneel and die, it was naturally said in anger. He also wished to see the other's sincerity. Bai Qi, hearing Wei Yi softly murmuring on his back, Bai Qi slowed his pace. What's wrong? Are your eyes uncomfortable? He half turned his head, asking with concern. They had already distanced themselves from the Night Elf village. He wondered if the Night Elf patriarch still hoped for his return. Wei Yi shook her head. Does Bai Qi not wish to help them? In a hushed tone, she inquired about the Night Elf chieftain named Ceaselessly, who was also the savior of Wei Yi and Bai Qi. Instantly, Bai Qi fell in his silence, his brows slightly furrowed in deep contemplation, lost in thought. Ever since a while ago, he had been aimlessly considering his departure from that place. Where to, he had a destination in mind. Though it was quite distant, he merely sought a tranquil spot to reflect. Did Wei Yi wish to assist them? Bai Qi's voice was gentle, laced with a hint of curiosity and uncertainty. Yet, it was not surprising. Wei was indeed a kind-hearted young girl. He paused in his steps. Let us take a rest, he suggested, as Wei Yi leaned against a tree, sipping the water Bai Qi had offered her. Both remained silent, gnawing on the rather unpalatable wheat cakes, replenishing their strength. After a considerable time, Wei lifted her gaze towards Bai Qi. Although she could not see him, she could still sense his presence. Bai Qi was a truly good person that if she expressed a desire to help, Bai Qi would undoubtedly agree. Even though their time together had been brief, her intuition proved accurate. Bai Qi was a gentle rogue. Indeed, the faint smile graced Wei's lips, sweet and charming. However, she would never allow Bai Qi to undertake tasks he disliked, despite their rescue of her at this moment. All she wished for was to be alongside Bai Qi. He had promised her good meals, a spacious abode, and the restoration of light. Observing the clever little girl before him, Bai Qi felt an inexplicable sense of ease. If only Wei were 10 years older, she would surely captivate many men. He, for one, could not resist her charm. He affectionately ruffled her hair, teasingly remarking, "You are no little sprite." She swatted his hand away, knowing he regarded her as a child. Speaking of which, back in my homeland, where I might still be attending school, suddenly he felt disinclined to continue the conversation. This bizarre world. Homeland? Wei inquired, her curiosity piqued. What small country or empire did Bai Qi hail from? Indeed, in her homeland, Wei would undoubtedly be a beloved girl, where everyone received an education, and even the impoverished had enough to eat and warm clothing, filled with countless amusements. As he spoke, his eyes grew misty. He wondered how his parents were faring. Yet, he was not an only child. He had siblings, so it wasn't particularly dire, since Bai Qi's sigh. Her heart filled with confusion, yet she could tell there was no pretense in his words. Is there education available for all, allowing everyone to learn magic, and sufficient food, warmth, and entertainment? It sounds like a land of happiness. The so-called land of happiness, in Bai Qi's understanding, resembled a paradise of his homeland, a term signifying a place where only deities resided. However, in this alternate world, deities truly existed. Deities, merely beings with extraordinary magical prowess. The omnipotent gods chronicled in this world. Could they withstand a few nuclear bombs? Not to mention the orbital weaponry and star-based systems of the homeland that already existed, along with superconducting weapons, and so forth. Of course, he was merely hypothesizing about the possibility of hitting the targets. After all, with money, one could easily acquire teleportation magic scrolls. How could powerful mages possibly lack them? One thing was certain. He did not perceive the so-called deities of this realm as particularly formidable or grand. If they truly possessed such capabilities, the civilization here would not be in such a dismal state. At least, in his heart, he felt a deep sense of disdain. It merely indicated a severe disparity in this world. A magical realm where thought had fallen behind. Yet, that was not his concern this moment. He pondered the plans for the southern wilderness and the unexpected emergence of his newfound abilities that he needed to find a place to settle and reflect. Meanwhile, in the village of the Night Elf tribe, Chieftain, please awaken. Bai Qi, the esteemed one, will not return. Propel's expression remained impassive, yet his tone betrayed a hint of impatience toward Bai Qi. I owe him. That so-called Bai Qi was nothing more than a human who took advantage of every opportunity. Lacking appreciation, they consistently referred to Bai Qi as a human, regardless of the means employed to transform him into a half-elf. In truth, being a half-elf was even more insulting. Fortunately, he had declined the chieftain's and the Night Elves' allegiance. He held no belief in the so-called prophecy, nor did he regard Bai Qi as the holy master of that prophecy. The chieftain had often instructed him, recounting the illustrious history of the Elven race, and then spoke of this revelation, their mission being to await the arrival of this individual. Yet, what had transpired? Hundreds of years had passed. He was unaware of the guardianship of the Night Elf elders. But he had perused their invaluable knowledge, the unfulfilled wishes, and the lingering bitterness they left behind. Contemplating this, he pressed his lips tightly together, kneeling behind the chieftain with clenched fists. Our destiny must rely on ourselves. To strengthen through our own efforts, waiting only yields endless disappointment. Ceaselessly bowed his head, lost in reminiscence. Fiancée, you are still young. The thoughts you entertained were once mine as well. I, too, was filled with vigor. I believe that through hard work, I could achieve anything. But drip, tears surged forth, akin to a river breaking its dam, falling in steady drops, revealing the vulnerability hidden beneath Ceaselessly's steadfast exterior. Chieftain, Propel's consciousness snapped back to reality, seeing his most revered chieftain in such a state. He could not help but rise to offer support. However, upon witnessing the tears gradually dampening Ceaselessly's face, portraying a silent narrative of unwillingness and humiliation, he stifled the pain that caused his lips to quiver. Becoming utterly speechless, it was the first time he had seen the chieftain in such a vulnerable state. Even when cast aside by the Elven race, besieged by beasts, or oppressed by the strong of the human empire, he had never witnessed such fragility. A profound sense of unwillingness and helplessness arose, stirring a vague anxiety within him, challenging the pride he held. Bai Qi will return, won't he? Ceaselessly's trembling voice inquired, tinged with fear, yet clinging to the last shred of hope. Like a wounded soul grasping for the faintest glimmer of light in the darkness, that moment, Propel felt it deeply. His eyes brimmed with tears. He did not understand why he wept, but having followed the chieftain for decades, as if he were a family member or brother, Ceaselessly's emotions resonated with him. He will return, undoubtedly. Is that so? How wonderful! The tremor in his voice revealed a hint of joy and anticipation. Propel gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and slowly stood to depart. Yes, he had been too arrogant. Why assume that the chieftain had not fought back? Why doubt that their elders had not exerted themselves? Why believe he possessed the ability to rival the chieftain and the elders, and the revered holy son in the chieftain's heart? Yet, in the end, efforts had been made, yes, hundreds, even thousands of years had passed. Indeed, the Ovilia elven race had deteriorated to the point of relying on a small town within a human empire for survival. As for the Night Elves, they had been stripped of their elven status, banished to the eternally shadowed Black Moon Forest, struggling to survive. The glory and splendor of the Night Elves? He knew not. Berfizi felt a sense of confusion. Perhaps I was mistaken, gazing towards the village entrance. Berfizi's fists gradually clenched, his gaze hardening with resolve. He was wrong. The chieftain was also mistaken. Destiny must be forged through our own efforts. He would pursue Bai Qi, employing every possible means, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. For he was Berfizi, the captain of the Night Elf tribe's guardians, the protector of the village. As I journeyed forth, I found myself encircled by desolate lands, with the wheat fields betraying no signs of a bountiful harvest. The earth lay cracked and parched, and the nearby water sources were scarce. One could hardly find even a mere insect, let alone the wheat itself. Bai Qi gazed upon the numerous farms along the way, all barren and forlorn, initially assuming them to be devoid of human habitation. To his surprise, however, he did catch sight of a few souls. At first, he paid them little heed, but gradually, clusters of small farms began to emerge, and he noticed an increasing number of people on the road. Yet this concrete pathway, if one could even call it a road, resembled more a winding and narrow goat path. Outsiders, some villagers from the Night Elf settlement, cast glances at Bai Qi, while others engaged in hushed discussions. Upon hearing their murmurs, Bai Qi observed the glimmer of respect in their eyes as they regarded him. Some wore garments fashioned from animal hides, while others donned grass-woven attire. The term covering seemed more fitting, as only a few were clad in tattered linen. One might mistakenly believe they had stepped into a primitive society. But no, the level of production in this foreign world was scarcely superior to that of a primitive existence. And it seemed that remnants of a feudal system with nobles and serfs still persisted here. Suddenly, something collided with him. Regaining his composure, he noticed two small children frolicking nearby, one of whom had not been watching where they were going and had stumbled into him. Bai Qi refrained from offering assistance, not due to the burden of carrying Wei Yi on his back, but because he had finally discerned the villagers' appearances, particularly those of the two children. He slightly parted his lips, his pupils widening as he surveyed his surroundings. Their clothes were tattered, and their shorts and skirts were insufficient to cover their emaciated frames. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm so sorry." A middle-aged woman beside him bent low, repeatedly apologizing, while the child who had bumped into him wore a look of fright. Bai Qi gazed at them, momentarily lost in thought, and uttered, "Rabbits, forgive us, we are truly sorry." Did they change their words at random? Observing their incessant apologies, Bai Qi sighed, "That it is quite all right. May I inquire who you are?" Indeed, it was improbable to encounter someone from his homeland. He had been in this world for several years now, and as time passed, his longing for home had grown more pronounced. That relentless sense of solitude would occasionally seep into his heart. Bai Qi regarded the villagers before him with a gentle gaze. Despite their worn and coarse garments, the deep lines etched upon their faces, and their cracked, rough hands, their eyes shone with remarkable brightness. The child he had just encountered had particularly striking eyes, with dark hair, brown irises, and skin that appeared frail and yellowed. They were entirely dissimilar to those from the Empire. He had once traded with merchants from the Gilded Empire, including a woman named Mo Huashang, who had momentarily led him to believe that the rabbits of this world mirrored those of a parallel universe. However, while some individuals from the Gilded Empire possessed black hair, their irises leaned towards yellow-green, with only a handful exhibiting golden hues, and Mo Huashang's were tinged with gold and red. It was Bai Qi who felt utterly out of place. Upon closer inspection, his brown irises resembled amber, and his skin did not conform to the hues typical of this realm, either pale and grayish or deeply tanned. Today, in an unknown village within the Black Moon Forest, he beheld villagers who were both familiar and foreign, stirring profound emotions within him. After a considerable time, he learned from the villagers that this was indeed their home. They were humans of the Night Elf tribe, Upon hearing this, Bai Qi fell silent. The term tribe referred to a designation for a vassal race in this world. He was astonished to discover that amidst these dilapidated and impoverished villages, there existed a tribe of the Night Elves. The village chief seemed to sense the young man's bewilderment, a faint smile breaking upon his deeply lined face. "My boy, this is our choice, a pact made by our ancestors for generations." The elder had been momentarily taken aback upon seeing Bai Qi, initially mistaking him for one of their own. However, upon closer examination, he discerned the differences. Bai Qi's irises were deeper and more vivid, possessing a striking beauty. The denizens of this otherworldly realm were diverse, with various hair colors and eye hues, leaving little room for curiosity. It was merely Bai Qi who felt somewhat sensitive, perhaps because he longed for home. Wei Yi, too, sensed Bai Qi's melancholic mood, discerning it from his tone, yet she was at a loss for how to console him. This region, the Black Moon Forest, was perpetually shrouded in darkness, plagued by drought and cold. The villages nestled amidst towering mountains appeared isolated from the world. Bai Qi observed the villagers, particularly the children, whose bright eyes reflected envy and curiosity, yet lacked the simple jealousy exhibited by the wild children of the empire. They did not glare at him with malice. It was unavoidable. Bai Qi's attire was undeniably luxurious. In contrast, the elves of Aowilia adorned themselves in costly garments and extravagant adornments, all thanks to the hard-earned money Bai Qi had spent on the elven tribe. What had once seemed a promising future now felt ephemeral. He had once believed he would be a blissful traveler, basking in the favor of the elven tribe and marrying a noble and beautiful princess of their kind. All of it had evaporated into nothingness. He had contemplated vengeance. Vengeance for what? For Julia's betrayal. No. It was vengeance against his own past foolishness. Yet after meeting Wei Yi, Bai Qi discovered a new purpose. Perhaps he would raise a daughter. Yes, a daughter. He held no romantic feelings for Wei Yi. He was not a fool of this world, and he harbored a strong aversion to young girls. Moreover, he was preoccupied with finding a quiet place to reside. The number of tribespeople increased, yet they all wore coarse, tattered garments, their poverty and suffering evident. Many bore the unmistakable marks of hunger and cold, facing insurmountable hardships. Nevertheless, none harbored ill intentions toward Bai Qi. Other than the child who had collided with him, an innocent accident, most merely gazed at the human emerging from the Night Elf village with curiosity. "Have we arrived at a town?" Wei Yi, sensing the sounds of merriment nearby, inquired with curiosity. Bai Qi was uncertain how to respond. "We are lost. This was not a town, nor did it even compare to the slums of Aowilia." The villagers appeared gaunt and emaciated, their hands clutching only those antiquated and worn farming tools. The wheat fields yielded no produce that he struggled to find the words to describe the scene. Yet, the eyes of the village children pierced his heart, their innocence and purity strikingly evident. Among the villagers, some little girls were clad in rags that scarcely concealed their bodies, while others used grass to patch their tattered clothing. As he traversed the way, Bai Qi felt a pang of sorrow deep within him, that he was no saint. Yet, witnessing the plight of these children evoked a sense of compassion, even a twinge of shame. He was merely a man betrayed by a woman. In contrast to these individuals, who struggled for mere survival, the concept of love seemed trivial. The fields beyond remained barren, as if ravaged by beasts or natural disasters. What had Wei Yi's previous life been like? Bai Qi could not help but curiously inquire about the person on his back. Although he could roughly guess, in this wretched world, no benevolent or beneficial creation could emerge from the imperial slave society. Wei Yi pondered for a moment while resting on Bai Qi's back before slowly responding that my father is a drunkard and my mother a prostitute. Later, they deceived adventurers outside the town using seduction. And in a fit of rage, they were killed by one of them. As for me, I was quite fortunate. The adventurers did not annihilate me, as depicted in the imperial tales, but upon regaining their senses, they looked at the havoc they had wreaked in terror and fled, neglecting to consider my fate. Ultimately, it was the remnants of my family's wealth that allowed me to survive until I encountered my grandfather. She bore no significant hatred. Rather, she felt a sense of liberation, free from the contemplation of whether her future would depend on her body for survival that year. Grow up quickly and please men. It is a necessary skill for earning a living. She mused, observing the stinginess of a nearby noble. Bai Qi paused momentarily. Apologies. After learning about Wei Yi's childhood, he awkwardly shifted the topic. Yet, Wei Yi seemed unperturbed, chuckling softly. The so-called seduction was merely a form of entrapment. Wasn't it? However, the perpetrator was a powerful and enraged adventurer who unleashed a brutal massacre. Yet in the aftermath, he spared Wei Yi. From that point on, she became a little one, a vagabond. Fortunately, she encountered her grandfather, a kind old man who took her in despite their lack of blood relation, ultimately leaving her a modest inheritance, a small wooden cabin. Wei Yi was quite pleased to share with Bai Qi the tales of her parents and the entangled fates of those prostitutes. Cough, cough, it's all right. If they were still alive, I would have ended up as a prostitute myself. After this revelation, both fell into silence. Wei Yi's experiences indeed carried a shocking weight. However, she was fortunate to have met a kind old grandfather and did not starve or end up sold as a slave to a noble. Moreover, her story was far from unique in the Empire or this world. Such occurrences were all too common, rendering everyone numb to the suffering. Numbness leads to a loss of resistance. This is the lament of ordinary people in this world. The children of nobles remain nobles for life, while the offspring of slaves cannot escape their fated existence. And those of other races endure daily struggles for survival, either reduced to slaves or treated as mere commodities. Bai Qi had witnessed the most sordid of scenes when he was once invited by Count Pig Mountain to witness a gladiatorial arena, deceived under the pretense of a trading spectacle. That was a place he could never forget, beasts in heat and naked slaves. That night, he was haunted by nightmares, unable to erase the image of a face pleading for death. Yet, the noble spectators clapped with delight, showering the organizers with coins for their entertainment. From that moment on, Bai Qi harbored no fondness for the aristocracy of this world, an ugly world filled with repugnant nobles, the empire, and slavery. This was why, when invited by Count Pig Mountain within the territory of the Elven clan, he had outright refused. No matter the betrayal of the elves, the treachery and indifference displayed by Yulia on their wedding night had revolted him. He would never accept, let alone collaborate with Count Pig Mountain, because he was human, not a beast. Sigh, this damned world, point one day, it shall be obliterated. This was not mere delusion. Once he procured the items from his golden finger, it would become a possibility. As long as the materials were sufficient, handcrafted nuclear weapons would merely be an appetizer. However, he held no interest in world domination. His previous assistance to the Elven clan was merely a promise, and his desire was to quietly find a place to reside, that if danger arose in that place, he would simply eliminate it. Nothing more. So, Bai Qi gazed at the Night Elf before him with exasperation. Being beautiful is quite an achievement. Eventually, Berfizi caught up with Bai Qi, primarily because Bai Qi had been carrying Wei Yi for much of the day and could not have traveled far. Is there something you need? Before he could finish, he saw Berfizi kneel before him without hesitation, bowing his head and striking the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, urgently imploring him. Lord Bai Qi, please believe in our Night Elf clan. I beg you. The commotion drew the curiosity of the surrounding tribal villagers. They gazed in astonishment at the noble elves of the Black Moon Forest. Powerful beings prostrating themselves at the feet of this young man. Their eyes widened in disbelief. That was a warrior of the Elven clan. Who on earth was this human? Yet, the person in question, Bai Qi, felt quite vexed. Hey, why do you elves persist in clinging to him? Shouldn't you know when to stop? I have no habit of working for free. Or is it that your elf clan has grown accustomed to servitude? Upon hearing this, the blatant sarcasm was unmistakable. Berfizi clenched his fists tightly, his breath quickening, seemingly on the verge of raising his head to retort in defiance. Yet he ultimately held back. I'm sorry, he began, but before he could finish, another voice interrupted loudly. Enough. This is none of your business. This is a matter concerning the Elven Forest of Aoelia. You are merely Night Elves. Why should you apologize on their behalf? Bai Qi was oblivious to his uncontainable emotions. Wei Yi tightened her grip around his neck. Bai Qi took a deep breath, especially as he caught sight of the pointed ears of his interlocutor, igniting a flame of anger within him, which seared painfully against his own injured ear. Berfizi lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment, I understand. Huh, what do you understand? Bai Qi was suddenly enraged to the point of laughter. I understand that even if the clan leader were to kneel to death, Lord Bai Qi's resolve to leave would remain unshaken. Although he did not comprehend what the night elf was muttering to himself, Bai Qi felt a sense of relief that, yes, it is truly a blessing to comprehend. Before he could finish, he saw the night elf slowly rise, producing a rope. Thus, I can only forcibly take Lord Bai Qi back. For a long while, Bai Qi stared at the exquisitely handsome face. His mouth twitching slightly, he truly could not fathom the other's line of reasoning, that I cannot comprehend what enchantment I possess. Even if you bind me and take me back, it will not alter my desire to leave. Why not simply state that you saved my life and request my repayment? Berfizi fell silent once more. I do not know. I have always believed in relying on one's own efforts. Every night elf adheres to this principle. And surely we can break free from our predicaments. That I have held this conviction steadfastly. Yet today, after witnessing the tears of our clan leader, I have come to realize that some things cannot be achieved solely through effort. Although I do not understand what power Lord Bai Qi possesses, nor do I grasp why he is so averse to being loyal to our night elf clan, wishing only to flee as if encountering a demon. This is something that others would yearn for, akin to a slave contract. Finally, Bai Qi looked at the bewildered night elf before him, intending to offer some guidance. What is your name? Berfizi, Bai Qi sighed. Continuing, Berfizi, you are correct. One must rely on their own efforts at all times. Compared to those night elves who entrust their fates to others, you are far more likable. So, I shall take Lord Bai Qi back. Before even uttering a word, he was abruptly interrupted. Faced with the earnest demeanor of Berfis, Bai Qi found all his intended remarks lodged in his throat. The ancient adage of scholar encountering a soldier rang true. Then came a statement that struck a nerve. Lady Wei Yur, as injuries have yet to heal, she requires the care of a female elf, and it would be rather inconvenient for Lord Bai Qi. Surely, Lord Bai Qi would not wish for Lady Wei Yur as condition to worsen. Bai Qi's expression suddenly turned peculiar, nearly prompting him to utter the cryptic phrase, the odd changes, yet the even remains. The Night Elf clan possessed the ability to restore Wei Yur to the light, even if it meant sacrificing my own eyes in the process. With that, Berfis knelt on one knee. I swear upon my life. Loyalty, a shiver coursed through Wei Yur's body. Although she said nothing, the fervor and longing to see the light once more stirred something within Bai Qi. Indeed, Wei Yur still bore her injuries. Bai Qi fell silent at any moment. Relying on oneself is undoubtedly correct, a sentiment I wholeheartedly embrace. Moreover, you may stow away your night elf's cheap loyalty. Ever since the betrayal by the Olivia elf clan, Bai Qi had ceased to place his trust in such hollow oaths. That had been his final lesson as for contracts. An empty agreement devoid of soul holds no meaning of loyalty. IT is not a game where one can merely unlock rewards upon filling a favorability meter. Yet he had stepped down from that precipice. Bai Qi passed by Berfis, placing a hand upon his shoulder. I heed not what others say. I observe what they do, and then lead the way. The artisan god of creation had integrated a lazy mod with full modifications. Functional modules included modern intelligence, future technology, otherworldly magical science. Bai Qi gazed at the densely packed technological creations, structural blueprints, functional analyses, and materials before him, swallowing hard. Yet, simultaneously, an irrepressible wildness began to blossom within him. Perhaps crafting a nuclear bomb is not as daunting as I once thought, he mused. Provided the materials are sufficient, he could cause quite the spectacle for the indigenous people here, with nuclear weapons in hand. Even the imperial rulers would retain their allured that moment. Thoughts of the elves who had betrayed him were akin to observing ants. He felt utterly indifferent. Those filthy ticks among the imperial nobility would eventually face retribution. In the dim glow of the oil lamp, Bai Qi's psyche endured hundreds of trials. He and the nobility of this world were undoubtedly at cross purposes, if one were to inquire as to why. It would certainly stem from being listed among the biodiversity roster of the 22nd century, having witnessed the vastness of interstellar civilizations, of course, through the lens of television and the realm of virtual games. How could such trivial temptations so easily disrupt one's mind? Truly, It is a testament to your character. Bai Qi seemed to have an epiphany and smiled faintly. Although production is core, one must first arm oneself with thought and knowledge. Progressing gradually, the leap from a world of slavery to the desired interstellar civilization is not one that can be traversed in a single bound. Truth emerges from practice, one step at a time. If all else fails, one can adhere to the historical protocols of the 21st century. Regardless, it is infinitely more civilized than this barbaric system of slavery. With this thought, Bai Qi sighed, patting his cheeks to sharpen his focus. This world, in its disarray, must have someone to mend it. Just as in the era of peace he once inhabited, countless radiant individuals forged ahead. Thus, let him be the bearer of light. He tapped his forehead with a finger. Ignite. 3 days passed, in the dead of night. Chief? It's Fis. Raisis had no intention of engaging in pleasantries. He held Berfis in high regard. Lord Bai Qi still within. In response to the chief's inquiry, Berfis dutifully relayed all pertinent information. Yes, Lord Bai Qi instructed that unless urgent matters arise, no one is permitted to disturb him. During this time, Lilias and others were tasked with transporting the village's stockpiled materials. A recollection surfaced 3 days prior. After a series of declarations, Lord Bai Qi had ordered them to vacate the elf forge and decreed, for 3 days, let no one disturb him. Additionally, deliver a portion of all materials in the warehouse to me, with proper records kept. Lastly, a meeting shall be convened 3 days hence, with all elders of the Night Elf clan and managers in attendance, without exception. Furthermore, I do not appreciate redundancy. Speak only once. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the Night Elves exchanging glances in astonishment. Facing the imposing aura of Lord Bai Qi, Raisis was filled with exhilaration, obediently adhering to the instructions as if fervently devoted. For he understood that from that moment forth, the wheel of fate had begun to turn. The more domineering Lord Bai Qi's words became, the clearer it was that he was prepared to accept them, which naturally filled Raisis with joy. He clapped Berfis on the shoulder, his spirits soaring. If Berfis had not brought Lord Bai Qi back, he truly would have been at a loss for what to do. In that moment, despair had loomed large. Those cursed elves of the Olivia Forest clan had nearly doomed the guardianship of the elven race accumulated over centuries. Although he could not be certain that Lord Bai Qi was the fulfillment of the prophecy, he was convinced this was the elves' last gamble. Bang! The sound from within the room abruptly pulled the two men from their reverie. What? Lord Bai Qi, without a moment's hesitation, Raisis kicked the door open and was instantly taken aback. The walls of the room were plastered with papers, and the wooden table, illuminated only by the dim oil lamp, was cluttered with densely packed sheets. The pages were filled with various texts and intricate illustrations, blueprints of objects and structures, each undoubtedly rich in knowledge and tools that, in an instant, they felt akin to natives encountering alien machinery. What is this? Their pupils dilated in shock. Boom! Upon seeing these items, Berfis's mind was struck as though by a heavy blow. Clarity flooding his consciousness. The chief often recounted tales of the Holy Sun. The mightiest force in this world is not the so-called magic capable of instantly dismantling a powerful elven empire with its pantheon of deities. Its true strength lies in knowledge. Days prior, he had witnessed the chief's despondent visage, the tears of unwillingness. Bai Qi's disdainful remarks regarding the powerful imperial nobility and their hollow oaths found their answer in that very moment. It was they who had been arrogant. What are you waiting for? Quickly, save him! Raisis trembled, gently lifting the unconscious Bai Qi and placing him on a bed, fearful that his clumsiness might inadvertently harm Lord Bai Qi. Oh, he replied, dazed as Berfis began to chant the elven healing incantation. Elven blood. Lord Bai Qi is merely fatigued. He is not injured, I understood. With his mind still hazy, Berfis, in a moment of confusion, drew his sword, gesturing toward his wrist. Shaking his head, his hand moved to his neck, his expression turning resolute, gritting his teeth in determination. Fool! I was speaking of the mental elixir. Raisis felt somewhat exasperated, having never witnessed Berfis in such a state. As if he had lost his very essence, that it was only then that Berfis recalled the mental elixir, also known as elven blood, as one of its ingredients required the sacred spring water of elves. Cough, no need, Bai Qi sighed, rubbing his brow. yet unable to keep his eyes open from fatigue. I've messed up. Initially, I intended to utilize the energy scrolls to enhance my mental acuity and improve my efficiency in tasks. To my surprise, the backlash was remarkably potent. The so-called energy scrolls are typically employed by those sorcerers as a means of self-preservation. After all, when one reaches the brink of mental exhaustion, if faced with peril, such a scroll serves as a temporary replenishment. It is precisely individuals like Bai Qi, who possess wealth yet lack magical prowess, that conceive the notion of using scrolls to augment productivity in the realm of Lulu. Such actions are generally deemed the hallmark of genius, albeit rarely, so that a more fitting description would be foolish wealth. The recovery of mental fortitude was minimal. Sitting cross-legged, Bai Qi propped his chin on one hand. I am unharmed. However, do you have any matters at hand? He cast a glance at Rue Yishi, inquiring. The latter awkwardly chuckled, gently scratching her cheek. May I express concern for you, Lord Bai Qi? She asked, her demeanor decidedly cautious. Upon observing Rue's bashful expression, Bai Qi comprehended instantly. Why are you blushing over nothing? The divine gold within him inexplicably quickened his heartbeat. How vexing! The ancient adage rings true. Beauty is best admired beneath the lamp, and nobility under the moonlight, especially in the dim glow of the oil lamp. Rue Yishi's skin appeared as fair and rosy as the dawn's first light, tender and luminous, seemingly radiating a subtle glow. Her long silvery hair shimmered with a crystalline luster, and her lengthy eyelashes fluttered gently, her eyes deep and wise like the stars in the night sky. Clearly, this night elf was excessively enchanting. Hey, that's against the rules, Bai Qi lamented, feeling inexplicably irked despite his earlier drowsiness upon beholding her visage. It dawned on him that, in this alternate world, he was indeed a paragon of soft-hearted individual. Rue Yishi, discerning Bai Qi's jest, inquired, Am I disliked, Lord Bai Qi? Indeed, at least you possess self-awareness. Turn left upon exiting, and no thanks are necessary. In just a week, several shops run by elves in the town of Lia had been forced to close. Seated at the head of the elegant conference room, a figure listened to various reports from the heads of the elven enterprises. Gradually, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Yuliana's expression was grim. Her brows furrowed, eyes aflame with fury, lips pressed into a straight line, as if on the verge of erupting. Bang! What are you all doing? Can't you resolve your own issues? Did you not previously claim these matters were a breeze? Her sudden reprimand rendered her subordinates pale, forcing them to bow their heads in silence. The individual seated beside Yulia, was taken aback by her mother's outburst. Anxiously adrift in thought, she reminisced about the man who could calmly discuss matters in the conference room. Whenever challenges arose, he simply exuded confidence, remarking, This is simple. Leave it to me. That moment. Not only she but most attendees in the conference room became acutely aware of his comforting presence that once graced the space. It was evident to anyone with sense that, in light of recent developments within the Elven clan, they could discern the shift in power dynamics. First, the nobles of Lia had somehow caught wind of Bai Qi's defection from the Elven clan. Suddenly, the enterprises owned by the elves appeared as delectable morsels, tempting them. Had Bai Qi remained, those allied merchants might have banded together. However, now, entrusting those dim-witted elves with safeguarding their enterprises seemed a fool's errand. Consequently, certain nobles and merchants from Lia began to conspire on how to carve up this lucrative pie, fearful of being outpaced by others. Subsequently, the elven enterprises within Lia faced an onslaught of issues. From scandals to supply chain disruptions, even their most trusted supplier of elven fruit beverages abruptly ceased collaboration for the so-called contracts. A mere jest, they asserted that these were agreements made with Bai Qi, bearing no relevance to the Elven clan. In truth, what vexed the suppliers most was the elves' lack of basic courage and resolve, resorting only to accusations of betrayal. It is the weak who adhere to and uphold rules. Continuing cooperation with such a mindset would undoubtedly lead to ruin. That if even a minor figure like me cannot resolve this, how can I trust you to confront those nobles? Was the cold admonition that preceded their departure. Had Bai Qi been there, he would have remained unfazed in the face of threats, casually patting shoulders and stating, I have 100 ways to find new suppliers. I just find you somewhat agreeable. Let us profit together. It was this unflappable demeanor and capability that laid the groundwork for their willingness to collaborate. Otherwise, they would have long been consumed by the nobles. Moreover, Bai Qi's marketing acumen garnered their utmost admiration. Beyond that, what was the Elven clan worth? Rumors circulated that Bai Qi had been driven away by them. They were fortunate not to have been exterminated by the imbecilic elves. The most unfortunate aspect pertained to the Elven clan's lucrative perfume industry. After Bai Qi's departure, the hope of the elves developing a new line of perfumes was nothing short of absurd. The profit margins had long since enticed the nobles. Bai Qi, possessing not only the means to collaborate with the royal family of the empire, but also with the nobility of the Golden Empire, maintained a tripartite balance that deterred any aggression against him. Presently, the Earl of Zhushan from the Bai Ao Empire had submitted a petition for the royal family to reclaim its industries, thereby allowing him to share in the bounty alongside the empire's royalty while profiting from the Golden Empire. Thus, merchants within the perfume industry wished nothing more than to tear the elves apart. Some had even resorted to discreetly informing slave trading houses, offering bounties for capturing elven slaves as an outlet for their pent-up frustration. Ever since Bai Qi's arrival, he had taken decisive action against the slave trading guilds dealing in elven slaves. Those involved had long abandoned the notion of provoking him over such unworthy merchandise. Now, the capture of elven slaves seemed to be repeating history. Other industries, to varying degrees, began to feel the pressure of suppression as well. Meanwhile, the burden on ceaselessly was also immense. Since discovering that the Empress had driven Bai Qi away, she had spent the past few days engulfed in guilt. Simultaneously, 2 incidents of missing elves had suddenly emerged within the Elven clan. One involving her subordinate who vanished while on duty. The method employed left her in prolonged silence. She was not foolish. Rather, after a year of indulgence, the elves had seemingly forgotten their survival principles. Divergences began to surface within the Council of Elders, particularly among the elves of ceaselessly's lineage. Many were either oblivious to Bai Qi's circumstances or protested in vain, compounded by Liana's promise of the elves allying with the royal family of the Golden Empire, painting a picture of a promising future that, in summary, ceaselessly felt utterly drained and helpless as she gazed into the distance, murmuring, "Lord Bai Qi down on the other side, in the Black Moon Forest." The dawn of the Night Elf village unfolded. Rue Yishisi had risen early, leading all the elders of the Night Elf clan, along with the managers summoned by Lord Bai Qi, to await his arrival in the conference room. Even the elders of the Night Elves occupied the front row seats. Bai Qi, as the head of the Night Elf Guards, was also present, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the man 4 days prior. That man had stood in the square, delivering a speech so commanding that it had rendered them utterly subservient. "I grant you but one opportunity. From this day forth, the Night Elves shall speak with one voice. My voice, Bai Qi." The reactions of the Night Elves grew increasingly anxious. However, upon seeing their chieftain take the lead, no dissenting voices emerged. "Indeed, I find great pleasure in the expressions you bear now," White Seven remarked with a dismissive smile. "Here, I must reflect upon myself. It has never been I, White Seven, who requires the elven kind. You find yourselves in the same predicament. Yet, since you have chosen me, prepare yourselves mentally for the journey that may lead you to glory or plunge you into the depths of despair, starting from this very moment." Although I spoke words that may have eluded their understanding, they seemed to sense the presence of a leader guiding them. A beacon point 3 months hence, we shall execute the plan to evacuate the Black Moon Forest. Let us relocate, ignoring the uproar among the Night Elves. And paying no heed to the bewildered expressions of the majority, Reaxis, the chieftain of the Night Elves, bore a fervent expression. After delivering his instructions, he departed the square without a backward glance, leaving behind a statement laden with significance. "The system of the Dear continent is woefully antiquated. Fret not, I shall guide you through the transition from slavery and feudalism to republicanism and interstellar civilization." Huff. Each step White Seven took felt heavy, compelling him to exhale deeply and audibly. To be honest, he was not as astute as others might have imagined. What is wisdom, after all? merely the result of 12 years of compulsory education coupled with knowledge gleaned from the gaming civilization of the 22nd century, standing upon the shoulders of giants in thought. Even if it seemed sufficient, it still evoked trepidation within him. This was a secret White Seven could not utter. Undoubtedly, he lacked the capacity to command a faction. In his mind, two voices contended. At the moment of hesitation, one urged him to admit his inadequacy, while the other implored him not to be timid, reminding him that in this wretched world, becoming a ruler in a system of slavery posed little challenge, provided he intended to integrate into this realm. Once, an elf had offered him sound advice. The elven race, being long-lived, spent their extensive years in tedium, often taking life for granted. That time, White Seven was merely curious about the lifespan of the elves, and, of course, filled with envy. Could it be achieved before the advent of any miraculous ability? Ignorance had spared him from excessive concern. The more he learned, the deeper his contemplations became. Lord White Seven, a voice, tinged with surprise and a hint of excitement, jolted White Seven from his reverie. A dark-skinned night elf stood before him, unexpectedly a female. The Night Elf tribe boasted nearly 200,000 inhabitants, with females comprising less than 20%. I am Dariah. Please follow me, Lord White Seven, she said, enthusiastically guiding him. White Seven nodded silently and followed suit. Suddenly, he called out to Dariah, inquiring curiously, "What kind of being am I in the eyes of your kind?" Dariah paused, momentarily taken aback, before shyly responding to his question. Handsome. Privately, many spoke of Lord White Seven as possessing wisdom transcending time itself. Among other accolades, lacking a refined education, Dariah struggled to articulate her thoughts, managing only an awkward smile. The notion of possessing an extraordinary perspective and intellect was quite astonishing, for she never anticipated being so lauded in her lifetime. "Ah, we have arrived. Lord White Seven, the Elven conference room is inside." White Seven halted, taking a moment to appreciate the aesthetic of the Night Elves in this otherworldly realm. The grand wooden door, adorned with vines and blossoms, evoked the ambience of a wedding venue. By the way, Dariah, as a token of our meeting, I would like to share a thought with you, one that also serves as a reminder for myself. Perhaps it will prove useful in the future. With that, he pushed open the conference room door, leaving Dariah momentarily stunned. The profound words echoed in her mind, capturing her attention. The elven life, with its innate longevity, should be cherished and appreciated. Choosing to live timidly is acceptable, but fearing responsibility, loss, and the prospect of becoming a leader, constantly overthinking and hesitating, merely reflects a fear of success, a fear of choosing greatness. How, then, can one achieve brilliance? Elves are naturally inclined towards a life of freedom and carefree existence, and she was no exception. Yet, no one had ever explained to her the reason behind it. She simply accepted it as the essence of being an elf. However, at this moment, she suddenly yearned for something more. She had heard tales of companions fortunate enough to experience the unique culture of the human empire. Yet, upon their return to the village, she sensed an underlying arrogance and rejection. She had assumed this was the nature of knowledge, a sense of superiority. Today, however, she experienced a dialogue of spirit and soul on a higher plane, gentle and inclusive, akin to sunlight and rain nurturing a parched heart, restoring it to tranquility. That it was as if she had unraveled a shackle from another. She understood now. That was true knowledge. Dariah gazed at the retreating figure of White Seven, who walked with a steady gait, and, unable to contain herself, knelt on one knee, offering a gesture of loyalty befitting a night elf. She wished to follow Lord White Seven inside the conference room. Amidst the opulence of the elven tribal meeting space, a magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the lofty ceiling, with each crystal shimmering with a faint magical glow, illuminating the spacious hall. This was considered the most esteemed location within the Night Elf tribe, and undoubtedly one of the most lavishly constructed edifices, in contrast to White Seven's dimly lit elven workshop. The disparity was akin to that between a modern city and an ancient realm. The walls were adorned with exquisite rosewood, each panel intricately carved with elaborate natural motifs, showcasing the Night Elves' distinctive aesthetics. The conference table, crafted from a massive, silvery unknown wood, formed a semicircular shape. Yet, unlike in the past, Reaxis, the chieftain of the Night Elves, along with the elders, did not take their seats. Instead, they joined thousands of Night Elves in ordinary, circular seating. Rising to await White Seven's entrance, to be honest, White Seven felt a twinge of nervousness. Yet, for reasons unknown, the weight of so many gazes instilled within him a sense of calm and composure. It was an amusing turn of events. During his university days, he had participated in a speech contest, struggling to read his script due to nerves. Yet, once on stage, he transformed entirely, exuding an unusual calmness. Even delivering his speech without notes. Ahem, I am White Seven. As for my identity, you may define it as you wish. However, one thing I wish to make clear is that from this moment forth, there shall be but one voice. You may question, you may complain, but I implore you to remember one thing. Execute. I do not claim to be the truth. Of that, I am certain. However, if you are too timid to accompany me into the depths of despair, I assure you, you shall not partake in the spoils. White Seven felt quite pleased with the reaction of the Night Elf tribe. It was evident that many cast doubtful glances, and the atmosphere was fraught with apprehension. However, in comparison to the Avelia Elves, they regarded him with a more indifferent, almost derisive attitude. The former at least understood human speech. White Seven retrieved from his spatial scroll the fruits of 3 days and nights of labor. Hundreds of parchment sheets densely covered with intricate characters, patterns, and various data. He placed them heavily upon the conference table. Thus, he declared, I am the truth. At that moment, Reaxis, standing, thumped his chest, drawing the attention of numerous Night Elves. Having achieved his aim, he proclaimed loudly, by the will of Lord White Seven, devotion. Following suit, the captain of the guards, Burfus, echoed the sentiment. Devotion. Gradually, all the Night Elves mimicked their chieftain, pledging their loyalty. What else could they do? Their leader had made the decision. Would they dare question the chieftain's motives? Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Qi pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. He cast a glance at Ria's eyes and spoke in a tone that seemed to address the very air around him. If you cause any more trouble, I shall have you removed from the meeting room. Ria's eyes promptly nodded and shook his head, signaling his compliance, though the smile in his eyes was undeniable. Let us commence the meeting. Today's agenda consisted of 2 primary points. Firstly, the arrangement of duties, which entail the allocation of positions, as I need to select the right talents for each role. This aspect left Bai Qi with a throbbing headache. Although the division of labor within their village was relatively comprehensible compared to that of a certain forest-dwelling elf clan, it still appeared chaotic when viewed through the lens of his prior experiences. They lacked even the most basic tax officer. Surely, they could adopt some of the imperial positions as a reference. Not to mention organizing it according to his vision. The second point addressed task execution, which also required personnel. Bai Qi surveyed the data on a piece of parchment, which indicated a population of 207,030 Night Elves. This number could be considered the scale of a small nation. And for now, he could only console himself with that thought. Alas, it was still far from sufficient. The Night Elves exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what Bai Qi was mumbling about. Enough. Bai Qi slammed his hand on the table. Gathering his thoughts, they would take it step by step. First, he needed to refine the division of labor. Among the 200,000 Night Elves, those present were primarily individuals with management experience or qualifications within the village. Thousands of them seemed rather exaggerated. After surveying the room, Bai Qi felt somewhat satisfied. Production department, responsible for agriculture, logistics, and other production materials. Do you have any talents within your clan for production and processing? If so, please raise your hand. The air fell into an eerie silence. Bai Qi's lips twitched involuntarily. This was a simplified version of the job allocation, based on a small county's organizational structure. Never mind. This was not urgent. What about those responsible for managing warehouses, currency, budgeting, and tax administration? If they possess some diplomatic skills, that would be even better. Yet no one raised a hand. What about the judicial and administrative departments? No hands. The research department, resource management, transportation, medical, and educational systems. Still no hands. Bang! Bai Qi slammed his hands on the table, feeling a pang in his chest. Breathe, breathe. Do not lose your temper. The Night Elves below exchanged glances, lowering their heads in self-awareness. Even Ruya's eyes felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. Awkwardly turning away, taking a deep breath, he managed to force a resolute smile. Perhaps it was merely my failure to communicate clearly. After all, with over 200,000 Night Elves, it should not be entirely unreasonable to expect them to take some responsibility rather than entrust everything to the so-called prophet among them. Right? Bai Qi's confidence waned as he continued speaking. Thousands of them. What about the armed guard department? Responsible for weapon production and safeguarding the village. Before he could finish, he witnessed thousands of Night Elves transition from confusion to eagerly raising their hands. This scene utterly shattered Bai Qi's composure. So, it appears everyone is a soldier now, but he accidentally caught sight of a certain Night Elf chieftain who raised his hand only to quickly retract it. Looking obedient as he lowered his head, Bai Qi's expression darkened as he tapped the table. I underestimated the capabilities of your Night Elf clan. I must reflect on this. I had already simplified things to the utmost. Yet there was still room for reduction. At this point, Bai Qi could not help but chuckle. Though it was not a laugh of joy, but rather one born of frustration, he had initially thought Ruya's eyes to be a paragon of wisdom, akin to a border collie in intellect. Now, however, he felt as if he were dealing with a husky instead. Now, I will arrange the positions. Anyone who needs to respond, simply nod in affirmation and understanding. Understood? Bai Qi spoke wearily to the thousands of Night Elves, who nodded obediently in response. Since the simplified plan could not be implemented, they would proceed with the standard arrangement. It mattered not if they did not comprehend everything right away. They would temporarily establish the positions and sort out the details later. Ruya's eyes. Yes, here, he shivered slightly. For the political department, there are 3 positions. I shall be the supreme commander, while you will select the personnel for the administrative and diplomatic roles. Additionally, you will be in charge of the administrative management department, directly overseeing 3 subordinate positions. Understood. Ruya's eyes reflexively responded, but his head was spinning. What in the world did Bai Qi require? He found it incomprehensible. Feeling overwhelmed in that moment, the other Night Elves felt the same prickling sensation on their scalps. Although they could generally grasp the words spoken by Bai Qi, the combinations rendered them unfamiliar, but a sense of precariousness enveloped them all. Not just the unfortunate chieftain. Meanwhile, several elders desperately attempted to diminish their presence, their essence fading into the background. Rest assured, I will guide you through the responsibilities of each position one by one. For now, let us allocate roles within the 4 domains of politics, economics, military, and culture. Next, for the economic and financial sector, there are 3 positions: managing the currency warehouse, statistics, and taxation. Let's have a tax officer, a commercial transaction officer, and a resource manager alongside the production department. No, you are affiliated with the Elven Workshop, correct? No, nodded. Looking bewildered, he suddenly regretted introducing his workplace to Bai Qi 3 days ago. This department was of utmost importance, and it required more personnel. Owners of Night Elf clothing shops, florists, and carpenters should collaborate. Cultural and educational, Night Elf scholars, legal and judicial. Are these rules and regulations of your Night Elf clan established by the Council of Elders? That is splendid. The Council of Elders? Oh no, they're coming for us. Damn it, this is merely a tradition among the Night Elves. These old geezers have only shared traditions with the younger generation and have never been involved in rulemaking. Infrastructure and construction fall under the production department. Healthcare and public health, environmental and resource management, food and agriculture, arts and entertainment. Bai Qi, please, no more. As commands were issued, the chosen Night Elves appeared utterly despondent. It was not a matter of competence. They simply could not comprehend Bai Qi's arrangements or the specifics involved. It was akin to receiving a series of bewildering proposals from a client or a boss, leaving them to pat their chests in assurance. No problem. What a farce. Sometimes even the client could not articulate what they wanted, encapsulating it all in a single term. It felt like being in a relationship with a client. For the military department, Bai Qi, am the commander. Burfus leads the armed guards, and you shall select individuals for the security and intelligence departments, responsible for commanding all armed forces within the village. Wow. Burfus maintained a composed expression, nodding. However, His trembling hands betrayed his excitement. He had strived to minimize his presence, evading the myriad of unfamiliar concepts. Yet upon hearing his name, his heart nearly stopped. But armed guards? Wasn't that precisely what the Night Elves excelled at? It was a perfect match for their expertise. Ignoring the glances of his companions that suggested he was about to be slashed to pieces, he adopted an air of calm, resolutely affirming Bai Qi's directives. Bai Qi finally allocated the various tasks on a piece of parchment, then turned to the next page. Now, let us discuss the most crucial issue. The population. For the empire to flourish, two elements are essential: land and population. Yet, population is of utmost significance. In an instant, the Night Elves in attendance erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Many gaped in disbelief. Had they truly heard correctly? The empire? Lord Bai Qi had mentioned an empire. Could it be? At this moment, the most agitated were the elder Night Elves, some of whom were over 300 years old. Naturally, they possessed a deeper understanding of the glorious history of the Elven Empire and the dream of an Elven nation, an aspiration they had scarcely dared to imagine. Lord Bai Qi, did you just empire? Inquired one elder, his face flushed with excitement. Indeed, an empire, Bai Qi declared, silencing the room. Quiet, with a composed demeanor, he surveyed the Night Elves. The positions I just outlined are merely the embryonic form of the empire. I am not jesting. Furthermore, prepare yourselves psychologically. With a commanding stance, Bai Qi placed a foot on the conference table. In 3 months' time, we shall establish our new imperial capital in the desolate land south of the Black Moon Forest. He paid no heed to the shock and confusion etched on the faces of the Night Elves. Why migrate? They had already taken root in the Black Moon Forest. Yet, Bai Qi remained resolute. Not out of arrogance, but from a desire to conserve time rather than explain too much to the Night Elves. Firstly, explanations would be futile. Secondly, he still harbored a lingering aversion to elves, a sentiment unlikely to dissipate in the short term. Moreover, it would be preferable to incite their ire, facilitating a clean break between them. This was why he lacked patience for extensive explanations. Lastly, Bai Qi leaned on the table, adopting a pose reminiscent of a proud dragon. I have pondered extensively and remain unable to reconcile, yet I am willing to grant you an opportunity. The future is that of an empire that will encompass not only you Night Elves, but also individuals from other races, such as tribes or humans. Therefore, if you cannot keep pace with me, it is only natural that you be left behind. He chuckled darkly. Bai Qi's seemingly indifferent demeanor to the Night Elves exuded an aura of coolness, yet also instilled a chill within their hearts. They did not perceive Lord Bai Qi as particularly arrogant. Among the Elven race, including the Night Elves, there was only submission to the strong. This also elucidated why many Night Elves harbored resentment towards their kin who had returned from the human empire, viewing it as a reflection of their own weakness. After all, when compared to the vast human empire, the Night Elves appeared exceedingly feeble, not to mention the existence of super empire and 3 major empires. Even some mid-sized human empires were beyond their reach. The Lu continent boasted thousands of factions, great and small. Rest assured, we will certainly keep pace with Lord Bai Qi, they declared resolutely. As for leaving the Black Moon Forest, there were no objections at this moment. She stepped forward, offering a steadfast gaze and paying his respects to Bai Qi. In his view, Lord Bai Qi must possess formidable abilities to act so fearlessly. Countless proofs supported this notion. The prophecy had not been mistaken. Bai Qi was indeed the one they had awaited. Having witnessed last night's revelations, his conviction had only grown stronger. Lord Bai Qi held the power of knowledge. The unparalleled strength spoken of by the Holy Sun could effortlessly obliterate the once glorious might of the strongest Elven empire. Bai Qi clicked his tongue, muttering under his breath about the lack of interest, and returned to his normal demeanor. I understand you harbor numerous doubts, and that is acceptable. However, since you have chosen to believe, I will deliver as for the reason. I am called Bai Qi. After an hour had passed, Bai Qi had assigned each Night Elf their respective tasks while briefly explaining some departmental and positional considerations. He clapped his hands, pulling all Night Elves back to focus that we must develop for an empire to aspire to greatness. Population is paramount. The history of the Lu continent reveals that the once glorious Elven Empire, which possessed the largest land area, boasted a population of merely around 10 million elves. Of course, this was because the Elven Empire was not comprised solely of elves, but of myriad races. Even dragons and humans were included. Yet now, the population of the Night Elves hovers around 200,000. To be candid, within the human empire, they wouldn't even qualify for rebellion, let alone talk of development. The elves of Leah numbered even fewer, just over 20,000, composed entirely of female elves, far from sufficient. Indeed, consequently, many of the older Night Elves began reminiscing about the glory of the Elven Empire, mourning the times when they had countless companions. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and smiled before sarcastically remarking, "Glory? What does it have to do with you?" In an instant, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the conference room. Even Shi found himself shrinking back, praying that Lord Bai Qi would show some mercy. I have reviewed the history of the Elven Empire. During its glorious era, it was revered by myriad races, possessing land that spanned hundreds of millions of Lu kilometers, with countless strong individuals and countless adherents. So what? Your ancestors were so affluent. How did you fall into such desolation? Why has the elven race been scorned by all races and subjected to the whims of humans? Even you Night Elves have been stripped of your legitimacy. How amusing. Bai Qi could not help but mock loudly, though his gaze remained icily piercing. Below, the Night Elves wore grim expressions, many clenching their fists tightly. Some female Night Elves even lowered their heads, on the brink of tears. Shi, as the clan leader, remained silent. Indeed, he too was perplexed. Bai Qi felt an inner turmoil, but he did not accept this. Yet over the past few days, he had come to realize that Lord Bai Qi's knowledge and wisdom far exceeded that of the Night Elves. He was painfully aware of his own ignorance. Alas, Bai Qi's heart softened slightly. Essentially, the collapse of the Elven Empire was inevitable. This was something he would gradually elucidate in the days to come. As for the so-called glory, it had never truly existed. You need not bear the weight of this heavy history. Ultimately, it is because you lowly elves have never known grandeur. Observing the astonished faces of the Night Elves, Bai Qi irritably ran his fingers through his hair. How to put it? It would take time to clarify things with you. For now, let's put it aside. In the future, you will understand it was not that he couldn't explain, but rather that his ability to articulate was limited. Coupled with the Night Elves' dismal cultural level, if it were a rabbit educated in their traditional manner, understanding would come easily. The next topic, the Elven tribes beyond the Black Moon Forest. Integration, damn it. Let us integrate. The Night Elves began to stir once more. But, no buts, Bai Qi interrupted them. Compared to your Night Elves' 200,000 population, a tribal population of 300,000 holds far greater value for me. He was on the verge of cursing, as what he lacked was manpower. I know what you wish to say. The issue of food, right? Tomorrow, the production department, the logistics department, and Burlfus, along with the Elven workshop, are to convene over the next 3 days. I shall assign you tasks that, in 3 days' time, I will elevate the production and defense capabilities of our Night Elf tribe to the level of a medium-sized empire, ignoring the astonished gazes of the Night Elves. Bai Qi calmly stowed the documents into a spatial scroll, turned on his heel, and departed, leaving behind only 2 words. Meeting adjourned. The 3 days swiftly passed. Bai Qi, dragging his weary body, splashed cold water on his face to awaken his senses before stepping out of the workshop. Outside, hundreds of Night Elves stood in neat rows, awaiting his instructions. Over these 3 days, they gradually became enamored with Bai Qi's leadership, transitioning from chaotic management to a more familiar operation across various departments under his guidance. Naturally, the most astounded were the personnel from the production and military departments. However, this realm did not fall under Burlfus's jurisdiction. Bai Qi's expectations of Burlfus were significantly higher, directing his teachings towards military command. Bai Qi cast a casual glance at the gathered Night Elves, including Ria's eyes and the elders led by Burlfus. Phase, gather 100 elite defenders of the training ground on the back mountain, he commanded, instructing several Night Elves present to assist with the logistics. Observing the crates of unknown contents being transported from the workshop, Bai Qi's establishment had undergone remarkable upgrades in the past 2 days. 2 production workshops had been added. It could be said that the terminology Bai Qi employed was entirely foreign to them, yet it did not hinder the scribes from diligently recording his words for future study. Only Xingyi was aware that Bai Qi had been crafting weapons known as Elven mechanics. Upon hearing Bai Qi's description of their destructive potential, Xingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. 3 days prior, Bai Qi had suddenly discovered a promising talent, a night elf boy named Xingyi. Rumored to be quite mischievous in his village, he often created various contraptions for mischief. The moment Bai Qi laid eyes on a slingshot and a simple catapult, he was captivated. This was precisely the talent he sought. Without hesitation, Bai Qi took Xingyi from his parents' home. They, astonished yet honored that Bai Qi had taken an interest in their child, readily agreed. "How old are you?" Bai Qi inquired. 17, came the reply, surprised to find that this seemingly small night elf boy was indeed 17. And younger than Wei Year. Bai Qi realized this was due to the longevity of elves. Take Yulia, his former fiancée, who appeared like an uncultivated girl, yet was actually 25, only 2 years his junior. "Your parents have entrusted you to me. I shall teach you many things. Stay close and learn well," he instructed. "Yes, Lord Bai Qi," Xingyi exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration for the esteemed figure of the Night Elves. Bai Qi sighed and affectionately ruffled Xingyi's hair. "You may call me brother from now on, brother." Xingyi was momentarily flustered, unsure of how to respond. "You enjoy creating things, do you not?" Bai Qi asked. Upon hearing this, Xingyi's face paled. "Why, yes. I will change." Bai Qi found his reaction amusing, yet retained patience with the child, especially given Xingyi's endearing nature. Ruffling the boy's hair again, Bai Qi thought to himself how irresistibly smooth it felt. "Fear not. This is not mischief, but rather your talent. A great gift. Be my apprentice here. I need you." At last, he had found a talent for the production workshop. He inwardly whispered for forgiveness, having unwittingly employed child labor. As he activated his divine artisan's golden finger, the artisan god's integrated lazy mode was fully operational, featuring modules for modern intelligence, future technology, otherworldly magical technology. Bai Qi activated the modern intelligence module, skimmed through devices ranging from refrigerators and washing machines to computers, smartphones, and drones that a cursory glance confirmed his suspicions. Most items were unattainable with current resources. However, smartphones could be produced at this stage, though he hesitated to expend materials on such a venture. His awareness of the Night Elves' meager inventory left him speechless, so impoverished. Even if resources were available, many of the required items were simply impossible to fabricate in this other world. The golden finger only provided methodologies. Lacking the necessary materials, unlike the systems and web novels that gifted items upon sign-in. The future technology module was even less promising. Star destroyers, spaceborne aircraft carriers, lunar cannons. Absurd. The only viable prospect lay within the realm of otherworldly magical technology, which blended aspects of modern and future technologies to yield practical magical products. He sighed, acknowledging the fortunate fate of protagonists in light novels. Bai Qi, however, did not succumb to despair, even without this divine assistance. The knowledge in his mind was the true golden finger. In the absence of materials, he would create them. If they did not exist, he would seek substitutes, such as magical crystals and various energy minerals from the land of Luyil. These served as alternatives. The 4 primary industrial raw materials were rubber, steel, coal, and oil. The only goals remaining were oil and rubber, alongside numerous metals and chemical raw materials. His head spun one step at a time. Bai Qi understood that overthinking would lead to unwarranted distractions. Thus, the best course was to proceed step by step, starting with the simplest tasks and addressing more complex challenges gradually. First, he must resolve the issue of sustenance before contemplating development. The Night Elves currently faced 2 dilemmas. One was food, a challenge shared by all creatures on Luyulu, stemming from the extremely low productivity of the slave-based empire. This explained the vast land area juxtaposed with a sparse population, a point Bai Qi found deeply frustrating. This world, seemingly an advanced magical civilization, suffered from regressive ideologies and production capabilities. Even magic that accelerated plant growth could not remedy the situation, as the noble sorcerers deemed it a waste to apply their powers to production. The second issue lay with the Night Elves' armed forces. Presently, aside from one elder in Riyadh's eyes, who were master level, the rest were only apprentices in Lulu's power hierarchy. The strength of magical points was categorized. 0 to 50 denoted apprentices. 51 to 200 indicated masters. 201-500 classified as legendary users. And anything above 500 was considered the realm of divine beings, above legend. One could only revere. Originally, this was the prevailing belief until 1,000 years ago, when a man of unparalleled power mockingly declared that the so-called gods were merely slightly stronger magical beings, stating that beneath the goddess of the elves' garments lay nothing more than a mere chicken. He scorned the divine, treating them with disdain, slaying them at will. Thus, he earned the title of the God Slayer, the founder of the superpower, the Klashi Empire. Beyond these, there existed ordinary people devoid of strength, and Bai Qi was among them. Yet he scoffed at this label of ordinary. What constituted an ordinary person? In his worldview, only notions of equality mattered. What was ordinary versus extraordinary? In the 22nd century, textbooks recounted the bizarre instances from the 21st century, including a figure who had been ridiculed for nearly a century for expressing confident yet ordinary sentiments. Teachers used him as a cautionary tale to illustrate the differences in quality among goods and commodities, but emphasized that people are not mere objects, only leading either ordinary or extraordinary lives. However, it is imperative that everyone is treated as equals. Let us all remember this, dear classmates. Bai Qi took a moment to gather his thoughts. Unfurling the meticulously drawn blueprints before him, he lowered his head in contemplation for a brief while, then smiled. Magic. Times have changed. In the future, dignity rests solely upon the edge of a blade. Truth, on the other hand, lies well within the range of cannon fire. Bai Qi adjusted the robe draped over his shoulders, furrowing his brow as he continued. It seems the pace of garment production must accelerate. With a snap of his fingers, he called out, "Berfizi, present." The latter replied enthusiastically, pressing a hand to his chest in salute. After all, he had long heard of the formidable weapons spoken of by Bai Qi, which, once manufactured, would undoubtedly elevate the defense capabilities of the Night Elves. His curiosity piqued. He wondered if these would be as effective as the bow and arrows he wielded. Select 10 individuals to demonstrate the weaponry. The recording officer shall stand beside me, diligently noting all precautions I mentioned for everyone to learn. Bai Qi opened several crates, revealing a neat array of various firearms and armaments. Naturally, to the Night Elves, these incomprehensible iron contraptions, with their odd shapes, appeared rather unappealing. Bai Qi crouched to inspect a particular rifle, its black body glinting with a faint metallic sheen, emanating a chilling aura. Beside it lay an exquisitely engraved handgun, radiating elegance. The other crates likely contained similar equipment and ammunition, culminating in a specially crafted superweapon. There should be no issues. Bai Qi rose and surveyed the curious Night Elf around him. Elven automatic rifle type I. Elven handgun type I. Currently, we have produced 10 of each. However, several machines in the workshop have already been set up of course. Compared to modern firearms, these were distinctly different. Traditional weaponry required precision steel tubes, scopes, titanium caps, springs, seamless steel pipes, stocks, braces, projectiles, and various structures. Yet, magical technology had simplified many of these requirements. Although steel was still necessary, components like springs for kinetic energy, ignition for bullets, and gunpowder were no longer needed. The question lies in the synergy of magic and technology. Magical steel, along with silver crystal-etched incantations. Moreover, the ammunition is not composed of gunpowder, but instead filled with a magical powder that, when combined with the incantations, will ultimately result in an explosive energy release upon contact with an object. In summary, Bai Qi remained silent for a considerable time, his worldview irrevocably altered. Fortunately, the power resided in the hands of civilization. Indeed, it was firmly in his grasp. Simultaneously, the materials possessed by the Night Elves were more than sufficient. The unique advantages of this otherworldly realm included the abundance of materials, far superior to those requiring extensive processing in his former world, especially steel. The readily available magical steel proved to be stronger and harder than any steel he had previously known. Additionally, the Night Elves, as denizens of this realm, possessed the physical prowess to forge these materials. Having been accustomed to mechanical forging, Bai Qi was witnessing human-powered forging for the first time, prompting an exclamation. Magic. It is extraordinarily useful. At the training ground, Bai Qi had earlier arranged targets. Now, you nine, follow my lead step by step. Since the Night Elves were unfamiliar with the use of firearms, he naturally took on the role of instructor. First up was the rifle. Bai Qi lifted the rifle, adopting what he considered a standard stance. DOUC. This is the correct posture. Align it properly. Then aim along the 3 points that he pointed to the activation mechanism located beneath the firearm. Do you see the target 100 meters away? Then bang! The sudden sound startled the Night Elves. Although he missed the target, Bai Qi cleared his throat, feigning composure. After all, in the 22nd century, aside from seeing firearms in films and television, his nation had long since flourished, no longer requiring vast numbers of soldiers, and he had never served in the military, hence had never fired a gun. Now, each of you shall have a turn. Remember to keep the muzzle pointed forward at all times. Never aim at your companions. I emphasize this point. Anyone who violates this rule will be immediately expelled from the group. The others nodded, still entranced by the thunderous sound. The Night Elves were already adept at using bows and arrows, and as they witnessed the projectile's power shatter a stone target 100 meters away, they could not help but swallow hard. Wow, that's impressive, was the unspoken sentiment shared among them. Soon, the 9 Night Elves followed suit, pulling their triggers, and a cacophony of sounds erupted. All of them struck the center of their targets. This sight ignited their excitement. How thrilling! The precision and sensation were far simpler than using a bow and arrow. Except for one named Bai Qi, whose eyes widened at the sight of the target being hit from 100 meters away. His mouth twitching slightly, he realized that the Night Elves, possessing exceptional ranger skills, rendered the situation unsurprising. Goodness, it truly is infuriating how some outshine others. Beside him, Berfizi felt an itch in his throat and a yearning in his hands. Suddenly finding the bow, an arrow on his back lacking allure. So am I to leave? The Night Elf in the first position, temporarily supervised by Bai Qi, was also itching to test the weaponry. After setting down the rifle, they proceeded to test the handgun, a beautifully engraved piece, aesthetically pleasing to the Night Elves. Bang! 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 Bai Qi, aware of his mediocre marksmanship, simply outlined the operational steps, unleashing a volley towards the target. However, not a single shot found its mark. With a darkened expression, Bai Qi explained the handgun's attributes. The handgun possesses relatively lower power and fewer bullets, yet is lightweight and easily concealable, serving well as a secondary weapon. Today's task for you is to exhaust the ammunition in these 2 crates. Familiarizing yourselves with the weapon's usage and honing this newfound power. To be honest, watching the subsequent 9 Night Elves fire their handguns, all hitting their targets, led Bai Qi to feel that providing them with 2 crates of ammunition for training was an affront to their skills. Enjoy yourselves, he exclaimed, wishing to avoid witnessing any further. He tossed the rifle and handgun to the Night Elf in the first position and sat on a large rock, observing their training, or rather, their play with firearms. In no time, including Berfizi, they all eagerly approached to try the elven weaponry, particularly the elegantly crafted handguns, which aligned perfectly with their aesthetic sensibilities, both exquisite and powerful. Although Ryashisi yearned to join in, he restrained himself. As a leader, should maintain a sense of composure. What a remarkable sensation that on the other side, Ryashisi was engaged in discussions with Bai Qi, exploring various inquiries regarding the weaponry. Bai Qi, what is the production quantity of the elven rifle and handgun? Patience, Bai Qi gestured for him to sit beside him. Regarding the elven rifle and handgun, I can only say the cost is remarkably low, and the effectiveness is evident. The primary expense lies in the magic crystal and other materials. As for the classification, we shall address that later. We need to await the testing data from the evaluators. Now, it's my turn, Elder in age interjected. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Bai Qi deemed it sufficient and called for a halt. He approached Berfizi and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" The latter excitedly responded, "The power is immense, comparable to a master-level attack method. The advantages are overwhelmingly clear." Bai Qi nodded and asked the other Night Elves, receiving similar responses. "Nalik, please record this. He instructed the approximate parameters and classification for the Elven Rifle Type 1 and Elven Handgun Type I. Nolik, standing nearby, nodded enthusiastically. Bai Qi then addressed the gathered Night Elves. Commencing his lecture on the Elven Rifle Type 1, magic crystal ammunition capacity of 30 rounds, single shot, effective range of 500 meters, maximum range of 800 meters, and moderate master-level lethality. The Elven Pistol Model 1. It possesses a magazine capacity of 10 rounds, single shot, with an effective range of 100 meters and a maximum range of 200 meters, delivering a low-level masterclass lethality. Its drawbacks are inherently linked to its flexibility, lacking the myriad capabilities of magical incantations. However, its advantages include the absence of a required spell level and no cooldown, meaning there is no waiting period. Furthermore, even those without magical prowess can wield it. What does this imply? To illustrate, Bai Qi smiled and formed a gun gesture with his hand. The number of these weapons we produce equates to the power of master-level damage. The hearts of the Night Elves surged with exhilaration, as if electrified, instantly awakening their senses. Indeed, this is a miracle. In that fleeting moment, everyone struggled to contain their excitement. Lord Bai Qi could truly lead the Night Elves to rise, just as everyone was about to express their thoughts. A voice laced with mockery interjected, "Oh, it seems you all are easily satisfied. This is merely an appetizer." Bai Qi, grinning, approached two other wooden crates and slowly opened them. "It was time to show you the true weapons that signify a new era." Does Berpheus fancy the arms in his possession? Upon seeing Berpheus' infatuation with a rifle and pistol, Bai Qi's playful spirits surged. The latter nodded fervently, his enthusiasm palpable. Bai Qi merely chuckled. Very well. All the Night Elves were bewildered. What does it mean that the era has changed? Bai Qi gradually lifted a slender weapon resembling the rifles they had just used. The gun was black, smooth, and robust, exuding an aura of understated lethality. Yet the Night Elves were irresistibly drawn to the cold atmosphere emanating from the sniper rifle, particularly Berpheus, who had just been reveling in shooting. Every edge and corner was meticulously polished, devoid of superfluous embellishments, embodying the ultimate pursuit of functionality and practicality. Unlike the rifle, it featured a scope. Yes, you just witnessed. My marksmanship is quite poor, Bai Qi remarked nonchalantly, removing his white cloak and casting it aside. He knelt upon it and unfolded a stand beneath the sniper rifle. Elven Sniper Rifle Model 1. And this is the only one currently available. Bai Qi opened the scope. The lenses were crafted from glass and magical crystal, resulting in optical magic glass. It is worth noting that during his time in the Aurelia Forest, Bai Qi had already ventured into the business of glass, thus preparing and researching many such materials, making it simple with his golden touch. Basic education has taught us that the lenses of a telescope consist of convex and concave lenses at a distance of 1,000 meters. Observe that yellow jade tree and its fruit. With a resounding noise, distinct from the rifle's report, a steadier, sharper sound echoed. What is that? Not only the elders, but also Rue Yassi's trembled at the sight. Possessing master-level strength, he could clearly see the fate of that fruit from a kilometer away. However, its speed and power were simply insurmountable. He was no exception. The speed of the firearm was beyond the naked eye's ability to capture. This weapon, designed for assassination, was a terrifying killer. Bai Qi rose, dusting off non-existent particles from his attire. Disregarding the wide-eyed, agape Night Elves, he simply chuckled. For those interested, you may go and inspect that tree. He then added that the sniper rifle's ammunition was limited, and thus they could not train freely with it. Rue Yassi's and Berpheus, you two may fire a couple of rounds for testing. The two nodded, trembling as they approached, especially Berpheus, whose excitement made his teeth chatter. Soon he exclaimed in shock, followed by a sharp intake of breath that startled everyone. What had he seen? Mimicking Lord Bai Qi's stance, he peered through the scope, discovering he could see objects a kilometer away with astonishing clarity, without the need for any magic. Were it not for their ignorance of the term cheat, they would have exclaimed in awe. After a few rounds of testing the sniper rifle, both Berpheus and Rue Yassi's rose. Their souls seemingly departed, their breathing labored. As the leader of the Night Elves, Rue Yassi's comprehended the implications of this revelation all too well. Berpheus, having regained his composure, uttered a statement that left everyone in attendance dumbfounded. I finally understand why Lord Bai Qi said that, compared to us Night Elves, a tribe of 300,000 people holds greater value. In that moment of realization, he became even calmer, for whether it be rifles or pistols. What is needed are people. Strength is not an absolute necessity. The idea of attacks from a kilometer away carried an undertone of barely concealed excitement and disbelief. Burpheus could hardly fathom it. Yasis also came to terms with it. Even among legendary beings, such range is exceedingly rare. Moreover, with such speed and lethality, it could obliterate any master-level being, including myself, signifying near invincibility for those below the legendary tier. Instantly, his pupils constricted. The Night Elves present gasped in astonishment. Bai Qi snapped his fingers. Stop dreaming. The drawbacks are also quite apparent. The targets are not simply fruit. Nonetheless, you are correct to note the range of firearms. Suddenly, he recalled a humorous saying from his homeland. Beyond 7 steps, the gun is swift. Within 7 steps, it is both swift and accurate. The limitation is evident when facing formidable foes or creatures. However, he continued, we are capable of mass production. Following this, Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh as he opened the final crate. Magical crystal energy grenades with tremendous power. Welcome to the artistic world. As the Night Elves emerged from the training grounds, their minds buzzed with realization. They finally comprehended the meaning behind Lord Bai Qi's phrase about a changed era, especially regarding the magical crystal energy grenades. The explosive energy inflicted damage comparable to that created by a high-level magical scroll. The sheer magnitude of energy was akin to a legendary being's area of effect attack, of course. This was merely in terms of impact damage. Legendary beings are not typically understood within normal parameters. While they are one-time use, the sheer quantity is astounding. Meanwhile, Burpheus trailed behind Bai Qi, looking rather dejected. Prior to the reveal of the sniper rifle, Bai Qi had teasingly asked if he desired a rifle, to which he had eagerly replied in the affirmative. Then came the sniper rifle. Burpheus, since you're so fond of rifles, this singular sniper rifle can only be given to Fonya. Fonya was the Night Elf testing the rifle model. In an instant, Burpheus felt as if his heart were shattering. Why had he spoken so carelessly? He adored that sniper rifle. Its feel, its body, was more beautiful than the most exquisite Night Elf in his tribe. The thought of that sniper rifle falling into Fonya's hands kept him awake at night. Lord Bai Qi, Burpheus' mournful voice sent a shiver down Bai Qi's spine. With a sigh, he patted Burpheus on the shoulder. Look at you, your ambition. How can you expect to be my general with such a demeanor? Bai Qi shook his head. You know what Model 1 signifies. It simply reflects the current level of production due to limited materials. In the future, there will be Models 2 and 3, and even weapons far more formidable than the sniper rifle. Armaments capable of extinguishing an entire nation with a single strike. Before he could finish, the assembled Night Elves stood frozen in place, astonished at what they had just heard from Lord Bai Qi. What had they just been told? A weapon that surpasses the terror of the magic crystal energy grenade by thousands of times. A weapon capable of annihilating nations with a single strike. Gulu, their minds were jolted, instantly awakening to the thunderous reality. Are you joking, Lord Bai Qi? You must be jesting. Bai Qi smiled knowingly. Joking? This is merely the beginning. It's just the technology of firearms combined with magical materials. If it weren't for the limitations of materials and time, we could easily develop individual rocket launchers and cannons. However, as far as he knew, the human empire also possessed magical technological products like magic crystal cannons. Yet the power did not lie in the hands of civilization. It could only be described as a tragic waste. Regarding their astonishment, he chose not to elaborate further, merely muttering to himself, exuding an air of frustration. Alas, it seems that cultivating an exceptional general is a long and arduous journey. Look at your meager aspirations. I shall not wait for you. Meanwhile, Riashisi also regained her composure. She patted Burpheus on the shoulder and earnestly advised, stay close to Lord Bai Qi and refrain from entertaining idle thoughts. The latter nodded vigorously that, in truth, he understood well. For Lord Bai Qi had always stated one thing. Time is currently limited, and only these have been produced. This meant that the workshop was still in the process of manufacturing these weapons and equipment. With this in mind, Berfizi summoned his companions, his subordinates, ensuring the safety of the esteemed workshop, particularly concerning the grenades, which held immense power and danger. Accidents must be avoided at all costs. Moreover, under all circumstances, the safety of Lord Bai Qi must take precedence. Having said this, he hurried to catch up with the distant figure of Bai Qi. They were headed to another location, one that Bai Qi deemed even more critical than this array of weaponry. However, why did this direction seem to lead toward the Night Elf tribe's wheat ball fields? Wheat ball weapons. Isn't that just food? Could it be that food could transform into invincible weaponry? The Elven sniper rifle type I, with a magic crystal bullet capacity of 5 rounds, a single shot, an effective range of 1,500 meters, and a maximum range of 2,500 meters. Its lethality is legendary. The magic crystal energy grenade, with an explosion radius of 10 meters, possesses legendary destructive power. The recording officer found himself momentarily stunned by the 4 new weapon types he had documented. The Night Elves are about to rise. His admiration for Lord Bai Qi gradually surpassed that for any other entity. Nevertheless, Lord Bai Qi had also cautioned them against arrogance, stating that the current array of weapons was merely sufficient to contend with those beneath the legendary tier. In reality, those of masterful caliber possess means and capabilities far beyond mere static targets. Therefore, the time for hubris had not yet arrived. Furthermore, the true strength of a formidable magician lies in their arcane knowledge and inscrutable abilities. On the other side, Wei Yi was becoming increasingly healthy under the care of the Night Elves. However, beneath the blindfold, her eyes remained vacant. She could only bask in the gentle breeze of the courtyard like a mere puppet. As for food and drink, she had no worries, for the Night Elves understood that Wei Yi was a cherished existence to Bai Qi. "Lady Wei Yi, are you feeling bored?" inquired a soft voice. It was Gaia, a gentle night elf dedicated to her care. "I am indeed quite bored," Wei Yi admitted. Gaia was particularly interested in her past, as the Night Elves, aside from the exceptional ones, were not permitted to step outside their village freely. It was rumored that the human empire captured and enslaved elves, engaging in various sordid trades. It seems there isn't much of interest, Wei Yi remarked, lightly scratching her cheek, unsure of what to share. Should she divulge tales of theft? "And what of Lord Bai Qi?" Gaia asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity about how they had met. "That scoundrel," Wei Yi replied, momentarily taken aback, pouting in disdain. "A kind-hearted scoundrel." 3 days prior, Bai Qi had convened some individuals from the production department, gathering all those with farming experience from the Night Elf village. He then explained various cultivation techniques and skills. Whether they understood or not, he proceeded with his explanation, allowing Nuo Ku to record and learn. Ultimately, they aimed to cultivate magical, genetically modified variants of crops using the golden fingers combined with otherworldly seeds. The artisan god, aside from its 3 main modules, brought him the most delight with its ability to analyze spiritual particles and synthesize materials. The so-called spiritual particle analysis involved data parsing of various substances, such as the hardness and density of magical steel, allowing for material substitutions within the module. At least in terms of hardware, it was exceptionally competent. However, in terms of software, it was merely trial and error. After all, some combinations component ratios required specialized researchers. It's uncertain whether such talent existed in this other world. And even he, a university graduate for several years, would not know .as for the other function. After Bai Qi utilized the material synthesis, he declared, "Believe in science? What nonsense." Had he not known, he possessed no magical powers. He might have doubted his own abilities, of course, reflecting on that mechanical voice he had once heard: "Pure blood, fallen soul, heart of redemption, and tears of divinity. Collection successful. Divine synthesis of the artisan god successful. Welcome to the artisan god. Divine status. A rank akin to the deities of the literary world." In any case, it granted him powers reminiscent of game mechanics and material synthesis functions that he pondered for a long time. Affirming that shouting pineapple, pineapple honey would not allow him to reverse time to before his transmigration, thus abandoning further contemplation, at least he could feel pain and think the world was real. And they existed, rather than it being a mere game. Am I the protagonist? Bai Qi found himself imagining he was the protagonist of some whimsically malevolent author's novel. Following some peculiar behaviors, he confirmed, "I am a fool. I am indeed a fool that it was akin to SC Char-Dinger's cat. If any action could yield an unknown variable, then overthinking held no significance. One irrefutable truth emerged. He wished to obliterate the fools of this other world. Once famously stated, with great power comes great responsibility. Additionally, he sought traces of his own existence that he declared, let those who wish to live well in this world, who cherish life and peace, find their place. Thus, he would not mind becoming the sun, illuminating the paths of others. This was the sole reason he accepted the Night Elves' loyalty. He aimed to establish a powerful empire, an empire that dispels the darkness, an empire that fulfills his ambitions. Thus, a population is essential. The combined populace of the Night Elves and the Elven tribes barely reaches 500,000, which is undoubtedly far from sufficient. However, for now, one must proceed step by step. As for food, the staple sustenance in this otherworldly realm predominantly consists of grain-based products, such as breads and noodles. The primary crop for these grain products is the wheat ball. To his astonishment, the wheat balls are akin to the size of marbles one would play with in childhood. When processed and ground, they resemble flour, although they are similar to the wheat of his former world. The yield is lamentably low. Besides that, there are some crops akin to tomatoes and soybeans, and he has yet to encounter any peppers. This lack has troubled him for quite some time, not because he has an insatiable craving for spice, but rather because the majority of the food in this other world is predominantly sweet, which tends to be excessively cloying. There is an abundance of fruits, yet their yield is even lower. In truth, Bai Qi finds himself quite perplexed. Upon discovering that this other world is primarily governed by magical forces, he had assumed that productivity would be remarkably high. After all, there exist spells and potions designed to promote plant growth. Yet, the reality is starkly contrary. The slave-driven empire is characterized by a rigid class stratification and an inequitable distribution of resources, with a noble class wielding the majority of wealth and power, while the masses languish in poverty and famine. Put succinctly, not only is productivity abysmally low, but exploitation is also rampant. Strangely enough, this world is suffused with magical energy, leaving Bai Qi in a state of bewilderment. This phenomenon seems to defy biological logic. Logically, a world with such a potent magical system should not produce a populace of simpletons. Instead, he has begun to suspect that the civilization of the Lulu continent may actually be primitive. With magic being an external cultural infusion, this could easily account for the grotesque development of the world. As for why Bai Qi has arrived at such a peculiar notion, well, he has traversed dimensions. In an instant, he seems to grasp something profound. Conversely, is he not an invasive entity from another civilized world? After perusing the limited historical records of the Lulu continent, he has been mulling over this possibility, especially considering the ancient history of the Kaluoxi Empire, mentioned in documents but lacking in detailed accounts. How could such a formidable elven empire have been dismantled? It is inconceivable that magic was the means, as the records indicate that the Elven Empire possessed the most powerful magic of the age, capable of subduing even the dragonkin. Thus, he speculates that if traversing dimensions is indeed feasible, he is not the only one. Everything remains conjectural, as he has never set foot in the Kaluoxi Empire, which is said to encompass an entire continent, far surpassing the land area of the three major human super-empires. To the east lies the realm of the demonic kin. Everything is shrouded in mystery. After all, in a world devoid of mobile phones, the extent of the world and the wonders it holds remain a mystery. Utilizing the seeds and materials from the Night Elf storeroom, Bai Qi meticulously analyzes, researches, and records data, effectively refreshing his long-dormant high school biology knowledge. He successfully cultivates 2 varieties of crops with astonishing yields. According to the data gleaned from his analysis, the original wheat ball yields approximately 100 pounds per moo, which is considered high, particularly as the serf's fields are frequently ravaged by magical beasts. How much? Bai Qi inquires, momentarily taken aback. The Aowilia Elven clan does not engage in farming, relying solely on purchases for their sustenance, a fact Bai Qi has only recently come to understand. Magical beasts? It is said that the Lulu continent is teeming with these creatures, inhabiting lands beyond human reach, where terrifying beasts thrive. Legendary adventurers dare not tread into certain forbidden territories. There are rumors that the source of magical power stems from these beasts, with humans learning their magic to combat them. However, survival necessitates unity. The founders of the Kaluoxi Empire, the first generation of monarchs, also vanished after venturing into mysterious territories inhabited by magical beasts. My goodness. It is crucial to note that in the 22nd century, the yield of wheat can reach over 5,000 pounds per moo, and agriculture is fully automated, employing intelligent, unmanned farms and various drone technologies. A yield of 100 pounds appears to be a figure recorded only in the annals of ancient dynasties. Coupled with the perilous nature of this magical world, the assurance of a harvest is exceedingly rare. Now, I finally comprehend why the populations of various human empires are so scant. Bai Qi sighs, jotting down notes that, in comparison to the original wheat ball's analytical data, the yield of the wheat melon is estimated to be 15 to 20 times greater. This suggests that the yield per moo could potentially reach between 1,500 to 2,000 pounds. Safety concerns are not at the forefront of his mind. If magical beasts were to ravage the wheat fields, he is confident in his ability to let them experience what it means to engage in a tower defense game. Tomatoes yield over 3,000 pounds per moo. The names tomato and wheat melon are certainly not derived from the nomenclature of the Lulu continent. Currently, these are the only two crops he has managed to cultivate. The Night Elves are impoverished and possess little. Fortunately, there is a relatively abundant supply of crystalline materials. He has no immediate plans to delve into fruit cultivation. As for animal husbandry, he has learned that the livestock in this other world consists primarily of chickens and cattle, which appear rather abstract. Some mutated creatures possess magical abilities. There is no fishing industry to speak of, let alone any other forms of animal husbandry. Essentially, survival is reliant upon the resources of the mountains and waters. The meat of magical beasts is highly valuable and constitutes one of the mainstays of sustenance. After all, the continent is rife with adventurer guilds and various taverns, where the majority of bounty quests involve hunting magical beasts or gathering various materials. Hunting. It seems there might be potential here. Bai Qi envisions the scene that if others were to discover his thoughts, they would likely deem him insane for considering magical beasts as prey. But Bai Qi possesses firearms, unlike human magic, which depletes mental energy and is costly. Firearms, these magical weapons, are perfectly suited for combating corporeal beings like magical beasts. Having once watched a zombie film, he has long pondered how human firearms could effectively eliminate zombies, a clear case of dimensionality reduction. How could a carbon-based body like a zombie withstand the onslaught of such weaponry? Not to mention the terrifying power of nuclear energy. Record this. Others may lack the means, but he does not. 3 days ago, he instructed the Night Elves to plant the wheat melons and tomatoes in the fields to the east. Bai Qi inquires of Noa Ku and the others about their progress. The latter, filled with excitement, salutes and assures him that they have followed Lord Bai Qi's instructions meticulously. The group trailing behind Bai Qi engages in animated discussions. Wheat fields? Lord Bai Qi's new weapon is in the fields. Fools, it cannot possibly be a weapon. The Night Elves chatter amongst themselves. Yet Riashi Si is immensely thrilled, never having anticipated that Lord Bai Qi possesses such knowledge regarding crops. This is the power of knowledge. Prepare yourselves. Bai Qi gestures for Noa Ku and the others to utilize the magic scrolls for hastening plant growth. Each scroll is valued at 100 gold coins, while the price for wheat balls is 10 copper beads per pound. Of course, the wheat balls must be processed in a flour, which costs 20 copper beads per pound. Thus, a scroll could purchase 1,000 pounds of wheat balls. This also elucidates why magical hastening of crops is impractical. Humans are not foolish. The cost-effectiveness is simply too low. Moreover, the power of magic is generally wielded by the noble class, who have little interest in devising means for the impoverished to sustain themselves. Yet, there is ample land available. Take the Baiao Empire as an example, encompassing over 35 million square kilometers and boasting a population exceeding 50 million, with a plethora of slaves and abundant land. Even with low yields, the vast expanse of arable territory compensates for it. Excluding the viable wheat fields, a substantial harvest can still be achieved. Thus, The magic of ripening crops is merely a trivial tool studied by certain sorcerers. Soon, a scroll was activated. Dark, ominous clouds loomed over an area of 5 acres. Upon witnessing this, Bai Qi's heart was profoundly stirred. Such is the power of magic. The Night Elves observed with astonishment as Bai Qi chose to expend one of the scarce scrolls of their village on the wheat fields. Their expressions a mix of hesitation and concern. The elders sighed but dared not voice their opinions, for this was an order from Lord Bai Qi. For the Night Elves, that scroll was a lifeline in critical moments. After all, the land of the Black Moon Forest where they resided was barren, yielding meager harvests. What was even more dire was their lack of trade with the human empire. They were impoverished. Suddenly, a torrential downpour cascaded from the skies above the wheat fields, accompanied by ripples of magic. The Night Elves remained unfazed. Being a race of warriors, they inherently possessed magical abilities. However, possessing magic and wielding it are two distinct matters. It is akin to being literate yet lacking the skill to compose an essay. Only a select few with talent or wealth had the privilege of being taught magic by academy instructors. They felt little, while Bai Qi was utterly captivated, akin to witnessing fireworks. But what was that sprouting in the wheat field? One Night Elf exclaimed in astonishment. "What is happening? Is that not a wheat ball?" Curiosity enveloped the Night Elves as they pondered the nature of this enormous round object. Nuaku then introduced it to the chieftain, elders, and the others. Lord Bai Qi proclaimed this as a wheat melon, with a yield 15 to 20 times greater. Before he could finish, the elders interrupted, incredulous. "What did you say? Only 15 to 20 times? Huh? Wait a moment, in an instant." The Night Elves grasped the implication of times. The air seemed to freeze, and amidst the tension, some were visibly startled that even Ray Yaxisai nearly faltered. The collective consciousness of the crowd jolted awake as if struck by thunder. Gulp. Everyone beheld Bai Qi's expressionless face, seemingly conveying their insignificance. They quickly realized the truth of his words. Really? Unable to believe, this was nothing short of a miracle. Berfizi trembled with excitement, his mind consumed by thoughts of Bai Qi. Lord Bai Qi. After a week of interaction, transitioning from feelings of discomfort and doubt, he gradually recognized the terrifying capabilities of this man. He finally understood that before Lord Bai Qi, the chieftain's esteemed presence appeared akin to a mere child prone to tears. Meanwhile, Ray Yaxisai swayed slightly and ultimately knelt before them. "Chieftain, Lord Chieftain, Shisi." The Night Elves were momentarily taken aback. The chieftain was crying. With a choked voice, he uttered, "Thank you, Lord Bai Qi. Thank you for your arrival, for saving us." Tears flowed uncontrollably, and he sobbed heartily in that moment. All the Night Elves came to realize that their chieftain also possessed such vulnerability. The image of strength and wisdom he had always projected was accompanied by this side of him. "It has been arduous, dear chieftain. Thank you." The Night Elves could not help but kneel on one knee, bowing in reverence to the two before them. Their chieftain and Lord Bai Qi. "Do you know, Facet? I am, in fact, quite despicable." Berfizi immediately shook his head in denial. "Lord Chieftain, in our hearts, you shall forever be our beacon." Rue Yaxisai chuckled softly, patting the latter on the shoulder. "Have you seen the stars in the sky? No matter how the stars twinkle, they cannot illuminate the path that in your eyes. I am your chieftain. So you choose to believe in me that in truth, I often doubt myself, which is why I resolutely support the revelation. I lack even the courage to bear this despicable nature." Rue Yaxisai fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing, a relieved smile spreading across his face. "Being a little despicable is of no consequence. He is the bright moon. Look, the path has been illuminated." After emerging from the workshop, Rue Yaxisai was as joyful as a child. Under the radiant moonlight, he resembled a captivating white elven dancer. Be quiet. Bai Qi stood before the little weeper, his forehead creased in annoyance, the corners of his mouth twitching. Looking down, slightly elevated gaze at Rue Yaxisai, this Night Elf with an egregious appearance, always crying. Even from the first meeting. What kind of Night Elf chieftain is this? Such a rogue. The tears of a grown man are utterly exasperating. Then he saw Rue Yaxisai lift his head. eyes brimming with tears. In an instant, his heart was thrown into disarray, as if tangled in a chaotic mess of steel rebar and concrete, miraculously cured of infertility, my preferences. Oh no, my orientation is perfectly normal, especially upon witnessing that pitiful expression, combined with the already bewitching allure of his appearance. Damn, it's hard. My fists hardened. How dare he disrupt my resolve? Meanwhile, the latter wiped away his little tears, looking up at Bai Qi. Lord Bai Qi, I am simply overjoyed. Indeed, I am moved to tears by happiness, especially as they beheld the enormous oval-shaped fruit sprouting in the wheat field. Could this be the wheat melon Lord Bai Qi spoke of? Truly fitting its name. The Night Elves, too, felt their spirits bubbling with joy, happiness radiating in circles. Moments later, the transformation in the wheat field came to a halt. Soon, peculiar plants with yellowing leaves were left behind, producing melons the size of human heads. Nuo Ku, following Bai Qi's instructions, harvested 3 of them. Bai Qi tapped on the melon rind, his expression one of peculiar intrigue. Such a resounding sound. Then he instructed Nuo Ku to slice it open. Almost immediately, silence enveloped the air. Holy smokes, Bai Qi was taken aback. This is a miracle. Everyone was astounded, gasping in unison. Indeed, at the moment of cutting, the wooden table was sprinkled with flour. It was none other than the flour derived from processing the wheat balls. It should be noted that the processing of wheat balls typically yields about 80 flour, requiring manual labor. But the wheat melon contained nothing but flour. After what felt like an eternity, the worldviews of the Night Elves were being reshaped. Bai Qi then turned to another plot of land, tomatoes that, of course, not a full acre, but a small section within the wheat melon's vicinity. After a brief wait, tomatoes were soon presented before the crowd. Just as Bai Qi was about to sample one, Rui Yaxisai intervened. Lord Bai Qi, allow me to handle this. Bai Qi looked utterly perplexed. The Night Elves, too, soon realized they could not allow Lord Bai Qi to taste for poison. Understanding this, Bai Qi could only facepalm. Bemused, it's not that serious. After all, the rabbit race's innate ability is to eat and taste various herbs. Once, he too felt despondent. Who on earth would dare to experiment with such an abominable ingredient as fish mint? When it comes to food, everything is fair game. One can eat anything, even if it means undergoing desensitization to allergies. It matters not if it comes from the soil, the mud, or the water, whether it flies or hops. The delectable items are considered ingredients. The unpalatable are deemed medicinal, and the inedible are classified as construction materials. In unwavering determination to consume, to gnaw, and to savor prevails. How could the assembly of Night Elves allow Bai Qi to embark on a perilous venture? Without hesitation, an elder began to feast. The crowd. Elder Hillock nodded in approval. This tomato is delightful, non-toxic. The elves possess a certain knack for discerning vegetarian options. Indeed, it surpasses the flavor of the common red fruit found in the marketplace. Another elder remarked after tasting it. Let me have a try. Only Riashisi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at No. The latter nodded in response. According to Lord Bai Qi, the yield of tomatoes is merely 300 to 400 gene per mu. Only, the elders, including Riashisi, stared at No Ku in disbelief. Good heavens, young man, are you floating in the clouds? Kindly elaborate on what you mean by only. No, oblivious to the elder's reaction, remained engrossed in thought. Lord Bai Qi mentioned that the soil here is poor, and that is the minimum yield. By the way, the growth cycle of tomatoes is approximately 1.5 months. Unlike wheat, which requires a year to harvest. 1.5 months. The crowd gasped, exchanging incredulous glances as they regarded the tomato. Only Bai Qi, deep in contemplation, grasped his chin, pondering the culinary possibilities of this tomato. Tomatoes, scrambled eggs, tomatoes, stir-fried tomatoes. He just wondered if there was any pork from magical beasts available. Soon, the scribe Wensi meticulously recorded everything. Bai Qi prepared to return to the village to attend to other matters, including visiting Wei Yi'er. He made it a point to spend time with her every day. Tomorrow, a gathering will be held at the Elven conference room. There is no need for as many attendees as last time. Just a few of you will suffice. Bai Qi closed his eyes, mentally calculating, including the tribespeople, that totals around 500. On average, if each person consumes at least 500 gene, that amounts to over 250,000 tons of wheat annually. A scroll costing 100 gold coins. By the way, I wonder if Awalia town has a sufficient supply of scrolls. Buy as many as there are for hastening crop growth. Shisi, you take care of this. If funds fall short, come to me. Understood. Shisi realized Lord Bai Qi's intentions. The survival issue of the Night Elves has been resolved. On their way back, they discussed the integration of the tribes, along with today's weaponry and 2 types of crops. As if they were in a dream, their admiration for Bai Qi had reached a profound level of submission. Unlike the demands of their chieftain, this man is their new king. Just as they were returning to the village, a blue object suddenly rolled out from the thicket beside the woods. In an instant, everyone raised their bows. The elders summoned their magical powers. A blue slime began to spin its eyes, trembling all over. It was doomed. It had inadvertently wandered into human territory. The overwhelming threat of death filled it with despair, making it wish to weep. The Night Elves, realizing what it was, exclaimed, "A low-level magical creature," just as they prepared to shoot. Bai Qi shouted, "Stop." Moments later, Bai Qi approached the Night Elves, his expression seething with anger as he glared at them. Oh, you know what you were doing? You nearly. The Night Elves, including Shisi and Bullfist, were taken aback. Although they didn't understand why, they could see that Lord Bai Qi was furious, which indicated they had erred in some way. What had Lord Bai Qi done wrong? Was it concerning that slime? But isn't it a magical creature? Bai Qi knew he could not explain everything to them at that moment. After all, the laws of this world were as such. With a cold snort, he walked away. The slime seemed to tremble in fear, remaining frozen in place. Bai Qi approached it with a look of apology, crouching down to gently pat it. "Little one, I'm sorry for scaring you." The creature continued to quiver. Bai Qi was taken aback. "Can't you understand?" Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. The slime. Bai Qi. The Night Elf had intended to caution Lord Bai Qi, considering that slimes were magical creatures. Even low-level magical creatures pose risks. However, slimes with offensive capabilities are typically found in unique environments. This common blue one poses no threat. Magical creatures differ from magical beasts. The former is generally more dangerous. The inhabitants of Lu continent have yet to grasp the full extent of this distinction. Before long, Bai Qi managed to soothe the slime, which ceased trembling but still exhibited instinctual fear. Bai Qi fell silent, contemplating the absurdity of this world. His good mood had been shattered. With a sigh, he reassured, "Don't be afraid. It's all right. No one can hurt you. You can understand me, right, little one?" The slime seemed to gradually sense that this human bore no ill intent, rather displaying kindness. It nodded tentatively. Bai Qi felt the creature's gradual relaxation, and his mood lightened somewhat. "Have you eaten, little one?" Suddenly, the long-buried habit resurfaced. After a year, Bai Qi instinctively retained his former customs, greeting rabbits with, "Have you eaten?" Bai Qi lifted it into his arms. Bring a few tomatoes." Although the anger on Bai Qi's face had dissipated, his tone remained inadvertently icy. The Night Elves lowered their heads, and a few younger ones began to murmur, "Oh no. Oh no. It seems we've angered Lord Bai Qi. He is definitely upset." Shisi also perceived the slight chill in Bai Qi's voice and the disappointment in his gaze. It was evident. Lord Bai Qi's demeanor while cradling the slime was remarkably gentle, carefully offering it tomatoes as if feeding an infant. The slime cautiously grasped the tomato, its tiny eyes filled with skepticism, and pointed its small tentacle toward its mouth. Then at Bai Qi's encouragement, it took a bite. Its eyes instantly lit up. "I sent it delicious." Bai Qi beamed at the slime's reaction. The latter nodded vigorously. Albeit still cautious while eating, it was the first time it had tasted something so delectable. This human is a good person. Indeed, not all humans harbor disdain toward slimes. Not every human seeks to eradicate them. There are those among humanity, particularly children, who throw stones at them or set them ablaze. Humans wield their magic, treating slimes as mere subjects for experimentation, destroying them at will. Yet, it is not the fault of the slimes. They remain perplexed as to why humanity holds such animosity towards them. Surely, they must have erred in some way. Thus, They choose to distance themselves from human settlements, existing instead amidst fierce beasts and toxic environments. Hiding in the shadows, lacking power, they often resort to scavenging for scraps or consuming decayed fruits and leaves. That it was their first encounter with such delectable nourishment. Mucus trickled from their eye sockets. The slime, affectionately known as Lamu, raised a half-eaten tomato, gesturing for Bai Qi to partake as well. Bai Qi paused for a moment, his expression shifting to one of profound complexity, yet brimming with joy. Indeed, this encapsulates the essence of civilization. He smiled as he caressed the slime's soft, gelatinous form. Fear not, for I have plenty of food here. Moreover, the slime truly comprehended human language, confirming his suspicions. The slime nodded in agreement, echoing Lamu. As for why it understood, Lamu was uncertain. Yet slimes were born with the ability to comprehend the speech of many beings, humans included, save for the beasts. Observing the adorable little creature, savoring its meal, Bai Qi felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation and relief wash over him. However, he noticed a sticky layer on his hand. Was it slime secretion? At that moment, a startling realization dawned upon him, causing his eyes to widen. Holy cow! He exclaimed, abruptly glancing at the slime in his arms and pointing to the substance in his hand. The slime bashfully lowered its head. No, little one, is this what you secreted? The creature appeared to struggle with comprehension. The slime emitted a gentle sound, then wiped its body with a small appendage and pointed to the tomato. Energy secretion. Bai Qi seemed to grasp its meaning. This moment, a tempest of excitement surged within him, for the divine essence of the craftsman god had automatically analyzed the substance as rubber, one of the 4 essential industrial materials he sought. Furthermore, the analysis indicated that it was of superior quality. Instantly, the slime in his arms appeared to glow, a golden legend. Unexpectedly, a serendipitous discovery of such a precious material, with a heart full of exhilaration. Bai Qi asked, little one, would you like to come with me? There will be delicious tomatoes every day. Lamu. The slime's wide, adorable eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious tomatoes every single day. In an instant, its head nodded vigorously in agreement. Moreover, Bai Qi was a good person. The slime longed to befriend a kind soul. That Bai Qi's spirit soared. He then contemplated another matter. By the way, what is the population of your slime community, for instance, in the place where you reside? The slime was unsure of what Bai Qi meant by population, yet it nodded nonetheless. Slimes enjoyed living in groups, huddling together for warmth. However, today it had lost its way. Yet with ample time, it could still follow the scent it had left behind to find its way home. Wonderful! Come all of you! I shall take care of you! Bai Qi clapped his hands, entirely oblivious to the fact that he resembled a dubious figure attempting to abduct a child. Fear not, for no harm shall befall you. He then instructed Nono to retrieve a small bag of tomatoes. He turned towards the Night Elves, furrowing his brow. You have deeply disappointed me. I had thought you Night Elves to be beings who cherish nature and life. Yet, what did you instinctively do just now? He observed many of them bowing their heads, still perplexed. Bai Qi suddenly felt weary. I know what you wish to express. Monsters, right? Is that the crux of it? Lord Bai Qi. Monsters are dangerous. Silence. Bai Qi's anger flared as he interrupted one of the Night Elves. What gives you the impression that they are dangerous? It is merely an instinctive prejudice against monsters Let me tell you. In my view, the adorable slime is infinitely more useful than any of you. Do you not find that hard to believe? The Night Elves fell silent, refraining from speaking out of turn. Whatever Lord Bai Qi said was regarded as truth. Not mere words of anger, but rather a fact. Nonetheless, it left them feeling quite disheartened. Could it be that even a slime surpassed them? Bai Qi scoffed, clutching a bag of tomatoes and signaling for the slime to lead the way. Along the journey, Bai Qi did not remain idle. He commenced an educational discourse for the Night Elves. From this day forth, no one shall harm slimes, lest you wish to face my wrath, should you violate my command. Either you depart, or I shall. Secondly, it is high time we elevate the cultural education of our village. What constitutes a wise being? How dare you claim wisdom when you exhibit a complete lack of reverence for life? He recounted having witnessed a filthy gathering in the town of Aowilia. where they callously tortured living beings, slimes included. I vow to impart a severe lesson to that detestable lot. If you Night Elves also aspire to become like them, I, Bai Qi, would not mind acquiring another enemy. The thought of the repugnant and filthy actions he had observed among the nobility ignited Bai Qi's fury. Many of the rules in the land of Lulu were decrepit and fallacious. Fear not, for I shall teach you to discern you know why monsters are so intelligent. They are, in essence, merely a different race, akin to you Night Elves and Elves, differing only in form, as Bai Qi expounded. The Night Elves' worldview seemed to gradually shatter, only to be reshaped by a guiding hand. It was only at that moment that they comprehended the foolishness of their recent actions and recognized the cause of Bai Qi's outrage. They fell into a profound silence, for the customs of the land of Lulu dictated certain norms. They had, to varying extents, engaged in the slaughter of monsters. Remember, past transgressions shall be forgiven, but do not err again in the future. Furthermore, upon returning to the village, disseminate to the villagers all that I have just conveyed to you. Inform them that should anyone dare to offend, I shall not show mercy. The recording officer, Wincy, appeared pale, hastily documenting this taboo. After Bai Qi concluded, his expression gradually softened, suppressing his emotions. And now, we have arrived, the gathering place of the slimes, as so many adorable creatures. Soon, a peculiar scene unfolded in the Night Elf village. All the Night Elves gazed on with curiosity. They witnessed a procession returning to the village, chiefs, elders, and the elite of the Night Elves, along with an overwhelming number of slimes. The monsters have arrived. As their view cleared, they beheld Bai Qi at the forefront, cradling a blue slime in his arms, with a small pink slime perched atop his head. His beaming smile painted a heartwarming picture, while behind him, an uncountable number of slimes of various hues bounced along at a glance. There were at least 10,000 lively slimes. The Night Elves in the village were instantly engulfed in confusion, with some even brandishing weapons. Halt! Halt! It was merely under the Elder's admonition that he relinquished his weapon. Elder Hillock nearly prepared to discipline the unrefined young Night Elf. One must understand that Lord Bai Qi had only just calmed down. If he were to truly lose his temper, it would spell trouble. Be fair, they had all more or less grasped the essence of what Lord Bai Qi had conveyed, although it would take time to rectify their ways. However, as long as they could retain Lord Bai Qi, they were willing to do anything. Not to mention nurturing magical creatures, even if it meant they had heard that Lord Bai Qi had suffered a heartbreak at the hands of the elves from Aoelia. Thus, the Night Elves could seize this opportunity. That it should be noted that among the Night Elves, there were many young and beautiful females of various types, albeit with less than ideal complexions, compared to the fair-skinned Aoelia elves. The Night Elves, having long dwelled in the Black Moon Forest under harsh conditions, had rare instances of tender, pale skin. However, the tribe leader's skin, but I forget, the leader is male. The leader is indeed quite striking. Alas, yet still male, they lamented the missed opportunity, leaving the management of the slimes to you. Yes, leave it to me. He eagerly patted his chest, signaling his commitment to care for the slimes. After issuing his instructions, Bai Qi prepared to head toward Wei Yur's dwelling. Meanwhile, to the north of the Night Elf village, a human merchant convoy arrived at their tribe. Soon, Burfus and an elder proceeded to engage in negotiations. The opposing party belonged to the human imperial faction. Burfus queried the sentry. Uncertain, it appeared to be from the Bai Ao Empire. A merchant convoy of several dozen members, the few horse-drawn carts came to a halt at the village entrance, kicking up clouds of dust as they settled. The convoy's leader, Anji Shuang, dismounted from his carriage, his expression calm as he surveyed his surroundings. His tall stature and composed demeanor distinguished him amidst the crowd, his eyes glimmering with wit and insight, as if he could peer into the depths of others' hearts. Over the years, he had become well acquainted with the nuances of various trading markets, fully understanding the commodities that were in demand. For instance, the Night Elf tribe was in need of food for the winter. While they had ample leather and precious furs from the magical beasts they hunted, Anji Shuang had fortuitously arrived at this moment to maximize his profits. The so-called market analysis he spoke of was precisely on point. Alas, the damned elves, Although they had no direct ties to the Night Elves, he still felt a strong aversion, seizing the opportunity to reap a significant profit. Greetings, we're the merchant convoy of the Bai Qi Empire, Anji Chamber of Commerce. Might we request the leader of your village to come forth? We have a transaction to discuss. Anji Shuang wore a perfectly controlled smile, rubbing his palms together as he introduced himself, amiably seeking a trade. The merchant's code dictates that a smile reduces the other party's wariness while also garnering goodwill. As a seasoned merchant, he was well versed in this principle. The sentry at the northern watchtower of the Night Elf village, upon seeing Anji Shuang, quickly arranged for the village elders to be informed. This was not their first transaction. They had previously sold many winter supplies to them, which added a sense of familiarity. Soon, Burfus and Elder Tylan arrived at the encampment of the merchant convoy. Elder Tylan was the only female elder of the Night Elf tribe, while the other Night Elves were not particularly familiar with dealings with outsiders. Only Elder Tylan possessed experience in this regard. The Night Elf tribe was situated in the Black Moon Forest, with a village serving as their base. However, there were some outlying areas with gatherings of their kin. Anji Shuang, welcome to the Night Elf tribe, my old friend. Tylan was well aware of the other party, as there were few merchant convoys that ventured into the Black Moon Forest each year. Anji Shuang smiled slightly, gesturing for his convoy members to unload the heavy crates from the carts, as they gradually brought one box after another to the fore. The journey was arduous, but we come bearing good news. This time we have brought winter supplies and new goods, hoping to exchange them for some essentials from you Night Elves. Oh? Tylan squinted, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she scanned the contents of the boxes. Are these new items from the Empire? Naturally. For the indigenous Night Elves, those rare Imperial goods were exceedingly alluring, albeit at a steep price. You seem well prepared. It appears you are ready to extract a significant profit from us. Tylan's enchanting appearance and bright eyes sparkled with humorous wit, playfully teasing. The latter chuckled heartily, shaking his head, indicating he would never dare such flattery. Yet he secretly mused about Tylan, this Night Elf elder, though alluring. She was certainly old enough to be his great-grandmother, of course. Those who fancied a dalliance with elves would not mind their age. After all, elves are not only long-lived, their inherent racial traits endowed them with beauty. What could one do about that? However, Anji Shuang did not share such peculiar preferences. He understood that those nobles indulged in extravagant pursuits, finding that for them, the older the vintage of wine, the more exquisite the taste. Rest assured, this transaction will undoubtedly be worth your while. My aim is to establish a long-term cooperation with the Night Elf tribe, ensuring mutual benefits for both parties. Moreover, I am not the type of merchant who seeks to make a quick profit at first sight. Anji Shuang gestured sincerely with a smile. Burfus, listening to this exchange, found it rather dull. He hoped to conclude the transaction swiftly, for he had a beloved weapon to study. Furthermore, as Lord Bai Qi's guard, he needed to return to the workshop to keep watch before nightfall. That as for why he was the guard. It was a request from the tribe leader, as well as his own, unable to refuse the insistence of the two Night Elves. Bai Qi had no choice but to comply, though he admonished that no trivial matters were to disturb him. Oh, Riashisi has already barged in twice. First, regarding food. This time I've brought a substantial amount of flour. Anji Shuang's words were abruptly interrupted by Tylan. I sincerely apologize, but this year we have had an abundant harvest, and the Night Elf tribe currently lacks for nothing. The sudden interruption left Anji Shuang momentarily stunned, and upon hearing the content, he was rendered speechless. No, you lack for nothing? Anji Shuang repeated, and upon receiving the same response, his expression shifted awkwardly as he glanced at the Night Elves and then at the earth beneath them. The soil of the Black Moon Forest was notoriously barren, and with a complex mountainous and forested environment, teeming with magical beasts, how could there possibly be an abundant harvest? He initially thought the other party merely intended to haggle. However, after flatly rejecting any price he proposed, he was left with no choice but to concede. It was indeed curious. He had not expected the Night Elf tribe to have such a fruitful yield. It seemed the soil of the Black Moon Forest was fertile after all. Attempting to glean some information, Anji Shuang noted the elegant demeanor of Tylan, who continued to smile with narrowed eyes. Realizing that the result was already evident, Tylan would not be foolish enough to continue trading flour. After all, Having witnessed the yield of grain, she was not naive. Her admiration for Lord Bai Qi's prowess had increased significantly. Henceforth, the Night Elves' basic sustenance issues would be resolved. Angie Shuang cleared his throat and opened other crates. That I know that your Night Elves are skilled archers and adept at crafting arrows. However, I believe you have never encountered this kind of machinery that can automatically. I'm not interested. Before he could finish, he was once again interrupted. The source of the voice was another Night Elf. Upon hearing the mention of bows and arrows, Burfus had already lost interest. Was he joking? Who still used bows and arrows? He was prepared to sorrowfully bury the bow that had accompanied him for 30 years in a good patch of soil. That scene was regrettable. He could not resist the allure of the elven sniper rifle. Its form was irresistibly tempting. That in his overwhelming sorrow, he shed tears of despair. The bow and arrow, lying in the grave, lamented, I was here first, in a luxurious manner within the small border town of Wilia in the Bai Qi Empire. A voice echoed, useless glutton. Zhu Shan, the Count of Rot, gazed coldly like frost at the subordinates kneeling before him. The several individuals on the ground remained utterly silent, their heads bowed, not daring to raise their eyes. Just days prior, Chris had gone missing, and even his dedicated wizard's laboratory had fallen into disrepair, draped in cobwebs. It was evident that this worthless fool had not only failed his mission, but had also met his demise. He had claimed to be a member of a certain wizarding guild, yet he was merely a fledgling apprentice, on the cusp of advancing to the rank of master. Useless, all of them, unable to capture even a single cripple. After a prolonged fit of impotent rage, Zhu Shan gradually calmed himself, narrowing his shadowy eyes to contemplate where Bai Qi might have fled. The worst-case scenario would be that Bai Qi had escaped the clutches of the Bai Qi Empire. Seeking refuge in another nation, small countries would be of little consequence, but should he have sought asylum in the Lu Jin Empire, that would be a grave threat to the Bai Qi Empire. No one understood Bai Qi's value better than he did. Moreover, those Easterners were exceptionally astute and would undoubtedly recognize such talent. Initially, he had presumed Bai Qi to be a wanderer from the Lu Jin Empire who had found his way to Wilia, only to later realize that he was not that AS for where he had emerged from. Who could fathom what peculiar magics those elves had been experimenting with? Bai Qi bore a striking resemblance to the denizens of the Lu Jin Empire. Yet his eye color was akin to that of the demon kin. Damn it, he muttered, unable to utilize Bai Qi, and now, having lost track of him. The most vexing aspect was how to explain this to the royal family of the empire. It was known that he had promised the royal family a 70 profit from the natural perfume business, with the stipulation that he, Count Zhu Shan, held ownership rights. Ownership, of course, meant seizing the elven clan's resources for himself, granting him exclusive rights to sell. This monopolistic strategy promised immense profits, but also bred discontent among others. Thus, he sought to cling tightly to the royal family's favor. However, if Bai Qi were alive, if Bai Qi had indeed fled to the Lu Jin Empire, then the perfume he had appropriated would become a mere farce. After all, those people were professionals in both production and sales. Hence, he had refrained from fully engaging with the elven perfume industry in recent days, awaiting news. And now, this worthless Chris had failed him. Bai Qi, where on earth could you be? First, he dismissed the smaller factions. The Night Elves of the Black Moon Forest were the first to be eliminated from consideration. No, they were never even an option. The church and its hierarchy were also unlikely that if he were in Bai Qi's position. The optimal choice would undoubtedly be the Lu Jin Empire, not only for assistance in combating foes, but also for self-preservation. Meanwhile, as Count Zhu Shan pondered incessantly, on the other side, Mo Huashang had been distressed for quite some time. She had found no trace of him. Despite dispatching numerous individuals to search, there had been no results. It was as though he had evaporated from existence. The expanse of Lulula continent was boundless. Should Bai Qi have left the Bai Qi Empire, finding him would indeed be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Naturally, she could not send people into the remote mountains and jungles, teeming with magical beasts, to seek him out. There's nothing to be done, she sighed. Perhaps it was fate. Mo Huashang chuckled wryly, inwardly lamenting the loss of such a lucrative talent. Simultaneously, two other factions sought Bai Qi's whereabouts. Celis had heard the elders shamelessly request her to retrieve Bai Qi. boasting that the Elven clan could ensure his safety and that he would find a familiar environment to showcase his talents. Celes remained silent for a long while before ultimately shaking her head in refusal. She understood that Lord Bai Qi, having endured such a calamity, must be feeling desolate and hopeless. His spirit had likely withered. How could he possibly return? Yet, unable to withstand the incessant pleas from the leftist faction within her clan, she finally relented, feigning compliance. However, this also birthed a peculiar thought within her. Even if she could not bring Lord Bai Qi back, her desire to see him only grew stronger with each passing day. Contemplating that even a fleeting reunion would suffice out of course, she had also fantasized about Lord Bai Qi continuing to lead them toward glory. A cloaked figure wandered through various adventurer taverns and guilds, his attire meticulously concealing his identity. Yet, it was not out of shame that Laura disguised himself. Rather, it was due to his strikingly captivating appearance. Bai Qi, he murmured, knowing that upon completing this mission, Fei Niaji would agree to assist him in rescuing Lillian. With this thought, his previously weary heart surged with renewed vigor. For Lillian, everything was worth it. He would undoubtedly save her. She must wait for him. In the Night Elf village nestled within the Black Moon Forest, Angie Shuang began to suspect that the Night Elves were playing tricks on him. Were they not in need of provisions for the winter? They seemed utterly uninterested in even the bow and arrow he offered. Had he come to the wrong place? When he had visited the previous year, they had been filled with worry, and his arrival had sparked joy. After several changes in expression, he decided to forego discussion and simply ordered that all the crates be opened to showcase the exquisite metallic crafts. Luxurious fabrics, spices, glassware, and various perfumes he had brought from the Empire, explaining their uses while boasting that only the refined individuals of the Empire could appreciate such items. He believed the Night Elves were akin to the Elves of Willia and would undoubtedly be enamored by these lavish luxuries. However, upon witnessing the impassive faces of Burfus and the still smiling but unyielding Tylan, he quickly realized his failure. He was perplexed at the peculiar demeanor of the Night Elves that day. It was not until a familiar yet unfamiliar voice inquired about materials, such as magical steel, that he instinctively replied, "Yes, but there are restrictions." His pupils dilated, and his mind was struck awake as if hit by a hammer. Bai Qi. The surrounding Night Elves lowered their heads and placed their hands over their hearts in reverence. Both Burfus and Elder Tylan hurriedly exclaimed, "Lord Bai Qi." Angie Shuang's mouth fell agape as he looked around, and soon he grasped the situation. His expression shifted more times in a moment than in an entire day. Suddenly enlightened, he murmured, "No wonder. It all makes sense now. He had suspected as much. This man had indeed allied himself with them. No, judging by the Night Elf's attitude, Bai Qi's status must be quite significant." Quickly regaining his composure, he offered a forced smile, complimenting, "No wonder they show little interest. It is indeed you, Lord Bai Qi." What kind of existence was he? In less than half a year, he had transformed a nascent elven enterprise into a thriving entity, covering much of Willia's towns, while simultaneously collaborating with the Bai Empire and the Lujin Empire on natural perfumes. Furthermore, he had united various adventurer taverns and guilds, engaging in innovative ventures such as shares and funds. His methods and capabilities had left even the most seasoned merchants in awe. Not only that, but he could also contend with nobility. In this regard, Bai Qi had become a paragon for these itinerant merchants, an object of veneration, and they had cooperated in ventures such as the glass trade. However, now that connection had vanished, thus, it was no surprise that the Night Elves exhibited little desire for these goods. After all, the source of prosperity lay with him, and half of the products here originated from his hands. This transaction was akin to a blind man dancing provocatively. He had entertained himself quite thoroughly. Yet, what was even more exhilarating was having encountered his idol. From the Night Elf attendant, it was learned that the northern part of the village was bustling with activity due to the arrival of a merchant caravan. After visiting Wei Yi and leaving a slime behind, Bai Qi, with great curiosity, decided to take a look as well. He also intended to inquire about some materials essential for the industrialization process. Setting aside the technical aspects for now, materials remained the key. The four primary industrial raw materials, rubber, steel, coal, and oil, were crucial. Rubber had already been sourced from the slime, which generated energy through consumption, secreting a viscous substance. The analysis of the spirit data revealed it to be high-quality rubber sap. Steel could be substituted with numerous or crystals, particularly magical steel. However, coal and oil had yet to be discovered. Fortunately, there were abundant alternatives for coal and oil, as the other world was replete with magical substances of varying energies. With rubber in hand, firearms could be significantly lightened, and various components like seals, suspension systems, and shock absorbers could be put on the agenda for industrialization. Bai Qi could confidently assert, with slimes at my disposal, the world is mine. Do you know me? Observing the other's reaction, Bai Qi pondered for a long time, but could not recall. After all, he had mostly interacted with the aristocrats who repulsed him. Familiarity often breeds with one's adversaries. Angie Shuang, brimming with excitement, stated, Lord Bai Qi may not remember, but back then, my merchant association was quite small. I am Angie Shuang from the Angie Merchant Association. Suddenly, Bai Qi had a realization. Amino acids? The glass business? The latter responded with surprise, beaming, exactly. I didn't expect Lord Bai Qi to have such a good memory. Bai Qi merely smiled slightly, offering no further explanation, as he had found the name rather amusing at the time. Naturally, the common language of Lu continent was not Chinese. He had traversed into this world and discovered he could comprehend and speak it, though he could not write. After 10 days to half a month of diligent study, he had mastered the writing of Lu continent script. Nevertheless, many things instinctively connected to Chinese, a genetic inclination that was unavoidable. Thus, upon hearing the homophone amino acids, his dormant scientific knowledge resurfaced. Well then, Angie Shuang, how much magical steel do you have? And can you show me other materials? He seamlessly filled in the position left by Thailand. For Bai Qi, this was not at all foreign. Over the past year, he had navigated an environment where he had to instruct and manage others without any guidance. To put it bluntly, he was burdened with a small company. Facing a boss whose management experience was as thin as a sheet of paper, of course, the so-called motivational platitudes about adversity making one stronger could only be dismissed as nonsense. He could only claim divine gold. The absence of corruption was already a testament to the strength of the rabbit gene. Magical steel? If Lord Bai Qi desires magical steel, you are aware that this material is generally monopolized by the empire. Bai Qi was disinclined to beat around the bush with Angie Shuang. The funds were ample. He would take as much as they had. Additionally, I require various or magical crystals and some materials. Listening to Bai Qi's descriptions of various materials, Angie Shuang patiently recorded them, feigning a genuine interest in trading, even if he had none to offer. What intrigued him more was Bai Qi's continued display of opulence. Having been backstabbed by the foolish elf clan, Lord Bai Qi should not have the authority to control the funds of such industries. To be honest, upon witnessing the village's development and the state of the Night Elf tribe, one could sense the prevailing poverty. Soon, Angie Shuang patted his chest, assuring, I will handle this. May I inquire about your current situation, Lord Bai Qi? At that moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, with a tense air ready to ignite. Realizing his words were ambiguous, Angie Shuang quickly waved his hands in apology, that I'm sorry, Lord Bai Qi. You may not be aware, but many people are currently searching for you. Both the Adventurers Guild and taverns have posted bounties regarding your whereabouts. Bai Qi, fully aware, smiled lightly and remained unconcerned. Had this been a few days prior, he might have been cautious about hiding. But now, he hoped his enemies would not miss an opportunity and would reveal themselves for a quick end. Thank you for your concern. You need not trouble yourself with that, my friend. Now, let us continue our discussion. Please, he gestured for Angie Shuang to enter a nearby small room for a more detailed conversation. Leaving the others waiting in place, Elder Thailand sighed, feeling a bit reflective. What is it, Elder? Belfies inquired, puzzled. Nothing, we still have much to learn about dealing with people. Approximately half an hour later, the crowd saw the two emerging from the wooden house, appearing quite congenial, almost as if they were brothers with their arms around each other. In a moment of confusion, they heard Angie Shuang wave his hand, announcing that all goods would remain. Initially, they thought the transaction was complete, and Bai Qi had paid. However, the next words from Angie Shuang left the accompanying merchant caravan and the Night Elves stunned. From now on, our merchant association will be renamed the Nightless Merchant Guild, and we will join the Night Elf tribe. Instantly, jaws dropped in disbelief. A water jug dropped from someone's hand onto the ground. Reactions varied among the others, yet they shared the same sentiment. Particularly among the Night Elves, their heads buzzed as the situation seemed absurd. It was not that they could not accept it. Rather, they questioned if they had misheard. The Night Elves stared wide-eyed at Angie Shuang. What merit did they have? The other party was a human imperial merchant association, which they could only describe as a mere source of wealth, akin to a company offering a gift in Bai Qi's former world. The president? Are you joking? The other party was merely a night elf. Although it was said that Angie Shuang had the final say in the merchant association, aside from a significant portion of servants, there were also other association members, according to what Bai Qi had previously stated about shareholders. He was the largest stakeholder. This investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. His instincts told him that Bai Qi was not a man to remain in obscurity. Angie Shuang nodded, indicating that it was indeed correct. Not a familial relationship, but rather one of merchant ties. In truth, we are not joining the Night Elf tribe, but pledging our allegiance to Lord Bai Qi. From now on, please allow me to express my loyalty. As he spoke, he seemed quite excited, as if embracing the future that Bai Qi had envisioned. Upon their first meeting, he had only perceived Bai Qi as an exaggerated young man. Yet, the latter had made astonishing statements, declaring, "I have no time to engage in childish games. If you cannot comprehend the supply-demand relationship, you are wasting time. Sign a contract, and let us profit together. Win-win. For someone like me, with a supply chain limited to one, I can find 100 associations like yours. Time is of the essence." That he then boldly tossed a parchment contract to them. That was the first time he witnessed this man's arrogance. Yet his actions were remarkably efficient, that he was, after all, merely a merchant. Such thoughts did not occur to him. He was unaware that this man would create tremendous waves in the commercial sphere. How dare he oppose the aristocracy? Madness. While others laughed, he felt that Bai Qi was entirely different from the colleagues he knew. Deep down, he harbored no fear of the powerful and could collaborate with a humble tavern, helping a small stall develop into a so-called chain store. One incident after another left this group of merchants utterly in awe. During a speech at the Business Alliance, especially when discussing survival and the imperial aristocracy, Bai Qi had scoffed and laughed derisively. Aristocrats? What profit are they worth? Forget it. I cannot be bothered to explain to you what millennia of nobility and age-old families mean. The reason you fear is quite simple. You are too weak. Akin to small vendors in my eyes, the foolish imperial aristocrats engage in the slave trade. In the future, I will introduce you to something grander, establishing a commercial network that controls the continent. Now that is thrilling. In summary, at that time, many regarded it as a mere jest or simply could not comprehend it. Yet he felt his blood surge with fervor. It was later revealed that while Bai Qi ventured into the natural perfume business and the movable type printing trade, those avaricious nobles were repeatedly vanquished. Left utterly humiliated, that he understood that the era belonging to merchants was gradually dawning. His admiration for Bai Qi was fervent, bordering on madness. The moment he grasped the production costs of the glass business, he was completely overwhelmed. And the result? What had that foolish group of elves done? Were they even aware of the folly they had committed? This incited immense rage within him, as well as among others who had commercial dealings with Bai Qi, leading to an intense animosity towards the elves, to the extent that they would rather suffer losses than allow the elves to undermine their enterprises. Naturally, there were those who completely doubted that the elves, who were unworthy of anything but servitude, could contribute positively to the safeguarding and advancement of business. Meanwhile, Bai Qi had forsaken the pursuit of partnerships for commercial collaboration, seemingly wounded by betrayal, wishing only to depart from this place. Otherwise, he could have easily leveraged various protective channels to stage a comeback. For instance, the Adventurers Guild had already amassed the strength to challenge the nobles of Aurelia. Upon entering the wooden cabin, a loud thud echoed as Angie Shuang collapsed to her knees. Her face a canvas of excitement and fervor, starkly contrasting the composed and astute demeanor she had displayed before the crowd outside. Bai Qi was taken aback. "Wait, what are you doing? Are you attempting to pull a fast one on me?" Then he heard Angie Shuang sobbing. "I finally met Lord Bai Qi. You could at least shed a tear," he thought, observing her clumsy performance without revealing his thoughts. After all, he had grown accustomed to dealing with business people. Familiar with all manner of personalities and the facades they presented, he had encountered individuals who would boldly ask for favors, even regarding their daughters or wives. Bai Qi could only respond, all right, you people from another world truly know how to play. Making it so exhilarating, if it weren't for my Elven Princess fiancée at home, I might have lost control long ago. Previously, he'd been indifferent towards the sight of young women, yet upon witnessing the voluptuous figures of the ladies, he could only marvel at his own fortunate lineage of rabbits. If he had been of the bloodline of the neighboring white elephant from history books, they would have been in dire straits. Forget about their wives. Even they were all strikingly beautiful. His classmates, upon learning the history of the 21st century, could not help but exclaim, no wonder they were the terrifying upright apes of a century ago. Unlike the children of the 22nd century who would scream in terror upon seeing the large cicadas flying in the south, soon, Angie Shuang composed herself and could not resist reminding Bai Qi. Many forces outside are seeking you, including Count Zhushan. Bai Qi waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. However, he began to contemplate other thoughts regarding Angie Shuang. Would you be interested in collaborating with me? In an instant, his mind was clouded, fixated solely on his idol's words, collaboration or recognition. To be frank, the business dealings worth thousands or tens of thousands were not beneath Bai Qi's notice. Rather, it was the mindset and scope of thinking that diverged from theirs, shaped by the constraints of the era and production capabilities that in the eyes of the indigenous people of this other world. It was a shrouded mystery, while Bai Qi possessed a panoramic perspective. The true essence of commerce lay in cities worth millions, billions, or even more, akin to empires of trade, of course. He acknowledged that it was somewhat exaggerated. Yet upon reflection, it seemed the land of this other world was not as valuable. Given his previous methods, he could still attempt to make a foray. Indeed, he had long prepared a dual strategy. The City Lord's plan aimed to ascend the ranks and provide the Elves of Aurelia with territorial protection. The Southern Wilderness-based project had been in the works for months, having developed a concrete formula, spending hundreds of thousands of gold coins to hire a workforce of 5,000 slaves, while also enlisting an adventurer team to escort them to the unclaimed lands of the Southern Wilderness to establish a base. Naturally, this was conducted in the capacity of an employer, paying them wages. However, he had lost contact with them. He could only hope they wouldn't strike. After all, he was unable to reach out, having dispatched Raisis to contact people on that side, the leader of whom seemed to be named Rex Slow. This moment, Angie Shuang's eyes sparkled with gold. Millions, billions, a city. Heavens! There was no doubt in her mind that he was painting a grand vision for her. This was of little concern. Money, at a certain point, merely becomes a numerical symbol, and now, you would not comprehend it, so... Are you interested? He inquired, his gaze fixed on Angie Shuang with keen interest. Actually, she responded, I have long admired Lord Bai Qi. Yes, upon hearing that Bai Qi dared to challenge the nobles and the likes of Count Zhushan, she felt an overwhelming sense of spiritual triumph that it seemed that in this realm, the suppressed emotions of merchants had finally erupted. Why should the wealth they toiled for be squandered to appease those greedy and ignorant nobles? Even the slightest dissatisfaction could lead to death or theft, with the Empire's laws proving utterly ineffective against them. To describe it in terms of a certain animated series from Bai Qi's previous world, they resembled the celestial dragons. The nobles of this realm were akin to the celestial dragons, albeit a lesser version. The sorcerers, spirit mages, and spellcasters all existed within the magical hierarchy, serving as the so-called navy for those in power. The sorcerers of the Bao Empire, the spirit mages of the Lu Jin Empire, and the spellcasters of the Yujin Empire were all essentially magicians. Though they all believed themselves to be the legitimate practitioners, only history knows the truth. Even the once mighty and now lost Elven Empire, with its so-called Elven magic, was not the true orthodoxy. The origins of magic seem to point back to the original elves over 1,000 years ago. The very foundation of the Lu continent, named in their honor, as if they had sown the soil of magic, granting the first beings the gift of power to, of course, without parchment records, all of that faded into history. The monopolized knowledge of magic here delineates two distinct concepts: having magical potential and wielding magic. Individuals with magical potential abound, including Angie Shuang, and the Adventurers Guild is filled with them. Magical potential merely enhances one's strength. True magic encompasses a myriad of enigmatic methods. The powerful sorcerers, their immense talent, and knowledge are all under the control of those factions. Even if some among them have offspring who succeed, they ultimately find themselves powerless, inevitably joining the ranks of the newly emerged nobility. I have long admired you, my lord. I have always wanted to collaborate with Bai Qi. I.to hell with the nobles. Bai Qi was oblivious to the reasons behind Anji Shuang's emotional upheaval, assuming it was his grand vision that had stirred her so. Indeed, the art of persuasion was the boss's favorite tool. The very thing he had despised in the past, he found himself employing with surprising ease. Likely due to the potent rabbit genes, subtly influenced by the persuasive traits and role reversal. Rise, joining us does not require bowing to anyone, even to the divine, that would only serve to create our own amusement. He chuckled to himself, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, though his exterior remained as tranquil as a still lake, showing no ripples. Anji Shuang trembled with excitement. Nearly convulsing, ahem, she cleared her throat. The reason those nobles looked down upon you, riding on the backs of merchants, do you know the fundamental cause? Anji Shuang gazed at the radiant man before her, murmuring reverently, "What is it?" Then she heard a phrase that would be etched in her memory for eternity. The root of all this is the inadequacy of the individuals involved. Essentially, when you possess wealth but lack strength, everything is merely a facet. The Empire's laws should have made you realize this long ago. The rules exist solely for the weak. Only the weak strive desperately to uphold them. Its core. Bai Qi is perfectly aware of the fundamental cause behind it all. That is the existence of a world steeped in slavery, where carnivores disdainfully fail to conceal their true nature. Yet, it remains a truth that the rules are upheld because they favor the weak. Without such regulations, the powerless wouldn't even have a seat at the table. Anji Shuang has thoroughly boarded Bai Qi's vessel. For the enticing prospects Bai Qi has painted are grand and plentiful. The Empire. Yes, he dares to speak of the Empire. The Evernight Empire. The Evernight Trading Company. However, the intricacies of banking and scheming elude his comprehension, leaving him frustrated by his own intellectual limitations. While others envy his astute commercial acumen, he recognizes that he pales in comparison to Bai Qi, being but a mere fraction of his brilliance. Henceforth, he resolves to abide by a simple principle. Whatever Bai Qi proclaims must hold its own rationale. Any confusion on his part is merely a reflection of his own shortcomings. He extends an invitation. Come, let us forge a powerful empire and teach those scoundrels a lesson in true commerce. At long last, Bai Qi experiences a moment of joy. Finally, he has found someone capable of managing his business affairs. Though Anji Shuang may not possess overwhelming strength, he can develop over time. In any case, he is a significant improvement over the Night Elves. At the very least, he qualifies as an SR talent. Nevertheless, when it comes to exceptional individuals, one woman springs to Bai Qi's mind. Mo Huashang. She is remarkably sharp and articulate, her words as sweet as honey. For instance, during their first business encounter, she boldly snatched sustenance from the jaws of those demons, earning her great admiration. Such a beautiful creature. If only she were mute, I would pursue her with abandon. Bai Qi sighs regretfully. Well then, if I were mute, would you serve me like a beast of burden without needing to risk your life? Mo Huashang suddenly becomes flustered. Oh, I wouldn't mind being a beast of burden, but will you provide me with fodder? Thus, these two genteel individuals engage in delightful conversation, establishing a rule, while trade discussions may proceed. The matters of spell scrolls must remain untainted, and one comprehends his motives, which only deepens his infatuation with this feeling. Just wait, for Bai Qi shall surely achieve greatness on the continent, astonishing all. If Bai Qi were aware, he would likely be bewildered, for he himself is uncertain of his own strength. To boast of him is indeed a stretch. Ahem, I have an announcement to make. Bai Qi pats Anji Shuang on the shoulder, nodding in approval. Welcome, Anji Shuang, to our ranks. Henceforth, he shall serve as the minister of the Evernight Trading Company. Minister? Why not call him president? That's far more appealing. Anji Shuang, in turn, addresses the members of the trading company, affirming, indeed, I have made my decision. He then looks at the others. The Angie Trading Company consists entirely of my people. If you wish to continue working with me, you are welcome to join, but if you prefer another path, that is also acceptable. The funds stipulated in our contract shall remain intact. This was directed towards some of the trading company's employees and collaborators. The rest, being family and servants, naturally followed his lead. You all know Lord Bai Qi, correct? Even if you don't know him personally, you've certainly heard of him. The man behind our ventures in glass, elven fruit beverages, exquisite perfumes, the elven bookstore, taverns, and the Adventurers Guild. Angie Shuang's tone is laced with excitement and admiration, as if declaring that from this day forward, he is a devoted follower of that in an instant. They all recall who he is, the man known as Bai Qi. We are willing, after a flurry of discussions. They all choose to place their trust in Angie Shuang. They have heard of Bai Qi's exploits, the man who dares to confront the nobility and even compel them to yield, that I wish to join the Evernight Trading Company. So do I. Seeing the willingness of everyone, Angie Shuang is naturally elated, marveling at Bai Qi's ability to inspire such trust with merely a name. What he fails to realize is that most are merely following the crowd, their own leader having defected. Why would they cling to a lost cause? Meanwhile, the Night Elves are equally incredulous that, of course, Burfus and Elder Tylan are not so surprised, having witnessed the true transformative power of what they encountered today. Nevertheless, they remain in awe of Bai Qi's charisma. I am now certain, Burfus murmurs softly. Only Elder Tylan hears him, casting a puzzled glance in his direction. Certain of what? Tylan inquires, smiling gently and shaking his head. The clan leader is correct. The elves of Aowilia Forest are a bunch of fools that I truly cannot fathom their reasoning. A man so captivating, even in the darkest of nights, radiates his own brilliance. Yet he was betrayed. Yet he cannot help but chuckle at the irony. After all, it ultimately benefits them. That Elven Princess, wasn't she a simpleton named Yulia? No, it must be that old hag, Yuliana, who is truly the fool. With Bai Qi around, not even the clan's princess, let alone the clan leader, stand a chance to him. What troubles you? Elder Tylan grows increasingly curious about this young fellow and their tribe. Just some rather audacious thoughts cross my mind. Oh, how audacious. The latter finds himself momentarily choked by the air, regaining composure to assume a serious demeanor. Having bid farewell to Angie Shuang, now the Evernight Trading Company has been established. Bai Qi assigns a task to Angie Shuang before he departs. You will be responsible for overseeing the trade in various slave markets. With winter approaching, prices will likely be more favorable. Angie Shuang is momentarily stunned. He recalls that Lord Bai Qi despises such dealings, which is why he dares to confront the nobility. Lord Bai Qi, do you mean to imply that we will engage in this business? Bai Qi shakes his head in denial. His gaze drifts towards the horizon, where the sun appears to be setting, casting a particularly gentle yet radiant glow in the twilight. No, the lavish and debauched nobility of the empire are short-sighted. The carnivores disdainful, lacking foresight to eye in the future. Our domain shall harbor no slaves. The time is simply not yet ripe. For now, however, I require manpower. Though he may not fully comprehend, Angie Shuang seems to grasp Bai Qi's intent, mocking those who fail to utilize their resources wisely. If Bai Qi were know, he might suspect Angie Shuang possesses an innate talent for interpretation. Yet, there lies the question of sustenance. If the slaves are to work, housing is one concern, but the consumption of food must also be accounted for. The reason slaves are cheaper as winter approaches is that flour can sell for over 40 copper coins per pound. If a slave consumes 2 to 3 pounds a day for labor, that amounts to 1 gold coin. To put it in perspective, a poor household typically spends only 3 gold coins in a month. Thus, maintaining slaves is not an easy task unless one intends for them to cease working. Food is not an issue. You only need to know that the Night Elves tribe does not lack for provisions. Furthermore, regarding the slave markets, acquire the inexpensive ones as you see fit. Any race will do. For Bai Qi does not wish to have them labor. Rather, he seeks population growth. If recruitment is feasible, splendid. If not, it will serve as a preparatory step towards liberating the slaves. This is the remarkable strength of the rabbit's lineage, as it allows him to plan several steps ahead. Some of the strategies penned a few days prior already account for actions years down the line. Thus, he tells the Night Elves, should they fail to keep pace, he shall not wait for them. Race is inconsequential. As long as they are inexpensive, Anji Shuang envisions many possibilities, yet he remains perplexed. Still, he knows that Lord Bai Qi must have his reasons that he will follow through, particularly regarding talent acquisition. If he encounters individuals with management experience or unique qualities, he must secure them. This is a decision left to your discretion. As for finances, spend boldly. Money, for us, holds no significance when simply clutched in our hands. It is not that he is being ostentatious. Rather, he is in urgent need of development, requiring both materials and manpower. With productivity secured, wealth will naturally follow. Especially as winter approaches, a cunning strategy reminiscent of the nobles comes to mind. They are fond of hoarding grain. After all, allow me to demonstrate what is meant by a reduction in productivity through a decisive strike. Leave it to me. I shall vigorously procure the necessary materials. As for the magical steel, as you are aware, it is a strategic resource of the empire, monopolized to the extent that acquiring it in large quantities is not feasible. Anji Shuang also expressed her difficulties in this regard. No matter how much we can obtain, we will soon have our own mine. Anji Shuang wondered if there were indeed ores in the Heiyue forest, as for talents. I will do my utmost. Though those akin to slaves, Anji Shuang hesitated to continue. It is a rather complex matter, the murky waters of the slave market. After the defeat of certain small nations, the number of slaves naturally swelled, including members of royal families, nobility, and significant ministers. Moreover, the wives and concubines of these small nations' royals and nobles are also in high demand. Thus, the fate of a defeated small nation often sees the men either killed or reduced to laborers, while the women fare even worse, surviving only as commercial slaves. Of course, the victors revel in the spoils of war, much to the delight of the great empire. Ultimately, slave traders naturally seek to sell at a good price in the empire, which is more than willing to accept additional laborers. It's all right. Just do as you see fit. I trust you. This expression of trust deeply moved Anji Shuang, who assured that it would be entrusted to her without issue. Indeed, we need talents who are industrious and economical, not mere decorative pieces. The so-called decorative pieces are nothing more than playthings favored by the nobility. However, it must be acknowledged that in this wretched world, knowledge is predominantly held by the nobles, even in small nations. By the way, here is a handgun for your personal protection. At the same time, 5 elven handguns were handed over to Anji Shuang. What is this? Bai Qi gestured for Berfizi to demonstrate, as his own shooting skills were not suited for low-level encounters. Berfizi felt a pang of regret seeing the elven handguns being taken away before he had fully enjoyed them. But he could not disregard Lord Bai Qi's orders. With a series of loud bangs, Anji Shuang and the others instinctively crouched down, their expressions uncertain as they glanced at the peculiar elven handgun held by Berfizi. What is this? Swallowing hard, they looked at Bai Qi in shock. This is the first model of the elven handgun. Keep one for self-defense, and I will provide you with 100 rounds of ammunition for practice. When the bullets run out, simply send someone to retrieve more. The remaining 5 come with 100 rounds each. You know what to do. Ideally, sell them to the nobles or put them up for auction. Bai Qi spent several minutes explaining usage and precautions to her. With each word, her eyes grew more fervent, and she suddenly grasped what this was, a means of self-defense, seeing the large hole blown into a distant tree trunk. She marveled at its power. Wow, she gasped. Such a small object possesses such tremendous force. For the nobles and wealthy landowners, this was indeed a life-saving tool. Though she could not comprehend why Lord Bai Qi possessed such a weapon, she recognized its value and picked up the elven handgun. The delicate feel and exquisite craftsmanship. This was a true commodity. Before they knew it, 7 days had passed. Facet, is Lord Bai Qi still inside? Berfizi inquired after paying his respects to the clan leader. Over the past few days, the Night Elves had undergone a significant upgrade in weaponry. With sufficient materials, Anji Shuang not only left behind the supply she had brought, but also arranged for the transport of a considerable amount of steel, or crystals and magical materials. The workshop dedicated to Bai Qi had expanded into a vast production facility. Each day, Night Elves busied themselves with renovations and material transport. Under the moonlight, Rhea, Shisi, and Berfizi found that the tranquility of the night could not compare to the peace within their hearts. The Night Elf tribe was destined to flourish. How wonderful, they both thought, aware that all of this stemmed from the unparalleled wisdom and leadership of the man inside. Had Bai Qi been privy to their thoughts, he might have awkwardly replied, "Could it be that you are simply not skilled enough?" Yet, Bai Qi would never genuinely mock others. Although he harbored disdain for the filthy nobility, he understood that he merely benefited from the prosperity of the world he had traversed into, a privilege of that flourishing era. Berfizi's admiration for Bai Qi only grew. Typically, the task of guarding Bai Qi was shared among several subordinate escort teams, but they often silently let their comrades rest. This was not merely out of compassion. It stemmed from a genuine belief that he could best protect Bai Qi and secure the future of the Night Elf clan while also seeking personal advancement. The path he had once found so confusing had become increasingly clear. In that moment, Rhea, Shisi, leaned quietly against a pillar, illuminated by the soft moonlight, appearing extraordinarily pure, especially as his silver-gray hair shimmered under the silvery glow. The two men shared a tacit understanding as they savored this tranquility. Had Bai Qi opened the door at that moment to witness the scene, he would undoubtedly have remarked that a cigarette would have completed the picture. Unfortunately, this world offered none, of course. Even if there were, he would have extinguished it. He simply detested the smell of second-hand smoke. The dim oil lamps within had long been replaced with bright magical stones that it was amusing. Now, the Night Elves were nearly taking on Bai Qi's form, their reverence for their saint far exceeding that for their own clan leader. Inside the room, during the 7 days, Bai Qi tirelessly calculated and compiled statistics, ensuring the Night Elves and their clan prepared comprehensive reports for him. Initially, he focused on their armed forces. The 4 workshops produced components at full capacity, managed by hundreds of Night Elves responsible for inspection, polishing, and other processes. The little fellow, Xingyi, was also rapidly absorbing various knowledge points Bai Qi imparted, particularly in physics. Finally, he was training assembly methods, providing hands-on instruction for streamlined production. Naturally, the intricate instruments could not be crafted by the Night Elves. They relied on Bai Qi's unique abilities for assembly. Ultimately, one could only marvel at the strength of the rabbit gene. As a science student, possessing some assembly skills was entirely normal. Bai Qi's golden touch had provided him with structural diagrams and data. All that remained was to invest considerable time in following the steps for assembly. Angie Shuang had also commenced her efforts in procuring materials. As of now, she had borne the expenses. After all, the Night Elves were genuinely impoverished. The recent transaction conducted by the Angie Chamber of Commerce amounted to hundreds of thousands of gold coins, sufficient for the Night Elves to survive for a while. Conversely, Bai Qi left the Elven tribe nearly empty-handed. Yet he had never worried about such matters that he hoped that Angie Shuang would grasp the significance of the 5 guns he had sent with her. Viewing it as a test of sorts that in the future, Bai Qi aimed to conduct business not in the millions, but in billions or even hundreds of billions, akin to that of small nations. Both Angie Shuang's former Angie Chamber of Commerce and the Night Elf tribe were far too small in scale. Thus, a period of time would be needed to lay the groundwork for future prosperity. That groundwork was none other than the act of pioneering. Indeed, that at present, the terrifying machinery of production has commenced its relentless operation. We are on the cusp of an explosive development. The ambitious endeavor of nation-building aims to amass assets worth hundreds of billions within a mere 3 months. Bai Qi has meticulously calculated the planned trajectory. Yet he still perceives it as insufficient that a few days prior, he dispatched Rhea Shisi to oversee the integration of various tribes and their villages, large and small. The elves have long felt a sense of indebtedness towards these tribes. Rooted in historical complexities, Bai Qi has no intention of delving into these intricacies. Notably, the tribes have never voiced complaints, consistently affirming their loyalty to the elves, adhering to ancestral teachings passed down through generations. They remain unaware of the reasons behind their devotion, yet they choose to trust in their forebears. However, the elves they refer to are not the elves of their lineage. Rather, the elven race is merely a branch of the broader elven family. Even the nocturnal elves, upon reviewing their historical documents, find no trace of this narrative, attributing it solely to the Elven Empire. What astonished Bai Qi further is the inclusion of a definition of monsters within the tribe's ancestral teachings. The tribe's people exhibit no fear towards these creatures and have never harmed slimes. This piques his curiosity, yet he lacks the time to investigate further as he is not an archaeologist. The Elven Rifles. Model 1. Number over 1, 400, while the pistols exceed 2,000, and nearly 5,000 magical energy grenades have been produced in comparison to firearms. The grenades appear to be the easier endeavor. After all, with magical modifications, the production of grenades requires only a magical steel shell and a few small components from the design schematics, alongside a magical crystal and some materials to amplify magical output. The workshop is still bustling with activity. The cost of materials is remarkably low, so low that Bai Qi has not even calculated it. Most crucially, the inhabitants of this world do not place much value on these items, which to him are akin to gold scattered everywhere, aside from the quantity of magical steel. Unless he possesses a magical steel production line, how he yearns for a vein of ore. After compiling the statistics, he turned his attention to agricultural production. With a nocturnal elven population of 200,000, essentially every adult is a soldier, with 20 being children and 10 elderly. Here, one must mention the elves' racial talent for longevity. However, when accounting for various roles, such as sentries and those needed to maintain daily life, only less than 20 of the nocturnal elves remain available. Approximately 40,000. Bai Qi has no inclination to exploit his people. Thus, he diligently oversees and calculates the responsibilities. The hunting plan 1.0 entails deploying 10,000 nocturnal elves, with 20,000 responsible for logistics and cleanup, and an additional 10,000 as reserves and for vigilance. While the tribes boast a population of about 300,000, after excluding 30 children and 40 elderly, the usable number of tribespeople amounts to only 60,000. The Land Reclamation Plan 1.0 has already been laid out in recent days. Although the nocturnal elves may lack in management capacity, their execution abilities have left him quite satisfied that if they falter, he can always delegate tasks to the elders, the wise ones, and Riyashisi. There is no need for extensive explanation. It suffices to follow his lead. This is not arrogance, but rather a recognition that actions speak louder than words, especially as the nocturnal elves have yet to reach a level of understanding that would allow them to draw parallels. He would find joy in their progress. Bai Qi meticulously organized the parchment, jotting down remarks and arranging tasks. Damn it, how he longs for a printer. A sudden nostalgia for his past life as an office worker washed over him. Oh, how simple it could have been with a printer. Divine gold. Am I truly losing my mind, yearning for a boss? Meanwhile, the memories of family seem to be fading from his mind, or perhaps he is deliberately trying to forget. In moments of melancholy, he often imagines returning home at night to play games with his younger brother. Even those he detests, how wonderful it would be to see them now, in a flurry of distress. Bai Qi spread out the parchment and retrieved a scroll, touching his forehead with a finger and uttering open. Perhaps being too busy to indulge in idle thoughts is not such a bad thing after all. However, suddenly outside, he heard a loud wail, startling Belphis and Riyashisi, who burst through the door only to witness an unforgettable scene. Before them stood the usually composed Bai Qi, now a blubbering figure with tears streaming down his face. Bai Qi, he cried while muttering incomprehensible curses. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Damn it, idiotic scroll. Focus, you fool. Forget about homesickness. This blasted thing dredged up all the embarrassing memories from over a decade ago. Upon seeing the two enter, Bai Qi attempted to regain his composure, yet the tears flowed uncontrollably, akin to a faucet without a valve. Damn it, the expressions of the other two shifted to one of complexity, suddenly stifling their thoughts, realizing something, and muttering, "Sorry to intrude," before retreating and quietly closing the door. Naturally, the two, adept in magic, understood the side effects and alternative uses of energy scrolls. They did not perceive the image of their Bai Qi as diminished, but rather more genuine, more relatable, and unexpectedly endearing. In the village square of the nocturnal elves, morning broke with the air imbued with the subtle humidity and the fragrant blossoms of the elven tribe. Thousands of nocturnal elves and tribespeople gathered at the assembly site. As for leadership, Bai Qi would not concern himself with such trivialities, delegating them directly to Riyashisi and the elders. Belphis served as a messenger. He would only arrange matters for significantly important positions when necessary. The slimes wished to assist, yet were met with rejection from the nocturnal elves that a few were being played with by children. The young nocturnal elves observed, while the tribal children had already taken some home to play with now. Everyone had come to accept the slimes as their mascots, as per Bai Qi's announcement that the slimes would not only be well fed, but also allowed to frolic freely throughout the nocturnal elven village. Of course, the energy they secreted needed to be collected. The rubber Bai Qi spoke of was to be gathered and sent to the material processing factory near the elven workshop. The stocks and other components of the elven rifles have been replaced with rubber products. Upon receiving their new weapons, they discovered lighter rifles adorned with various attractive colors and designs. It soon became clear that these were crafted from the mysterious energy secreted by the slimes. In no time, the vividly colored slimes became the collective favorite for the nocturnal elves to wield. And no nocturnal elf could resist the allure of a jelly-green rifle adorned with graffiti. If anyone could. They were surely jelly powder, especially the young female nocturnal elves, who, upon seeing a pink slime, would light up and take it home to cuddle while sleeping. Indeed, the nocturnal elves had fully embraced this charming group of slimes. Among them were a few special slimes: the black coal flame, brown with yellow stripes, lava slime, the toxic slime, the icy frost slime, the luminous slime, among others that in the past, they would have been fearful, as these were monsters with offensive capabilities. But now, they could be petted. Gradually, they discovered that the slimes were indeed quite endearing. They could fully comprehend the words spoken, though they did not articulate them. They could sense emotions. Previously, the malice and fear directed towards them were palpable. Yet the slimes never retaliated. Their defensive adaptations were solely for protection. The slimes had found their roles, albeit as mascots. Before long, Bai Qi stood at the podium of the assembly, his demeanor calm, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, whether it was merely an illusion, Belphis and Ryashisi perceived a glint of coldness and danger in Bai Qi's gaze as he cast a glance their way. TSK, perhaps it would be best to bury it. A sense of alarm hovered above their heads, as if marked by an exclamation point. Danger! The speech commenced shortly thereafter. Bai Qi's voice resonated throughout the square, clear and loud, amplified by sound equipment. Indeed, a few days ago, a remarkable creation emerged at a type of amplification magic stone, combined with the sound devices of the divine craftsman, has been ingeniously modified through technological advancements, proving to be far more convenient and user-friendly than traditional magical scrolls. This innovation includes the Echo Magic Box, the Recording Magic Box, and sound systems. Bai Qi has aptly categorized these under the umbrella of Eternal Night technology. It appears that the Night Elves and the young girls of the tribe have already begun to explore this novel technology. The first song of the slimes has also been born, which Bai Qi observed with a smile and a thumbs up. Let them delve into it gradually, in the future, he will tell them about the vastness of the horizon being his love. A Night Elf girl group, perhaps? That seems promising. However, there are side effects to using land utilization scrolls. After all, the power of magic is never given freely. It is merely borrowed. The use of magic to accelerate crop growth can deplete the soil's fertility. In other words, it's akin to a cool-down period in a farming game. Essentially, soil that has been treated with magical scrolls will gradually become barren without external fertilization, or it may take years to recover. Yet Bai Qi holds no concerns regarding this issue. The Black Moon Forest, or as it is currently referred to, the vast expanse of Deer continent, remains boundless, with no one truly knowing its extent. And what it lacks is land. Many areas are not desolate. They are merely uninhabited. However, without a formidable external force, it is unlikely that any normal person would venture to cultivate the land. After all, many regions are inhabited by magical beasts and creatures, and some even host powerful magical beings. Moreover, the most perilous fate is to be enslaved and traded by humans. Consequently, these areas have predominantly transformed into exploration quests for adventurers. Yet Bai Qi's Night Elf village requires neither excessive manpower nor resources, as Bai Qi puts it. The times have changed. We shall clear the way with firearms and grenades. If that fails, we will resort to artillery. If that too fails, we shall await the onslaught of my iron tide, raining down fiery missiles. For the moment, rifles and sniper rifles suffice, not to mention grenades. The range of such weaponry is sufficient to leave unsuspecting magical beasts unaware of their demise. Indeed, wherever one may be, possessing firearms is paramount. Thus, the Hunting Plan 1.0 and the Land Cultivation Plan 1.0 have officially commenced. Currently, the armament situation stands as follows. Over 1,500 units of Night Elf Rifle Type 1. More than 2,000 handguns, 100 sniper rifles, over 5,000 grenades, and a considerable amount of ammunition. Bai Qi commands an army of 10,000 Night Elves, with Burfus overseeing an elite sniper team of 100, acting as scouts. The team is divided into 10 groups, each equipped with a liaison armed with a handgun. Bai Qi has tasked them with sniping and reconnaissance. The main force consists of 100 units, organized into 10-person teams, each armed with a grenade, while those without grenades are responsible for clearing the area. In summary, Bai Qi has somewhat underestimated the overwhelming power at his disposal. The initiation of a hunting brigade comprising tens of thousands of members is certainly no small feat. Bai Qi has issued a strict decree. Magical beasts and wild animals are fair game. The magical creatures of Deer Continent can be described as a veritable plague. After all, this world is not entirely governed by humanity. However, one stipulation remains. Slimes and similar magical creatures must not be harmed unless in a situation of self-defense. The Night Elves, having coexisted with the Slimes, have come to understand and accept this. If a magical creature is communicative, not only will it not be harmed, but it will also inform Bai Qi to make the final decision. The slime secretions are processed to produce rubber, and various rubber crafts have become well known among the Night Elves. From a perspective of practical benefits, slimes have become their good luck charm. Who dares to say otherwise? Let them be silenced by a bullet. The Night Elves are now fully equipped with military might. What does this imply? In Bai Qi's military address, he stated, "Currently, the combat strength of the Night Elves is sufficient to subdue a small nation of 500. 000 without issue." Upon hearing this, the Night Elves were undeniably stirred. Yet Bai Qi quickly doused their enthusiasm with cold water. If our aim is merely for trifling gains, I might as well take my leave. Our goal is not a mere nation or continent, but the starry sea, a realm untouched by the divine, beneath that endless expanse of stars, and I shall lead you there, under Bai Qi's eloquent rhetoric. The handsome faces of the Night Elves grew increasingly fervent. The starry sea. What a beautiful phrase, truly befitting their esteemed Bai Qi. The more Bai Qi spoke, the more animated he became, nearly exclaiming, "Our struggle." Indeed, for this whimsical group of Night Elves, nothing could be more enticing than the mysterious night sky. After concluding his speech, Bai Qi felt a tinge of self-admiration for his oratory skills. "Just as expected of you," he murmured, gently brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulder. However, upon reflection, having undergone 12 years of compulsory education, he found himself considerably calmer. Having attended school and participated in speech contests, he realized that everyone had their own journey. There was little to take pride in. Perhaps he could fool the natives, but he could not deceive himself. Quietly, he tore up the notes he had memorized. Meanwhile, the workshop produced thousands of portable tools for land cultivation. By the 22nd century, agriculture had evolved into various intelligent drones, along with numerous portable farming tools. Admittedly, their efficacy may not be as impressive to in contrast. Bai Qi discovered that ancient technology was non-existent among the three major functional modules of his golden finger. What is a curved plow, a triangular hoe cart, a dragon-shaped water wheel? He had only encountered these in history textbooks that a typical person from the 22nd century would not study such antiquities. He had no bizarre fantasies of time travel, though he had read many web novels. However, what nonsense! What sane individual fantasizes about time travel while memorizing ancient farming tools, even remembering the structural blueprints in detail? He had never even set foot in a field. He could distinguish between rice and wheat, but he still struggled to tell millet from wheat. It was only through the brief descriptions of modern tools within the module that he acquired some knowledge. Fortunately, the integration of magical technology and modern tools yielded several agricultural implements. For now, he decided to make do with these. Once materials became available, he would upgrade to more advanced equipment that a few thousand new tools were allocated to the cultivation team. A small portion had already begun to cultivate in Sao a few days ago, having cleared several hundred acres of land, nearly choking Bai Qi with disbelief. Truly, the Night Elves were brimming with vigor. As for the irrigation sprinkling device, Bai Qi also devised the celestial water cannon and water diversion carts. At the very least, the basic production and cultivation tools were prepared, far superior to the rudimentary tools of this other world. On another front, the cultivation team reported, each trio could clear 3 acres of land a day, with one person responsible for sowing and another managing the magical water diversion cart to channel river water. With over 60,000 members in the cultivation team, they could potentially clear approximately 60,000 acres of wheat fields. Among them, those who were proactive were not deterred by Bai Qi. They claimed, with tools in hand, "The world is ours," especially the tribal members who, once familiar with the use of tools, worked tirelessly, facing the earth head-on for the first time, even moved to tears. After all, Bai Qi promised them they would be well-fed, with 4 meals a day guaranteed. As for wages, they would be compensated in other ways later. Being well-fed, what is the value of wages? For them, merely having access to food is quite commendable, let alone being fully satiated. There exists a myriad of chaotic elements, which do not fall within Bai Qi's realm of concern. As for the safety situation, another contingent of 10,000 Night Elves has dispatched 5,000 to oversee the tribe's security and land reclamation initiatives. The remaining 5,000 are tasked with a hunting party on the opposite side, responsible for the processing and transportation of their catches. In an instant, a mechanism akin to the workings of a machine began to turn. As Bai Qi aptly stated, they were on the brink of a period of explosive production and development. When asked about the concept of compounding benefits, Bai Qi simply smiled enigmatically, choosing not to elaborate further. The elders and senior members were also diligently engaged, ensuring the smooth operation of Bai Qi's 2 plans. Meanwhile, Rue Yaxisai had been dispatched by Bai Qi to the southern wasteland base. As for how Bai Qi managed to persuade Rue Yaxisai to abandon the ever-watchful role at his side, Bai Qi casually hooked his arm around the tribal leader and whispered the plan in his ear with an air of intrigue. Initially taken aback, Rue Yaxisai's expression shifted to one of complex bewilderment. Gradually, his consciousness surged back to clarity, and he gazed at Bai Qi in shock. "The Imperial plan?" he exclaimed, his voice tinged with a quiver. "Yes, the earlier envoy has returned with news, and now we need you to take charge." Bai Qi, observing the overly animated white-haired elf, felt no inclination to comment further. He leaned closer to the elf's ear and jested, "You're blushing like a teapot. Such charm, it quickens the heartbeat." He yearned to inform Rue Yaxisai, "Do refrain from making such peculiar reactions that might lead to misunderstandings. If others were to witness this, my reputation could be irrevocably tarnished." Alas, the remnants of his digital footprint from his previous life remained intact. If he were to suffer social demise in this world, would he be forced to flee to another realm? The Imperial plan indeed involved the Night Elf Ranger Squad that had brought back news. The operations of the slave hiring coalition were still ongoing, 5,000 individuals, with some wanderers having joined during this period. The leader, Rex Luo, continued to negotiate their contracts, aiming to construct a small concrete town spanning 10 miles. Additionally, they were paving roads with concrete. Bai Qi's surprise, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Even after 2 weeks without contact, as the principal financier, Bai Qi had employed them 6 months prior and even enlisted several adventuring groups to safeguard their endeavors in that desolate and perilous land. Truth be told, as a first-time capitalist, he felt a twinge of guilt. 5,000 individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qi promptly directed Rue Yaxisai to establish a line of communication and concurrently initiate their plans for 3 months hence. The relocation of the Black Moon Forest. The Black Moon Forest is not particularly well-positioned geographically. Although the Night Elves find it hard to part with, Lord Bai Qi must have his reasons. He took time to elucidate geographical knowledge to the Council of Elders. The Black Moon Forest not only suffers from a disadvantageous geographical environment, but also from a poor strategic position. Lacking small nations as buffers, it is itself regarded as a buffer zone. Bordered to the northwest by the Baiao Empire and to the east by the Lu Jin Empire. However, the Black Moon Forest is separated from the east in this world where shipbuilding is underdeveloped. The Night Elf tribe lacks even this basic requirement. Should a conflict arise between the two empires, the Black Moon Forest would undoubtedly serve as an excellent strategic springboard, positioning it as a coveted piece of land contended by two great empires. The elven clans of the Ovelia Forest, although situated in a buffer zone between the two empires, at least enjoy the advantage of convenient trade. Of course, this is not to say that the situation is hopeless. Bai Qi has his own calculations. Thus, one must break to rebuild. We shall head southward, reclaiming and establishing our empire. Another crucial reason is the vast expanse of land. He had previously observed the geographical structure of the southern wasteland. Aside from a single passage through the Black Moon Forest, it is surrounded by the sea, and the land's extent remains uncertain, lacking an appropriate map. However, it is abundant in plains. As for the threat of magical beasts, quite the jest, as they are precisely in need of food. The competition from the small nations in that area is minimal. The southern wasteland, what does wasteland signify? It is a place where even birds do not defecate. Yet 12 years of compulsory education taught him that treasures must surely lie buried there. Even if not, it matters not. What he desires is to develop in secrecy. Time is of the essence. Bai Qi now directs Rue Yaxisai to dispatch 5,000 individuals, including 3,000 villagers from a Night Elf tribe, to transport a substantial quantity of harvested grain and a portion of today's hunted meat. He also instructs that various tools and weaponry be sent along. He emphasizes the significance of this endeavor. In the earnest gaze of Bai Qi, Rue Yaxisai believed him. At long last, the ruse succeeded. Letting out a sigh of relief, Bai Qi gently shook his head. He had finally sent away that Night Elf, who had been a nuisance during his evenings in high spirits. He made his way to the slime abode, intending to play with a few adorable creatures and also to pay a visit to Wei Yi. However, thoughts of Wei Yi weighed heavily on Bai Qi's heart. The issue with her eyes had to be addressed. He could only place his faith in the magic of this world. The three most mysterious academies of the Dear continent: the Academy of Sorcery, the Academy of Spirit Magic, and the Academy of Spellcraft. He wondered if they could cure Wei Yi's condition. Of course, with his current status, he lacked the qualifications to even approach these esteemed magical institutions. To put it bluntly, the three great empires are of an extraordinary magnitude. Just a single town like Ovelia would suffice to sustain the Elven clan. The Bai Empire boasts 100 such towns. While Ovelia is merely a small border town, the enigmatic and immensely powerful Kleshi Empire. Bai Qi chuckled softly, rubbing his brow. He had not anticipated that even before establishing a foothold, he would begin contemplating such matters, even fantasizing about conquest through sheer military might. Truly, that is quintessentially you, Bai Qi. Within the grand confines of a magnificent ancient castle, the venue for the rose auction held in the Roseflower City is adorned with walls embedded with gleaming magical crystals. Many exquisite rose clusters casting a faint pink glow. At the heart of the auction hall stands a colossal rose crystal pedestal, upon which a woman dressed in a splendid robe, with alluring lingerie barely concealed beneath, wields a delicate wooden hammer. Her form is captivating, exuding an air of nobility. Her bosom, firmly held, rises prominently, and her face bears the professional smile of an auctioneer. Despite her undeniably enticing figure, her elegant and regal demeanor prevents any hint of lewdness from emerging. She is none other than the esteemed auctioneer of the Rose Auction House, Ling Ji. At present, an auction is underway, bustling with activity and attended by numerous nobles. Undoubtedly, many have come to behold the exquisitely alluring figure of Ling Ji. However, they dare not act recklessly. Rose City, the most prosperous and largest city in the southern region of the Bai Empire, ranks among the foremost of the empire's 10 great cities. The auction house, Rose Auction, is operated by none other than the third prince of the Bai Empire. While they are indeed nobles, they are not fools, although their desires are ignited to the point of explosion, leading to wild fantasies and even inappropriate advances toward the female slaves brought along. They maintain a semblance of decorum. On the other side, witnessing the fervor of the auction, and Jishuang is filled with contemplation. Although his trading company, the Evernight Trading House, boasts a capital of over 2 million, he is taken aback to discover that the minimum entry requirement for the auction is 1 million in assets. He cannot help but reflect on the stark contrast between large and small cities. The resources in the town of Aualia are exceedingly scarce, prompting him to cast his gaze toward the largest city in the south, Rose City. Here, the abundance of materials is truly overwhelming, and he suddenly realizes his own poverty. Of course, should anyone else, especially a commoner, overhear his thoughts, they might be driven to fury. Nevertheless, this is the reality, and despite this, Ji Shuang remains focused on his task, striving to procure materials such as magical steel to take back. Lord Bai Qi holds him in high regard, and he must not disappoint and Ji Shuang muses, showing little interest in Ling Ji on the stage. In matters of women, he prefers the pursuit of wealth and life as aspirations. However, he does not mind observing the various commercial tactics on display. Will the Evernight trading house also host an auction in the future? This curious thought crosses his mind. With full authority granted to him by Lord Bai Qi, these considerations rest solely on his shoulders. Suddenly, he finds himself warming to Ling Ji. Recognizing her adeptness as an auctioneer, he recalls how Lord Bai Qi has been wounded by love. Indeed, narrowing his eyes, he whispers to himself, she is rather pleasing to the eye. Unconsciously, he finds Ling Ji more agreeable, dismissing her sensual attire as merely a commercial strategy. Yet he soon contemplates whether someone of Lord Bai Qi's stature is suited for such a young woman, leading him into a moment of inner turmoil. Right. He's here to auction items, specifically the 5 elven pistols. After acquiring them, he commissioned a craftsman to inlay exquisite magical gemstones into various parts of the pistols, transforming them into luxurious artifacts. They are now dubbed Starry Elves. He then informs the auctioneer to attribute them to a certain unnamed master Bai. The auction continues with great fervor, punctuated by the sound of metal slicing through the air. A long sword, shimmering with silver light, is presented on the crystal platform. Its hilt is adorned with a deep red magical stone, while the blade is covered in glistening green scales, purportedly from a high-level magical beast. It is said that this sword can sever any magical shield, boasting both formidable combat capability and collectible value. Nobles, wealthy merchants, adventurers, and mages, a collective term for sorcerers, enchanters, and spellcasters, are irresistibly drawn to the sword displayed above. In a land of Lulu, mages do not wield peculiar staffs like those depicted in Bai Qi's former world of television and novels. Rather, they possess melee weapons that a powerful adventurer or other formidable beings need not have a strong physique. But mages certainly do. They also wield mysterious and potent magical powers. The strong continuously hone their strength through the cultivation of magical energy. Mages not only possess great magical power, but also exhibit extraordinary magical aptitude and the capacity to invest in the study of advanced magical knowledge. The power hierarchy in the land of Lulu is delineated by the strength of magic points. 0 to 50 signifies an apprentice. 51-200 denotes a master. 201-500 indicates a legendary mage, and those above 500 are regarded as mythical beings. When a being with over 500 magic points exists, no one can ascertain the true nature of their realm. It is only known that a millennium ago, the most powerful elven goddess, known as the Valkyrie, possessed the strength to defeat over 20 other divine entities, including the legendary dragon deities. However, scant information is recorded in historical documents. What manner of existence was the entity known as Closhi, who was able to dismantle and defeat an elven empire that had vanquished over 30 divine beings? The mere thought leaves them swallowing hard, incredulous. Thus, Closhi has become the foremost taboo in the land of Lulu. Presently, the mightiest super-empire, the Closhi Empire, remains, and the magical races are nearly obliterated. Yet, it is evident that the Closhi Empire does not take an interest in them. However, the Closhi Empire seems far removed from these ordinary individuals, who can only ponder such matters as if ants contemplating a colossal dragon, idly. Currently, mages represent the pinnacle of existence in the land of Lulu. It is said that among equals, a legendary level mage can eliminate opponents of the same level in an instant, even facing 100 foes alone. such as the essence of a mage. Of course, mages are bound by various treaties and restrictions. They generally disdain comparisons with non-mages and have little interest in bullying them, lest they be mocked by their peers. Mages are, after all, an exceedingly proud breed. As a result, the three great magical academies in Lulu host grand enrollments each year. Before long, the sword rated as a masterwork with a score of 107, the phosphor fish sword, is purchased by a noble for 80,000 gold coins. Whether it is for collection or gift-giving remains unknown. Subsequently, item after item is auctioned off amid gasps of wonder, with a significant number being sealed artifacts and scrolls. For instance, a sword in a bottle, encased in a beautifully crafted sealing vessel made of mysterious magical crystal, erupts into the air upon opening, emanating powerful energy while also releasing sword qi. Ultimately, it is sold for 700,000 gold coins. Numerous other wondrous scrolls follow, leaving in Jishuang in a daze that he seldom participates in auctions, and some individuals even cast magical energy as currency. In the land of Lulu, the monetary exchange rate is as follows. 1 unit of magical energy equals 1 gold coin, which equals 100 copper beads. However, magical energy does not literally equate to 1 gold coin, but is merely a conversion rate. The former belongs to a commodity with a price, but no market, commonly employed by mages as currency. Magical energy is a type of magical crystal, a universally accepted material among mages, yet holds significant value. Currently, the market value in the land of Lulu allows 1 unit of magical energy to be exchanged for 1 gold coin and 20 copper beads. If Lord Bai Qi were to learn of such complexities from the village of Night Elves in the Black Moon Forest, he would undoubtedly unify the terminology under the concept of exchange rates. This, of course, is part of Lord Bai Qi's future plan to establish a market controlling exchange rates. However, he has not disclosed the true meaning of the phrase Evernight Trading House to Jishuang. Even if he did, the latter might not fully comprehend, and Jishuang has, however, heard of Lord Bai Qi's grand ambitions regarding the concept of banks, yet he remains somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, one thing is clear to him. Lord Bai Qi's words are always backed by reason. Before long, the auction items have been sold off in large quantities. Ling Ji, with her enchanting smile, feigns a touch of warmth, tugging at the neckline of her garment to reveal a generous expanse of smooth, fair skin. This instantly elicits howls of admiration, accompanied by a chorus of excited voices. Next item, Starry Elves. The atmosphere among the Elven clan of the Ovelia Forest has recently grown increasingly peculiar. This unsettling change has been particularly pronounced since the exile of Bai Qi, leading not only the higher echelons of the clan, but also the villagers to display signs of agitation. The decline in their quality of life has become glaringly evident. The elders of the left faction, along with their affiliated elves, are also experiencing difficulties. They serve as staunch defenders of the Empress's lineage, having influenced Yulia's choice between Bai Qi and the pretender to the throne of the Yujin Empire. Ultimately, Yulia acquiesced to the latter, swayed by his extraordinary handsomeness that overshadowed Bai Qi. Furthermore, as a prince, he was deemed a fitting match for her as the princess of the Elven clan. This was simply the nature of royalty. During this tumultuous period, Bai Qi was preoccupied with Ovelia's commerce and had ventured to the distant city of Ciota, one of comparable stature to the Rose City. Upon his return, it coincided with their agreed wedding date. Marking the final night, Yulia hesitated, reminiscing about how Bai Qi had never wronged her and how fond everyone was of him. Yet, her mother, driven by her own ambitions, urged her to make a choice, insisting that one should prioritize opportunity over effort. This culminated in an absurd incident involving the pretender prince, a situation Yulia's mother claimed was her duty to oversee. The unprecedented thrill of the wedding chamber ensnared Yulia, while the mother-daughter duo's enjoyment was eventually discovered. That night, Bai Qi returned unexpectedly, bearing precious gifts from Ciota. Upon hearing strange sounds of merriment, he opened the door to find an unsettling scene. Stunned by the sight, his expression grew vacant as he stumbled backwards, losing his footing and tumbling down the stairs. Ultimately, Bai Qi was driven away, and the so-called Prince Kaisa vanished that very night. In the Elven village, smiles have diminished significantly, particularly among the common folk and young girls. who now regard Yulia with a mix of disdain and sarcasm. Walking through the village, Yulia felt the weight of their scornful gazes. In truth, many elves were unaware of the full extent of the events that had transpired. It was only the subsequent upheaval that began to reveal fragments of the truth, igniting a storm of discontent. However, they remained powerless, for Yulia was the princess of the Elven clan, and even their empress had absurdly participated in the affair. All that remained for them was a sense of numbness and resignation. They had once believed their lives were improving, yet now the blame was squarely placed on Yulia. Why should she bear the burden? After all, she was merely a princess, even if she had wronged Bai Qi. What of it? Taking a step back, why should her misfortune dictate the suffering of others? With a sense of injustice, she bit her lip and retreated to her chamber. Meanwhile, the auction was in full swing. Stellar elf Lingtai held an exquisitely crafted artistic elven pistol in her hands. The audience was puzzled, questioning what it was. However, the auction's rules mandated silence and decorum, allowing them to maintain their composure. The auctioneer introduced the weapon, proclaiming it a pistol named the Stellar Elf. Its attack method will undoubtedly challenge your perceptions. Rather than laughter, this statement piqued their curiosity about how it could redefine their understanding. Was it merely a weapon? Had they not seen magical scrolls before? As Lingtai continued her introduction, she signaled for a target to be set up, accompanied by a test subject. Soon, a pole was erected on the stage, tethered to a vibrant green slime, quivering in fear and emitting pitiful sounds. The creature's terrified cries only heightened the audience's anticipation for the spectacle. Lame, the struggling slime circled its eyes in fear, sensing the malice emanating from the crowd. What had it done wrong? It had only consumed some decayed leaves and fruits before being captured by humans. Tears streamed down its face as it questioned why humans, who were supposed to be their friends, had turned against the onlookers. Its tears resembled green goo, further igniting their desire to rid themselves of the pitiful creature. Lame, Lingtai's melodious voice elaborated on the weapon's capabilities. Like a starburst, its attack unleashed magical sparks. As she aimed the elven pistol at the slime, it sensed the imminent danger, its green liquid dripping more rapidly in a desperate plea for mercy. The audience watched with rapt attention, while Angie Shuang clenched her fists in anger, restraining herself in the presence of the Empire's nobles. She recalled Bai Qi's words from over a week ago, stressing the importance of purchasing any magical creature encountered. Slimes were inherently gentle beings, capable of sensing human emotions, leading her to the realization that they were indeed delightful companions. However, as Angie Shuang's worldview shifted, she began to empathize with the slime, recognizing its innocence. The creature was crying, pleading for its life. The inner turmoil became unbearable, and she stood up suddenly. Lingtai, focused on her aim, momentarily hesitated upon hearing a voice calling for her to stop. But her finger had already pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound reverberated throughout the auction hall. Angie Shuang's pupils dilated in shock, her mouth agape as she struggled to find her voice. The crowd erupted in a chorus of outrage. As her interruption had caused many to miss the spectacle, Lingtai shot her an annoyed glance, only to realize that Angie Shuang was the seller, prompting her to mask her surprise with a smile. She signaled for her subordinates to clear the stage of the slime's remains, deeming the gooey mess unsightly. Despite the weapon's swift attack speed, the slime had proven too feeble. Let us find a more suitable test subject, Lingtai suggested as murmurs of agreement spread through the crowd. Some had witnessed the event, while others only heard the commotion, noting that the target had been damaged but missing the details of the slime's demise. Below the stage, Angie Shuang sat in silence, replaying the scene in her mind. The image of the slime bursting apart haunted her, a creature that had been trembling and crying just moments before. Now extinguished, the weapon that had claimed its life was the elven pistol. Until its last breath, the slime had not comprehended why humans harbored such malice towards it. What had it done to warrant such cruelty? How could she face Bai Qi now? He would surely be disappointed to learn of this tragedy. The realization that the slime was a charming little being weighed heavily on her heart. Bai Qi had once told her, these little creatures are more trustworthy than humans. You will come to love them. After all, they possessed a wisdom that rivaled that of humans. She resolved to protect them at all costs. Soon, a creature with a fluffy blue and white body, adorned with 2 or 3 severed crystals on its head and a gemstone embedded in its forehead, was brought onto the stage. That it was unmistakably a magical beast. The Magic Crystal Mouse. Ling Tian introduced the Magic Crystal Mouse to the crowd. Standing over half a meter tall, these creatures possess crystal atop their heads, which serves as an exceptional magical material and is remarkably hard, placing them in the ranks of low-level magical beasts. Crystal. The Magic Crystal Mouse let out a furious cry upon its appearance, hissing at the personnel that confined it, its gaze sharp and filled with a fiery rage, mingled with resentment towards humanity. The fractured crystals on its head shimmered with light, only to quickly fade. The once intact crystals had been brutally struck off by human tools. Its defiant eyes glared at all humans, as if it yearned to drag them into hell if it possessed the power of destruction, cursing them. It was precisely because of the Magic Crystal Mouse's extraordinary hardness that it perfectly suited our purpose to test the strength of this weapon. With that, I gestured for my subordinates to secure the target. In my hand, the exquisite celestial sprite was aimed at the Magic Crystal Mouse. Anja Shuang, who had been in a state of despair at the rose auction in Roseflower City, suddenly snapped back to reality at the sight of the Magic Crystal Mouse. Upon hearing Ling Tian's introduction, her throat felt as if it were engulfed in flames, a foreign object lodged within. What do you mean? Another magical beast. It seemed she could sense the hidden hatred in the eyes of the Magic Crystal Mouse. Anja Shuang, feeling a surge of anger, thought, do these idiots not realize that these magical creatures are, in fact, like them, intelligent beings capable of communication? The words of Lord Bai Qi echoed in her mind. You know, I've had more than one encounter with magical beasts, surprisingly, as long as I harbor no hostility towards them. Even have a fondness. I can sense their emotions. It was a rather warm memory. Though she occasionally felt fear, she pondered that if magical beasts were indeed intelligent spirits, oh, a kind of spirit from my homeland, not a humanoid one, then, upon reflection, they were the true victims. It seemed strange that I would fear their kindness instead. With an instinctual urge to save these pitiful creatures, Anja Shuang took a deep breath. Just as Ling Tian was about to pull the trigger, she suddenly stood up. Stop. Hey, let's make a deal. Lady Anja Shuang's unexpected actions left everyone present in stunned silence, followed by a chorus of curses. Who the hell are you? Do you want to die? Get out. Do you not understand the rules? Ling Tian's expression darkened as she squinted her eyes, but she quickly replaced it with an elegant and gentle smile, her demeanor charming and alluring. My dear, such disruption of order is rather inappropriate, don't you think? The crowd erupted in further insults. Yet, Anja Shuang's calm demeanor betrayed no emotion. She uttered a single sentence that left everyone momentarily speechless. I'm the seller of this weapon. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Then, Anja Shuang continued, revealing that the master who crafted this weapon had stated that his creation was not to be used against weaklings, but was meant for the purpose of killing. As soon as Anja Shuang uttered these words, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. I merely wish to remind you. After all, what would the master think if he knew his weapon was being used against such feeble magical creatures? That would be a tad disrespectful to the master. The mages of Lulyalu continent often had their own tempers, and some masters held their own peculiar dispositions. While the crowd understood this point, it did not concern them. Ling Tian regarded Anja Shuang's composed demeanor with a hint of irritation, seemingly understanding her perspective. Indeed, using it against slimes seemed a waste. However, the hardness of the Magic Crystal Mouse was precisely what we needed to test its power. I'll buy it, Anja Shuang interjected, dismissing any further explanation. With a grand motion, she tossed a pistol onto the stage. That was the handgun Lord Bai Qi had suggested she keep for self-defense. I could see that moment. She expressionlessly discarded it. One celestial sprite. Following the auction, regardless of how many gold coins it fetched, any excess would be yours, and any deficit I will cover with gold. In any case, do not use magical bees for testing while I am here to observe. Ling Tian was also taken aback. The value of magical beasts? Low-level ones typically fetch only a few dozen gold coins at most, while the Magic Crystal Mouse might be worth no more than 200. Upon seeing the black golden celestial sprite, Ling Tian's eyes brightened as she exchanged a meaningful glance with Anja Shuang. quickly donning a beaming smile as she apologized to the other attendees of the auction. After that brief interlude, the crowd's focus returned to the auctioned tea that moment. A noble in the front row suddenly shoved a female slave, whom he had been toying with, aside. The beautiful woman, heavily made up, fell to the ground in pain. "What are you doing?" Before she could react, she heard a chilling declaration that froze her entire being. Only moments ago, she had been joining the crowd, including her master, in cheers while they shot slimes. The noble's FRE, in truth, our auction has long since tested its might, capable of striking targets at distances of 100 to even 200 meters, with the power to penetrate a master-level magical shield rated at 104. Upon hearing this, the audience displayed a surprising lack of interest. However, the spectacle was nonetheless impressive. Soon, the first bidder raised a placard .90,000. This price is considered rather high within this rating. The reason lies in the weapon's exquisite and compact design, reminiscent of tools favored by assassins, which had a certain appeal. Heim seemed to have anticipated this, covering her mouth with an amused smile. By the way, I neglected to mention that the celestial spirit does not require magical output, a truly unique trait, and has no casting time. This revelation left not only the nobles and wealthy merchants astounded, but also caused adventurers and magicians to assume a more serious demeanor. The sole drawback is the necessity of ammunition, referred to as bullets, allowing for 10 attacks with a total of 100 rounds. Just as the words left my lips, a voice interjected, 150,000. It was none other than the noble Viscount Emler, who had previously pushed his female servant forward for testing .170,000. Another voice chimed in, as an interested nobleman joined the fray. And oh, magical requirements. How intriguing. Many nobles and merchants contemplated the advantages of a weapon that did not necessitate magical energy, yet boasted considerable power. Not only could it be a collectible, but could also prove life-saving in critical moments. .180,000. 200,000. In an instant, the celestial spirit was being bid up continuously, yet Heim on stage appeared to have a contemplative expression. Soon, she shook her head and snapped her fingers, drawing everyone's attention. "What to do, your prices, Heim, are somewhat unsatisfactory," she expressed with a captivating and enchanting demeanor, laced with a hint of melancholy. Then several female subordinates approached, holding a wooden tray draped in red fabric. Heim slowly unveiled the cloth, her gaze sharpening, her tone a blend of allure and seriousness. "Here are 5 identical celestial spirits. Ladies and gentlemen," she continued, "do you grasp my meaning?" In an instant, many could no longer remain seated, rising in a flurry. Clarity struck their minds. Even the expressions of numerous nobles grew grave. Some wealthy merchants gulped, questioning with trembling voices. Mass production? Silence enveloped the Rose auction house for a moment. Even those who had been oblivious began to glance around in confusion. Suddenly, one noble proclaimed, 5 million. The price doubled in an instant. What nobility from a petty nation dares to join the fray? 10 million. The previously embarrassed man's face darkened, yet he quietly lowered his placard. .20 million. A cloaked figure, obscured from view, raised a placard, doubling the price once more. .22 million. Below, Andrew Schwang was taken aback. No, wait. Hold on. In that moment, comprehension dawned upon him. Oh, that was it. Lord Bai Qi had known all along. Andrew Schwang's expression grew complex. The true value of the elf pistol lay not in its strength, but in its capacity for mass production. The means of its creation were its true worth. He had misjudged Lord Bai Qi, initially believing it merely a tool for emergencies, especially given Bai Qi's casual demeanor when suggesting it might be given away with a casual remark. "You know what I mean? Oh, how I truly do not comprehend. Lord Bai Qi, I genuinely do not understand." Now he found himself regretting his hasty judgment. How careless. Moreover, did Lord Bai Qi not fear others might seek to replicate it? No, that couldn't be right. Lord Bai Qi was not foolish. Whatever he could conceive, others could surely discern as well. Thus, the only conclusion was that Lord Bai Qi must have had his reasons for such actions. In that moment, he grasped the meaning behind that man's warm smile and the notion of conducting a small test. It turned out that these staggering sums were merely a means of gauging interest. In a brief span, the price of the celestial spirit soared to an astounding 5 million. What had begun as an auction involving wealthy merchants swiftly transformed into a contest among nobles and affluent magicians. The Rose City was not solely home to the nobility of the Bai Qi Empire. It also hosted nobles from smaller nations, mid-sized countries, and even rival cities. Upon hearing the 5 million bid, the cloaked figure fell silent for a considerable time. Yu Hung inwardly lamented, not bringing more funds or pocket money. He was determined to acquire a celestial spirit to return home. He mused, if this weapon could be mass-produced and did not require magical input, its power could rival that of a master. What a terrifying prospect. Imagine producing master-level warriors in bulk, warriors who did not require magical selection, that on certain battlefields and operations, this would constitute a one-sided slaughter against lower-tier forces. For warfare does not always hinge on the clash of high-tier forces. Often, it is the high-tier forces counterbalancing each other, leaving the lower-tier battles to unfold out of course. This presumes that once acquired, the weapon could indeed be developed further. In that moment, many began to cast their gazes toward Anjishuang. Remember the master Bai he spoke of? Which master craftsman of weaponry bears the surname Bai? Especially among the noble factions of smaller nations. Their eyes gleamed with fervor. If such a weapon could be mass-produced, upon returning to their homeland, they would regard their king with newfound respect. They even began to fantasize. Your Majesty, may I test the power of this firearm? 500,000 for the first time, 500,000 for the second time. Sold. Congratulations to this esteemed guest on successfully bidding for the celestial spirit and 100 rounds of ammunition. With a resounding thud, the auctioneer's gavel fell, marking the sale to the cloaked figure. Haim appeared quite pleased with the current turn of events. Upon acquiring the auctioned item, she had already informed His Highness the Third Prince and arranged for personnel to secure the auction. The individual who had just bid was, of course, one of her operatives. The exorbitant price was not without justification. First, to honor the reputation of master by behind Anjishuang, ideally inviting him to attend. Second, it was a simple matter of acquiring one for research, while selling the other 5 at a premium, with the auction house taking a 15 commission. Thus she felt no remorse. The subsequent 5 items would each start at a price of 5 million. Haim smiled, casting a meaningful glance at the crowd. I trust everyone has guessed the truth. These 6 weapons are all celestial spirits, identical in nature, each requiring the aforementioned bullets for operation, with their pros and cons duly noted. Even ordinary individuals without magical abilities can wield the celestial spirit. The implication of them being identical is clear. Surely no one is foolish here, for the mysterious master Bai is indeed extraordinary. A weapon that can be mass-produced without magical input. In an instant, the room erupted in exclamations. Particularly those who had previously been in the dark suddenly grasped the situation. Meanwhile, those who had understood all along remained silent. Now receiving confirmation, weapons manufactured on the continent typically fall into 2 categories. The first being those requiring magical input, as who besides those with magical prowess would wield them. The second category consists of non-magical consumables or tools for commoners. However, consumables do not imply ease of production. For example, magical scrolls are consumables that only require the activation of a spell, yet they must be crafted by a magician, even if mass production were possible. Which magician possesses the leisure to do so? Moreover, magical scrolls encompass a range of types, not all of which are offensive. A non-magical consumable weapon represents a unique category, generally intended for civilian use, such as bows or darts, primarily for hunting beasts, and often ineffective against magical creatures. The emergence of the celestial spirit astonished them all. This was not merely a personal weapon, but one intended for national or military use. War, particularly among smaller nations, is seldom characterized by a multitude of formidable warriors. In this context, weapons become the true embodiment of strength, especially those that do not require magical power, when the magical energies of both combatants are depleted. Such weapons transform into instruments of death. This is precisely why the onlookers are so astounded. However, many individuals lack the financial means to acquire such treasures that it would be impractical to suggest postponing the auction for a few days while one returns home to gather funds. Such a course of action carries its own risks. primarily the possibility of failing to obtain the desired item altogether. Yet, this does not deter their ambitions, should such power fall into their hands. On the other hand, a group of mages observes these weapons with keen interest. Their existence poses a potential threat to sorcerers, albeit a slight one, given that the weapons possess a mere score of 104. Nevertheless, mages have an inherent proclivity for research across various domains, and thus they remain curious about the extraordinary qualities of the star spirit. Of course, these weapons are regarded as mere toys, insufficient to capture their attention. After all, there exists a chasm-like distinction between mages and ordinary warriors. The effectiveness of a weapon is contingent upon the wielder. Whether it can breach their defenses remains uncertain, especially considering the powers and mysteries beyond mortal comprehension that they possess. How intriguing! Responses from various factions differ markedly. Yet ultimately, all items find buyers. The auction culminated with sales at 5.5 million, 5.5 million, 5.7 million, 6 million, and finally, the last weapon fetching an astounding 7 million. This monumental auction concluded with a sale price that eclipses even legendary artifacts, leaving the crowd both astonished and somewhat unsurprised. Following the sale of the Star Spirit, subsequent auctions failed to evoke the same level of interest. Eventually, the auction featured various slaves, but these were not ordinary captives. They comprised the royal and noble women of certain defeated nations, even including a queen who had fled capture. Angie Shuang cast a final glance at the queen of the Moon Nation, Yu Wei, whose condition appeared somewhat dazed, her gaze vacant, though undeniably beautiful. An indescribable feeling washed over him as he discerned the trial she must have endured. He was no innocent. Lord Bai Qi's words echoed in his mind. All calamities stem from the inadequacy of the individual's strength. The weak must endure, and their survival today is merely a reflection of others' good humor. Gradually, Lord Bai Qi's admonitions resounded like a deafening chorus in his ears. The radiant light enveloped him. Come forth. I require your presence. The continent deserves an audience. Of course, the visions that followed were entirely the product of Angie Shuang's imagination. Within the opulent guest area of the rose auction, Ling Ji approached Angie Shuang with a beaming smile. For reasons unknown, her robe hung significantly lower than before, revealing her alluring figure. Esteemed Lord Angie Shuang, your presence has illuminated our event, yielding a tremendous profit. For the first time, Angie Shuang sensed the danger this woman posed. Realizing his own rank was far beneath hers, he had initially perceived her as a mere girl. Yet she was capable of cold-blooded murder without a flicker of hesitation, even exhibiting a demeanor of ennui. Now, face to face, he felt the weight of her mental prowess. He couldn't help but recall Lord Bai Qi's comments regarding their kind being mere peddlers. The realization struck him. However, I shall not disappoint you. Angie Shuang's confidence surged as he remembered Bai Qi's nonchalant demeanor. Mimicking that calmness, he gazed steadily at Ling Ji. On the contrary, I ought to express my gratitude to your auction for facilitating this remarkable sale. Your eloquence has garnered far more than the item's worth, and I am genuinely impressed. Ling Ji shook her head lightly. You misunderstand, my lord. Were it not for the time constraints, many bidders would have never anticipated such a divine artifact, and thus they were unprepared. With a playful laugh, she withdrew a purple gold rose crystal card from her ample bosom, exhaling heavily as she did so, producing a sound that instantly caught Angie Shuang's attention. This esteemed card contained a sum of 29.5 million gold coins, redeemable at any bank across the Bai Qi Empire. Angie Shuang paused, momentarily taken aback. Ling Ji, noticing his reaction, stifled a giggle. You are indeed a valued client. Our distinguished guest. This sum represents the proceeds from the auction of 6 star spirits. And she clapped her hands, and 2 individuals entered, carrying a cage. Inside, the magical crystal mouse that Angie Shuang had purchased was confined. This little creature is a gift for you. It seems you have a fondness for magical beasts. Angie Shuang was not easily swayed by her words. He cast a casual glance at the magical mouse before accepting the crystal card. Ling Ji leaned closer, inquiring softly, Might you introduce me to Master Bai? Angie Shuang shivered involuntarily, swallowing hard as he feigned composure, shaking his head. It is not that I do not wish to, but Master Bai entrusted me with a simple note and has since remained unreachable. He adopted an expression of helplessness, lamenting his situation. Ling Ji's enchanting eyes sparkled, and she smiled apologetically. I suppose I've overthought things. However, should the opportunity arise, I must insist on an introduction to Master Bai, as you are indeed our esteemed guest. With that, she departed the room, her laughter lingering in the air. Understanding Angie Shuang's reluctance to divulge information about Master Bai, she chose not to press further, recognizing the potential to provoke him. Moreover, Angie Shuang struck her as a minor player, unworthy of her efforts. Yet, she found herself intrigued by Master Bai, believing that the third prince would share her interest. After witnessing Ling Ji's departure, Angie Shuang slumped to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut, a bitter smile gracing his face as he gazed at his trembling hands. How utterly disheveled he felt. If Lord Bai Qi were to learn of his state, he would surely be disappointed. Inside the room, Angie Shuang gulped down several large swigs of water. Gradually regaining his composure, he couldn't help but visualize Lord Bai Qi's resigned sigh. Progress. It seemed as though he could almost hear Lord Bai Qi's silent lament. Angie Shuang swiftly adjusted his mindset. Today's events had certainly overwhelmed him, especially with the beguiling Ling Ji, who appeared like a delicate rose, yet concealed a lethal poison. She could kill while maintaining an elegant smile, devoid of any discomfort. Reflecting on his earlier foolish notion of presenting her to Lord Bai Qi, he scoffed. How absurd! Not to mention Lord Bai Qi. He would avoid her like a venomous serpent. Today had truly opened his eyes. He recalled how Lord Bai Qi could seize opportunities from such individuals, even daring to confront nobles, particularly Count Zhu Shanlode. It was a humbling realization that he still had much to learn. As he prepared to rise, he noticed the magical crystal mouse, glaring at him with fury from its iron cage. Angie Shuang seated himself beside the cage and produced a tomato, a gift from Lord Bai Qi. He had only a few, and they were exceptionally delicious. This last one was hard to part with. He extended the tomato toward the mouse, signaling it to eat. The mouse's expression of rage flickered momentarily. As if processing the unexpected gesture, T noticed that this human not only offered a fruit it had never encountered, but also dared to reach into its cage. What audacity! Did he not regard his own claws as a threat? It is important to note that, in an instant, it could sever its own finger. Yet the situation grew increasingly intricate. That human, those detestable humans, who recklessly hunted and slaughtered its kin. But this particular individual seemed to have saved itself. At that moment, the emotions of the magic crystal mouse were profoundly complex. Just as it was engulfed in turmoil, it overheard the human muttering, "Oh, not hungry, huh?" While saying this, he placed the tomato on the ground and leaned against the iron cage. Lord Bai Qi remarked that you are kind and lovely beings, capable of sensing human emotions, and with a sigh, he expressed his regret. I am truly sorry. Humans must have committed numerous transgressions against you and your kind. Today, I witnessed that slime explode. Those wretched creatures. Angel Frost's voice trembled, her breath heavy as she spoke. She opened the top of the iron cage and returned her soft body to the ground. I could not save it. The slime, until its final moments, pleaded for mercy from humans, perhaps still harboring a glimmer of hope, relying on humanity's compassion. I even caused the death of a human, she continued, recalling the way she had died with unblinking eyes. Filled with hatred towards me, she blamed herself, resenting her own existence. Such feelings were entirely justified. Angel Frost felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. The magic crystal mouse could perceive the human's remorse. Fondness, guilt, and impotent rage. After a moment of silence, it swiftly leaped out of the iron cage and gazed at the despondent Angel Frost. It picked up the tomato from the ground, gently slicing it in half with its sharp claws, and offered one half to Angel Frost. Jing. Lost in contemplation, Angel Frost stared at the half tomato before her, taken aback for a moment. Gradually, a smile more sorrowful than tears emerged on her face. Thank you. Finally, she understood why magical creatures were favored by Lord Bai Qi. Their hearts radiated a warmth surpassing that of humans. Ever since Lord Bai Qi had enlightened him about the true nature of magical beings, he felt more attuned to their emotions. That it was his first realization of the grotesqueness of the imperial aristocracy, A perspective only someone of his stature could grasp. Point 1 can only imagine how the common folk, who are not even permitted to enter the gates, the uneducated masses, remain oblivious to such darkness. Even if they were aware, it would likely be futile. His yearning for the new world described by Lord Bai Qi intensified. A realm devoid of such a filthy empire, a peaceful and beautiful environment where humans, other races, and delightful magical beings coexist harmoniously. Meanwhile, the magic crystal mouse nibbled delicately, having gone several days without sustenance. It dared not consume voraciously as before. The pair, one human and one mouse, quietly savored the tomato that in that moment. They could sense each other's emotions. 7 days elapsed. Another splendid day dawned, stretching luxuriously, contemplating breakfast, and perhaps indulging in a delightful encounter with the slime. Lord Bai Qi felt rather cheerful. "Good morning, slime." The cheerful slimes, heading for breakfast, greeted Bai Qi joyfully. This morning, they were treated to their favorite noodles. They were the happiest slimes in the world. Bullfist remained steadfastly by Lord Bai Qi's side. The latter cast a wordless glance at him. "Actually, I am far safer than you might think." Therefore, you have more pressing matters to attend to, my dear commander. I'm all right. I hear you, though not entirely. Lord Bai Qi had conveyed this sentiment more than once or twice. Sipping on soy milk, he exclaimed, "Oh, Yali, today's soy milk tastes just perfect." The Night Elf Yali, flustered by Lord Bai Qi's praise, lowered her head shyly. She was one of the cooks in the Night Elf dining hall. As for why there was soy milk. Lord Bai Qi had recently cultivated 2 new crops, soybeans and corn. Don't get me wrong, they are not the same as those from my past, but I named them as I pleased. The soybeans bore fruit the size of guavas, filled with numerous beans, growing on trees known as soybean trees. Corn, on the other hand, did not grow in stalks but rather in spherical shapes, resembling eggplants. The soybean yield was 300 gene per mu, while the spherical corn yielded 1,000 gene. These 2 new crops were swiftly sown over the course of these 7 days. The Night Elf tribe experienced an abundant harvest. First, the hunting party bagged thousands of magical beasts in a single day, occasionally wiping out entire nests. Over the past 7 days, they had hunted over 10,000 beasts, including wild animals, especially fortunate when encountering herds. Firearms represented a drastic advantage against these not-so-intelligent beasts and lower-tier magical creatures. The Night Elves' accuracy with firearms was remarkable, each shot finding its mark with such precision that one might believe they had access to auto-targeting. Not only did they inflict immediate penetrating damage, but their long-range strikes left no time for retaliation. This exhilarating experience left the Night Elves armed with firearms brimming with enthusiasm for prior to such weaponry. Both their kind and human adventurers faced significant risks in hunting these magical beasts. As for why mages were not involved, that was a jest. Esteemed mages did not have the luxury to expend their energy and time on such tasks. Moreover, the disparity among mages was stark. Some were extraordinarily powerful, while others were woefully weak. Over 10,000, Lord Bai Qi calculated, given an average weight of 500 gene per beast, and some weighing close to 2 or 3 tons. It astonished him. Setting aside the more peculiar magical creatures, he had advised them to focus on hunting livestock like cattle and sheep. This hunting party had successfully acquired approximately 2,000 tons of meat. Excluding many organs and other statistics, as well as countless pelts, furs, and various keratin materials, the liver of magical beasts, which could be toxic or harmful, was categorized through meticulous analysis aided by spiritual energy. The record keeper was fervently documenting Lord Bai Qi's classifications of food. What was edible, what was delicious, what should be avoided, and what was distasteful. Among those who contributed significantly to this effort was Bullfist, leading the reconnaissance team, the elite squad renowned for their valor. Upon hearing Lord Bai Qi's commendation, the Night Elves and the rifle team scoffed, muttering, "Could it be any less impressive?" The sniper squad, hearing the Night Elves grumbling. Lord Bai Qi merely chuckled, refraining from reprimand, and patted the shoulder of one. "Keep training. In the future, the rocket launcher and artillery teams will need you, far superior to sniper rifles." This prospect thrilled the Night Elves of the hunting party immensely. However, more than just excitement, they were astonished, They did not doubt Lord Bai Qi's words, but fantasized about the single-soldier rocket launcher and artillery. He described him. Bolfus hesitated, nearly bursting into laughter at Lord Bai Qi's expression. "Fear not. You are my great general. The future land-dwelling steel behemoths, the oceanic overlords, and the sky sovereign shall all have your share. I only fear you may lack the energy for it all." Upon hearing this, Bolfus felt a rush of exhilaration, momentarily at a loss for words. That "I can go without sleep." The hunting party's bounty was plentiful. They also gained new companions, having invited several hundred slimes into their expanding family, as well as the plump-headed bee and the dopey-headed bee queen. Bai Qi was instantly captivated. He admitted to having no resistance against the adorable Fufu, akin to encountering a great bear. A new magical creature joined their ranks, becoming part of the extended family, a multitude of plump-headed bees led by the adorable queen. They had a penchant for gathering nectar, particularly from fruit blossoms. Their diet consisted of fruits, producing a wondrous concoction of fruit jam mixed with honey. Bai Qi observed them consuming tomatoes, which quickly transformed into tomato sauce, instantly brightening his gaze, of course. This production process was not achieved through pulling, but rather through the charming tentacles that accumulated energy to secrete it. Besides their fondness for fruits, they were not averse to vegetables. However, it remained uncertain whether they enjoyed spicy peppers, which could lead to the creation of chili sauce. The plump-headed bees pondered. Their habitat was nestled within a wild fruit meadow. Yet, due to the scant yield of fruits and the destruction wrought by magical beasts, their population steadily dwindled. When confronted by hunting parties, they initially assumed humans captured them to tend to orchards. Indeed, Bai Qi discovered that some noble families from the empire also captured plump-headed bees to enslave them for orchard maintenance. Given their meticulous nature, surprisingly, the Night Elves and humans they encountered exuded no malice, which encouraged the bees to approach and communicate willingly. Before long, they found themselves whisked away to Bai Qi's abode, the bonfire feast in the Elven Square. The scene was illuminated by countless lights. Tens of thousands of Night Elves, tribal members, and slimes gathered. Bai Qi banged on the table and exclaimed, "You lot look malnourished. Stop with the vegetarian diet. Give me meat," he declared. Eating meat was essential for health, and he felt compelled to educate them on this matter. No wonder their minds seemed dull. Bai Qi wore an expression of exasperation towards the Night Elves, even roaring in frustration. He then organized the cooks to set up various iron frames while barrels of fragrant spices were brought out. Among the goods delivered by Angel Frost were numerous seasoning spices, though the absence of chili was a lamentable oversight. As a child of the 22nd century from Guangdong, not enjoying spicy food would indeed invite ridicule. One could say they thrived on spice. As for the stereotypes circulating online, they scoffed at them. How absurd! Was Guangdong spice not considered spicy? Bai Qi personally instructed the Night Elf chefs and cooks in the art of grilling. "Come, let me teach you the soul salting technique. This spice goes like this and that." A multitude of slimes eagerly mimicked his actions, creating an exuberant scene. "Yes, just like that," he continued, "and this part should be sliced this way. This bit needs to be grilled a little longer for better flavor. Limu." The deliciousness left the slimes wide-eyed with delight. "This piece is tenderer. Yours over there is burnt and won't taste good." It was the first time the Night Elves had witnessed such a side of Lord Bai Qi. Gradually, they grew accustomed to it, and the vibrant scene before them did not evoke disdain. Smiles involuntarily graced their faces. The recording officer fervently documented Lord Bai Qi's grilling tutorial and various secret recipes. The Night Elf chefs and cooks learned swiftly, though it was primarily the tribespeople who had prior experience, albeit with limited access to meat. Before long, hundreds of chef squads began to spring into action. The slimes were also diligently learning, though Bai Qi instructed them to use smaller flames, mindful of their diminutive size. Bai Qi, with a sigh, gently patted the adorable heads of the slimes. Limu nodded happily. "Oh, you want me to feed you meat?" A young Night Elf girl abruptly shook her head, her face flushed with shyness as she fled, eliciting laughter from many. "Eat a bit more. Being so skinny, it seems like I'm leading you on a desperate escape." One might think he was mistreating the children. Soon, rounds of grilling ensued. After several waves, tens of thousands in the square had feasted, while those who had tea were rotated in, or food was dispatched to sentinels and workers in various locations of AS for the families. Bai Qi instructed them to pack leftovers to take home and savor leisurely. The entire bonfire banquet unfolded amidst laughter, with only a few Night Elves displaying glimmers of excitement in their eyes. They had never felt so relaxed before. The elders and senior members smiled, satisfied after their meal, then retreated into the night, for they still had many tasks ahead. The little ones of the tribe could leave the responsibility of guarding their happiness to these elders. Belfies remained silent throughout, yet the smile at the corner of his mouth never faded. In the end, he received a glare from Bai Qi and awkwardly joined in to help with the grilling. "Ah, my dear captain, you finally understand how to care for your superior," he lamented with a hint of jest. The latter, caught between laughter and embarrassment, apologized, knowing Bai Qi enjoyed teasing when in good spirits. Bai Qi playfully scolded him to fetch fruits, tomato juice, soy milk, and also bring over corn for roasting. This banquet also welcomed the newly joined companions, the plump-headed bees and their queen, though they could only partake in fruits and drinks. Seated on small stone benches around the bonfire, they indulged in the fruits, a scene they had never envisioned. After all, in their memories, humans often brought slaughter and servitude. The adorable queen of the plump-headed bees comfortably rested atop a slime. Observing her kin relish the feast, which was purportedly a welcoming banquet for them. "Yun," she mused, "Lord Bai Qi is truly a wonderful person." Within the workshop, Bai Qi was assessing the progress of the pioneering team. Initially, he believed that cultivating a maximum of 400,000 acres of wheat fields would be the limit. However, he underestimated the enthusiasm of the tribespeople, coupled with the efficiency of the new tools, resulting in the cultivation of over 600,000 acres, which was still ongoing. After all, there was ample land. The seeds were continually synthesized by him, and the previously harvested wheat melons also bore seeds for use. For those lacking seeds, extensive procurement would suffice. 1 acre of wheat melons yielded between 1,500 and 2,000 pounds that a single scroll could cover an area of 5 acres, meaning that for 600,000 acres, 120,000 magical crop growth acceleration scrolls would be required, amounting to 12 million gold coins that headache. It wasn't the money that troubled Bai Qi. Rather, the issue lay in the sheer unavailability of such a vast number of scrolls in the town of Elwilia. The maximum he could gather was around 10,000 of these magical scrolls at best. He wondered if the elders had any. Bai Qi called out to the outside, requesting a guard to summon Elder Zhu Yelon. Soon, Bai Qi inquired, "What matter do you seek me for?" Zhu Yelon hurriedly arrived. Even before stepping through the door, her voice had already reached them. Bai Qi, not one to dilly-dally, promptly conveyed the current situation to her. It was the first time Zhu Yelon noticed such affluence, her speech becoming somewhat hesitant and stammering. Soon enough, she provided Bai Qi with an answer. "Our elders and sages have studied the elven magic of rain, summoning, and fertility spells. The crops require a month to mature, but we are somewhat short-handed and simultaneously in need of a substantial amount of river water." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi immediately proposed several feasible plans. Taking 3 steps forward, he decided to dispatch personnel, while also instructing Anji Shuang to procure scrolls. Secondly, the elders and sages could lead the apprentices with magical abilities in the tribe to learn and simultaneously cast the rain summoning and fertility spells, while the river water could be managed with tools provided to the tribe. Lastly, the trade routes of the Lu Jin Empire represented the true financial backers of a multitude of bright ideas flooded Bai Qi's mind, akin to a map where one could pinpoint needs. However, he acknowledged that this was merely a fantasy. In reality, he realized he was somewhat overwhelmed. Suddenly, he found himself empathizing with ancient emperors, if they were diligent and wise rulers. They likely spent sleepless nights reviewing memorials. Outside, Burfus arrived early to change shifts, as he did every day, and the glow of the lights within was no different. Gazing at the night sky, his eyes were deep and tranquil, akin to the silent expanse above. Immersed in contemplation and exploration, in less than a month, the transformation of the Night Elf tribe was akin to a complete overhaul of the world. Each night before sleep, he refrained from entering a deep slumber, fearing that if he fell into a profound dream, he might awaken to find everything lost. The gratitude emanating from every member of the Night Elf tribe towards Bai Qi was ever present on their faces. Yet Bai Qi simply smiled and waved his hand dismissively. If they felt happiness, he thought, then they should cherish and protect it. No words were needed, nor expressions of thanks. Happiness was something to be forged with their own hands. Let them strive together. Burfus, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He had never sought accolades nor presented an arrogant demeanor. He simply went about his tasks calmly, ensuring they performed their duties well. The lights within often burned throughout the night, leaving Burfus feeling somewhat ashamed, as a thought frequently crossed his mind. They seemed never to have kept pace with Bai Qi, although he had often threatened those who lagged behind that it was only natural to be abandoned. He patiently guided them. Almost every position in the Night Elf tribe had been touched by Bai Qi, who provided numerous suggestions. Even the work of cooks seemed to pale in comparison to Bai Qi's capabilities. An omniscient and unparalleled wisdom, reminiscent of the holy masters of the Night Elves depicted in the Revelations. If Bai Qi were to perceive Burfus's whimsical thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel embarrassed. Claiming to possess omnipotence and omniscience was far from accurate. The credit lay with the compulsory education system. However, when it came to culinary matters, it was not Bai Qi's intention to belittle them. In the culture of rabbits, the obsession with food was such that even stones would be licked to serve as cooking pots while meticulously recording calcium content. It was uncertain who the ruthless emperor was that discovered the culinary uses of fish meat. Nightmarish cuisine, perhaps? He could lose at everything, but if he failed at this, he could only take his own life to avoid disgrace, both to his ancestors and himself as a transmigrator. Burfus closed his eyes to savor the tranquility of the night. Suddenly, a faint sound jolted him awake, his instincts sharpening. It wasn't the wind. Whew. In an instant, the grass rustled slightly, as if something was stirring within. With a piercing gaze, Burfus summoned his magical energy, conjuring an elven pistol in hand, fixating on the dark thicket. Suddenly, a figure leaped forth, a creature less than a meter tall, making a sound as it choked on the grass. Jing! Upon realizing it was not a humanoid, Burfus's vigilance lessened considerably. Bathed in moonlight, he discerned the creature's appearance. A magical creature? It was indeed a magic crystal mouse, a low-level magical creature, posing little danger. After a series of events in the workshop, the magic crystal mouse appeared before Bai Qi. Jing! The mouse couldn't speak but gestured with its paws, simultaneously delivering a letter to Bai Qi. Bai Qi quickly perused the letter, his gaze softening as he surveyed the magic crystal mouse. With its blue and white fur, although its expression was habitually fierce, Bai Qi found it to be an endearing little creature. He gently stroked its head, feeling a pang of sympathy for the damage to its crystalline crown. Anger surged momentarily, but was quickly subdued. After a moment's reflection, he realized the little creature must be hungry after its days of travel. Naturally, the magic crystal mouse was quite famished, but it shook its head, indicating it needed to return to report to its human companion. Bai Qi helplessly pinched its fluffy cheek, causing the mouse to freeze momentarily. Magical creatures were indeed not adept at deception. With a teasing gesture, he tapped the little creature's forehead, which remained silent, for some reason feeling no urge to refuse this human before it. Moreover, it sensed that this individual possessed a purity of spirit unparalleled by any human it had encountered. Even the one who had rescued it paled in comparison. Burfus, tonight's bonfire feast will surely leave behind plenty of ingredients. Please summon a chef to prepare a delicious meal for our little friend. It must be well fed. Look at how thin it is, resembling a mouse rather than a bear. The magic crystal mouse. It seemed to ponder the possibility of not resembling one at all. Upon receiving Bai Qi's instruction, Burfus took the magic crystal mouse towards the kitchen. After cheerfully sending off Burfus and the magic crystal mouse, Bai Qi's smile gradually faded, transforming into a cold expression. His face darkened as he reread Angie Shuang's letter. Those scoundrels! He slammed his fist heavily on the table. Yet maintaining his composure, he suppressed the surging anger, feeling a renewed sense of urgency rise within him. What troubled him further was that time was not on his side. He lacked the time necessary for growth. The Dilu-Dalu was vast, and in just a few towns of the Bai Ao Empire, He had witnessed various circumstances that ignited an impulse within him to smash this damned world to pieces, not to mention the many places he had yet to explore, the myriad of small and large nations. The darkness of the human empire, the ugliness that proliferated, he understood that in places unknown to him, events occurred every day, at every moment. The barbaric laws of the slave world. Quickly regaining his composure, Bai Qi's mind raced with thoughts. After the auction in Rose City, Anji Shuang had used short-distance random teleportation scrolls to evade those seeking to probe into his affairs. However, the essence of the magical world remained rooted in magic. Even random teleportation spells had numerous tracking methods available. Anji Shuang was certainly aware of this. Hence, he transferred all the funds on the Amethyst card to the Nocturnal Trading Company's Crystal card, ensuring a degree of safety. At least the grasp of the Rose auction could not reach the vital industries of the Bai Qi Empire's royal family. The so-called Nocturnal Trading Company's Crystal card was merely a form of certification within the Bai Qi Empire. Once one departed the empire, it became unusable. Additionally, a 5 processing fee was required. This was, after all, the empire's method that, of course, it was possible to withdraw gold coins. However, withdrawing 29.5 million gold coins was undoubtedly impractical. Anji Shuang was somewhat uneasy, placing 28 million gold coins on the Nocturnal Crystal card into an envelope for the Magic Crystal Mouse to deliver. As for how it would be sent. After a series of unexpected twists, they returned to the Night Elves Trading Company, the former stronghold of the Anji Merchant Guild. Any subordinates were to feign the transportation of supplies to a certain location in Aowilia, concealing the magic crystal mice within, and then depart midway to AS for the crystal cards of the Bai Qi Empire. Their usage naturally required the credentials of the cardholder and the token of the Night Elves Trading Company. Observing the meticulousness of Anji Shuang, Bai Qi felt a profound sense of gratitude. At last, he had an assistant. However, his expression darkened upon reading a message from Anji Shuang, warning him that he might be tracked and therefore would not be in contact with him for a while. She also entrusted the Night Elf tribe with the care of the magic crystal mice, urging them not to return her. This was why Bai Qi instructed Berfis to ensure the mice were well fed before addressing them about the situation. The magic crystal mice, you say? A thought crossed Bai Qi's mind. Every magical creature possesses its unique abilities that, of course, this was merely speculation, a high probability deduction. Nevertheless, he remained curious about the magic crystal mice, as their appearance reminded him of certain creatures from past television dramas. Typically, they resembled dogs. Yes, he toyed with the crystal card in his hand. He mused that if he mentioned having 28 million gold coins to the Night Elves, they would likely be overjoyed, overwhelmed with disbelief. Yet they seemed to underestimate the implications of how one could possibly spend 28 million gold coins. With this thought, Bai Qi's mind was abuzz with potential candidates. It was somewhat frustrating. The Night Elves and their tribe lacked the talents he required. However, he had to make do with what was available. Talia, summon Elder Tylan to see me. Upon hearing Bai Qi's call, a Night Elf stationed outside swiftly proceeded to the designated residence, in a quiet corner of the Night Elf village. Tylan sensed the commotion and sighed, beginning to tidy her garments. Lord Bai Qi is quite diligent. She reflected with a hint of admiration as Talia arrived to relay the message. Before long, Bai Qi tossed the crystal card to her and handed over a parchment filled with various task assignments and precautions. This 28 million gold coins to the Empire. Tylan nodded, familiar with the realm of commodity trading, as she had handled transactions for the Night Elf tribe in the past, accepting the crystal card naturally. She remarked, "No problem, 2,800 gold coins." Suddenly, her hand trembled. 2,800 gold coins? Wait, what? In an instant, Tylan questioned her own hearing, stuttering cautiously as she inquired, "Lord Bai Qi, did you say 28 million? Bai Qi observed this mature Night Elf, whose age was tenfold his own, yet she appeared as an immature maiden. Despite the Night Elves not showing signs of aging, she possessed the visage of a woman in her 30s. "What do you think?" he replied, exasperated. "Do I really need to personally seek out Elder Tylan for 2,800 gold coins? I wouldn't want to disturb an elder during their rest." It was a slight indication of treating her like a parental figure. Tylan's mind momentarily went blank upon receiving the answer. 28 million gold coins. Bai Qi paid no heed to her astonishment, continuing to write on the list without looking up. You will take an elite team of 20, along with Elder Shi-like, and set off. Also, find Berfis and have him select 200 individuals to assist you. This was the item list, which Bai Qi had prioritized meticulously. First on the list were magical scrolls for accelerating crop growth. It was estimated that Willia Town could procure around 10,000 scrolls. Thus, she was to lead an elite team of 20 along with 200 individuals, allowing her to independently arrange the acquisition in the southern and eastern regions of the Bai Empire, as well as the surrounding smaller towns. Such scrolls would not draw much attention, but she was to ensure the safety of those involved. Bai Qi assessed the quantity of scrolls to be approximately 50,000 to 130,000. If insufficient, they could exchange gold or send someone to the Liu Jin Empire for trade. When it came to crop-accelerating magical scrolls, the Liu Jin Empire was the place with the highest availability. After discussing for nearly half an hour, he reiterated various precautions. He truly could not ascertain the Night Elves' level of social acumen with the human merchant guilds. The Liu Jin Empire, spanning over 50 million square kilometers with a population exceeding 500 million. Bai Qi was bewildered upon learning this from Mo Huashang. The Bai Empire, with nearly 35 million square kilometers, had only 50 million people. How could their population be tenfold? Montag Huashang merely smiedet enigmatically, suggesting that if he wished to know the answer, he could visit the Liu Jin Empire, remarking on the abundance of beautiful women, playfully shaking her non-existent bosom. The it was only later that Bai Qi grasped some insights. The agricultural productivity of the Liu Jin Empire was quite advanced at In summary. Where there is food, there are people. However, when he inquired about the Yujin Empire and the Kaluoxi Empire, Mo Huashang's expression grew considerably more complex. She shook her head, indicating uncertainty. She knew a bit about the Yujin Empire, which was significantly stronger than the Bai Empire, but had never encountered the Liu Jin Empire. As for the Kaluoxi Empire, Mo Huashang fell silent for a moment before stating that no one truly knew how powerful it was. She had never been there herself. Nevertheless, the magical races of the Eastern continent, with their 10 major magical clans, could rival the 3 great empires. Yet, even these formidable magical races could not withstand the might of the Kaluoxi Empire. More information was unclear to her. However, records from lost history indicated that the 18 major magical clans once stood toe-to-toe with the Elven Empire. Even when fighting separately, the Elven Empire struggled to conquer them. The Kaluoxi Empire, however, had obliterated 8 of these clans while they were still united. 1 could only imagine the strength of the Kaluoxi Empire. Bai Qi was left dumbfounded for a while, ultimately conceding that Kaluoxi had rightfully earned its reputation as the first taboo of the Lulu continent. In his lifetime, he would indeed seek to behold this Kaluoxi Empire he had long been curious about. Bai Qi had not anticipated Angie Shuang's extensive considerations, even finding them somewhat excessive. Yet, test passed. He acknowledged her capabilities, emphasizing her sense of purpose. He slowly unfurled the parchment, which was densely populated with a plethora of planned routes. In a different time, one might have mistaken it for a novel outline. Next came the task of stockpiling food in preparation for winter. After a rough calculation, it appeared that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon be initiating trade on a scale measured in hundreds of millions. As for future, more significant trade endeavors, it was evident that the Night Elves' resources were insufficient. Talent, he sighed, pondering the feasibility of large-scale slave auctions, the remnants of fallen nobility and royalty, homeless and desperate, though he was loath to admit it and found it distasteful. Yet, it was undeniable that knowledge within the Lulu continent was predominantly monopolized by the noble class. Even in smaller nations, the talents he required, even for basic education, could not be sourced from a group of illiterates to teach the Night Elf children. Could they? If he could use a method of duplication, he would be eager to personally educate them, establishing a school and serving as the principal. However, should he entertain such thoughts, the first to object would likely be the Night Elves. He certainly did not wish for Ruyashi to cling to his legs, pleading for him to retract his orders. TSK, he thought of the peculiar image, involuntarily rubbing his arms and shivering. It was all that tribal leader's fault. always prancing around before him with nothing to do. Even if she was unattractive, with her gaudy demeanor and penchant for being coy, the responsibilities ahead were indeed daunting. As Bai Qi raised his hand, poised to tap his forehead, a thought crossed his mind, causing his body to freeze momentarily before he silently lowered his hand. Being honest, the shopping list he had compiled prioritized not only magical scrolls but also essential items such as fabrics. Whether it be silk, cotton, or linen, he ensured they were all inscribed on the list, with quantities calculated in the thousands that in this regard, Tylan wished to suggest a more frugal approach, but Bai Qi's serious demeanor rendered her speechless. This particular matter was somewhat manageable for the Night Elves, yet the tribe still had some children running about in the nude. Although they were not flaunting themselves in front of him, it did not imply he was oblivious to their situation. The essentials of nourishment and warmth were paramount, and he could not afford to overlook them. Beyond that, he sought to acquire an array of daily necessities, along with materials such as magical steel in abundance. With finances currently ample, it was time to embark on an aggressive development spree. Simultaneously, he instructed Tylan to withdraw several million gold coins and send someone to engage in trade with Anji Shuang, who would undoubtedly grasp his intentions that a letter was to accompany the transaction addressed to Anji Shuang. After organizing matters on this front, Bai Qi began to devise a preparatory plan for the impending relocation. It was evident that the Night Elf tribe lacked the resources for what lay ahead. "Give me some time." He thought anxiously about the monstrous beings, striving to maintain composure. The artisan god had integrated a lazy mod, unlocking numerous modifications, with functional modules dedicated to the analysis and synthesis of spiritual particles. Modern intelligence, future technology, otherworldly magical technology. Bai Qi commenced planning the research for a genuinely revolutionary product. With many technological modules developed from this foundation, that a few materials were still required, but its debut was imminent. That groundbreaking invention. Bai Qi deactivated his golden finger, rubbed his temples, and retrieved a piece of parchment. Preparing for a night of intense work, he pondered about the situation on the other side. Naturally, it concerned Reaxis, whether they had arrived at their destination and connected with the local slave mercenary group. However, he held no significant worries. Not only had firearms and other weaponry been brought along, but Ruyaxis was also a seasoned master-level mage. His concern lay primarily with the state of construction on that end. He hoped he had not misjudged the individuals involved. Nearby, the workshop continued to produce an array of weapons and materials. Presently, the Night Elf tribe's armaments included 5,000 rifles, 7,000 handguns, and 500 sniper rifles. With a number of magical crystal energy grenades exceeding 10,000, their basic defensive capabilities had reached the level of some smaller nations in this otherworld as for the management of these firearms. Bai Qi had drafted a set of regulations for weaponry management, which he passed to Berfis without further inquiry. The task of overseeing these arms naturally fell to Berfis's military department, which boasted nearly 50,000 personnel. Bai Qi commanded them to form a military unit, with Berfis appointed as its commander. The hierarchy was structured similarly to that of the previous world. One army consisting of 3 divisions, each division containing 3 brigades, each brigade encompassing 3 regiments, and each regiment comprising 3 battalions alongside a special battalion and various companies. The specifics for the special units were less complex. Bai Qi was responsible for drafting these arrangements, while Berfis managed the subsequent details. Regarding the management of firearms, Bai Qi was particularly stringent that he allowed Berfis to distribute the guns, entrusting him with the task entirely. However, bullets would only be issued as needed. Currently, the Night tribe's ammunition stock had long surpassed 1 million, and their reserves of magical crystals and explosive powders were nearing depletion. This was a pressing concern, all noted on Tylan's list. Speaking of which, there was the matter of rubber. Bai Qi found it troublesome. Although they possessed over 12,000 slimes, the rubber extracted from their daily energy secretions was still insufficient. It seemed he would need to enlist the assistance of the adorable slimes once more. In the southern wilderness, Ruyaxis' team finally arrived at the location designated by Lord Bai Qi. Contrary to the human empire's claims of desolation, the southern wilderness predominantly featured expansive plains, with hills undulating like colossal waves, forming a continuous line on the distant horizon. However, the environment was indeed challenging. After several days of travel, they had encountered few humans aside from some adventurers. It was likely that the vastness of the southern wilderness meant they had yet to reach any inhabited areas. Of course, there were vast stretches of desolate silence, with deserts and rocky landscapes dominating the scenery. Even the expansive plains were sparsely vegetated, occasionally revealing low shrubs. The cracked and barren soil of the plains bore clear evidence of the winds that had swept across it. Though Ruyaxis was puzzled as to why Lord Bai Qi deemed this environment superior to that of the Black Moon Forest, he chose to trust in the judgment of his lord. The sky in the southern wilderness appeared more expansive, deep blue by day without a cloud in sight, and pitch black by night, with stars twinkling brilliantly, while the moon seldom graced the sky, leaving behind a tranquil and profound nocturne that once thriving rivers had long since dried up, their beds now mere fissures of cracked earth. Water was scarce, and the winds were fierce. The greatest threat in this environment was the magical beasts. There are no mountains or forests to act as buffers, so what advantages lay here? Soon, they arrived at the construction site of the city. Ruyaxis finally spotted a significant human presence. The location was quite favorable, with distant mountains and rivers beginning to emerge in the landscape. Rexluo was inspecting the operations of the slave mercenary group, and everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The city had already commenced digging its moat, and the engineering plans established by Bai Qi included channeling river and underground water into the city. Upon spotting a large, dark horde approaching in the distance, he promptly summoned men and donned his weaponry to investigate. Half a year prior, Rexluo had encountered Bai Qi at a large slave trading conference in Sayadacity. Rexluo, is this 18 years old? Whatever, whether he wishes or not. The man's face began to blur, yet the sunlight behind him was glaring. He purchased him along with a batch of 5,000 slaves, reportedly for 500,000 gold coins. Hearing that figure had left him astounded. 500,000 gold coins, a sum he had never seen in his lifetime. If he possessed such wealth, he could accomplish many things, including avenging Mia and his parents. Help me build a city, a castle. I will provide all the materials, and regarding your sustenance, that will depend on you. Yulia and I are engaged, and I intend to craft a castle for my princess fiancée. The man's earnest demeanor as he described such beautiful and enviable things seemed to immerse him in a warm ocean of love. He appeared foolish. He held a particular disdain for these nobles. Yet the other party never treated him as a slave, conversing as if they were friends. How peculiar! 5,000 individuals, including numerous skilled craftsmen and architects. Good. Complete this task for me, and upon its completion, you shall be free. Furthermore, I will provide you with a wage of 100 gold coins each. How does a year of service sound? Upon hearing this, Rexluo was instantly stunned. My heavens, if this were true, such treatment was far from that of a slave. This level of remuneration exceeded the pay from many jobs within the empire. If this was slavery, then it could only be said that the world had gone mad. Yet in no time, the man truly purchased them, hired adventurers to ensure their safety, and even remove their slave status. What audacity! To remove their slave status meant they could flee without facing punishment. It was only later that he realized the man was not a noble, but rather a self-proclaimed capitalist merchant. However, when the latter uttered the word capital, there was an unmistakable hint of self-deprecation in his tone. He, of course, could not comprehend the depths of Bai Qi's despair at that moment, nor did he grasp how the capitalistic world Bai Qi derided was infinitely more civilized than this wretched world of slavery. Thus, the 5,000-strong slave labor force seemed to maintain an unspoken understanding. Despite their individual thoughts, they had no intention of rebelling. Most of these slaves hailed from various defeated small nations, artisans, commoners, and serfs, nearly half originating from the same small country. While the situations of the others were similarly dire, yet he was not among those batches. He was a slave adopted by the Slave Merchant Association, taken in from a young age, his former homeland. The Water Blue Kingdom had been invaded by another empire, gradually consumed as a defeated nation. However, to his dismay, the deranged Ironclad Kingdom did not honor its promise to treat the citizens of Water Blue kindly. Instead, they subjected them to horrific enslavement and plundered. He was one of the victims. His family had been brutally murdered by merciless nobles, including his sister. The mere thought of it haunted him. leading to nightmares. Rex Luo intended to gather strength for revenge. Yet despairingly, he found himself unable to escape even the Slave Merchant Association, let alone seek vengeance against those nobles. The appearance of Bai Qi provided him with a chance to flee the association. In gratitude, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to assisting Bai Qi in the construction of the city, wishing for Bai Qi to find happiness with his beloved fiancée. Then, he would consider his own plans for departure. Soon, he gathered several fully armed companions to stand before this unfamiliar, massive entourage. "Who are you?" The area ahead was private territory. "Please do not advance." Rex Luo raised his weathered, unkempt face, his piercing gaze demanding attention. After a brief exchange, both parties came to trust that they were following the orders of Lord Bai Qi, allowing for an open dialogue. The grand procession of 5,000 Night Elves and tribal warriors organized their gear and entered the city in an orderly fashion. Most of the slave labor force also worked diligently, though they occasionally cast curious glances at the Night Elves. After all, the beauty of the Elven race was renowned, now that they saw it firsthand. Especially the striking figure of the gray-white-haired elf, it was indeed impressive. "Wow, they're beautiful female elves, so our employer is a Night Elf? Fool. Lord Bai Qi is human. Oh, I see." Many had never encountered elves before, but their curiosity was piqued. Wait a minute. What was incorrect? Wasn't it said that the elven race consisted predominantly of beauties? Why were there so many male elves? Where did they hear that? From bards, perhaps? Despite their murmurs, they continued their tasks diligently. It was not that they were selflessly dedicated. Rather, Bai Qi had not only provided them with food and freedom, but had also promised them monetary compensation. He indicated that if they could complete the foundational construction of the city, named Yulia City, within a year, they would be granted their freedom ahead of schedule. In truth, many were already aware that Lord Bai Qi had torn up their slave contracts before them, rendering the terms of the magical scrolls moot. This act had only deepened their respect for Bai Qi. They were originally from ravaged, defeated nations, or had fallen into misfortune that led to their enslavement. Now, with a wealthy benefactor treating them like normal human beings, it was disingenuous to say they were not grateful. Within Yulia City, many had privately speculated whether Lord Bai Qi's city-building endeavor was a precursor to nation-building. If so, they were genuinely intrigued, for their lives had been fraught with hardship. Among the slave labor force, there were 200 female slaves, many of whom had formed couples, having met and fallen in love in this place. Such occurrences were commonplace. As the days of repetitive labor passed, the city's silhouette began to take shape. The towering walls extended along the planned routes, appearing remarkably sturdy. Naturally, this was thanks to the cement formula and materials provided by Lord Bai Qi. Under Rex Luo's direction, they also utilized local resources. The city's center, the framework of a grand palace and expansive plaza, was gradually rising. Woodworkers darted between the lofty beams, erecting magnificent structures. The Night Elves, led by Reaxis, looked on in astonishment as they toured the city's construction under Rex Luo's guidance. "It's enormous. So this is a human empire." Some Night Elves had never seen a human imperial town before, and they were struck by the sheer scale and hardness of the stone structures, so different from their own aesthetic sensibilities, which favored wooden homes and stone cottages intertwined with nature's beauty. Often built within massive wooden fruits or high in the trees. As evening fell, as you can see, the construction of Yulia City was already more than halfway complete, Rex Luo proudly proclaimed. However, when Reaxis heard the name Yulia, his expression suddenly shifted to one of bewilderment. "Yulia's city? Yes. Is there a problem, my lord?" Rex Luo queried, puzzled as to why the name would elicit such a reaction. No, Reaxis felt no need to divulge the suffering that Lord Bai Qi had endured, nor was the other party aware of what had transpired with him. The city was designed according to Lord Bai Qi's plans, covering an area of 100 square kilometers. It is indeed quite large. Reaxis nodded, momentarily taken aback, then bewildered. 100 square kilometers. A slave labor force of 5,000 completed half the construction in just over 6 months? If the time frame were 10 years, I would have no doubts. Rex Luo seemed to notice the puzzlement on Reaxis's face and merely chuckled. In truth, Lord Bai Qi's city construction plans were exceedingly simple. Many aspects were mere shells, sufficient as they were. Furthermore, Bai Qi had invested in hiring powerful adventurers from the guild to break ground in quarry stone. The magical scrolls were also quite effective. Lord Bai Qi truly had wealth, spending at least tens of millions. Tens of millions. At the very least, Rex Luo calculated briefly but clumsily, unclear on the exact amount. Yet certain it was a vast sum. After a quarter of an hour, Rayaxis finally comprehended. This 100-square-kilometer city had originally been the site of a long-abandoned stone giant tribe, allowing for many building materials to be sourced locally. Coupled with Lord Bai Qi's cement formula and engineering plans, progress had been remarkably swift. Add to that the substantial financial investment, and Rayaxis fell silent for a long moment, his mind echoing a single word. Magnificent! Truly, Lord Bai Qi was impressive. The massive city gates extended straight out, lined with wide cement roads. The four corners of the world are designated for the work brought by Riyashisi, catering to the Night Elves and tribes. From a bird's-eye view, a cross-shaped city emerges at the center, its arms extending outward, while the corners are laid out for the planning of settlements. Riyashisi retrieves the parchment from Bai Qi. And indeed, the design is identical to I in this moment. A smile involuntarily graces Riyashisi's lips. His excitement is overshadowed by a profound joy at having followed the right path. This is particularly poignant considering Bai Qi's often aloof demeanor towards the Night Elves, masking a heart that burns with warmth that he remains oblivious to the term, or the notion of sharp tongue, but a tender heart, for after all, tofu has yet to exist in this world. As the sun sets, the magical brilliance emitted by the crystal stones within the city illuminates the buildings, casting a mysterious yet tranquil aura. Those on the changing shifts begin their tasks anew. Rex Luo arrives with good news. Bai Qi has brought an abundance of provisions. Countless meats that a chorus of admiration and exclamations fills the city. Meanwhile, the Night Elves and tribesmen organize the supplies and baggage they have unpacked. Their chieftain explains the distribution of responsibilities. Along the roadside, they commence the construction of their new home, utilizing local resources. Next, arrangements are made for the cultivation teams and guards. Though Riyashisi's heart swells with excitement, his expression remains composed. This will be the heart of the eternal empire, and the Night Elves shall stand at its center, with the integration of tribes and the recruitment of magical beasts. Riyashisi finds it impossible not to contemplate the future, especially in light of Bai Qi's past statements that it is evident to anyone with sense that the eternal empire will encompass not only Night Elves, tribes and magical creatures, but humans and other races as well. After all, Bai Qi's charisma is worthy of fervent devotion for many. Yet the Night Elves pride themselves on being the most loyal, the very first to follow Bai Qi. In other words, they're the royal blood of the empire. How could he not be concerned? Suppressing his inner turmoil and visions of a glorious future for the Night Elves, he diligently organizes the tasks assigned by Bai Qi. Soon after, a month passes. Burpheus observes Bai Qi rubbing his brow as he exits the workshop, seemingly shivered by a gust of wind, exhaling warmth from his clasped hands that he swiftly approaches. Lord Bai Qi. The weather has turned cold. Please consider your health, he says, draping his fluffy cloak over Bai Qi's shoulders. Ignoring Burpheus's concerns, Bai Qi stretches out his hand, closing his eyes to savor the air, a gentle smile gracing his features. Indeed, winter has arrived. He pats Burpheus on the shoulder and turns towards the Elven Council chamber. Phase, convene the elders for a meeting. The grand plan for prosperity is underway. Having spent nearly 2 months in the Night Elf tribe, Bai Qi is now well versed in many matters concerning them and the tribes, handling everything with increasing adeptness. This is largely due to the profound respect the Night Elves hold for him. Bai Qi's status has long surpassed that of their chieftain, even winning over some of the more stubborn Night Elves who remain lost in the glories of the past. Their admiration and reverence for Bai Qi have reached unprecedented heights. The reason is simple. They are well fed, their living standards continually improving. Even numerous recreational activities, such as music festivals and arts, have emerged, and a toy factory has been established, in Bai Qi's words, once material needs are met. We must turn our attention to spiritual fulfillment. Moreover, it is said they are on the brink of acquiring a new home. Each person shall have a new dwelling in a beautiful environment. At least, that is what the elders claim. For them, The mere prospect of having enough to eat was once a luxury, and they never imagined such a remarkable transformation. Bai Qi wonders how Wei Yi Air is faring. Recently, he has relocated one-third of the tribe's personnel, including Wei Yi or as if sensing Bai Qi's thoughts. Berpheus hastily responds, "Rest assured, Lord Bai Qi, everything is already arranged." Bai Qi nods, having complete faith in Berpheus's capabilities. In that contingent, Berpheus has assigned an elite squad from his ranks to guard Wei Yi Air. The elite team comprises 130 members, equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry. A squad configuration includes 10 Type 2 Elven pistols, 5 Type 2 Elven rifles, 3 Type 1 Night cannons, 2 Night energy laser swords for close combat, 1 Type 2 Elven sniper rifle, 1 Night dragon tongue rocket launcher, and 1 magical interference device specifically designed to counter mages. With such a squad configuration, Berpheus believes that even legendary figures below 300 magical points could be subdued, and master-level mages with 150 magical points would find it hard to resist. The caution towards mages stems from Bai Qi's belief in their unpredictable abilities. Thus, conventional measures of lethality cannot be applied. Nonetheless, Berpheus's elite squad consists of a full 12 teams, with each team comprising 10 members. Along with the squad leader and command officers, it would be nearly impossible for danger to approach. Upon hearing of an elite squad assigned to protect Wei Yi Air, Bai Qi can't help but twitch his lips. Goodness, when did we become so affluent? However, he feels considerably reassured. Each time he visits Wei Yi Air, a pang of guilt stirs within him. His only current concern revolves around Wei Yi Air's eyes. Thus far, he has found no magical means to remedy her condition. The thought of establishing a medical system through sheer effort, let alone performing surgery, seems absurd. Even acquiring a blood-type testing device proves challenging, not to mention how to conduct a transplant. This is not an animated tale where one can simply attach a pair of eyes. Even if he could devise various instruments, time is a cruel factor for a young girl. Nevertheless, even if not for Wei Yi Air, he must still embark on developing a medical system that integrates magic and technology. At present, the only feasible option would be to enlist a legendary-level mage from the Sorcery Academy. Berpheus articulates this, echoing Riyashi's prior words. They would require a pair of living eyes, essentially a fresh specimen. To have such a mage perform flesh and blood magic for transplantation and healing. The dilemma lies in the Sorcery Academy's location, positioned at the very heart of the Bai Ao Empire's sacred domain. Setting aside the challenge of reaching there, securing the assistance of such powerful beings remains uncertain. Legendary mages are not easily found. They are esteemed entities. Aside from this, only one method remains known: divine-level magic. Indeed, the mythical magic of divine beings. The 4 types of magic familiar to the people of the continent include the Holy Light healing magic of the Holy Light sect, the flesh regeneration magic from the Sorcery series, the lost Elven magic, and the enigmatic dragon magic. Upon arriving at this conclusion, they fall into silence, setting aside the possibility of finding a match. Divine-level beings, this caliber of strength seems to have gone unheard of for a century. At least they have not come across any reports. Hence, Berpheus is inclined to pursue the first option. He kneels on one knee, sincerely expressing his desire for assistance from the Sorcery Academy and reaffirming his previous promise. "I offer my eyes." There is no immediate response. Predictably, Bai Qi rolls up a stack of parchment and raps it against Berpheus's head. "If you speak nonsense again, I shall dispose of you first." Bai Qi quips, exasperated. What does he take him for? He does not dare to assert that there are 100 ways to tackle this, merely that it is a matter of time. Divine level. How impressive could that be? Soon enough, with just a little more time, revolutionary advancements shall be birthed. As for Wei Yi, she learned of this matter through the casual conversations of the attendants who cared for her daily needs, and upon discovering it, she promptly shook her head. When Bai Qi came to visit her, she immediately inquired whether Wei Yi was upset, tightly embracing Bai Qi's arm. Wei Yi was doing well, as Sister Guya took meticulous care of her every day. They were like family. If the treatment required exchanging their eyes, she would rather forego light altogether. This was absolutely non-negotiable. Observing Wei Yi's resolute attitude, Bai Qi felt a pang of sympathy, yet was also deeply moved. Indeed, despite his lingering reservations towards the elven race, Night Elves were distinctly different, a truth that could be felt and seen. Gradually, he began to accept them. Wei Yi spread her arms wide, relishing the gentle breeze and the refreshing tranquility of the air, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Even though she could not see, Wei Yi was genuinely happy here. Hence, her eyes were not of paramount importance. Do not lay your hands on them. Do you hear? Feeling a warm hand gently ruffling her hair, she puffed her cheeks in a mock display of anger, preparing to swat it away, but Bai Qi withdrew his hand. Yes, 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 your wishes are my command. My lady Wei Yi, if only she were my sister. Who wouldn't he desire such an adorable sibling? Oh, except for that one from the main family, a false sister versus a real sister. The latter only exists in the realm of fantasy or in the neighbor's household. Rest assured, I am not so ungrateful. After all, the Night Elves were indeed my saviors, Bai Qi concluded with a smile. How had he fallen into such a deadlock? It was evident he had long recognized Wei Yi as a kind-hearted and understanding young lady, leaving no room for options. Deities? Then let us create one. He had overlooked something quite significant. He consistently approached problems with a modern mindset, stubbornly clinging to the outdated notions of the Lu continent. The main theme of the Lu continent was magic, and the third pillar of the artisan goddess functionalities was precisely magical technology. He had fallen into a misconception, believing that only mundane individuals could utilize technology devoid of magical energy. He mistakenly perceived magic and magicians as an inseparable whole. It turns out I'm not particularly clever. After exchanging simple farewells with Wei Yi, he headed to his small room, only to be met with a playful reprimand from behind. Stop ruffling my hair. I've told you I'm not a child, you rascal. At last he understood. Simply creating modern technology does not equate to advancing development, even if it intertwines with a magical tech tree. It does not truly represent magical technology. Login, the artisan god's built-in lazy mod, was fully activated, with the functional modules of spirit analysis and synthesis, modern intelligence, future technology, otherworldly magical technology. The existence of things inherently carries a certain significance, let alone magic. With this thought in mind, Bai Qi casually browsed through the hundreds of technological projects within the otherworldly magical technology module. The Golden Finger did not provide detailed explanations of the required materials, but it did specify the conditions necessary for the technological projects. For instance, a magically responsive hanging lamp utilizes the power of magic crystals as a battery, akin to modern smart home furnishings. Thus, Bai Qi merely needed to find suitable alternative materials. Energy electropower released by a battery, energy released by magic crystals. This readily explained the inception of Elven firearms. Besides assembling various components using lathes and cutting instruments, magic crystals, magical steel, magical ore, and silver, or could be used to create devices that release energy. Compared to the potential energy of compressed springs and the kinetic energy generated by collisions, igniting, and firing. This defines the power of bullets. The production of bullets was even simpler. The dust from magic crystal, ores, and explosive powder could easily be combined. In simpler terms, any traveler with a basic understanding of the sciences could manage this. Bai Qi had no cause for pride in this. Not to mention, he had once been a bookworm, so he had some experience in this regard. Found it, Bai Qi immediately committed to memory the technological projects concerning magical production instruments. The essence of magic point utilization driven by magical energy, the analysis of magical formulas, the construction of magic formulas, the effects of magic release, the magical construction instrument, and the magical energy transfer device. I understand. Bai Qi couldn't help but chuckle. The game had ended. The game where only magicians could wield magic had come to a close. Now he too could partake. How should he put it? Bai Qi could now be considered a mage. He had long been ensnared in the misconception that magic was exclusively tied to magicians while ordinary players were relegated to technology. But what if magic could also be viewed as a form of technology? Moreover, who dictated that only organic life forms could cast magic? Bai Qi retrieved a magic crystal energy grenade and a piece of magical ice crystal, or, closing his eyes, synthesize. After a moment, he beheld the swirling, chilling magic crystal energy grenade in his hand. No, it should be called an ice crystal grenade. The spirit analysis function revealed its data. Upon detonation, it would produce a frost freeze effect within a certain radius. Keek. Bai Qi stifled his excitement. If his conjecture was correct, the so-called magic points were merely a form of energy transformation, akin to the principles of hydroelectric or wind power generation. It mattered not whether it was wind or water, as long as the outcome was electricity. Thus, magic points represented a kind of energy, an energy that drives magic and releases spells. In other words, he could utilize technological instruments to achieve these transformations and outputs. Hence, once he grasped the principles of magic and its formulas, he could replicate magic through technology. As for the level of magic, that would depend on the output of magical energy. With this thought, Bai Qi could not help but feel an impulse to take on 10 adversaries at once. However, after calming down and reflecting for a while, he encountered a fundamental issue. Ideals are bountiful, yet reality is stark. I am broke. Damn it. The Night Elf tribe was so impoverished that it clinked. They could not afford to procure the many desired materials, especially some that were exceedingly rare. Ultimately, it seemed that earning money was the true path to success. Outside, I am known as Burfus, the personal bodyguard of Bai Qi, the head of the Night Elf Guards, and the future commander of the Empire's army. I worry greatly about Bai Qi's mental state. Inside, he alternates between laughter, peculiar sounds, and mournful cries. I let out a worried breath. By human standards, Bai Qi should already be married with children, right? What if? The mere thought of this possibility troubled Burfus. How could he assist Bai Qi? The tribe had no shortage of beautiful night elves, yet Bai Qi had never cast a glance their way. The tribe leader, how could he forget that the tribe leader is male? Then, that settles it. As for the tribe, he reconsidered and shook his head. After a long while, if all else fails, perhaps he could venture to some minor nations or factions, abduct a beautiful princess from the beastmen, or something of that sort. Or perhaps the elves of Aoelia. While Yulia was certainly out of the question, there were plenty of other beauties. He could capture one and sell her to a slave trader, then buy her back as a gift for Bai Qi. He felt no guilt in dealing with the elves of Aoelia. Contemplating these two schemes, Burfus's eyes sparkled with determination as he incessantly assessed their feasibility. Yet, in an instant, he abandoned those thoughts. After all, he could not allow others to benefit. The nourishing water shall not flow to the fields of outsiders. The Night Elf Beautification Initiative Night Elf Village Conference Room. Within the opulent assembly hall of the elf tribe, resplendent crystal chandeliers hung from the lofty ceiling, each crystal glimmering with a faint magical radiance that illuminated the spacious chamber. Below, seated were the elders and venerable figures of the Night Elves, alongside the appointed managers of various departments assigned by Bai Qi. Additionally, several responsible individuals overseeing agricultural affairs joined the assembly. Meanwhile, Angie Shuang and the elders of Thailand gathered around the conference table, anticipating the arrival of the man. Soon, with the arrival of Bai Qi and Burfizi, the previously bustling conference room fell into an immediate silence. Bai Qi, eschewing the customary practice of taking a seat, slowly drew forth several sheets of parchment and declared, "Let us commence the meeting. 3 proposals." Bai Qi cast a discerning glance over the assembly, nodding in satisfaction at their collective spirit, and continued to read. The first, the Connectivity Initiative. Nearly 2/3 of our people have relocated to the City of Eternal Night. However, we must not relinquish our hold over the Black Moon Forest. Hence he proposed transforming the Night Elf Village within it into a vast trade market. The personnel arrangement would include Elder Jialan, Elder Thailand, and Angie Shuang as the 3 administrators. Of course, this is but a temporary measure, for there shall be more significant responsibilities awaiting you, and this seems somewhat an overutilization of resources. The lack of manpower is unavoidable. Angie Shuang, establish a branch of the Eternal Trade Guild here, choosing a location near the central square. Simultaneously, continue to employ laborers in the form of slaves, utilizing registration for labor, removing their slave status once their working hours are completed, while providing wages inclusive of food and accommodation. In truth, Bai Qi harbored a somewhat benevolent disposition and often fantasized about the liberation of slaves. Yet, when seated in this position, tasked with the stewardship of so many lives, he fell silent. He acknowledged his own hypocrisy, finding solace in the notion of gradual progress. In reality, Those slaves purchased by Angie Shuang were left astounded upon hearing their status transformed into contracted workers. Their astonishment deepened when they realized they not only had guaranteed sustenance and comfortable living conditions, but also received wages, gold coins to hold. For a moment, they found it difficult to comprehend. After all, this treatment surpassed their previous existence as commoners. They were left questioning whether their prior status as commoners was indeed that of slaves, or if they now were. Many slaves expressed disdainful skepticism, doubting whether Angie Shuang was merely jesting with them. Yet days later, numerous slaves implored, "Master, why not give us a beating instead? Otherwise, this gold feels like a hot potato in my hands that I can eat to my heart's content and savor such exquisite dishes. But holding this gold will surely bring me nightmares at night. Boo-hoo, the amount of meat I've consumed these past few days exceeds that of an entire year when I was not a slave." Among them, several female slaves instinctively knelt before Angie Shuang, preparing to offer something, which startled Angie Shuang, who hurriedly shooed them away. They, too, bore puzzled expressions that wasn't this an indication. Angie Shuang, undeterred by the trouble, explained that it was due to the great Bai Qi's benevolence. This elicited a myriad of incredulous gazes, many of which were filled with tender bewilderment, nearly breaking his composure. Reflecting on it later, it was evident that not only the slaves, but even he had been equally astonished upon hearing Bai Qi's arrangements. A month prior, Bai Qi had arranged for Angie Shuang's safe return to the village to AS for the concern she harbored. He was unperturbed. Regarding any pursuit, fear not, unless they deployed legendary-level mages, which seemed highly improbable. Did they truly believe that the Night Elves' defensive capabilities were mere illusions? Not to mention, merely the concealed sentry posts at the entrance of the Baiao Empire and the Black Moon Forest had Berfizi deploying elite sniper teams for defense. Each elite sniper team comprised 10 members, all high-level apprentices, armed with an array of firearms and ammunition. Under Bai Qi's guidance, Berfizi also began training in counter-surveillance techniques. When Angie Shuang observed Berfizi carrying a mysterious weapon known as the Eternal Night Dragon Fire Rocket Launcher, she remained perplexed until a resounding boom echoed through the air. The distant hillside was shattered by the explosion, scattering rocks and unleashing destructive energy, leaving her mind in a haze. Her jaw dropped in disbelief. "Well, what is this?" Angie Shuang stammered, her fingers trembling as she pointed towards the scene afar. What is this?" She had heard Bai Qi mention such weapons before, but this was different. "Bai Qi, you truly mean it?" Soon, after calming her emotions, Angie Shuang finally comprehended why Bai Qi appeared untroubled by the threats. Moreover, Bai Qi had not scolded her, but instead offered a lesson. "You are my dear Minister of Finance. Do not panic in the face of adversity. Fear not, this is merely an appetizer." Upon hearing this, Angie Shuang nearly choked on her own saliva. An appetizer? Perhaps she had indeed overreacted, she observed Bai Qi's guard. Berfizi, remaining remarkably composed throughout the ordeal, truly someone worthy of Bai Qi's side. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Berfizi suddenly crouched down, coughing incessantly that "I choked." He waved his hand dismissively, reassuring Bai Qi not to worry. Upon hearing Bai Qi's quip about it being merely an appetizer, he was momentarily startled and ended up choking on his own saliva. So, this contraption was referred to as an appetizer. All right, perhaps Angie Shuang, have overthought this. Bai Qi's lips twitched slightly, casting doubt on whether he had chosen the right individuals. "You two. One is my Minister of Finance, the other a military commander, future pillars of the Empire and harbingers of devastation across vast lands. Do not be so easily startled," he admonished them playfully. "Consider it an embarrassment to me if you continue to act so rashly. Maintain your composure." In response to Bai Qi's teachings, both individuals lowered their heads in unison, occasionally nodding in acceptance. They appear to be silently pleading, "Please, no more scolding." Within the conference room, Bai Qi continued to meticulously outline the agenda while elucidating certain precautions that a month prior, Angie Shuang had embarked on the Slave Employment Initiative, successfully recruiting nearly 10,000 laborers in just a short span. It was said that the majority hailed from a defeated nation known as the Country of the Moon. The newly joined workers were dispatched to the southern wilderness to commence construction. Angie Shuang continued sending individuals to the slave auction to recruit laborers, while allowing them to settle here, transforming them into prospective citizens of the empire. In an instant, the assembly room erupted in uproar. Slaves becoming citizens of our empire. How can we possibly? The sentiment was bold, to say the least, that in truth, there were nations that had undertaken similar endeavors, albeit often leading to internal strife within their own territories. Such actions could easily incite rebellion, and during times of war, it was not uncommon for former slaves to defect to the enemy. After all, many of the slaves sourced for various slave trading companies came from different small nations or were individuals who had fallen from grace. Bai Qi merely tapped the table lightly, prompting an immediate hush. He sighed, "I understand your concerns. Please, trust me. To elucidate my reasoning is much the same as before. I am Bai Qi." The assembly fell momentarily silent, particularly the Night Elves, who felt a profound resonance. Over 2 months prior, that very man had uttered the same words in unison. The Night Elves bowed their heads, placing their hands upon their chests in a gesture of reverence, collectively declaring loyalty. Indeed, that was Bai Qi, their revered sage. When had he ever deceived them? The promises he had made had largely come to fruition. What then was left to doubt? Many members of various tribes were stirred by the scene before them, yearning to emulate the Night Elves. Their tribes could be said to be the most grateful and appreciative of Lord Bai Qi. If the Night Elves had made a pact with Bai Qi, then their tribes were merely the fortunate bystanders. Many tribe members silently placed their hands over their hearts, offering blessings for Bai Qi. In their belief, the best of individuals deserved wishes for smooth endeavors and protection from harm. The elders and leaders of the Night Elf were equally gratified, unable to suppress their reverence, their hearts aflame with excitement. As for the Night Elves, they had certainly placed their bets wisely. They could already sense the future of the empire. Among all the races within the empire, the Night Elves shared the most profound bond with Lord Bai Qi, regardless of whether they were humans or magical creatures. Only Anji Shuang observed with solemn respect. Truly, Lord Bai Qi was remarkable. Yet, within Bai Qi's heart, he felt a surge of emotions that he would not admit to his current age. He was nothing more than an impassioned young man, still somewhat idealistic. With everyone placing such trust in him, he would certainly not betray their expectations. The next plan was the winter grain trade operation. Next came the money-making initiative. Anji Shuang, Burpheus, Thailand, and Elder Jialan were stay behind. Naturally, the specifics could not be discussed in the conference room. Over the past month, they had already arranged the trading routes. The Star Fairy City, White Jade City, and Earth Dragon City of the Gilded Empire had been in contact with the Eternal Night Grain Merchants Association, with Thailand overseeing the arrangements. The Gilded Empire spanned over 50 million square kilometers, comprising 5 domains and 18 cities, with a population of around 500 million. Among these, the 3 remote southwestern cities boasted a population of nearly 30 million. As winter approached, they faced a significant food shortage. This was not just a lack among the nobility, but rather a scarcity affecting towns and cities of all sizes. Every year, this period provided an opportunity for the nobility to profit. The targets of Bai Qi's grain trade were, of course, the nobility. Elder Thailand initially questioned, "Isn't it the common folk who suffer from food shortages in winter?" Why? Because it was not our concern. They lacked the means. He had no intention of playing the saint, and considering the survival issues of the empire's lower classes, conduct substantial business. They could not afford to sell to the commoners like small vendors. Even if they could, it would require an immense waste of manpower and resources. Thus, they needed to find a suitable price to sell to the nobility or those merchants. Bai Qi continued to outline various operational plans. Elder Jialan was tasked with organizing personnel for transportation, while Burpheus would allocate a team for defense. Anji Shuang, you will be responsible for the grain trade in Aowilia City and Scioto City of the Bai Ao Empire, as well as with some smaller nations. This will be a bit more complicated, primarily under your purview. The others will assist Anji Shuang. The third plan. At this moment, everyone noticed the rare seriousness on Bai Qi's face, tightening their focus to listen intently. This plan was one of the most crucial for developing their strength, promising a continuous stream of trade transactions. The Arms Trade Initiative. Bai Qi spoke these words with gravity. As a man of the 22nd century, no one understood arms trading better than he in this world. Observing Bai Qi's eloquence, everyone sat up straighter. This matter would temporarily be led by me, with Nuaku and Rue Yashisi involved. Although Rue Yashisi was not present, it did not hinder Bai Qi from continuing with the plan's details that I in the future. This would be the most lucrative and violent trade as it pertained to warfare. At this point, he glanced at Angie Shuang and Berpheus. Bai Qi fell silent for a moment. Angie Shuang, your strength is too weak. Berpheus, do not laugh. You are not only weak but also lacking in intellect. Berpheus, who had been grinning, suddenly looked dejected. There was no doubt, for Lord Bai Qi spoke only truths and realities. However, Bai Qi sighed in resignation. Who told you, too, that you were my most valued finance minister and military leader? Upon hearing this, both felt a mix of embarrassment and joy, for it was indeed an acknowledgment of their worth. Yet they still fell short of Lord Bai Qi's expectations. You two will jointly establish an intelligence department, responsible for dispatching to various factions and smaller nations, one managing the financial chain and the other the arms chain. I will teach you about proxy wars and finance. Suddenly, Bai Qi felt he had digressed. However, this was not urgent. It may need to wait until our empire is established. Upon hearing about the empire's establishment, everyone was filled with exhilaration. Indeed, Lord Bai Qi was already planning for the distant future. Each time a meeting concluded, they would hear discussions about concepts beyond their understanding. But that was all right. They simply needed to mindlessly complete the assigned tasks and witness the ensuing changes. All of this was thanks to a visionary leader, their revered master, Lord Bai Qi. Loyalty. The session concluded. Oh no, the meeting is over. Those I mentioned earlier, please stay. At this point, Bai Qi waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave while remaining seated at the head of the conference table. After a lengthy pause and more than a month of hard work, Bai Qi could not help but smile as he picked up the statistics on a parchment. We have nearly 1 million tons of flour. The hearts of the crowd leapt as if electrified, instantly awakening their senses. How much? Angie Shuang's voice revealed urgency and disbelief. What? He knew the Night Elf tribe lacked food, especially with Lord Bai Qi around. Yet, he never anticipated this. This was not merely a lack. It was an abundance that could ensure the comfort of everyone in the Bai Ao Empire throughout the winter, not to mention Angie Shuang. Even Elder Jialan, who was aware of their extensive cultivation, was momentarily stunned. Not to mention the other two. What a surprise! Over the past month, more than 1 million acres have been cultivated. Elder Tylan had procured 150,000 magical scrolls to enhance crop yields, most of which were traded with White Jade City in the Gilded Empire. Truly, it was an agricultural powerhouse. Such scrolls were plentiful. Moreover, the Elder's rain-calling magic was employed daily, leading a group of apprentices to cast spells, replenishing their magical energy with food and magic crystals, extracting every last drop. They were treated like workhorses. The reactions of the crowd were indeed normal. In contrast, it was Lord Bai Qi who appeared most unusual. 1 million tons, 200 million gene. My heavens, the Night Elf had never felt such prosperity. It was as if they were dreaming. For decades, or even centuries, they had lived in hardship. Yet, in just 2 months since Bai Qi's arrival, the Night Elves had undergone a transformation of monumental proportions that it was as if they had suddenly acquired villas and luxury cars. Aside from that, nearly 100,000 tons of tomatoes and tens of thousands of tons of soybeans and corn were also accounted for on the continent of Lulu, if one calculated based on an annual consumption of 500 gene of flour per person. Plus their delightful magical creatures, they needed to reserve 130,000 tons for personal consumption, with another 130,000 tons as a backup, totaling 300,000 tons. Tomatoes were easy to preserve in winter, as were soybeans and corn, all kept for their own use, considering how thin their children had become. The crowd, how to say it? While they were indeed moved by Qi's concern for the children, could he refrain from exaggerating? Compared to those truly malnourished, they were already relatively normal. The meat would be kept for their own use. After speaking, he cast a glance around the room. Therefore, the scale of this trade amounts to 140 million gene of flour. Therefore, Tillian indicated that the elderly have frail hearts and wished for Lord Bai Qi to clarify what therefore means. The crowd could not help but twitch their facial muscles slightly. Angie Shuang, you will take the lead on this matter. Me. Angie Shuang pointed at her own face, utterly bewildered. She began to tremble as she calculated the transaction amount. Bai Qi rubbed his brow, recalling the arithmetic skills prevalent in this world. It was indeed his oversight. The task of popularizing education must be prioritized, and no need to calculate anymore. With winter approaching, a pound of flour could fetch between 25 to 40 copper coins. Create a market. We must collaborate with those nobles and merchants, ensuring they profit as well. Those blood-sucking leeches will not relent unless the price exceeds 35 copper coins per pound of flour. Unless one is foolish enough to believe they will show compassion to the commoners. Thus, we will sell at 30 copper coins to them, while deliberately inflating prices in the cities we engage with to attract more noble and merchant grain sellers. Bai Qi could hardly pass up the opportunity to manipulate them. By artificially raising prices beyond 40 copper coins and secretly selling to them at 30, they would eagerly purchase. Rest assured, this is the greed of human nature. That'll be why the time we swiftly sell out. It will coincide with those nobles and merchants realizing that competition has become increasingly fierce, prompting them to sell hastily. Bai Qi seemed to envision that scene, letting out a cold chuckle, in normal circumstances. Even if a multitude of nobles and merchants flooded the same region to sell grain, there would invariably be profit, albeit varying in magnitude. However, this hidden behemoth lurking in the depths of the ocean, 700,000 tons of grain entering the market, would utterly rupture their capacity if they do not sell their grain before winter. The scarcity of food will diminish, and with oversaturation, prices must be lowered. Otherwise, they risk spoilage, with human and material costs weighing heavily upon them. Thus, the battlefield for those merchants and nobles can only be settled this winter. In the end, there will undoubtedly be casualties. As for who? He does not concern himself, for it will not be him. Those nobles and merchants are not fools. They will certainly calculate the market volume and the cards they hold. Some will profit, while others will incur losses, but he will assuredly be among the gainers. Moreover, the commoners in those towns will be able to purchase grain at normal or even lower prices. This is a straightforward strategy. It hardly qualifies as a scheme, merely a financial tactic, reliant on who can cash out at the moment of greatest profit, while those who remain will either be exploited or lose everything. His approach, however, is a more sophisticated setup, playing with the disparity of information. After hearing Bai Qi's entire plan, even Berfis grasped the gist of it. The crowd was swept by a tidal wave of astonishment. They could not help but take a deep breath, relieved that Lord Bai Qi was one of them. Shuang, however, felt her pupils constrict suddenly. Gazing in terror at the seemingly harmless Lord Bai Qi, emergent, she instinctively drew in a sharp breath, comprehending the sheer terror of this strategy and the number of nobles or merchants it could eliminate. Moreover, he could remain detached. Those who profit will likely even express gratitude for their goods in the conference room. Ignoring the still shocked individuals, the figures struck like lightning at 30 copper coins per pound of flour. 140 million pounds equates to a staggering 420 million gold coins. The minds of those present were jolted into clarity, instantaneously awakening. How much? For 20 million gold coins? They could not contain their exclamations. Even Shuang, who had previously dealt with nearly 30 million starry elves, felt her heart race. The words of that man echoed in her mind. Hundreds of millions, billions, even trading for an entire city within an empire. Now that is commerce. In the future, methods of financial harvesting that could lead other nations to bankruptcy will truly define commerce. Meanwhile, Tillian's mouth hung agape. She finally understood what Lord Bai Qi meant when he once stated that 28 million gold coins were not a significant trade. The hearts and bodies of the group trembled with excitement, except for Berfis, who remained relatively calm, his hand supporting his chin as he listened intently. What the hell? With a resounding thud, Berfis's head crashed onto the conference table. The others jumped in surprise. Upon hearing the amount of gold coins, his mind momentarily ceased to function. The greatest fantasy of his lifetime had never envisioned such a sum. Bai Qi, after a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter a few words. That crisp voice marked a good beginning. The meeting concluded. Shuang, I have another task for you. Shuang appeared invigorated, ready to take on the challenge, despite already having numerous responsibilities. Bai Qi chuckled softly. It's just a small matter. No need to be so serious. No, Lord Bai Qi's matters are never trivial. I will ensure it is done meticulously, Anju Shuang replied earnestly, leaving Bai Qi momentarily speechless. Send some people. If that's insufficient, seek out Berfis. Dispatch individuals to stake out the slave auction, particularly the more significant ones. Slaves? Hadn't they already begun hiring? Bai Qi sighed in exasperation. Talents. High-level talents, regardless of their status. Even if they were once nobles. Although reluctant to admit it, I indeed require these individuals to work for me. I am willing to pay handsomely, and they can be brought to me for assessment later. Any race will do. High-quality slaves. Anju Shuang patted her chest, signaling her readiness. Simultaneously, regarding magical creatures, this involves the Mage Guild, but if encountered, save them at all costs. Money is no object. Ordinary slave trading houses also deal in magical creatures. However, most are reserved by the Mage Guild for magical materials. For now, I wish to avoid confrontation with the mage community. Another avenue is the Adventurer Guild, which also posts these tasks. Bai Qi has already dispatched individuals to publish the task. The goal is to acquire magical creatures, seizing them from others. Although the effectiveness is limited, it may inadvertently lead to more adventurers capturing or even hunting them. Nevertheless, we must intercept at least one. Even if it is merely a slime. One day, I will issue a decree for the protection of magical creatures across the continent. Just give me some time. Wait for me. Exiting the conference room, Bai Qi patted Anju Shuang on the shoulder. Many matters can be delegated to those below. There's no need for you to personally handle all the trivial details. You are destined for greater things. Your vision should not be confined to the minutiae of tedious tasks. You are my vital minister of finance. As he watched Bai Qi's figure gradually depart, Anju Shuang stood frozen in place, filled with admiration and emotion. Indeed, this is the commercial world he truly aspires to. This is the ambition he yearns for. Unbeknownst to him, he had just experienced the quintessential form of top-tier PUA from the 22nd century. The effect was remarkable. This outfit suits Duralia splendidly. Ah, thank you for the compliment, Lord Bai Qi. Duralia felt somewhat flustered by Bai Qi's generous praise. However, according to the rumors from Sister Gavia at the clothing store, the new garments the Night Elves received recently were designed in collaboration between Lord Bai Qi and Elder Galena. The sudden compliment from Lord Bai Qi left her momentarily flustered. The latter, however, had no intention of teasing her, recognizing how easily the young Night Elf girl blushed. After a brief exchange of greetings, he departed. Greetings, Lord Bai Qi, as passers-by clasped their chests in reverence to the revered sage they admired. The latter waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to refrain from such courtesy. Bai Qi observed the throngs of Night Elves and tribespeople bustling about in their new garments. His spirits buoyed. After all, as a student of the sciences who harbored a passion for painting and a modicum of design prowess, it was entirely natural for him to indulge in such pursuits. What brought him even greater joy was the prospect of many children from the tribes donning fine clothing, thus alleviating a lingering concern in his heart. A month prior, he had commissioned Elder Thailand to transport over 20 million gold coins to various cities near the Black Moon Forest within the Bai Ao Empire and the Lu Jin Empire. Engaging in a lavish procurement of materials, each day saw a steady influx of supplies. Among these, silk was his primary focus, AS for clothing design. That was a matter he felt no need to oversee. The Night Elves possessed an exquisite aesthetic sense, particularly in the realm of attire. Initially, he envisioned crafting ethereal hanfu, delicate dresses, and resplendent kipeos. Yet, Jelena regarded him with a rather peculiar expression, surprised by his understanding of femininity and his affinity for such styles. This led her to think of her own daughter, Jelalai, but she quickly shook her head, deeming her unworthy. The designs grew increasingly bizarre, especially when he sketched modern cosplay outfits, such as Lolita dresses and trendy skirts. Eventually, he abandoned this endeavor, realizing it was ostentatious yet impractical. From Jelena, he learned that aside from the qipao, which held some feasibility, the others resembled garments suited for aristocratic banquets, cumbersome and impractical for movement and labor. This marked Bai Qi's first encounter with the fashion culture of the Lilialu continent. In contrast to his preconceived notions of attire, the inhabitants preferred simpler, more rudimentary methods of draping fabric and wearing robes. Interestingly, men's fashion had developed more conventionally, reflecting the abundance of nobility, leading to the creation of garments that exuded opulence that women's clothing, however, remained rather monotonous, predominantly robes. This was a privilege reserved for the affluent, commoners, and slaves. Regardless of gender, typically wore simple fabric wraps and coarse linen. Particularly among slaves, attire was minimal, merely a wrap around the chest and another around the waist, or perhaps tattered shorts. Male slaves often labored bare-chested, which they seemed to accept without issue. Conversely, female slaves fared worse, adorned only in thin layers of fabric that could easily chafe and draw blood during work. Occasionally, one might even witness a few who had surrendered all semblance of modesty, toiling in total exposure, having relinquished their last shred of dignity. Such depictions were stark realities. However, those engaged in grueling labor were typically disheveled, garnering little attention. In contrast, well-groomed, youthful slaves were treated as distinct commodities. Yet, this twisted world showed no mercy to them. The aristocracy indulged in grotesque spectacles, with some depraved nobles mandating that slaves work in complete nudity purely for the sake of humiliation, reveling in their perverse enjoyment at the expense of life itself. Trampling upon others' existence as if they were mere beasts that in this world, devoid of entertainment, slaves became a form of macabre amusement, a spectacle unfolding daily. Of course, understanding such depravity required a certain level of awareness, one that commoners and slaves seldom attained. As for why slaves did not revolt, many did, and countless perished in the attempt. Such was the harsh reality of survival for them. Upon first grasping these truths, Bai Qi fell into a long silence, particularly after being invited by Zhu Shan Luo Te to witness a gladiatorial arena. The visceral revulsion he felt left him haunted by nightmares for several nights. Yet he found himself powerless to intervene. Perhaps, he thought, it was unnecessary to meddle. He was no native of this world. Yet his disdain for humanity only deepened, serving as one of the catalysts for his desire to become an ally to the half-elf, Aowilia. Ultimately, he resolved to abandon his human identity hell with this otherworldly existence. At the outskirts of Aowilia City stood a grand edifice perched upon a high ground in the heart of the town. The headquarters of the Merchant Guild commanded a panoramic view of the bustling city, with a vibrant marketplace and sprawling residential quarters sprawl below. Encircled by a bustling commercial district, members of the guild frequently traversed these streets, visiting business partners or exchanging intelligence. The central square of the city lay directly opposite the Merchant Guild's headquarters, and on market days, it teemed with life, a throng of people milling about. However, the once renowned Angie Merchant Guild had since vanished. Rebranded as the Evernight Trading Company. In truth, this was not even the headquarters of the Evernight Trading Company. Only Angie Shuang was privy to the reality of the situation. A steward had been dispatched to the Evernight City in the southern wilderness, where a more expansive and magnificent guild would be erected, serving as the true headquarters. Within the conference room, Angie Shuang occupied the principal seat, flanked by 2 Night Elves wearing masks, 1 male and 1 female. To ensure Angie Shuang's safety, elite squads of Night Elves were stationed within a few hundred meters of the guild. Verfais had deployed an elite detachment, comprising 4 squads worth of firepower, to safeguard Angie Shuang while also assisting with various tasks. Upon witnessing the 4 Evernight Dragon Fire rocket launchers, Angie Shuang's face twitched. This damned sense of security. According to Verfais, the firepower assigned to protect him would compel legendary strongmen to steer clear, while those below the rank of legendary mages would be rendered mere fodder. Legendary strongmen. Even the nobility of the empire might not possess such protective might, save for the royal family. As for mages, that was laughable. The esteemed status of mages was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Each year, the capital hosted a mage convention, and the emperor of the Bai Qi Empire, Emperor Ohai, had issued a decree regarding the mage gathering. Regardless of status, be it noble or commoner, anyone who dared to disrupt or offend the Mage Academy during that time would bear the consequences. Indeed, those who provoked a mage would find their demise utterly futile. As the Empire would take no action, If the Grand Bai Ao Empire held such disdain for the common folk, one could only imagine the plight of smaller nations. Thus, when he beheld his own defensive capabilities, he recalled Bai Qi's words, "Let loose, do not overthink. You have all chosen to pledge your loyalty to Lord Bai Qi, for which I am profoundly grateful." Especially during this period when their guild had no revenue streams, considering he was now the minister, he felt as though he might as well offer up his entire family to the Night Elves. The funds for procuring materials had primarily come from their guild, and last month, the several million gold coins entrusted to him by Elder Thailand had all been utilized to purchase various magical crystals, magical steel, and other materials for transport back. It could be said that the trust bestowed upon him by the guild left him deeply moved. "That I know you have all been perplexed." Anji Shuang's voice resonated with steadiness and conviction. "Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust, nor shall Lord Bai Qi." Following Bai Qi's guidance, he was encouraged to act boldly and generously. Furthermore, it was imperative to treat those within their ranks with utmost kindness. As a leader, one must adopt a long-term perspective, drawing wisdom from Bai Qi's various motivational insights. Seated in the center of the conference room, Anji Shuang surveyed the 11 elders who had stood alongside him in forging the guild's illustrious legacy. Each face bore the marks of time, yet their eyes still sparkled with unwavering determination. The atmosphere in the meeting room was solemn and reverent, with each member silently awaiting Anji Shuang's next utterance. Their current success was a testament to their loyalty to the guild, many of whom had once been illiterate and had, under Anji Shuang's guidance, transformed their fortunes, ensuring their families were well fed and cared for. Yet, not all were so optimistic. A few remained skeptical, questioning whether the minister had been deceived. After a prolonged silence, Anji Shuang finally revealed the purpose of the meeting. They were on the cusp of a significant deal. As soon as these words were spoken, a flicker of excitement ignited in the eyes of everyone present. Finally, the president was behaving normally today at a transaction worth over 100 million. The crowd murmured, "What on earth? Is the president out of his mind?" Their largest transaction had merely been 200,000 gold coins. Observing their reactions, Anji Shuang felt no irritation. Instead, she was elated. At last, the day had come. She experienced the kind of audacious maneuvers that Lord Bai Qi often executed, uttering words that astonished all. One word. Exhilarating. "Ahem. Silence, please." Anji Shuang smiled gently, gesturing for everyone to listen to her. "I have always told you that Lord Bai Qi is the one destined for greatness. This is precisely why I pledge my loyalty." Her steady narration reflected her insight, with a hint of admiration in her tone. The two Night Elves behind her nodded in agreement, in their hearts. Lord Bai Qi was akin to a deity. The siblings were fortunate enough to have witnessed the revered sage of the Night Elves during Lord Bai Qi's visit alongside General Burfus to observe their elite independent regiment's training. A figure held in high esteem by all, they were honored to be part of this elite group, now tasked with protecting Anji Shuang under the command of their superior. The two were responsible for close combat. Equipped with the latest gear, the Eternal Night Demon Energy Laser Sword, along with Elven Pistols Type 2 and 3 Magic Crystal Energy Grenades. Indeed, a transaction worth over 100 million, Anji Shuang reiterated solemnly. "Thus, this transaction is of utmost importance, and I need you all." In an instant, the crowd's minds went blank. Upon hearing the president's confirmation, a sense of panic surged within them, their bodies trembling. It. Really? President, are you speaking the truth?" It dawned on them that Lord Bai Qi had witnessed their expressions at that moment. Internally elated, he maintained an outward composure, though a slight tremor of excitement betrayed him. "Why would I deceive you? It is indeed true. This time, it is a testament to Lord Bai Qi's trust and a test for me," he exclaimed, his excitement causing him to stand atop the table. "Indeed, he is the Chancellor of Finance in Lord Bai Qi's eyes, destined to oversee the treasury of an empire." The crowd gasped, "What?" However, Anji Shuang quickly regained her composure, returning to her seat with tranquility. "Those of you who choose to follow me, to follow Lord Bai Qi, shall undoubtedly be rewarded. The logistics of this transaction will be managed by others. You merely need to liaise with various traders. The commission from this transaction will be allocated as a reward for you, based on your performance." Anji Shuang explained the workflow assigned during the Night Elves meeting led by Lord Bai Qi. A quarter of an hour later, the crowd emerged from their daze. Lord Bai Qi will not shortchange you. However, I must stress, Lord Bai Qi trusts us, so we must strive to fulfill our duties. If manpower is insufficient, you may hire slaves or rally your subordinates. I recall that many of you have siblings who can assist. But remember, do not expose Lord Bai Qi's identity. The crowd nodded solemnly, fully aware. They were not fools, and this was a tangible opportunity for Prophet Point 11 individuals exchange glances, their previous excitement now tempered with caution. Allies today could become competitors tomorrow. The commission was significant. According to Anji Shuang, the transaction involved a staggering 400,000 tons of grain, priced at 30 copper coins per pound. If they could sell it for just 1 copper coin more per pound, they would earn a greater share of gold coins. The commission Anji Shuang mentioned could amount to a minimum of 7 million gold coins. Good heavens, 7 million gold coins. They had never dared to dream of such an amount. With fair distribution among 11 people, if they could secure 1/7, that would be 1 million gold coins. Just imagine how many beautiful brides that could procure. They could indulge nightly in the Empire's finest establishments. In an instant, the crowd was electrified with excitement. Naturally, many of them contemplated sending their children to the Imperial Academy for an education, even in magic. Overall, Anji Shuang was pleased with the crowd's spirited demeanor. She distributed a Night Crystal card to each individual, containing 100,000 gold coins as seed capital. After all, funds were necessary for logistics, transportation, and various hired laborers. Your safety will be ensured by the Night Elves. Once again, Lord Bai Qi places great importance on us. In their minds, the name Bai Qi was merely a numerical symbol. True wealth lies in one's ability to wield money, making everyone perceive it as currency. Even if it were just a tomato. Come, my empire needs you. Anji Shuang took a deep breath and passionately shouted, Eternal night, loyalty. The crowd, swept up in her fervor, echoed, loyalty, though their gestures appeared somewhat peculiar. If Lord Bai Qi were to witness this scene, he would likely recall an odd historical moment from human history and perhaps pen a chronicle of eternal night's struggles. In the Night Elf village, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was painted in warm shades of orange and red. Golden rays illuminating every corner of the village. Witnessing the idyllic life of the Night Elves and their tribes under the sunset's glow invoked a profound sense of warmth and tranquility. With many diligently at work, an indescribable sense of comfort and peace enveloped the scene. Would it snow in a fortnight? Bai Qi tightened his cloak and mused. Burfus agreed, noting that many areas of the Black Moon Forest remained shrouded in darkness year-round, making winters particularly frigid. The two engaged in conversation while surveying the state of the wheat fields. Of course, they could not inspect every inch. They observed large wooden structures, akin to basketball courts, situated at various collection points in the wheat fields, with numerous Night Elves and tribespeople transporting goods using unicycles. This unicycle was a contraption devised by Bai Qi specifically for transporting flour, operating on principles similar to that of a one-wheeled cart. Now equipped with rubber wheels for added ease of movement, Bai Qi smiled faintly. Let us proceed. Currently, 2/3 of the relocation efforts in the Black Moon Forest have been completed. The remaining tasks primarily involve packaging and transporting the harvested flour. Bai Qi decided to leave a portion of the workforce behind to remain stationed, preparing for the establishment of a cross-dimensional belt and road initiative for future trade endeavors. Construction in the southern wilderness was also progressing rapidly. With food and materials in place, and the Night Elves and tribespeople establishing their new homes, the project advanced swiftly, likely to complete essential living arrangements before winter's arrival. Furthermore, Anji Shuang had hired a 1,000-strong slave labor force that had also arrived, continuously supplying more laborers. Occasionally, the Night Elf guards found themselves understaffed, causing Bai Qi some concern. Population issues that he often pondered whether he was being overly altruistic. With the power he possessed, he could effectively enact just invasions on smaller nations with minimal repercussions. Wasn't this the best means to expedite development? In due time, wealth and manpower would abound. Yet each time he entertained such thoughts, he was assailed by a cognitive and moral quandary. If he were to act on this, there would be no turning back. Thus, the world would gain another entity named Bai Qi, a version of Bai Qi from another realm. What is the situation there? Report to Lord Bai Qi, all is proceeding smoothly, and everyone has arrived safely. Upon receiving the satisfactory report, Bai Qi felt the tension in his chest ease. Well then, you must be tired. Let us have a meal. Then he waved his hand, signaling the guard to take their leave and rest. Yes, the latter is accustomed to bowing in heartfelt respect before retreating. They're all personal guards of Bai Qi, frequently entrusted with the delivery of messages and standing sentinel. Yet each time, Lord Bai Qi's genuine concern for them resonates deeply within their hearts, evoking not only gratitude but also profound respect, especially during the night. When Bai Qi occasionally instructs the cook to prepare various noodle dishes, he graciously invites them to share in the midnight feast. A gesture of kindness that warms their hearts more than the steaming bowls of soup. However, could General Faze refrain from scrutinizing us? We are not neglecting our duties, and your gaze seems rather frosty. Ah, and the Night Elves have skillfully concocted the instant noodles and assorted delicacies that Bai Qi enjoys, which have become quite popular among all. Unbeknownst to Bai Qi, his unintentional act have resulted in such a delightful spectacle. To him, it is merely the joy of sharing a late-night snack with companions, and since they diligently stand guard for him, how could he possibly shortchange them? To put it bluntly, they are his subordinates. But in truth, they are like brothers. Ah, how he yearns to squeeze something. Suddenly, Bai Qi reminisces about the delightful memories of kneading soft, round forms. The adorable slimes have migrated along with the main force. Accompanied by the chubby-headed wasps and magic crystal mice, the number of slimes has already exceeded 20,000. The newcomers initially feared they had been captured by humans, destined to vanish like their companions. Many of the slimes were purchased by Anji Shuang and the Night Elves from the slave traders, while others were rescued from the wilderness along with their kin. After all, the Night Elves now understand that these charming slimes are not only kind and adorable, but can also produce rubber, a material highly valued by Lord Bai Qi. Naturally, they treat the slimes with utmost respect and gentleness. However, the slimes remain unaware that, while they sense no danger, human nature is complex and unpredictable, leaving them apprehensive. Upon arriving here, they discover Lai Mu. So many companions, countless friends live and play joyfully here. Everyone is so happy with an abundance of delicious food. For the first time, they savor such delectable delights. They could never have imagined that their usual diet consisted of rotten leaves and spoiled fruits. Constantly evading fierce beasts, poisonous substances, and human captures, this delightful Bai Jing grapes, the little ones adore them and can indulge as much as they like. Night elf beauties, watermelons, tomatoes, oranges, tangerines, so many scrumptious treats that make their eyes sparkle with delight. Lai. Who knew such delectable things existed in the world? Bada, slime flows from their eye sockets, pattering on the ground. Lai Mu, the deliciousness brings tears streaming down, their bodies trembling with joy. They have never tasted anything so exquisite since their birth. That human Bai Qi is truly a magnificent benefactor. Behind them lies even more human food, noodles, meats, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and the like. Lai Mu. Is this the legendary land of happiness, from initial fear to complete assimilation into this big family? Many slimes express their longing for their kin, pleading pitifully to join them here, hoping for a new home. Bai Qi readily accepts their requests. It would be absurd otherwise. He had sent so many to seek them out. After all, he then instructs Berfizi to arrange for some combat personnel from the Night Elves to safely escort them back, considering the potential dangers posed by wild beasts and magical creatures. Those dispatched are equipped with grenades and rocket launchers. Wild beasts, magical creatures, they charge toward them. They convey, Lord Bai Qi, if you wish to have extra rations, just arrange it directly without beating around the bush. The magic crystal mice possess a talent for treasure hunting, particularly in locating ores. Bai Qi learned this through a letter from Riyashisi. Indeed, it aligns with his suspicions. Magical creatures possess inherent talents and abilities that transcend the understanding of magic. If magic embodies plunder and destruction, then the powers of magical creatures resemble production and creation. Moreover, magical creatures are not universally regarded as enemies of sentient beings in Lulu continent, but on the contrary. Their benevolence far surpasses that of intelligent beings, This remains a perplexity for Bai Qi. No. There must be something amiss, for even if those individuals are foolish, after he elucidates and commands the Night Elves, it is evident they can grasp the situation. They can accept it. They are not that savage. Yet the initial barbaric actions do not align with the principles of a magical civilization. A magical civilization. Magic. He comprehends. Damn. He should have realized it sooner. If something feels off, yet remains enigmatic, it can only suggest the interference of magical forces. At this thought, Bai Qi's expression darkens significantly. If the enemy is magic, an entity capable of rewriting the will of the continent, it must undoubtedly be a divine-level existence. To alter its very essence, they will inevitably clash. Glancing at the densely written parchment, he finds himself lost in contemplation. What was history like 1,000 years ago? The Elven Empire, the recorded documents in Lu continent indicate that the original elves were neither human nor elf.s. Oh, what were they? And how did they vanish? The mysterious Kaluoxi Empire, lacking records of formidable magical powers, yet capable of obliterating the foundational magic civilization of the Elven Empire. The continent's prejudice against magical creatures and the synthesis of magical civilization and slavery. Bai Qi gazes at the metallic crystalline cube in his hand, falling into silence. If magical civilization and the enigmatic Kaluoxi Empire, including my own civilization, are all invaders, then I understand. A sudden spark of insight illuminates Bai Qi's mind, dispelling all doubts in an instant. Magical creatures. What if magical creatures are also a form of civilization? Hypothetically, if magical creatures are civilization, then the magical civilization triumphed over them and dominated the continent. While the civilization of the Kaluoxi Empire could defeat the magical civilization of the Elven Empire. Currently, the two civilizations are still vying for supremacy, and magical creatures hold the truth. A thunderous realization strikes Bai Qi, his pupils constricting sharply, his expression dark and furrowed, as though he is on the verge of piercing through the clouds of Lu continent sky. If his crossing was not mere chance, it could elucidate the prophetic revelations guarded by the Night Elves for millennia. He can no longer dismiss it as mere coincidence. That's so. Who left this prophecy behind? It seems many riddles point toward the Elven Empire of 1,000 years ago, including the enigma surrounding its downfall on the continent. The myriad of races, the empire of countless beings. Why is it that only the Elven race is mentioned, while other powerful races like the dragon race and numerous mysterious species go unmentioned? Everything remains a riddle. His current strength is still too weak. He has yet to set foot in the Kaluoxi Empire, and understanding the truth of the Elven Empire is undoubtedly best achieved by venturing into the Kaluoxi Empire. Yet, the most pressing concern is to develop his own strength. Damn it. One day, I will show you what a torrent of steel and a civilization of starship mechs truly are. When the day comes to pierce through the clouds, I shall see just how many riddles remain, but one thing is certain. Magical creatures are truly adorable. Adorableness is justice. Upon the mere thought of slimes and the rotund hornets, Bai Qi's spirits soared with delight. As night fell, Bai Rufizi continued his silent vigil by the wooden cabin near the Elven blacksmith's forge. Under the moonlight, he resembled a radiant golden sun, both splendid and enigmatic. His handsome visage, adorned with long and powerful eyebrows that arched slightly like two silver bows, conferred an air of coldness to his gaze. His short hair shimmered like golden rays in the dawn, exuding an alluring luster, while his eyes, also golden, possessed deep and bright pupils akin to two twinkling stars, reflecting a soul as clear as water. Often maintaining a stern demeanor, his austere image was frequently the subject of Bai Qi's playful jests. "All right, my golden shimmering commander," Bai Qi teased, by the way, Barufizi, "don't wear that serious face. The young ladies prefer a sunny and handsome disposition. Flash a smile, and you are sure to captivate a throng of admirers. If I were as handsome as you, I could truly charm a different noble lady of the empire each day. And soon the next generation of nobility would call me father." Bai Qi often spouted novel phrases, yet they seemed rather absurd. What did he mean by swapping noble ladies daily? Did he consider himself a succubus? In his eyes, no female, regardless of her beauty, could surpass the allure of a sniper rifle. Regrettably, His beloved weapon had yet to upgrade, as he remained devoted to the sniper rifle. Naturally, he understood that Bai Qi merely enjoyed jesting with them out of boredom. When the clan leader was present, the teasing intensified, nearly causing him to drool at the mention of the adorable sister of Sis. With a sigh, he observed the bright lights within the cabin, allowing his mind to settle into a tranquil state filled with reflections that a month had passed. The Night Elves' weaponry had undergone a significant upgrade. The production line of the Night Forge was in full swing, with materials continuously arriving, leading to frenzied manufacturing. Both the old and new production lines operated at breakneck speed. The armed forces were also being enhanced. Initially, the first-generation Elven rifles surpassed 10,000 units, while handguns reached 20,000 units, and sniper rifles totaled 1,000 to grenades exceeded 30,000 units. The new production line saw the second-generation rifles and handguns upgraded to automatic types, enhancing their fire rate and lethality, while also introducing a variety of ammunition types. The sniper rifles, however, had not been upgraded, yet the newly introduced Night Hand Cannons No. 2000, the Night Hand Cannon's magical crystal ammunition held a capacity of 10 rounds, capable of rapid fire, with an effective range of 50 meters and a maximum range of 100 meters. Boasting a legendary lethality rating of 208, this rating involved energy destruction assessments of crystal stones, though it lacked precision. Therefore, various individuals with considerable strength conducted evaluations, with the hand cannon's power already surpassing the master level. The Night Dragon Tongue rocket launchers numbered 500. The Night Dragon Tongue rocket launcher featured a magical crystal ammunition capacity of 1 round, with an effective range of 1,000 meters and a maximum range of 500 meters, rated with legendary lethality of 400. Additionally, the rocket launcher's magical crystal rockets came in 3 types: conventional, magical explosive, and magical steel penetrating rounds. These are the most potent weapons of the Night Elf tribe, representing their strongest defensive force. Aside from these, there were several special weaponry. The magical energy disruptor could currently interfere with magical efficacy, assessed at a master level. Specially lethal items included the Night Explosive series. C4, detonators, and other magical crystal technologies. 2 types of melee weapons were available: the Night Magical Energy Laser Sword and the Spinning Scythe. However, melee weapons were generally disregarded by the Night Elves, and Bai Qi had not wasted materials on their research. Nonetheless, they were necessary, especially for close-range defensive purposes. As for ammunition, it was inexhaustible. Bai Qi often remarked that he was currently researching magical energy shields and similar defensive measures. Although materials were scarce, time passed swiftly. Soon, the sun set in the Black Moon Forest and rose in a massive city in the southern wilderness. A month later, winter arrived. Yet, within the city of Eternal Night, preparations for a grand celebration were in full swing. The night square thronged with tens of thousands awaiting Bai Qi's ceremonial address. It was said to be a momentous occasion, with all work suspended for the day, save for those stationed on duty. Today, everyone donned splendid attire. The city of Eternal Night and its surrounding 10-mile radius were fortified with formidable defenses, particularly Bai Rufizi's army, adorned in unified and resplendent uniforms, donned striking hats that exuded an oppressive, cold aura. Their gallant entrance was met with fervent cheers and applause. The night square was packed with people, while those unable to enter the city of Eternal Night could only watch magical crystal broadcasts from their humble wooden cabins or in taverns with magical screens. The masses eagerly anticipated the celebration, a grand festivity. In the southern wilderness, the capital of the Xingyu Empire, the Star Palace was adorned with opulent decorations, its walls adorned with radiant, gleaming magical crystals. Chunhua sat with closed eyes upon the throne, draped in a luxurious, heavy purple gold robe embedded with intricate gold and silver thread, along with magical runes, exuding a powerful aura and an air of mystery that accentuated his dignified presence. Noticing someone below, calling his name softly, he lazily opened his eyes, signaling for the person to approach. A guard entered, accompanied by a portly middle-aged man clad in luxurious satin and ornate attire. "Your Majesty, we have gathered intelligence that new force has emerged near the Black Moon Desert, continuously constructing fortifications." Upon hearing this, Chunhua furrowed his brow momentarily in perplexity. Have you discerned their origins? Staler promptly nodded, responding, my informants have observed that they seem to be of the elven race, though there are also humans among them. Leaning slightly to one side of the throne, Chanhua regarded Staler with keen interest, urging him to elaborate. 2 months ago, we noted only a few thousand constructing fortifications. Yet now their numbers have surged to at least 100,000, with a significant portion being elves. Oh, elves? How intriguing. The presence of elves in the Black Moon Forest was not particularly surprising. The Empire frequently dispatched emissaries for trade with the Bai Empire, and naturally, they were aware of the elves residing in the Black Moon Forest, the only passage from the southern wilderness to the Bai Empire. However, the notion that they had chosen to adopt human imperial practices was curious. A mere 100,000, and how could humans be involved? Nevertheless, it was not a matter of great importance. Staler, send someone with a gift to extend our greetings, showcasing the etiquette of our Xingyu Empire. After yawning and waving his hand dismissively, he indicated for the other to withdraw. Such trivial matters hardly warranted his attention. He was inundated with affairs to manage and lacked the time and energy to deal with these distractions. Over 100,000? At most, just a small tribe. And constructing fortifications? I suspect they are nothing more than hollow shells. Elves, in his recollection, were typically associated with wooden cabins and tree dwellings. Why would they seek to join in the commotion here? Regardless, it was inconsequential. His primary focus remained on the affairs of his own empire. This year's harvest had been subpar, and there were those troublesome nobles and commoners causing unrest. Furthermore, with winter's onset, disturbances from the Ice Crystal Empire had begun anew. In the Fenglan Empire, Your Majesty, it is the elven race. The Empress Feng, Xueqing remarked with a furrowed brow, signaling her attendants to withdraw. There is no need. Feng Xueqing interrupted Yu Luo's words coolly. The elven race was exceedingly arrogant, and there was no necessity for negotiations. Beyond their bestowed beauty, they were merely foolish, and thus, they warranted no further consideration. In comparison, the Fenglan Empire should be far more concerned with the actions of the Xingyu Empire, the Yanyan Empire, and the Bingjing Empire. Simultaneously, the Yanyan Empire and the Huanshui Empire have also received reports from their subordinates. However, the nature of these reports varies. Some inquiries have yielded figures in the tens of thousands, while others have reported over 30,000, with some even citing magical creatures. After all, a single reconnaissance mission takes more than half a month, and the vast expanse of the southern wilderness complicates matters. Yet, they all share a commonality, a lack of attention towards the influence of a small region. Ultimately, the 5 great empires of the southern wilderness are primarily preoccupied with their own affairs, looking down upon the meager presence of the elves, which pales in comparison to the smaller nations of the southern wilderness. The southernmost Bingjing Empire has not provided any information, not even regarding the movements in the Heiyue Desert, especially with 3 hostile empires looming overhead in the Bai Empire. Within a slave trading establishment in the city of Saiyou, Zheng Yue and Li Wu have come to grips with the harsh reality. Zheng Yue offered a self-deprecating smile, silently awaiting her fate, while Li Wu, beside the wooden cell, pondered incessantly, occasionally shaking his head. Observing the disheveled Zheng Yue, Li Wu's eyes brimmed with anxiety. Your Majesty, I shall rescue you. Though uncertain of how to proceed, Li Wu could not bear the thought of merely watching as their queen was sold into slavery. Zheng Yue gradually rose from her meditative state, clad in a tattered light blue robe that remained intact despite its filth. Her disordered hair and grimy visage contrasted with her elongated, crystalline emerald eyes, which shone brightly. Her face bore a hint of fatigue, yet her eyes sparkled with clarity and wisdom, predominantly tinged with resignation. Li Wu, do not overthink it. If you manage to escape, simply take care of yourself. She stated, having resolved her destiny, it was inconceivable for her to become a mere plaything for slave owners or nobles. Death was her only escape. Fortunately, they regarded her as just another noblewoman, oblivious to her true identity. Yet her sister's fate remained a mystery. Her sister, in a bid to shield her, donned Zheng Yue's magnificent royal robes, facing the consequences of a defeated nation. The Moon Kingdom had become a relic of the past. Yet Zheng Yue had long comprehended the likely fate of her sister, clinging only to a shred of self-deception. During these months of flight, guilt had been her constant companion. Ultimately, she had failed to achieve her escape, betraying the sacrifice of her sister. The guilt extended beyond the royal lineage. It encompassed her entire nation, her subjects, who she had also let down. Nearby, various nobles and slaves from different regions, including the raging Minotaurs and the Horned Clan, occupied the space confined within iron enclosures forged from magical steel. Yun Yun and Feng Feng, two diminutive, furry members of the artisan clan, leaned against one another, each distinct yet sharing the same plight as high-quality commodities within the slave trading establishment. Daily, individuals would come to select their wares. Soon, a tall figure with an extraordinary presence, adorned in striking attire, arrived on this level, guided by the establishment's manager. "Sir, this is the place. Here are the high-quality slaves you requested." A man in opulent garb with a sharp, prominent nose and well-defined features exuded both charm and affability, appearing remarkably approachable. Anjishuang would not underestimate anyone, especially those engaged in such transactions, donning a facade of displeasure. He discreetly surveyed the assembled goods. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Is there truly no worthy merchandise?" There is. The man quickly replied, clapping his hands to summon a group of slaves prepared for auction. In an instant, a collection of so-called fine goods was presented, showcasing beautiful female slaves with perfectly sculpted figures, some exuding regality, while others were of an age that could be considered his daughter. Yet, without exception, they all possessed abundant curves, their bodies straining against the inadequate garments that failed to conceal their voluptuous forms, invoking lewd imagery in Anjishuang's mind. His face twitched with suppressed anger, morphing into a sardonic smile. "Ah, are you referring to the prized possessions imported from Feng Feng Tower?" Anjishuang retorted, genuinely bemused this time. These were merely spoils from defeated minor nations, particularly the noble women and treasures from their vaults. For someone like Anjishuang, who had frequented several slave trading establishments, this was all too familiar. Yet, such items bore no relevance to his needs. The man, sensing the patron's ire, found himself at a loss. Could it be that he preferred male slaves? That was not entirely implausible. The whims of nobility could often elude even those who sold slaves. "Sir," the man began, only to be interrupted. "I seek rare species or magical creatures. Do you have any?" Anjishuang feigned disappointment, for this was indeed his true intent. "Yes, we do, but the price is double." The man hesitated, his expression revealing inner conflict. 3 times. Before he could finish, Anjishuang suddenly recalled, "Ah, I remember. The magical creature designated by the Mage Association escaped. And we just captured a new one that hasn't been registered yet. This way, please." The man gestured with a sycophantic smile, signaling for his subordinates to take these fine goods away. Such fine goods could easily transform into unsellable liabilities if they failed to fetch a good price. After all, creating the illusion of worthiness demanded considerable resources. Soon, within a cage, a peculiar creature with a strange pot atop its head, covered in colorful fur, was revealed. Anjishuang frowned. "Sir, this is a magical creature known as the Spirit Food Demon. Although it is merely a low-level magical being, it is exceedingly rare." The moment he saw the patron frown, the man felt a shudder of fear. "Oh, rare. That sounds promising." Anjishuang feigned interest. It seemed he was a collector of oddities, as individuals of such a nature often sought rare treasures or unusual artifacts. "Sir, the Mage Association is offering 5,000 gold coins for it," the man stated, fully aware that this was merely a tactic to inflate the price. Yet, to avoid complications, Anjishuang replied straightforwardly, as if wielding the authority of a wealthy patron. 20,000 gold coins, and package those 11 high-quality slaves with it. "I intend to create a collection room." The man hesitated, wanting to voice his thoughts, but upon hearing Anjishuang's next words, his face lit up with a smile of agreement. In the future, should you acquire such fine items, remember to reserve them for me. I am willing to pay handsomely. I quite like what you have here." His demeanor exuded affluence, coupled with an indication of becoming a regular patron, which ultimately swayed the man's decision. "Deal," the man exclaimed. "In truth, even without your prompting, I had intended to gift this to you." Laughter occasionally echoed through the dungeon, leaving outsiders to believe that old friends were engaged in jovial banter. Adjacent to the town of Eowyllia lies the enchanting yet mysterious Elven Forest, where each structure is crafted from trees and exotic plants, seamlessly blending with nature. At its heart stand an opulent building resembling a castle woven from vines, featuring elven treehouse architecture, its rooftops adorned with moss and wildflowers. While delicate ornaments sway gently in the breeze, the path, adorned with tree roots and moss, exudes a refreshing fragrance of nature with each step. Yet, the castle's balcony stands in stark contrast, its tightly drawn curtains and withered flowers seemingly whispering untold stories. Ceres has returned, but alas, she has not brought the desired outcome. Have you seen Lord Bai Qi? Ceres despondently shakes her head. 3 months have passed without a single word. The adventure guilds throughout the Bai Ao Empire have been consulted, inquiries made. They even went so far as to pay for information from the Gilded Empire. Yet there was nothing, like a person who has vanished without a trace. No, it is not just I who searches. The missing persons task of the Adventure Guild has gone unfulfilled, and it appears others are seeking as well, but to no avail. Lord Bai Qi has disappeared. I had hoped for one last encounter, even if I could not persuade her, at least to bid farewell. Yet the reality is that no relevant information can be found. Slowly, despair begins to take root. The longing to see her one final time has withered away. Fear even creeps in. What if something has befallen Bai Qi? How could this happen? The elders of the left faction, upon hearing these words, fell into a state of dismay. How could Bai Qi simply vanish without a trace? This is impossible. Could it be that a servant of one of the elders, in a moment of panic, made a gesture? She was met with a cold glare from Ceres. The incomparable wisdom of Lord Bai Qi could not possibly be captured by the Empire's nobles. Ceres made her dissent. With that, she turned and walked away, but the elders of the left faction obstructed her path. Ceres, have you truly found nothing? No, Ceres replied tersely, her brows furrowed. There is no need for me to lie. Perhaps this is fate, beginning from the moment you betrayed Lord Bai Qi. She scoffed, though her icy gaze held no trace of mirth. The elders, aware of their own shortcomings, refrained from retorting, growing increasingly anxious. How could it be like this? Bai Qi has vanished. What will they do? The industries of their elven kin have been driven out. Elven crafts, glass art, exquisite jade partnerships have all been severed, particularly the Angie Trading Association, which not only changed its name, but also pilfered their elven craft techniques, rebranding them as the Eternal Night Craft. The elven fruit beverage chain has faced closures, and many businesses were acquired by those nobles under new names. Bookstores, parchment printing houses, all have ceased operations. Most infuriating is the loss of their most lucrative perfume business. Natural perfumes and elven cosmetic powders have been snatched away by those vile nobles, especially the transformation of the natural perfume into swine-scented perfume. One can easily deduce who is responsible, yet they have no means to resist. Not to mention the elder dispatch to condemn the perpetrators was humiliated. All the original shop owners have turned against them, siding with the pig count, while the elves were dismissed. Indeed, dismissed. Ironically, many of the heads and owners of elven industries were elves themselves, dismissed by their own employees. Their techniques had long been stolen, and their rivals boasted vast supplier networks. The elves stood no chance of prevailing against them. It was from that moment that they realized the formidable enemies Bai Qi had faced. They had been so arrogant, believing that nothing would change as long as things continued as usual. After all, Bai Qi had not needed to manage affairs frequently while she was present. The stark reality struck swiftly. The difference was glaringly apparent. Perhaps those who had come to collaborate with Bai Qi had never truly regarded the elven kin at all. They had merely been an afterthought in the elven village. The temper of their queen has become exceedingly volatile. It is said that she is angered by these developments. The loss of their financial stability has led to a sharp decline in the living standards of the villagers. Many have begun to pick up bows and arrows once more, reminiscing about the past. The thought of returning to a life reliant on agriculture, hunting, and undertaking quests from adventure guilds is daunting, filled with dirt, toil, suffering, and danger. The more they ponder, the more resentment brews within them. It's all your fault. The arrows shot forth, piercing fiercely into the straw-stuffed target, as if to take out their frustrations on it. It is not only she who harbors such grievances. Privately, many elves have begun to openly berate their princess, especially as more comrades have gone missing, as more elves learn the root of these troubles. The truth behind them, aside from a few who remained silent, many began to curse vehemently. This is utterly outrageous. An elder from the council, witnessing the increasing disrespect towards the princess among the villagers, could not help but slam the table in admonishment. Meanwhile, the right faction, the guardians, merely scoffed coldly. Indeed, it is quite excessive. To commit such a disgraceful act is indeed excessive, and to expect others to harbor no resentment is even more so. Particularly Ceres's faction, who received scorn from the elven elders of the right faction. Many elves held Bai Qi in high esteem, even believing that she was more suited to be the queen of the elven kin. However, those were bygone times. Now, their revered lord Bai Qi has departed. Initially, it was the atmosphere within the clan that led the left faction's queen to feel insulted, believing that a mere human could not possibly be compared to them. In truth, Juliana had also developed a disdain for Bai Qi due to these sentiments, though she concealed it well. Why is this happening? An elf inquired of the squad leader with a puzzled expression. The leader, in turn, merely shrugged in annoyance, indicating ignorance. Outwardly, they could not discuss it, but internally, they were cursing up a storm that it was not just her. Many elves who had once admired Bai Qi felt the same. They could never comprehend why Juliana acted in such a manner that if she truly disliked Lord Bai Qi, that would be understandable. But why toy with her? Why drive her away in the end? Why? When Bai Qi first arrived in the elven village, she never declared an intention to marry the princess. In fact, on the day Juliana was betrothed to Bai Qi as a fiancée, many elves experienced heartbreak. They could naturally never compete with the princess, nor did they wish to. Thus, they chose to offer their blessings. But what has transpired? Now they are told that the very person who stole their affections, Juliana, admits that she never liked him at all. Were they to have learned some harsh words, they would surely have called Juliana a fool. Why imprison someone you do not love? The beautiful and formidable Ceres had never been afforded such an opportunity. Yet this fool has taken away what they cherished, desecrated it, and brought misery to all. They truly feel for Ceres. Were it not for Juliana's status as a princess, they would have torn her to shreds. Many elves knew of Ceres's affection for Lord Bai Qi, believing that with Ceres safeguarding the village and Bai Qi managing it, they were a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Yet their princess, instead of cherishing this, treated her with scorn and betrayal. Lord Bai Qi has never wronged the elven kin, a truly good person. She helped them lead better lives and saved numerous elven companions. In the end, she was driven away by this mother-daughter duo. Even more infuriating is that the reputation of the elven kin has been tarnished. Not only do humans refuse to collaborate with them or trust them, but even the adventure guilds have taken a mockery, saying, "Oh, look who it is, a rare visitor. We thought you no longer needed to venture forth by the way. Where's Bai Qi? Oh, pardon me, I forgot, in a dimly lit chamber." Julia had sequestered herself away, lying upon her bed, silently gazing at the ceiling, her eyes betraying a hint of sorrow, indignation, and injustice. Whispers from the villagers had reached her ears, murmurs that cut deeply. How could they treat her so? After all, she was a princess. Her heart seethed with resentment, feeling utterly disrespected by her kin. Simultaneously, she began to drift into a reverie, reflecting on her past actions. Her mother had insisted she associate with that false prince. How foolish her mother had been. Now, she was the target of scorn. Julia could only endure her grievances in silence, never once considering the root of her troubles, in the city of eternal night. The central plaza was adorned with colossal bonfires spaced every few hundred meters, illuminating the vast expanse. Though winter had arrived, there was no chill, only the warmth of the roaring flames, which danced like a majestic dragon, transforming the frigid air into a comforting heat. The crowd buzzed with enthusiasm, engaging in spirited conversations and eager anticipation. Colorful banners fluttered in the breeze, and many brandished mini flags, celebrating the peculiar design of the May red flag from the 22nd century, which had captivated all of eternal night. Even the five-star General Burfies remarked, "I have never encountered such supreme aesthetics as those of Lord Bai Qi." This was, of course, a figment of Bai Qi's whimsical imagination. In truth, the imperial standard was indeed the May red flag, with its 5 crescents perfectly aligning with the 5 stars in his memory. Forgive his limited intellect. When he thought of flags, only the familiar 5-starred red flag from his homeland came to mind. Yet, it was impossible to replicate it. He could not bear the thought of anyone insulting him, which was his primary concern. Thus, he decided to borrow a little inspiration, albeit subtly, opting to replace the stars with crescent moons. "Ah, I am truly a genius." He marveled at his own remarkable wisdom and taste. However, the Night Elves in the conference room fell into a brief silence, exchanging glances. Suddenly, a resounding applause erupted, as expected of Lord Bai Qi. "I wholeheartedly agree. Indeed, that little crescent moon perfectly captures the essence of our Night Elves' tastes. It resembled a beautiful, mysterious touch of gold against the starry sky." "How splendid!" they exclaimed. "Lord Bai Qi certainly has his reasons." In a heartbeat, Bai Qi felt reassured that the ancestors had chosen wisely. Even in the 22nd century, as humanity ventured into interstellar civilization, the moon's Chang'an Palace remained a popular tourist destination, and the 5-star red flag stood proudly in every corner. Unyielding. Here he comes. Lord Bai Qi, resplendently adorned, made his grand entrance into the sight of the crowd, that a thunderous cheer reverberated throughout the plaza. "Lord Bai Qi! Ah, the Holy Master! Yay!" The crowd erupted into a cacophony of joyous shouts, flooding the plaza with exuberance. Clad in an ornate white robe embellished with exquisite magical crystals and golden patterns favored by the Night Elves, Bai Qi gracefully approached the podium, each step resonating like a bell tolling in the hearts of the people. Igniting their fervor, Bai Qi beamed a genuine smile, acknowledging the applause from Riax's Burfies and others as he ascended the platform. Standing at the northern edge of the towering platform in the center of the plaza, Bai Qi surveyed the throngs of enthusiastic faces. The plaza was teeming with Night Elves and tribespeople, even Rexlow accompanied by a few mercenaries, along with a myriad of colorful slimes brandishing the May red flag, their eyes brimming with anticipation and dreams as they gazed at Bai Qi. Amusingly, some slimes waved skewers of roasted delicacies, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. The night barbecue was universally praised, yet this whimsical scene served only to ground Bai Qi further in calmness and composure. The May red flag and the festive banners fluttered in the wind, adorned with vibrant slime lanterns and exquisite floral wreaths. Raising his hand to signal for silence, he promptly began his speech. Enhanced by magical amplification equipment, his voice resonated loudly and clearly, reaching every corner of the plaza. "That I am delighted to witness your enthusiasm and high spirits. My dear little ones, those skewers must be delicious," he remarked, struggling to suppress a chuckle. Laughter erupted from the audience, as the slimes indeed appeared adorably innocent. Bai Qi, the slimes bounced joyfully, sensing the surrounding mirth, their happiness infectious. Bai Qi's smile remained unbroken, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the horizon, as if peering into a distant future. "That I hereby declare the establishment of the Empire of Eternal Night." The Night Elves surrounding the plaza brandished colorful streamers and firework launchers, sending a cascade of colorful ribbons soaring into the sky, bursting forth in a dazzling display. The crowd erupted once more in fervent cheers and applause, a symphony of celebration echoing through the air, as if the very heavens rejoiced at the birth of this new empire. The streamers rained down like blessings, and despite the biting winter wind, the warmth of camaraderie enveloped them all. As Bai Qi's speech continued, he suddenly lifted a blue slime that had been perched on the platform, unnoticed due to its diminutive stature. "From this day forth," he proclaimed, "I declare the slime our mascot for the Empire of Eternal Night. Rame." Instantly, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, followed by an uproar of cheers. "Slime, slime, Rame. Rame, duh." Many may not have understood, but it mattered little. They knew that Lord Bai Qi must have his reasons. Henceforth, they would refer to him as Holy Master. Bai Qi continued his address while the adorable slime perched atop his head. The slime felt nervous, having been briefed by Bai Qi earlier. Yet it was a different kind of anxiety, one filled with an indescribable sense of joy. The slimes had welcomed their deity of happiness. Today, we gather not merely to celebrate a grand occasion, but to witness the dawn of a new empire. The origins of Eternal Night, the Empire of Eternal Night, serve as a testament to our collective pursuit of a better life and the embodiment of our dreams. This marks the inception of our history in this vast land of Lululand, teeming with diverse species, races, and rich cultures. We stand united here today, regardless of our origins or social standings, in solidarity for a shared future. The Empire of Eternal Night is one where every being can freely pursue happiness. With wisdom and courage, we shall forge a realm of freedom and prosperity, inscribing our immortal legend. As the speech is continued, the fervor in the crowd soared, especially among Reaxis. Bai Qi caught a glimpse of her and paused momentarily, taken aback, before resuming his address. I am willing to be the compass of the Empire of Eternal Night, transforming lives with our innovative technologies, changing ourselves and even the world. Finally, taking a deep breath, he declared, though the sun may set, the Eternal Night shall endure. Eternal Night. Forever. A resounding cheer erupted, akin to the roaring waves of the ocean. The Eternal Night endures. The Empire is eternal. Glory. Hail to the King, loyalty, night everlasting, night everlasting. Thunderous applause and cheers echoed throughout the square as the nocturnal elves and tribes engaged in animated conversations, eagerly dreaming of the morrow. Their fervor and hope palpable. The elite forces led by Reaxis and Burfies offered their respects, their eyes gleaming with an endless radiance, steadfastly gazing at the high platform. The Council of Elders, alongside the tribal leaders, reveled in laughter and celebration, as if beholding the splendor of the Empire of Eternal Night and the glory of the nocturnal elves. The Queen of the Bumblebees and her rotund counterpart scattered freshly picked flowers across the square in joyous celebration. Angie Frost, with a face full of admiration, quietly gazed at the magnificent presence of Lord Bai Qi, clapping her hands, while the magical crystal mouse beside her fixated on the high platform, its eyes sparkling with pure brilliance. Lost in contemplation, the followers of the night merchants were equally exhilarated, cheering with fervor. The flames of the bonfire danced in the air, seemingly celebrating the impassioned speeches and the birth of the new empire. Thus, the Empire of Eternal Night was established. The first volume, Inception of the Empire of Eternal Night, draws to a close. Commander P. Lingyu, I am elated that everyone enjoys this book. I shall endeavor to vividly depict this extraordinary world. Fear not, for there are no villains, and opposing characters shall not diminish in intellect, allowing you to read with ease. A conclusion is assured. The second volume, Rise of the Empire of Eternal Night, shall commence, unveiling various factions and completing the world building, as the protagonist does not possess omniscient knowledge. Thus, some elements may merely reflect the protagonist's personal deductions, alongside experiences that contribute to their growth. Therefore, should you encounter peculiarities or enigmas in earlier content, they are likely foreshadowing to be elaborated upon later. I abhor filler, and repetitive details shall be kept to a minimum. Take diligent notes, and let the night commence. A fortnight has passed since the establishment of the Empire of Eternal Night. It was a grand and magnificent celebration. The nocturnal elves and tribes have nearly acclimated to their new surroundings, diligently planning their new domain. Centered around the city of Eternal Night, cross-shaped concrete roads extend outward as they begin constructing their homes. As for the city of Eternal Night, naturally, it is also their abode, though the planning by the esteemed Holy Master requires their attention. The moonlight illuminated a quaint villa, housing the exclusive workshop of Lord Bai Qi. As for his residence, the Palace of Eternal Night, a colossal fortress, Bai Qi felt discomfort after just one night there, preferring the workshop where he could work at any moment. In the past, the notion of enjoying a workspace as a dwelling would have seemed mad. Yet, this is an alternate world, the Empire of Eternal Night. His new home, FYS, is Lord Bai Qi still at work? The voice arrived before the person did it AS for addressing Lord Bai Qi. Internally, it was as such, while externally they uniformly referred to him as the Holy Master. Leaning against a pillar of a pavilion outside the courtyard, Burfees furrowed his brow upon seeing the chieftain arrive. Reaxis, is it merely an illusion? Why does he feel as though he is unwelcome? Previously, during visits to the workshop to see Bai Qi, FYS had always been proactive. However, half a month prior, FYS had hesitated, cautioning him that Lord Bai Qi was preoccupied with matters at hand. Chieftain, after uttering this, a profound silence enveloped the air. Reaxis offered an awkward smile. Well, Lord Bai Qi has expressly prohibited disturbances, particularly cautioning me. Am I not allowed? Reaxis attempted to appeal to emotions. Yet, the latter remained indifferent, even articulating the truth. Indeed, Lord Bai Qi's precise words were, "Be particularly wary of that white-haired flamboyant individual. Blacklist him, me." Reaxis pointed himself. Flamboyant? The tribe is not devoid of white-haired individuals, so why am I singled out? This left him somewhat wounded. Such a Burfees was decidedly unappealing. Thus, he left with a lackluster demeanor, though he occasionally glanced back at FYS. Regrettably, the latter's expression remained perpetually cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Deepening his hurt, feeling hurt, Burfees resumed his seat on the stone bench, the atmosphere remarkably tranquil. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, the radiant image of Lord Bai Qi had embedded itself within him, magnifying until it eclipsed all others. Even the once revered chieftain, its brilliance growing ever brighter. His heart had taken the shape of Lord Bai Qi. Whatever Lord Bai Qi commanded, he merely needed to execute. All was loyalty. Why did the chieftain seem so bothersome? It was no wonder Lord Bai Qi emphasized this matter. The reason was simple. Lord Bai Qi's exact words were, "Not only does it disrupt his work, but it also jeopardizes his integrity." Though he could not comprehend, as long as he was present, no one was permitted to disturb Lord Bai Qi. Huff. Meanwhile, Reaxis chuckled inwardly at the recent event. Growth indeed. Then, recalling something, he hastened toward the city's outskirts to inspect the watchtowers of his kin. Alas, the population was a significant concern. One cannot merely hasten procreation, for that requires time. It is not as if children simply emerge to rescue their grandfather from the fairies. That long-term planning must commence. At present, he had compiled various statistics regarding the city of Eternal Night, with the official Wincy excelling in record-keeping. The nocturnal elf population exceeded 200,000, the tribes over 320,000, slimes 30,000, bumblebees 4,000, and the enslaved labor force around 35,000, with others not precisely calculated. The varieties of crops produced numbered 7, totaling 530,000 tons, including 310,000 tons of flour and 80,000 tons of tomatoes. Meat approached 10,000 tons, and the reclamation team had commenced new operations. Centered around the city of Eternal Night, they were expanding cultivation over a radius of 1,000 miles. For defense, the Elf firearm series included Type 1, 12,000 rifles, 25,000 handguns, 200 sniper rifles. Type 2, 3,000 rifles, 5,000 handguns, grenades, 100,000 night hand cannons, 4,000 night dragon tongue rocket launchers, 1,000 other equipment included magical energy disruptors and various melee weapons, alongside numerous magical crystal explosive devices such as C4, detonators, and explosive packs. The technological advancements in agriculture unlocked the Crystal Kila civilian production, magical crystal projection screens, magical crystal televisions, magical crystal refining machines, magical crystal printers, and magical crystal papermaking technology, magical crystal pulp refining machines, magical crystal printing equipment and cutting machines, military production, a complete set of magical crystal firearm workshops, magical quality analyzers, and spirit-binding magical engraving platforms. Huff, what a monumental undertaking. The magical steel in Bai Qi's possession was essential for various instruments, machine tools, and polishing structures. Being a scientifically inclined individual, possessing some technical skills in metalworking seemed quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Thanks to 12 years of compulsory education, although he was not taught the art of making money, he retained all knowledge from his previous life. Bai Qi found great joy in this endeavor. Moreover, the current city of Eternal Night could be said to be completely self-sufficient in materials in the short term, especially following that substantial deal before winter. Presently, the night merchants were still negotiating with various parties. At this moment, Bai Qi had already distributed various tasks and was merely awaiting the passage of time. The civilian construction teams of the nocturnal elves and tribes, along with the enslaved labor force, extended straight from the four main gates of the city of Eternal Night to lay concrete roads. As the saying goes, to seek wealth, one must first cultivate the land, or rather, first build the roads. With the Nightless City as its focal point, the plan extends in a cruciform manner. Subsequently, new cities are to be constructed at the four cardinal points. With the Nightless City at the center, there will be the tribal characteristic Flame City, the Night Elf City, reflecting the aesthetics of the Nocturnal Elves, the Spirit City designed as an amusement park for magical creatures, and the Luminous City situated towards the direction of the Black Moon Forest. Bai Qi has already issued various unified standards for the Nightless Empire. The administrative divisions have been standardized, with the Nightless City designated as a third-level entity. Essentially, it mirrors the administrative divisions of his homeland, albeit differing from the typical province, city, county, and township structure. The Nightless Empire consists of only 3 levels: domain, county, and city. The scale of the Nightless City is akin to that of a larger township, thus requiring further land reclamation. The reclamation teams will be centered around the Nightless City, tasked with creating a domain spanning 200,000 square kilometers, aptly named the Bay Domain. Each domain will encompass 20 counties, with each county containing 5 cities. The Nightless City will represent 1/5 of a county, and the construction of the Nightless County is currently underway. As the components are assembled, beads of sweat trickle down Bai Qi's brow. Fortunately, it is winter, or the discomfort would be unbearable. However, an otherworldly version of air conditioning seems on the verge of being realized. With great care, he places a massive magical crystal into the machine's casing, his hands trembling with anticipation. His heart races. Please believe in science. With a creak, the experimental light bulb's magical filament begins to heat up, glowing red. Bai Qi dares not breathe. Operate, operate. It seems to respond to his hopes. Suddenly, a flicker of light illuminates the room before quickly dimming again. Damn it! Just as he prepared to celebrate, his heart plummeted as if cast down from the celestial realm. Rising to conduct the experiment anew, he hears a thud, the legendary golden light. A surge of excitement washes over him. Wow! It's lit. This time, the light does not extinguish but shines brightly, surpassing traditional incandescent bulbs, overshadowing the glow of the magical stone. It's illuminated. I have succeeded. He laughs maniacally. As he envisions delightful scenarios, his expression grows somewhat sinister, yet predominantly joyful. Outside, Burfies is abruptly awakened by the exclamation of wow, and gazes towards the workshop in the back courtyard. His golden pupils widen. What is that? The surrounding darkness is banished by a brilliant light. The room appears as if someone is casting some holy light magic. Initially fearing something amiss, he is soon met with the sound of Bai Qi's laughter. In that instant, he comprehends the significance of the event. Bai Qi only exhibits such exuberance upon discovering something new, akin to the birth of a magical fruit. Each occurrence signifies a monumental transformation for the Nocturnal Elves. Nay, for the Nightless Empire itself. Within the room, Bai Qi, lost in blissful laughter, plays with the switch. It's bright. It's dark. He joyfully toggles it on and off in his homeland. Such a state could only be described as ecstasy. Finally, returning to a state of calm, Bai Qi exhales. It's accomplished. He expresses his sentiments, patting and brushing away non-existent dust from his shoulders. Truly remarkable. Bai Qi. The magical crystal engine is complete. A magical power engine driven by crystal energy. The industrial revolution of magical crystal technology has officially commenced. The game has begun. In the stillness of the night, Doda and Tinsky report, Lord Fiss, they are indeed working diligently. And the watch is secure. Can you please quell the chill in your eyes? They merely crave a midnight snack. The child is simply hungry. Hey, Fiss, let us eat together. He gestures for Burfies to sit and share the meal. Yes, he takes the tomato, egg, and meat noodles from the cook while inadvertently glancing at the two nocturnal elves, who bury their heads deeper, their fluffy, elongated elven ears drooping as they nearly touch their plates. Witnessing this comical scene, Bai Qi chuckles softly. I say, enjoy your food, otherwise it would be a disrespect to the meal, and do rest early, as there is little danger within the city. He smiles and pats Fizz on the shoulder. Try it. I had yaliad scallions and beef, a new flavor to sample. You should eat more. Look how thin you both are. Stop scolding. Stop scolding. What girl desires to be plump? Besides, you've been rangers since childhood. Either climbing trees or climbing trees. Yet what Bai Qi asserts must certainly be correct. Lastly, Lord Fizz, don't stare, don't stare. The child is merely hungry. Jinkala is a type of fertilizer, extraordinarily potent, capable of transforming barren soil into fertile land. This is also one of the new products produced by the magical crystal refining machine. The Deer continent is incredibly rich. In truth, the indigenous people of this otherworldly realm never intended to explore the utility of these materials. Jinkala is processed and refined from a heavy black clay mineral combined with magical crystal or ground into powder and simply scattered onto the soil. Currently, Jinkala is being produced in large quantities, but winter is not suitable for planting. Bai Qi has entrusted Elders Yellen with the task of spreading Jinkala over the land slated for cultivation in spring to nourish the soil. Although Elders Yellen may not understand, Bai Qi must have his reasons. Leading the nocturnal elves and tribes, they will scatter it across the more than 2 million acres of designated land before the harsh winter sets in a greenhouse cultivation strategy manual. He hands over a completed manual for constructing and cultivating in greenhouses to the head of tribal agricultural production. With notes for clarification. Here you go. Ensure you keep track of all planting activities in reality. There may be discrepancies, which can only be rectified through personal experience. The basics have been provided. I trust they possess greater expertise than I. As for why I understand cultivation, it is entirely normal for a science student to have some agricultural knowledge, right? Thanks to the 12 years of compulsory education in the 22nd century, my homeland never taught a single method to earn a living. However, the survival knowledge gained after traversing realms is quite intact. Joking aside, as a rabbit, the ability to grow vegetables is a natural gift for everyone. Those who enjoy culinary shows inevitably acquire some knowledge of agricultural channels. Greenhouse cultivation, mountain farming, and desert aquaculture, among others. The magical crystal refining machine serves purposes beyond these that IT can also extract the essence of various ores and other processing materials. This is merely a small component of the modern technological segment within the realm of divine craftsmanship. The magical crystal printer operates similarly. Now, he can finally write and print text directly using magical power. The underlying principle mimics the method used by wizards in the Deer continent to inscribe texts. In this world, parchment is a luxury item, typically found in limited quantities within common households. In his earlier days at the Aowilia elf village, Bai Qi developed the original printing technology, which caused quite a stir among the nobility. With the printed parchment of excellent quality, this constitutes the Elven industry's printing press, although it hasn't yet yielded significant profits and is currently defunct, as for the so-called magical engraving. Traditionally, it involves writing with a black carbon rod. However, the efficiency is lacking, with knowledge largely confined to the nobility. This has resulted in a scarcity of books in the market. Magical engraving, on the other hand, allows wizards to imprint the words from their minds onto parchment using magical energy. It is said that magical scrolls are derived from the engraving knowledge researched by a certain master wizard. Thus, the enigmatic nature of magic is elucidated through the principles of Bai Qi's magical crystal printer. And how does one obtain magical energy? Naturally, by channeling magical energy from magical crystals into a conversion device, enabling even those without magical abilities to utilize magic. However, the output is rather low. This is precisely why Bai Qi needs to develop the magical crystal engine. By doing so, he unlocks even more branches of the technological tree. Now, he is equipped to print and reproduce content. Bai Qi's smirk became increasingly audacious. The magical energy analysis device, along with the spirit-imbued magical engraving platform and other high-powered technological apparatuses, were now operational. Equipment such as gun manufacturing lathes was also poised for a significant upgrade. Fully automated, ultra-efficient machinery. The magical energy power plants and energy transportation systems were on the verge of being realized. Simultaneously, the colossal steel behemoths of the military-industrial complex and transportation tools were set to emerge. It was merely a matter of time. Login. The following day, Chieftain Ryashisi waved his hand. "Call me the city lord." "There won't be any chieftains from now on." Ryashisi smiled gently, correcting himself. Ryashisi was appointed Lord of the City of Eternal Night. "Yes, my lord." Then the magical crystal mouse emitted a jing sound to signal the crowd to gather. It pointed to a hillside. "Have we discovered a vein?" The magical crystal mouse nodded, simultaneously retrieving it had unearthed. "Fantastic." At Ryashisi's indication, the night explosion team began to set up explosive devices. This marked the 6th mining area discovered by the Empire of Eternal Night. The role of the magical crystal mouse was nothing short of a game-changer. The astonishing prowess of magical creatures was unexpected. No wonder Lord Bai Qi often claimed that their utility surpassed that of humans. Initially, it seemed like mere rhetoric. Yet, slimes could produce rubber, fat-headed wasps could create sauces, and magical crystal mice could locate mineral veins. Even among tribes, at least they had numbers. This realization was particularly disheartening for the Night Elves, spurring them to prove their worth even more. Thus, the defense forces of the Empire were entrusted to them. The First Army of the Empire of Eternal Night was established, the Night First Army. With a formidable force of 100,000 troops, the commander was Barufis, codenamed General White Knight. This caused Ryashisi to feel a pang of envy. He too yearned to be a leader of the defense department, to operate various new equipment and weaponry at a moment's notice that IT was almost unbearable. However, for the brighter future of the Empire, Bai Qi insisted that the tasks he assigned were of greater importance. In his own words, "What I have always envisioned for you, Shisi, is to be the commander guarding the headquarters, not merely a general. Your work is far more arduous." Under the earnest gaze of Bai Qi, he found himself convinced. How foolish he had been to misjudge Lord Bai Qi's intentions. Loyalty, meanwhile, the latter was lost in thought. Biting his lip in restraint, Bai Qi truly was a wicked master. This vein was magical steel. Ryashisi was instantly electrified with exhilaration, his mind racing. The raw material for magical steel, magical iron ore. "Quick, inform General White Knight to dispatch a guard team and relay this news to the Holy Master." He trembled with excitement, lifting the bewildered magical crystal mouse and planting a kiss on its fluffy face. The mouse, disdainfully wiping its saliva-soaked fur with its paw, was nonetheless pleased, sensing the joy and affection surrounding it. However, having endured human cruelty, it had developed a habit of wearing a fierce expression, appearing menacing to outsiders. The magical crystal mouse was immensely happy that it seemed to relish this life, free from cares, with everyone diligently striving to maintain a blissful existence and treating it with kindness. Through the magical crystal mouse's diligent search, Ryashisi discovered 6 mineral veins. Among them, 3 were common magical crystal veins, small in scale, potentially providing resources for the Empire's production for approximately 6 months. Had the Empire's nobles heard this, they would surely have been outraged. What did it mean to call them small veins? These were quantities that could make an entire large city envious. Typical veins were often the size of a small hill, spanning a 30-kilometer radius. While their 3 discoveries exceeded 50 kilometers, one was a medium-sized salt crystal vein, covering an 80-kilometer range. Another was a medium-sized flame magical crystal or vein, used for producing explosive dust materials. Upon learning of the explosive dust, Barufis was over the moon and immediately dispatched an elite troop for protection and to establish a base. Explosive dust? That was ammunition. The reason magical crystal energy grenades could be manufactured in abundance was primarily due to the flame magical crystal or an explosive dust, which also served as the filling for various bullets. Through the magical crystal communicator, a magical crystal phone, currently capable of one-way conversation, Barufis continued directing the pioneering team's operations. Suddenly, a night elf guard responsible for communications rushed over with a magical crystal communicator in hand. Then his golden pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, "Magical steel, magical iron or vein." The device was still trembling with excitement. "Quick, hurry," informed the Nightingale Squad. "No, the White Knight Elite Squad. Follow me. I leave this to you." He spoke hurriedly, leading a few individuals back on the other side. Upon receiving the news of magical steel, Bai Qi reacted similarly. Although the city of Eternal Night was continually transporting magical steel materials for trade with Anji Shuang and Elder Thailand, they were still constrained by the limitations imposed by human empires, even by smaller nations. Thus, the revelation of a vein for the raw materials of magical steel brought intense excitement. What? It seemed to be a large vein. A large vein. Bai Qi momentarily lost focus. Then his eyes ignited with fervor. A vast vein exceeding 150 kilometers. Was that a vein? That was the armored magical crystal synthesis brigade of the Empire of Eternal Night. A month had passed since the trade with Anji Shuang. The newly hired slave troop had finally reached the borders of the southern wilderness of Eternal Night. That was quite a journey. Traversing through the Black Moon Forest from the Baiao Empire to the southern wilderness of the Empire of Eternal Night was no small feat. In this world devoid of transportation, unless one utilized the teleportation magic arrays of great empires or positioning magic scrolls. It was an extremely time-consuming endeavor. Moreover, the 2,000-member slave troop had faced considerable delays along the way, which accounted for the prolonged travel time. This was precisely why slave trading guilds predominantly operated within the empire rather than outside of it. Transportation costs. Yet, clients like Anji Shuang were anomalies, defying the norm. Purchasing slaves by the thousands delighted many slave trading guilds. Upon witnessing the vast caravan arriving within the boundaries of Eternal Night, Bai Qi instructed the nearby chef to prepare a meal in the makeshift windbreak tents. The 5 cities of Eternal Night formed a district, with a massive concrete road intersecting the public areas of the district, where the Night Elves and tribes constructed their unique dwellings, with materials transported from the city of Eternal Night. Buildings were constructed on both sides, along with various planting zones, though winter had yet to see them cultivated. The elite team of Night Elves, the Bird Squad, led their troops to report. "Holy Master, we have fulfilled our mission." The squad leader of the Bird Squad saluted, presenting a stack of parchment and a box of slave contract scrolls to Bai Qi's attendant. "Well done. Now go rest and enjoy a meal." After exchanging pleasantries, the Bird Squad handed over the responsibilities to the logistics team and departed, naturally unconcerned about Bai Qi's safety. Hadn't they seen General White Knight standing nearby, arms crossed? Not to mention the formidable Night Master Brigade of the Night First Army. To all of you who have traveled from afar, thank you for your hard work. The 2,000-strong slave troop. Did they hear that correctly? Their new master, a noble, said, "Thank you for your hard work." For a moment, some were bewildered by their status as slaves, or wondered if it was merely the peculiar humor of this noble. Bai Qi waved his hand, directing everyone to collect their meals. The art of governance, he was not versed in it. Yet, the 3 major disciplines and 8 essential points. Although he had never served in the military and lacked in-depth understanding, wasn't there an abundance of ancient wisdom left behind? The 72 transformations of diplomacy. That must be right. The 72 transformations. Non-existent. Don't listen to his nonsense. The notion of having a full stomach before work is imperative. Without sustenance, where would the desire for more arise? Soon, the 2,000-strong slave troop, bewildered, sat on the vast open ground, receiving bowls of hot noodle soup handed to them by the elven chef. Before long, a cacophony of hissing and gasping filled the air, accompanied by exclamations of delight. "How fragrant!" exclaimed a brother. "This peculiar dish is simply divine." The sounds of sizzling and slurping added to the chaotic scene. It was a moment of confusion, as no one quite understood what this noble was up to. Moreover, the dish known as tomato and egg noodles was so exquisitely delicious that they had never tasted anything quite like it before, leading them to indulge without restraint. Why heavens, this is truly delectable. They echoed, reflecting on the tasteless fare they had previously consumed. Bland flour porridge, often stale and unappetizing, with the only redeemable item being the bland steamed buns made of wheat flour. In comparison, this was indeed food fit for paradise. Despite the chill of winter, the steaming noodle broth penetrated their very souls, eliciting involuntary sighs of pleasure. Observing the enthusiastic eating, Bai Qi smiled faintly and gradually made his way to the distant platform. Soon, amplified by magical equipment, his voice resonated powerfully. "Welcome to the Eternal Night Empire. You are here as laborers, not as slaves, for in the Eternal Night Empire, slavery is strictly forbidden." What is he talking about? Many paused in their feasting. Though the deliciousness was hard to resist, they listened intently, their hunger overriding any skepticism. The noble Esnav vet was apparent, yet they remained silent, understanding that whatever the master decreed was law. As long as it did not threaten their lives, as the speech continued, a growing number began to sense something amiss. As laborers, you will be responsible for constructing a concrete road leading directly to the Black Moon Forest. Rest assured, security will be provided, and the materials for the road will be transported without concern. Moreover, you will be provided with food and lodging. With a thunderous proclamation, what? At dusk, the sky was painted in shades of orange and red, with clouds gathering on the horizon. The crowd looked up in astonishment at the figure illuminated by the setting sun, unable to discern his face, yet captivated by the commanding voice. Had they heard correctly? Food and lodging? Were they still slaves? It seemed that even slaves could have homes. The promise of 3 meals a day, the same fare they currently enjoyed, made their hearts race, as if electrified, awakening a profound clarity within them. The expressions of the crowd shifted to one of incredulity. Then, they heard the unbelievable. After a full year of labor, your service will conclude, and you will be compensated with 100 gold coins. A wave of disbelief swept over them, some cautiously pinching their own thighs. Ouch! What are you doing? They glared at one another, only to realize they were not dreaming. This truly a land of happiness. With a resounding cry of fire, an elf opened a wooden chest, tossing in a handful of flammable materials. In an instant, the scrolls binding the slaves began to burn, flames leaping forth, consuming the parchment until nothing remained but ash. The crowd stood in stunned silence, gazing at Bai Qi as if in a dream. Could it be true? Their contract had been incinerated? Were they free? Suddenly, a voice erupted with laughter from the crowd. "Ha ha ha! I am free. I am done with the life of a slave. I shall become a noble." Once a noble himself before his nation's downfall, he understood the plight of slaves better than anyone. He had ended the lives of countless slaves, and now he danced with excitement. "No more contracts. I am free. What nonsense labor. I'm out of here." With that, he turned majestically and strode towards the Black Moon Forest. Eager to start anew in the Empire, he was not alone. Gradually, 3 others began to back away, then turned to follow him. Some in the crowd watched this foolishness with disdain. Bai Qi, having witnessed the scene, chuckled softly. How amusing, truly. These nobles from another world are delightful in their navet. I shall leave this to you, Shisi. He gestured to the 11 individuals to take them to the city of eternal night. "Let us go," he said, stretching lazily before departing. Shisi smiled, indicating he would handle the matter, then squinted at the crowd, his expression warm yet chilling. "You are free. Those who wish to leave may do so." His tone was gentle, light, yet carried an icy undertone that sent shivers down their spines, more penetrating than the winter's chill. The crowd hesitated, wary of making any sudden moves at the tea that moment. Berfizi beside Shisi nodded. And 4 impeccably dressed, stern-looking elves emerged, adorned with hats and garments unlike anything the crowd had ever seen, yet undeniably striking. The 4 seemed to have received some command, their lips curling into slight smiles. "One for each, don't fight over it," laughed a dark-skinned night elf, her beauty contrasting sharply with her cold demeanor. The other 3 night elves nodded eagerly, offering their services, insisting they were weak and helpless. Ready to comply with her wishes, they're putting on a show. Bai Qi was unaware that some of the night elves harbored a twisted admiration for him, fearing for their lives at night if they failed to please him. "Only 300 meters. I'm giving you a chance." Too weak. With a resounding bang, the crowd was startled, their pupils dilating in shock as they witnessed 4 bodies in the distance, their heads exploding mid-run. A profound silence fell over the air. 20,000 souls held their breath, many slaves gulping nervously. What was that? A mysterious weapon. They understood the fate of those foolish enough to defy. They had never imagined it would be so sudden. Even as slaves, they had not grasped the harsh reality. They did not believe nobles could be benevolent. If they were, they would not be foolish. With Berfezi's nod of approval, the four stowed their sniper rifles and saluted their commander. They were the elite of the elite in the Night Army, ensuring no shot would go astray, lest they waste an explosive round. As the events unfolded, the crowd gradually regained their composure, particularly fixated on the white-haired elf named Bai Qi, whose smile and gentle demeanor throughout had only increased their unease. You see, don't play with toys carelessly. Accidentally hitting someone would be regrettable, he remarked lightly. The crowd was left speechless, their minds replaying the horrifying image of the four heads bursting apart simultaneously. Was this what elves were truly like? So different from their preconceived notions. Meanwhile, Berfezi maintained a stoic expression, viewing the four fools who dared to disregard Bai Qi's kindness as utterly foolish. Did they truly believe themselves to be monsters? Bai Qi was only gentle to monsters, allowing them to act with abandon. Beyond that, there was only Princess Bai Qi. As I returned to the city of eternal night, it was already evening. The night descended, painting the sky in a gradient of deep blue and violet, with stars gathering on the horizon. However, this celestial tapestry lacked the familiar constellations like the North Star or the Big Dipper. On the continent of Lulu, one could behold 3 moons, though typically only one was visible, and the intricacies of this astronomical phenomenon eluded him. In this moment, Bai Qi simply gazed into the night sky, lost in thought. Did he miss home? Not particularly. He was merely curious about what his family might be doing at this hour, which seemed to coincide with the New Year celebrations. How vexing. He had once again missed out on a year's worth of red envelopes. In the culture of Liangwang, as long as one remained unmarried, one could receive such gifts. Others might doubt it, but he certainly believed it. Liangwang, nonsense, that is not true. You ungrateful child. Thus it was only natural that he remained single for so many years, not due to a lack of affection, but rather for the sake of those coveted red envelopes. Have you finished? Bai Qi continued to stare blankly at the night sky. Sensing someone approaching, he inquired softly as to who it was. There was no need for contemplation. Berfezi nodded. Yes, it had all turned to ash, one of the guiding principles of the Night Department's military code. To crush bones and scatter ashes, executed with professionalism. Wash hands before meals, rinse mouth afterward. Bai Qi chuckled softly, recalling a military directive he had encountered. Showing mercy to the enemy is tantamount to cruelty to one SOWS for killing. He had already dispatched dozens over the past fortnight. He had grown accustomed to it, even feeling no discomfort. In his years spent in Aowilia, he had witnessed far too much to AS for those he had slain here. Merely the border's refreshing wild beasts. He had opened with, "Bring forth your elven queen." The most bizarre encounter involved a visitor bearing a gift, which contained documents of amnesty, who arrogantly proclaimed that they would allow their elven tribe to settle here. Demanding 100 or so elven maidens as protection fees, 100 maidens, that was not forthcoming. However, he did possess bullets. That moment, Bai Qi curiously inquired how many were needed, seeking a more precise number. The individual had regarded him with disdain, yet acknowledged his perceptiveness, requesting 100 elven warriors. Bai Qi complied, instructing Berfezi to summon 100 Night Elf soldiers, equipped with an array of weaponry. He then turned to the visitor and said, "Dear summoner, the enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 15 seconds. The envoy from the Starry Empire was momentarily taken aback. What? 14 aside from the envoy who claimed to represent the Beastfolk royal court. The others were quite courteous, welcoming them to the Black Moon Desert and cautioning them that the human empire here was not to be trifled with. He was the only envoy to leave the city of eternal night alive. To them, it was simple. When friends arrive, serve fine food and drink. When wolves approach, greet them with gunfire." Bai Qi mused that his mind was not particularly sharp. As a traveler, he had crossed into a different world, encountering bizarre civilizations rather than engaging in palace intrigues. They had manufactured firearms. What would come next? An iron flood. Would he then engage in cunning mind games with them? That would render his weapons pointless. In a small villa courtyard, the interior had already been adorned with bright white incandescent lights, far more luminous than the magic crystal lights that were harsh and soft. The city of eternal night had ramped up production, and it was believed that within a month, the illumination needs of the empire would be met. Bai Qi observed as Berfizi led 11 slaves into the room, according to Angel Frost's message. These were the talents he required. He was quite intrigued. 0.7 humans and 4 non-human races. He hoped at least one of them would prove useful. Upon entering, the 11 slaves were momentarily stunned. The glass windows were remarkably clear and bright, and the illuminating magic crystals were excessively radiant, as if one were plunged into broad daylight. Everything exuded opulence and luxury, with glass and jade artifacts, and a variety of exquisite furniture and decorations. To be honest, their journey had been quite overwhelming. Every elf wielded a mysterious weapon. Magical beasts roamed freely, and behind them trailed an elf wielding a spatula, shouting something about slime. "Your noodle isn't cooked yet." Passing through a square, they encountered elves performing music, gathering a crowd of onlookers. This was ostensibly quite normal, yet the song sounded peculiar, employing spoken word in its performance. Music should not produce sound, right? Rise, those unwilling to be slaves. Erect walls with their own flesh and blood? Ah, honestly, such bizarre and bloody lyrics were shocking. The impact was substantial, enough to send their souls trembling. Could this be the secret to their strength? If Bai Qi were aware of their thoughts, he might have felt compelled to educate them with a little red book. This was one of the greatest songs from his homeland, lacking any appreciation for aesthetics whatsoever. In fact, Galili also found it strange. She adored music and was drawn into the Imperial Arts group by Bai Qi. She had learned this particular piece, which required the so-called lyrics to be spoken. When had the continent of Lulu adopted such art? It seemed somewhat ahead of its time. Yet, surely the master sage had his reasons. Upon returning home, her mother, Galena, listened to her daughter's performance in silence for a long while before stating, "Daughter, please refrain from singing at home in the future, G.E. Lily." Following this, her mother earnestly and solemnly remarked, "Daughter, art needs to be recognized by all. Something so beautiful should be shared, allowing everyone's spirit to be liberated. As long as it's not in the house, I fully support you." Galili understood. Taking her beloved violin, she set forth towards poetry and the horizon, the direction of art. Then, after some time, her audience gradually increased. She began to grasp the charm of music more deeply, just as she pursued her ideals. Forward, forward. On the other side, have you heard? There's a performance at Fountain Square at O. You've heard as well? I'm quite curious. It has said to be a comedic act. After a long day's work, the mercenary groups in 2s and 3s sought to unwind, flocking there in droves at I am Pale Lawn. A Night Elf warrior, my wife, Galena, is an elder of the Night Elves. Suddenly, a heavy heart weighed upon him, his face a mask of worry, and he expressed a rare desire for another daughter. Meanwhile, this villa courtyard was specifically designed for small meetings. Crafted by the aesthetic masters of the Night Elf clan, supplemented by Bai Qi's specifications. You must be the high-level laborers hired by Angel Frost. He surveyed them with keen interest. 7 humans for non-humans. 6 males and 1 female. Minotaur, unicorn, and 2 of these creatures. Bai Qi marveled at the wonders of another world. It was said that beast girls truly existed. He had no idea how dragons appeared. Do not be so formal. Bai Qi leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, his fingers intertwined across his chest, observing the 11 beings before him as if he were a corporate mogul. Your resumes, ahem, he faltered momentarily. Please introduce yourselves briefly. They were not slaves. After all, he had overestimated their level of sophistication. Yet, it was understandable. From the perspective of slaves, they were all merely fellow prisoners. It was Bai Qi. With his startling remarks and unconventional approach, who was the true anomaly. Many times, the Night Elves found it difficult to comprehend the leaps in Bai Qi's thought process. However, considering that everything he did appeared remarkably wise, they assumed it must be their own misunderstanding. Bai Qi must have his reasons. After all, they had not experienced an era of information explosion, nor could they journey in starships to explore the cosmos in the 22nd century. Having taken the initial steps into interstellar civilization, their knowledge and experiences were inherently limited and disparate. Bai Qi recognized this. which is why whenever he sensed the conversation falling into silence, he would take the initiative to guide it. How about this? I will ask you questions one by one, and you can respond. Bai Qi approached the first creature before him. Hiss. That's fine. He lifted his gaze to the imposing figure of the Minotaur before him. Instantly feeling the overwhelming shadow of its colossal presence, Bai Qi must have been nearly 2.5 meters tall, and its muscles were simply astonishing. He felt as though a single punch from it could obliterate 10 of his own kind. In that moment, he nodded in satisfaction at a member of the Minotaur clan. The creature remained silent, its hands bound by heavy iron chains, and it let out a cold snort. Bai Qi experienced a peculiar thought and curiously inquired, "You haven't been chained up like this your whole life, have you?" Upon hearing this, Night Elves was enraged. "Despicable human," it bellowed with a deep, resonant voice. "You seek death." Beside him, Burfus was instantly furious, his golden pupils radiating a fierce, killing intent. They had hunted countless bovine beasts in recent days and had yet to encounter one so arrogant. "Phase, remain calm," Bai Qi said, turning his attention back to the Minotaur as a thought struck him. Despite recalling all the sorrowful memories of his life, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha." Coughing, he added, "Surely, you weren't overlooked by us during the afternoon when you were chained up." The thought of the creature's rumbling stomach while having to witness 20,000 people indulging in delectable food nearby was utterly heartless. The Minotaur merely snorted again that a bull may be killed, but never humiliated. "I, Night Elves, am a warrior of the Minotaur clan." Coughing again, Bai Qi ordered, "Please inform the cook to prepare 1 bowl. No, 10 bowls of noodle soup and have it brought over." "Thank you." An attendant beside Bai Qi immediately set off toward the dining hall. By the way, do you eat beef?" Night Elves. A bull may be killed, but never humiliated. He was determined to slay this detestable man before him. Bai Qi then noticed another figure of equal stature to the Minotaur, a member of the Unicorn clan, also bound and hands behind its back. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. After surveying the area and confirming that only these 2 peculiar beings were present, he promptly called for 10 bowls of noodle soup to be prepared again, and make sure none of them contained beef. Add extra chicken instead. After giving his instructions, Bai Qi approached the 2 strange beings. What tiny, adorable yodels! The Minotaur, yodels. They resembled a classic character from an old 21st century game, which had been given a virtual version in the 22nd century, allowing for virtual manipulation. However, the game had flopped, and few still played it in this 22nd century. Popular virtual games had transitioned into large open-world formats, or at the very least, zombie survival team-based games, all revolving around online guilds and cooperative efforts. Seeing these 2 little beings brought him an unexpected sense of fondness. "Dear Bobby," he mused, "what clan do you belong to? Are you magical creatures? What can you both do?" Bai Qi inquired with genuine curiosity. "We are from the Craftsman clan. We are not magical creatures," they replied cautiously. Though they had enjoyed a delicious bowl of noodle soup earlier, humans still terrified them. They had played in the wild and had been captured by slavers, treated as magical beasts. Even when they explained that they were not magical creatures, it had made no difference. During their time in the slave market, they had endured hunger and been paraded for display, unable to eat or sleep well. Seeing the 2 diminutive figures speaking in such a youthful manner stirred a wave of guilt within Bai Qi. "Craftsman clan, please do not be afraid. I am not a bad person." As soon as he uttered those words, he realized they seemed even more frightened. Perhaps that statement was indeed rather terrifying. "What are your names? Do you have other clan members?" He learned that the 2 yodels were named Yun Yun and Feng Feng. And they did have clan members, but they lived far, far away in the forests west of the Bai Qi Empire in the central region of the Lulu continent. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi felt an immediate sense of hopelessness. He had originally thought to do a good deed by sending these 2 craftsmen back home, but they seemed to resemble child laborers. "I apologize. But this is the southern wilderness continent, and your home is far too distant. The outside world is perilous. For now, you should stay in the Nightless Empire, and I will help you return home when the opportunity arises." Yun Yun and Feng Feng exchanged puzzled glances. This human seemed remarkably friendly, entirely unlike the other brutish humans they had encountered. "Thank you, master. We will work hard, but we craftsmen are only proficient in certain artisan skills. such as making furniture. Do not call me master. There are no slaves here. Just call me boss, Bai Qi replied with a smile and a nod, preparing to move on when he suddenly halted. Wait a moment, a buzzing sensation tingled in his mind. Did you say you craftsmen excel in artisan work? Yun Yun and Feng Feng nodded cautiously. In an instant, Bai Qi's eyes lit up with exhilaration. Eureka! This is precisely the talent I have been yearning for. You two are undeniably golden legends. From now on, you shall work for me. By the way, the contract. He pulled out a pre-prepared contract. He couldn't let them slip away. Bai Qi had been toiling tirelessly for days, performing all manner of tasks without finding a single helping hand. Now, the arrival of potential talent was exhilarating. Room and board included, work for 1 year, and a monthly salary of 500 gold coins. His grin resembled that of a sinister figure involved in child trafficking. By the way, it would be even better if we could bring your clan members along. Too far away. Really far. What do you mean? Why not brainstorm some solutions? Sometimes one must reflect on their own circumstances. Perhaps the reason is simply that no one has invented flying machines yet. This warrants serious contemplation. Yin Yun and Feng Feng were momentarily stunned. Not just them, but others nearby were equally bewildered. 500 gold coins a month? Are they out of their minds? What does that even mean? A commoner in the Empire earns a meager 5 or 6 gold coins a month at most. As for slaves, just being able to eat was a blessing. 500 gold coins. Song Yu's eyelids twitched slightly as he recalled his own country, unable to think of any common laborer earning more than that amount, even in the grandest of empires. It was exceedingly rare. Bai Qi, of course, was aware of these disparities. Thus, he embodied the notion that carnivores are contemptuous, focused solely on taking rather than creating. He would adhere to his philosophy. Wealth is easily acquired. But talent is rare. In his eyes, they were engineers. Craftsmen? He was already contemplating how to win over their clan. After much deliberation, Yun Yun and Feng Feng still could not grasp the worth of such an extravagant salary. Their village elder had once boasted about crafting a remarkable item for a king and earning 200 gold coins, which had caused quite a stir in their village. For a moment, they questioned whether they had been transported to another world. Oh, and there's also bonuses, holiday pay, and year-end bonuses. Burfus, listening nearby, felt his eyelids twitch. He desperately wanted to inform Bai Qi that they were merely slaves, and even the wealthiest knightless empire would not squander money in such a manner. Though he couldn't comprehend what bonuses or year-end rewards were, the two craftsmen remained perplexed, completely unsure of what this noble human intended. They appeared hesitant, finally managing to stammer out, "Excuse us, our meat is not very tasty." Their eyes began to widen in fear, and they huddled together, calculating whether their hides held any value in the human empire. Ultimately, the Knightless Empire had gained 2 new members that a year after the company invests in you. How could you possibly consider leaving? Such a lack of gratitude. Naturally, this was a jest that, in truth, Bai Qi had long since planned for this. He was simply copying the answers. Talent benefits and talent siphoning effects. The Knightless Empire would become a human beacon in this otherworldly realm. As for capital, historical texts have long documented various means of coping that if one could leap directly from the realm of slavery to that of capital, it would indeed be a source of great joy for him. Their modern history elaborates in detail on how to transition into interstellar civilization, culminating in the complete liberation of humanity, where artificial intelligence and mechanized intellect manage production, and resource allocation is determined by civilizational points. The status of human engineers and researchers is elevated to the highest echelon of civilization, that he was fortunate to be born in such a splendid era. However, this macro perspective is tinged with the heavy, blood-soaked words that fill the pages of history books that, of course, he is but a recipient of social welfare, perusing the lives of others online, engaging in virtual gaming, and watching educational videos in his spare time. Perhaps his greatest virtue lies in not causing societal chaos. He has been placed on the biodiversity list. This so-called biodiversity list indicates that he need not work, but rather focus on living well without causing disturbances. Yet it must be noted that this era does still necessitate earning money, but the challenges of doing so are monumental. The money earned cannot be inherited, severing any possibility of capital accumulation. Everything hinges on one's own capabilities. If one can succeed, then they do, and if not, they must content themselves with welfare, living a life limited to exquisite delicacies. Indeed, he is growing weary of the free rice rolls, and while the boiled chicken is enjoyable, it is hardly feasible to consume it daily. The welfare he receives, the so-called life value points, are utilized to procure other necessities that, in the regions of Guangdong, he is relatively fortunate, as some online acquaintances lament the free West Lake vinegar fish they receive daily. Wishing to relocate for a change in palate, education has also undergone a transformation, focusing solely on history, mathematics, and science. The teacher's mantra, uniform across the nation, is, "The history book has recorded it. You may peruse it yourself." They impart no knowledge on making money, for 99% of human labor has long since been supplanted by intelligent machines. For travel, individuals must rely on AI drones to reach their desired destinations. Save for ventures like deep-sea exploration or space travel, which require financial means that, in the 21st century, 85% of services are free. Indulging in uncivilized behaviors, such as public urination, will lead to deductions in one's civilizational score, thereby impacting one's life value points significantly. The 22nd century is a remarkable epoch, where dreams are pursued fervently. If they remain unattainable, one must simply accept their fate. Take the simplest example. Games cannot be monetized, and creating them yields no profit. It is purely a passion. The same applies to other pursuits. Idle stars, the aesthetic direction of interstellar civilization, favors becoming human engineers or researchers, which is the true mark of celebrity. Enjoy singing, dancing, or rapping. That is of no concern. Without financial backing, it remains merely a personal hobby. Schools do not teach such pursuits. Teachers assert their place among the biodiversity list, questioning how they might instruct one in the ways of making money. As for the teachers, they are primarily focused on boosting their own civilizational scores. If one possesses the capability, they may attain positions as researchers. If not, they simply exist, living off welfare, with meals of rice rolls today and sumptuous seafood tomorrow being commonplace. However, becoming a researcher, with a human population exceeding 5 billion, only a minuscule fraction, less than 0.00002, can be deemed as geniuses among geniuses. The most vibrant aspect of the 22nd century is undoubtedly the internet, the only domain untouched by conquest, where AI cannot encroach or replace. Who knows what diversity contemporary netizens truly embody? Particularly, online novels remain immensely popular, pursued purely out of passion. Bai Qi has absorbed much knowledge, gleaned from history textbooks, educational videos, and a plethora of creative online novels. The narratives often begin with, "Let us traverse back to the capitalist society," detailing how one becomes a researcher and flourishes in the 21st century. Some tales are even humorous, as they depict the resurgence of 21st century retro literature, where one traverses to alternate worlds to embrace elves, beast girls, and the like. The notion of bloodlines? Please, in the 22nd century. Who still subscribes to bloodline theory? We are all part of the shared destiny of humanity. As long as one's heart remains true to the red ideal, steadfast in their beliefs and dreams. They are all rabbits. That is the essence of true red bloodlines, a collective pursuit of the world's populace. Even those on the biodiversity list share this vibrant hue. Unbeknownst to him, however, is that in China, less publicized are the newly introduced groups self-identifying as the 78th, 88th, and 99th ethnicities, among others, who may soon face a collective fate. Returning to the timeline 6 months after Bai Qi's arrival in the alternate realm, the Elven Queen acknowledged his contributions and expressed satisfaction with his abilities. However, to become a part of the Elven clan, he must marry Yulia, and non-elves cannot join the Elven ranks. Subtle persuasion ensues. Yet, a legend circulates, claiming that one can become a half-elf through the blessings of the Elven goddess. Naturally, this is a deception, merely a tale of a mystical ceremony said to be the last remnant left by the first generation of elves a millennium ago. Involves a stone-carved flower wreath, which purportedly requires a certain purity of soul for integration. Everyone's astonishment. It succeeded. The petrified wreath transformed instantly into a vibrant, ethereal entity, merging with Bai Qi's being and vanishing. Juliana's countenance shifted dramatically, murmuring, "How can this be?" His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. This was a legend. Furthermore, there had never been any documented occurrences of such an event. An emergency elder meeting was convened. She had not anticipated the truth of this legend. She could hardly believe such magic existed. At the time, Bai Qi was not present. Ultimately, the Elven clan recognized him, declaring that half-elves were indeed considered a branch of their lineage. Urging him to work diligently, for the future was his. Aware of the implications, Juliana understood the gravity of the situation and promptly convened a meeting, urging the elders to maintain secrecy. In truth, elves can produce half-elves with other races. Yet they are deemed subordinate and are not recognized by the direct line, who intend to suppress them and establish a hierarchy. However, direct racial transformation, that is utterly impossible. Even deities cannot accomplish such feats. Finally, Juliana reviewed the fragmented records of the Elven Empire's treasures, and she unearthed an obscure document detailing the only recorded instance of a human transforming into an elf. Bai Qi, that taboo, the tyrant who brought about the downfall of the most powerful and illustrious Elven Empire. However, the literature does not provide detailed records that, to the end, there's a line inscribed in red blood, seemingly written by a certain queen of the Elven lineage who safeguarded the text throughout the ages. Those few lines deeply pierced the eyes of the rightful Elven queen, Juliana. The blood-red script proclaimed that the elves themselves are the traitors. We have betrayed the elves. We have betrayed them. The Elven goddess has usurped the rightful legacy and attempted to slaughter them, leaving the elves in despair and abandoning us. We are deserving of this fate. Upon witnessing this, Juliana's eyes were filled with a lingering terror that she could not dispel. She could not believe it. How could this be? They are the noble elves. Yet that entity is also referred to as an elf. Then what are they? What made her tremble was the realization that behind that bloodied inscription lay the content of the final page of the historical document. Only a segment in bold crimson letters declared that true elves cannot be born. In an instant, all her beliefs crumbled, twisting her visage into a grotesque mask of rage. Had an outsider glimpsed this transformation, from a visage of exquisite beauty to one of hideous malice, they would surely have been terrified. Juliana could not quell the fear within her. True elves? Thoughts of Bai Qi surfaced, the successful transformation of the blessed by the spirit petrified floral wreath. Her complexion abruptly paled, for the coincidence of this blood inscription implied. I refuse to acknowledge it. Absolutely not. She would not concede that a human, devoid of magic and infinitely frail, could possibly be. Then what are they? What is this? Ha ha ha. As if driven mad, she erupted into an eerie laughter. Soon after, she tore the last page of the document from its binding, her face a mask of mockery as she ignited it, watching it transform into a burst of flames that dissipated into the air, murmuring to herself, "We are the true elves. History is written by the victors. They had once been the victors. This must certainly be a conspiracy of the Loxi Empire." Completely unaware that access to these documents was restricted to the Elven queens of generations past. Moreover, on the last page she had torn away, there were evident signs of previous damage, suggesting that the past Elven queens had also shared in her plight. A substantial volume of historical documentation had mysteriously vanished. Yet, she paid little heed to this. It seemed a thought of someone crossed her mind, a shadowy smile emerging. Bai Qi, you shall forever remain a half-elf, only worthy of serving her elven kin, and I shall always be the Elven Queen. Forever. I have restructured the outline. Originally, the tales of the elves were to be revealed during the competition, the gradual transformation of a naive homebody into an experienced lord over the course of a year. But many found it too harsh. I apologize for my inadequate writing. I failed to build up the narrative properly, and I sincerely regret it. Today, there are 4 updates. The worldview is vast, with multiple civilizations and hidden truths. Many mysteries will gradually unfold. Please be patient. I shall brew some tea. Do not be angry, nor rush. A bright villa courtyard within the city that never sleeps. It felt like opening a mystery box. With some delightful surprises and others disappointing, the memories of the deceased seemed to assault him. You 5. Bai Qi gazed at the 5 individuals, once nobles in a small kingdom, who had served as companions to the scholarly elite. Their origins were mercantile, and their parents must have hoped for their children to mingle with the nobility and acquire knowledge, thus spending lavishly to curry favor with them, put it bluntly. They were akin to serving as dogs for others. Bai Qi pondered for a moment, extracting 5 contracts. In truth, others had no understanding of what a contract entailed. They merely believed it to be a new form of agreement. I will arrange for you to attend school, the institution of the Night Empire where literacy is taught. You have just begun to grasp these characters, and you will serve as teachers to the children. He added a stern warning. Let me make this clear. I will only teach basic literacy and numeracy. If you dare impart any nonsense that the nobility espouses, I will make your lives a living hell. Bai Qi smiled ominously, cautioning them. Then he clapped his hands, switching to a gentle demeanor. Do not be anxious. Civilized people like me do not threaten others for no reason. His smile was as sincere as it could be, utterly devoid of the previous menacing aura that I am such a benevolent person. Thus, with meals provided 3 times daily, the dining schedule prominently displayed on numerous bulletin boards, the salary was set at 20 gold coins per month. With a contract spanning a year, to be honest, he held a certain disdain for these 5 individuals. Without any training, they were thrust into teaching, and it was uncertain whether they might lead the children astray. However, the tribe was too impoverished and backward. They could not allow the children to suffer. The situation of the Night Elves was similarly dire. Upon learning that the Night Elves were steeped in martial culture, he understood. Aside from a few Night Elves with an affinity for the arts, well, that was commendable. The 5 exchanged glances, finally comprehending the situation. They nodded in delight. This welfare was simply too generous. They had expected to become slaves and face a grim fate. Indeed, their fathers had been correct. Knowledge is destiny. They had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events or encountering such an eccentric. No, loyal. As the 5 prepared to kneel in gratitude, they were halted by a melodious voice that echoed the motto they would remember for a lifetime. Here, there are no slaves, nor is kneeling accepted. You are now teachers of the Night Empire, guiding lights for the children. They nearly succumbed to the impulse to deliver a high school speech. Images flashed in their minds. Teachers or gardeners. You are the flowers of the motherland, diligent bees. The only thing you may do is kneel to knowledge, nurturing, and educating. The Night Elf cooks brought forth 20 bowls of steaming fragrant noodle soup and 2 whole roasted chickens from a night roast. The aroma wafted through the air. Neo, Air, and Jiao Li exchanged glances filled with complexity as they regarded the elves and Bai Qi. For at that moment, the magical iron chains binding their hands and feet had been released. Yet, the latter simply smiled and waved his hand, signaling them to eat, further adding some peculiar phrase about how the vastness of heaven and earth pales in comparison to one's belly, and that man is made of iron. And food is steel. If you do not eat with enthusiasm, there is something wrong with your thoughts. They were momentarily perplexed. The delicious aroma enveloped them, akin to a stunningly beautiful temptress luring a vigorous man. With the roasted chickens scent tantalizingly enticing. Gulp. Neo Air swallowed hard. But a bull may be slain, yet must not be humiliated. It must not be humiliated. He, Neo Air, was the most valiant warrior of the Minotaur clan. He had sworn, so fragrant, a bull may be slain. The aroma is irresistible. Suddenly, he noticed the hornkin beside him behaving dishonorably, rushing towards the banquet table, preparing to feast. Cursed be the despicable hornkin. A bull may be slain, but my honor cannot be tarnished. With a roar, he charged toward the roasted chicken on the banquet table. Neo Air, believe what humans say is true. The vastness of heaven and earth pales in comparison to my belly. After a few minor interludes, the tension among the crowd noticeably dissipated. Only 2 remained. Bai Qi approached Li Wu. Aside from a scruffy appearance and disheveled hair, he possessed a rather decent countenance. Most importantly, Bai Qi observed that Li Wu's aura was distinctly different from others. Righteousness. What is your name? Li Wu. Bai Qi was somewhat taken aback. From the Golden Empire? The other paused momentarily, shaking his head, and calmly stated, from a Moon Kingdom, the Moon Division, responsible for the law department. Bai Qi's eyes lit up in an instant. Wow! The Golden Legend! I didn't expect the mystery box to yield another gold. One of the current pressing issues plaguing Bai Qi was the drafting of laws for the Night Empire. While he could roughly describe some beneficial legal principles from his homeland, it was of little use. Who could claim that a game character, fresh from the novice village, could don a max level 9,999 enhanced artifact? Yet the Night Elves had no experience in this regard, so, Li Wu, is it? Bai Qi seemed to behold a treasure, his gaze brimming with admiration. However, the perspective was quite different for the other party. Li Wu's heart trembled slightly. Could it be? It was rumored that some nobles indeed indulged in rather perverse pursuits. He nearly called out, "Your Majesty the Empress, save me." Fortunately, Bai Qi spoke again, "Li Wu, right? Assist me in my tasks, with provisions and accommodation provided, and I shall assign you significant responsibilities, collaborating with the legal department of the Night Empire to refine the imperial laws and decrees." Upon hearing this, Li Wu's anxious heart finally found solace. The salary was set at 300 per month, with a contract of 100. 5 years. Bai Qi decided to exercise a bit of kindness. Li Wu. No, it seemed that the duration of his contract differed slightly. Weren't they usually for a year? And was it just his imagination? Or did he just hear 100? What do you think? Li Wu was taken aback. He was merely a lowly scribe of the law. Yet he had not anticipated such importance in the eyes of the other. Naturally, he nodded in agreement, a steady demeanor masking his internal excitement. This was the grand law, his mission, the realm he cherished. It was certainly not due to inadvertently glancing at the nearby elf, who held a mysterious weapon in hand. Berfizi remained coldly aloof, his golden pupils gleaming with a piercing light, silently stowing away the pistol. Ultimately, Bai Qi approached Song Yu. He was rather surprised by her tall stature, yet her disheveled hair and unkempt visage obscured her true appearance, although her long, crystal-clear emerald eyes shone brightly. Just her aura suggested she was no ordinary individual. Could it be? Another golden legend? Bai Qi felt a surge of excitement. "What is your name?" She is, just as Li Wu was about to introduce her, a crisp and ethereal voice interrupted. Song Yu gestured for Li Wu to remain silent. "I can introduce myself." The man before her seemed different from other nobles that he claimed there were no slaves, yet he bought and sold them. Was he a hypocritical individual? Her curiosity piqued. "Song Yu, the 17th ruler of the Kingdom of the Moon. The Empress of the Moon Kingdom." Yet now she was merely the sovereign of a fallen nation. A rather ironic thought. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Berfizi's pupils constricted, staring at Song Yu in disbelief. A king of a human empire? Her former status eclipsed even that of their Night Elf tribe's chieftain, particularly the 5 teachers present, who gazed at Song Yu in shock. The Empress, indeed. Aside from Bai Qi, there was little astonishment. They were not particularly curious about her identity or experiences, merely casting a casual glance. Did she possess any talents, abilities, skills, and such? Now it was Song Yu's turn to be stunned. Talent? Who was she? After a prolonged silence, she managed to utter 2 words. The Empress, Bai Qi? "Oh my," she asked, coming at me. "I know you are the Empress. You stated as much. However, what can you truly accomplish? Replace him? Or, after a moment's contemplation, he thought of it. The Academy needed a director. Would you be willing to teach?" No sooner had he spoken, the crowd stared at Bai Qi as if they had seen a ghost. Shock evident on their faces. Li Wu. The 5 others looked equally incredulous. Me? With the Empress? Ah, so they were on the same level. Song Yu was also left speechless. For the first time, she felt a peculiar illusion, as if being the Empress was not such a significant identity after all. Perhaps, should she change her entrance? She decided to wash her face first. In the Xingyu Empire, within the royal palace, Qian Hua observed the report from Stalo. His expression grim, brow furrowed, and countenance somewhat displeased. The envoy sent to deliver gifts had not returned, and the spies had been killed, rendering them unable to approach. Goodness, this is what elves are like. Far more savage and ruthless than he had imagined. Did they still harbor fantasies of a glorious past, as if they were from 1,000 years ago? Rising from his previously languid posture, Qian Hua's entire aura transformed, as if he were a different person. His handsome yet stern visage, paired with a pair of deep-set eyes that seemed to peer into one's soul, emanated an irresistible authority and intimidation. The surrounding atmosphere thickened with an unparalleled royal presence, causing Stalo to instinctively tighten his thoughts. Wary of speaking incorrectly to it was his first time hearing of elves so audacious, perhaps just newly arrived in the South Wastes, still unaware of what the Xingyu Empire truly represented. His calm tone, though self-reflective, was laced with an undeniable authority. One could not help but feel intrigued by the Elf Queen's true nature. However, he found it curious. Who would refuse a friendly act of gift-giving and offend the sender? Are the elves foolish? Chanhua's tone remained placid, yet Stalo could sense the icy skepticism coursing through. Immediately, cold sweat broke out. Your Majesty, Stalo was no fool, quickly grasping the contradiction at hand. Chanhua snorted coldly. If he were as foolish as the elves, he would have been ousted from the throne long ago, though we did not know. But there was a mistake, Stalo said, immediately bowing in submission. Tado, I failed to recognize the individuals involved and did not send capable people. Before Stalo could finish his slippery remarks, Chanhua interrupted. Cut it out. Not evade the main issue. Address the crux directly. Upon hearing this, Stalo's heart trembled. That good-for-nothing had truly led him astray. I thought it was a trivial matter and sent Baron Wuka, only to realize I had committed a foolish error. This affair was supposed to be a blessing, requiring no thought, yet it ended up in catastrophe. Stalo's face was now exceedingly grim. He wished he could traverse back in time to strangle that idiot. Upon hearing this, Chanhua's expression became oddly contemplative. Baron Wuka, then it dawned on him. That good-for-nothing who indulged himself daily in revelry at Fengfeng Tower. In his impression, the man resembled a hollowed-out corpse. He is your nephew, I assent. The implication was quite clear. I am guilty. Enough. He waved his hand. Not this again. Upon hearing those words, he impatiently interrupted. Before me, do not put on airs. You are the pillar of the Xingyu Empire. How could I possibly blame you for a trivial matter? Every day, you perform theatrics in front of me, as if addicted, dragging me, the king, into your play. Upon hearing that Stalo had sent such a character to deliver gifts, he immediately understood the situation. It was merely an attempt to exploit the name of the Xingyu Empire to intimidate the elf clan. After all, the elves were renowned for their beauty, and one could easily guess what such a character was thinking. After all, Chanhua was also a man. Although he could not comprehend why such foolish individuals were governed by lust, he understood the mind of man. This matter ends here. All right, you may leave. Yet, ultimately, the other party had killed a noble of his empire. Regardless, it tarnished the face of his nation that he merely needed to deal with those parasites within the Xingyu Empire. Individuals like Wuko were not in short supply. In the Night City, Bai Qi suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed twice. He then returned his focus to his affairs. With so much on his plate, the daily reports left him feeling overwhelmed, let alone trying to concoct something new. Even though Ryashisi could manage, he still blindly trusted him, leaving numerous decisions for Bai Qi to make. Bai Qi often encouraged him to act boldly and assured him that making mistakes was not something to fear. In truth, he himself was even more apprehensive than Ryashisi. Thus, he constantly strove to avoid overthinking, calculating, and deducing that if others made mistakes, he might find a way to correct them. But what if it were his own? Who could guarantee that he would not err? As places grow larger, numerous issues inevitably arise. When I think of my hometown, I am filled with awe at how my mother can manage over 2 billion people. It is truly magnificent. And what of myself, standing on the shoulders of giants? Just a few hours ago, I observed the reactions of several individuals, and to my surprise, Bai Qi found them rather unremarkable. Your identity holds no allure for me. What I seek is talent. Beside me, Li Wu seemed unable to contain a rush of excitement, exclaiming, Your Majesty Tsangyue is far more capable than I. In that moment, Bai Qi found himself at a loss, unsure whether this was a selection process or something else entirely. No, my friend T, O the outside world, you still bear the identity of a slave, and your eagerness to prove your worth suggests a fear of awakening some peculiar desire for conquest. Does it not? The curious psychology of comparison, in my heart, I could only judge this with a sense of amusement. Very well. Would you be interested in becoming the head of the academy? Tsangyue seemed to bite her lip. nodding in agreement almost immediately. This reluctant acquiescence amused Bai Qi greatly. Although he was unsure how she had come to be a deposed monarch, it was undeniably a bold move. He paid no heed to the sudden pallor and reluctance that crossed her face. Bai Qi continued, "So, I have a question for you as a leader. How would you balance the loyalty of a nation's ministers against the greed of its nobility?" Sang Yue pondered for a moment before responding in a clear, ethereal voice, articulating the answer that resided within her heart. As a sovereign who had governed a nation, she naturally possessed her own insights. Bai Qi nodded, satisfactory. Her voice was indeed pleasant. "Thank you," Sang Yue replied, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected compliment. Burfus indicated that one would soon grow accustomed to it. Bai Qi, while discussing firearms with them, would suddenly inquire, "By the way, when do you plan to have children? The pace is quite rapid, isn't it?" He then displayed a relieved smile, patting their shoulders and asserting that the nation needed them. Only to leap to another peculiar topic, they gradually grew accustomed to this behavior. Her response was commendable, yet it seemed erroneous to me. "Very well. If you are unwilling, I shall not force you. You may depart at your leisure." Bai Qi spoke. He prepared to interview two burly men engrossed in their work and food. They were precisely the kind of high-caliber talent he sought. One glance at their appetites revealed they were undoubtedly formidable warriors. Having read extensively about the Three Kingdoms, he easily associated great warriors with their capacity for consumption. Meanwhile, Sana, left in a daze, was bombarded with a jumble of thoughts. What did he mean by saying she was qualified yet wrong? And the option to leave, did he truly think her so naive? Especially given her awareness of how those four fools had met their demise. The capriciousness of nobility was all too common. Bai Qi, observing her expression, seemed to have divined her thoughts. "Do you understand the concept of investment? Consider it as such, should you choose to depart. If you ever rise to power, an investment in a female monarch could prove advantageous. Rest assured, if you wish to leave voluntarily, you are free to do so. There are no slaves here. Those who met their fates did so by their own choices. Not to mention, they spoke foolishly, failing to recognize the reality of their situation, believing themselves to be above reproach like the nobility. To depart in front of them, in other words, their kindness was taken for folly." Sang Yue began to comprehend that his intentions were indeed sincere. But where could she go? Moreover, she found herself increasingly troubled by Bai Qi's earlier question. Why was she deemed both qualified and erroneous? Had she been mistaken in the past? Sang Yue appeared torn, unsure of how to express herself. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "I am willing to teach," upon hearing that melodious voice. Bai Qi was taken aback by her willingness to comply, that if it were him, would he be content to be a deposed monarch without seeking vengeance? This was a consideration of his in the future. If Sang Yue still harbored lingering thoughts of revenge, even as a talented individual, she could pose a significant risk. The best course of action would be to support a war machine, acting as a proxy from the shadows. For now, conditions did not permit. They still needed to develop. Room and board would be provided, with a monthly salary of 50, serving as the head of the teaching staff, temporarily acting as the principal. As he spoke, he produced a contract. The principal had initially intended for Riasisi to take the role, but upon seeing Sang Yue's astute demeanor reminiscent of a Siberian husky, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Sang Yue accepted the contract, her emotions immensely complex. Lowering her head and biting her lip, she voiced her query. "May I ask, regarding the earlier question, what would be the correct answer?" She still could not fathom it. However, what she was about to remember for a lifetime echoed in her mind, a thought that would provoke a desire to strike this man. There is none. The essence of the question itself was flawed. Any answer given would be deemed acceptable, aligning with one's true feelings, yet failing to satisfy the expectations of the questioner.